As the slanting sun descends, crimson clouds fill the sky, and the song of the lark resounds amidst the undulating mountains. Twilight gradually deepens, casting the valleys into a profound gloom. Upon a certain peak, a wisp of smoke rises gently and dissipates into the air. In the fading glow of the sunset, a small figure appears in a dilapidated courtyard. Master. Dinner is readied out. A boy of about 10, clad in an oversized, worn Taoist robe, cheerfully traverses the courtyard. His sleeves rolled high as he balances a bowl of white rice in his hands. He steps over a threshold nearly a foot high and rushes into a once grand, but now crumbling hall. Above the entrance, 3 ancient characters, weathered and faded, reveal the name, Xinyuan Temple. Inside, an elderly Taoist emerges, his gaunt face framed by a gray-white topknot and 3 long strands of beard cascading from his chin. Master, please try the rice I cooked, it's delicious. The boy, brimming with mischief, gazes eagerly at the old man. The Taoist raises his bushy eyebrows, his eyes sparkling with kindness. He chuckles softly, whether it be sumptuous delicacies or simple fare. I can partake in all. Yet, only the rice cooked by you, my dear Xiao Yi, is an indispensable delight for me each day. Upon hearing this, the boy named Xiao Yi beams with delight. He pulls 2 ceramic bowls from his robe and serves the rice, then retrieves 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks from behind his waist. The master and disciple sit on the ground, the subtle aroma of the rice wafting around them. Observing Xiao Yi devouring his food with fervor, the master sets down his bowl and chopsticks, smiling gently. The common folk rely on grains for sustenance. Yet, as practitioners of the Tao, we ought to refrain from grains and partake of wind and dew. Remember, grains bring forth numerous ailments. Xiao Yi, why not savor your food slowly? Do not choke. The master has a modest appetite. Rather than dining together, it is more about sharing a moment of conversation with the elderly man. Xiao Yi has long since grown accustomed to this. Chuckling softly, he wipes a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth and continues to chew. After another mouthful, tilting his head playfully, Xiao Yi quips, Master, the ancients say that meat eaters are brave and fierce, while grain eaters are wise and clever. From my perspective, it is best to consume more of this white rice. The old Taoist responds with a thoughtful, oh, stroking his long beard, a hint of mirth in his eyes. He playfully rebukes, you little rascal, knowing only part of the truth, taking things out of context. His expression shifts as a sense of longing washes over him. The ancients also said, those who consume air are divine, and long live those who do not may seek the great way. Master, it seems I'm better off eating meat, becoming a valiant warrior, capable of noble deeds. Xiao Yi chuckles, diverting the conversation, for reasons unknown. The old Taoist is not perturbed by Xiao Yi's words and instructs Xiao Yi, bring me my gourd and also the pickled yellow beans from Old Lu. Xiao Yi hesitates, setting down his bowl before dashing out. In no time, he returns holding a small wine gourd and a clay jar. Hand me the gourd, and place the pickled beans on the ground. The old Taoist takes the gourd, tilts his head back for a sip, savoring the lingering flavor before using his chopsticks to fish out a yellow bean from the jar, relishing it with an audible crunch, his beard trembling with each bite. While eating, Xiao Yi cannot help but chuckle at the master's blissful demeanor. The Taoist, seemingly oblivious, takes another sip of his wine. Xiao Yi continues to enjoy his rice with the pickled beans, and soon, his bowl is empty, but he promptly fills it again. Observing the master lost in his enjoyment of the gourd and beans, saying, Master, you should drink, lest we wouldn't want you to get drunk again. Oh, it's nothing, the old Taoist replies, sipping continuously in the gentle haze of inebriation. His gaze becomes somewhat unfocused. Xiao. He takes another bite of rice and casually inquires, Master, what exactly is the great way you often speak of? Haha. The old Taoist chuckles knowingly. Perhaps it is the lingering taste of the wine or the robust flavor of the beans that has him contemplative. He strokes his beard and answers enigmatically, the way of heaven is not a tangible thing. It is a thing. It is not. Cough. Cough. Perhaps he choked on the wine, or perhaps his thoughts are muddled. After a light cough, he shakes his head, his gaze drifting towards the door, yet he sees nothing clearly. Is it his murky eyes clouded with shadows, or the distant silhouettes of mountains shrouded in twilight. Perhaps with age comes more reflection. After a sigh, the Taoist smiles wryly. What the way of heaven truly is, I have tirelessly sought for 70 years, yet I have never glimpsed its threshold. In this mundane world, I have toiled endlessly, only to achieve nothing. Xiao, he lifts his bowl, his playful demeanor replaced with earnest concern, and cautiously asks, Master, have you had too much to drink? The old Taoist looks at his frail but somewhat refined disciple, feeling a sense of pride, yet suddenly he pauses, laughingly rebuking, You little rascal, it's not that I'm drunk, but that wine does not intoxicate. The person becomes intoxicated. Seeing the master's mood lighten, Xiao Yi seizes the moment to jest. Master, your cultivation is remarkable, and one day I shall be as formidable as you. Surely, our ancestors would not hold it against me. With this, he casts a sidelong glance, the disciple's intentions cannot escape the master's notice. The old Taoist, unfazed, laughs, You little rascal, you're just flattering me. With that, he tilts his head back for another sip. This 1,000-year-old brew I have savored for decades, still retaining its original flavor, rich and smooth, yet with a sharp vigor. This wine remains the same, yet I grow older by the day. The old Taoist tone shifts, imbued with a sense of contentment. Yet Xiao Yi, you are growing day by day too, ha ha. As the evening mountain breeze sweeps over the peaks, it flows through the dilapidated main hall of Xianyuan Temple. I in the hall, the grand statue, its features indistinguishable after centuries, stands silent as ever. The frayed curtains on either side flutter softly in the wind. Before the hall, the old Taoist lies comfortably on a mat, snoring peacefully that a small figure busies itself in the thickening twilight. Having covered the master with a light garment and tidied the simple utensils, Xiao Yi slowly retreats from the main hall of Xianyuan Temple. Passing through the modest courtyard, he approaches the broken wall outside. A flat stone, known as the resting ox stone, is where Xiao Yi loves to linger each day. He climbs the stone, which stands shoulder high, using hands and feet. Resting his head on his arms and stretching his legs, Xiao Yi lies back in tranquility. It is now May. The gentle yet slightly wild mountain breeze caresses his body and face, a delightful sensation that a full moon hangs in the sky, its silvery light spilling like mercury over the mountaintops. Beneath the soft moonlight, Xianyuan Temple appears solemn and desolate, with distant peaks shrouded in shadow. Here lies the vast expanse of the Taiping mountain range, where Xianyuan Temple is situated. Xiao Yi enjoys lying on the resting ox stone, gazing at the boundless sky, listening to the faint sounds of insects and beasts in the mountains that I in these moments. His dark eyes sparkle with vitality, and his small face exudes a tranquility and serenity that belies his age. Since he can remember, Xiao Yi has followed his current master. The master, known as Qing Yun, has forgotten his secular name, claiming it is lost to time. Perhaps the master prefers not to mention it. According to the master, Xianyuan Temple was founded by the immortal Xianyuan over 1,000 years ago. Xianyuan was a successful practitioner of the Tao, reputed to possess the power to traverse heaven and earth, summon winds, and rain sand immortal revered by all. During its peak, Xianyuan Temple was a revered place of pilgrimage, attracting many disciples. In his 100th year, Xianyuan ascended to the heavens in broad daylight, a spectacle that stirred the masses. His descendants sculpted his image for worship, hoping to preserve the lineage of the Tao. For reasons unbeknownst to many, since the ascension of the esteemed Xianyuan Jinren, no one has attained enlightenment at the Xianyuan Temple, leading to a gradual decline in its offerings and incense. The disciples have no choice but to seek their livelihoods elsewhere. Once a bustling sanctuary, the temple now stands desolate, with the pursuit of immortality relegated to mere folklore. The master, Taoist Qing Yun, is the 20th abbot of Xianyuan Temple. Xiao Yi, the sole disciple of the 21st generation, has been deemed by Taoist Qing Yun as the rightful heir to the position of the next abbot. Thus, the monumental task of restoring the temple's former glory rests upon the shoulders of the 13-year-old Xiao Yi. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Xiaoya's lips. He cared little for the title of abbot. As for attaining immortality, he was no different from any ordinary person. and his understanding of divine beings was primarily derived from tales spun in tea houses and the folklore of rural villages. In his imagination, he envisioned celestial beings residing in the heavens. Yet, deep down, he recognized that he had never encountered such beings, and thus could not genuinely believe in those legends. His master had devoted decades to his cultivation besides the mundane martial skills and healing arts Xiao acknowledged. He believed that his venerable master was still far from the realm of immortality. With his master's companionship, ample meals, and the opportunity to learn valuable skills, life was rather pleasant for Xiao, who maintained a cheerful disposition each day. According to his master, Xiao had been found abandoned by the roadside years prior, while Taoist Qingyun traversed the lands in search of celestial opportunities. He encountered villagers ravaged by mountain bandits on his return to Xianyuan Temple. A grievously injured couple entrusted their one-year-old son, Xiao, to the compassionate Taoist, recognizing the temple's lack of heirs. Taoist Qingyun took it upon himself to raise the unfortunate child. Over the course of more than a decade, the old priest endured great hardships to nurture the orphan. Thus, for Xiao, Taoist Qingyun was akin to a parent, a benefactor who had given him a second chance at life. When Xiao reached the age of 5 or 6, Taoist Qingyun imparted the temple's teachings with utmost care. However, as the years wore on, even the devoted Taoist found himself weary despite a lifetime of cultivation. His health waned, and the duo's financial struggles intensified. In desperation, the old Taoist frequently took Xiao down the mountain. Together, they engaged in exorcisms and other spiritual endeavors in nearby towns, hoping to earn meager offerings. Additionally, they treated the ailments of local villagers, receiving grains and goods in return. Life was austere, yet for the youthful Xiao, it was a time of leisurely tranquility. Thus, the millennia of Xianyuan Temple's history slowly slipped away amidst these gentle, untroubled days. The peak on which Xianyuan Temple stands is known as Xianrendian, rising over 100 zhang, and is one of the 18 peaks of the Taiping mountain range. The summit is steep, with sheer cliffs on the east, west, and north sides, while the south features a stone staircase carved along the ridge, approximately 3 feet wide, resembling a long serpent connecting the heights and depths. Atop the mountain lies a 20 square area, home to the main hall of Xianyuan Temple and several auxiliary rooms, though age has rendered them dilapidated. The structures that provide shelter from the elements include the main hall and 2 or 3 side rooms, where the master and disciple prepare meals and rest. At the foot of the mountain stands a stone archway, the original entrance to Xianyuan Temple. Nearby, remnants of walls and ruins bear witness to the existence of what once thrived here. As Xiao reclined, he watched the moon gradually ascend to its zenith. He sat up, stretching lazily, feeling a sense of disinterest. It was time to practice the Xianyuan secret technique. At 13, Xiao had been instructed by his master in this art since he was 5. From the very beginning, his master had warned him that perseverance was crucial and that one must never become complacent. The master further stated that this was the ancestral teaching of the Xianyuan sect, and only the sect leader and his disciples could impart the Xianyuan technique. Despite Xiao's diligent practice, he had yet to discern any extraordinary aspects of this method. Nevertheless, he adhered to his master's counsel, continuing his training to this day. 8 years had passed. His master often said that with perseverance, great paths would open. Xiao shook his head, pondering that perhaps the great path was beyond his reach. Yet he took pride in his steadfastness. Every evening before sleep, it was a necessity to recite the Xianyuan mantra, following his master's breathing techniques. Xiao sat quietly for a moment, then raised his 5 hearts to the heavens, placing his hands over his abdomen to form a mudra, commencing the practice. Wood aligns with metal, water ascends while fire recedes, gracefully existing. What is the true form? One must hold the Yin talisman to dispel all. Xiao silently recited the mantra, which comprised over 1,000 characters, all of which he had memorized flawlessly. The incantation was convoluted and difficult to comprehend. When he sought clarification from his master, Qinjianzi himself seemed to struggle with it, having recited it in a muddled manner throughout his life. The ancestral teachings declared that this was the path to immortality, a fundamental practice for the disciples of the Xianyuan sect. Thus, he had no choice but to continue memorizing. For 8 years, day after day, year after year, he persisted unwaveringly. Xiaoyi did not feel any ethereal transformation nor any significant difference, yet he seldom fell ill. Although he appeared frail, Xiaoyi was aware that he possessed the strength of several hundred pounds in his arms, a considerable feat for a child of his age. Perhaps this was a result of his meditation, or perhaps it was due to the medicinal concoctions his master had administered during his childhood. From his master, Xiaoyi had also learned a set of Xian Yuan sword techniques and some agility-enhancing exercises, believing himself to be quite skilled in martial arts. His master possessed an old book on talismans, filled with obscure incantations and illustrations akin to the Xian Yuan technique, which had served as Xiaoyi's early education. While other children began their education with simple texts, Xiaoyi had been surrounded by these cryptic symbols since he learned to read. Whenever Xiaoyi felt weary, his master would admonish him, stating that these were treasures passed down from the ancestors, the tokens of the sect leaders throughout generations. Implicitly, it seemed that Qingyun Daoist had begun to regard Xiaoyi as the future 21st leader of the Xian Yuan sect. For his master, and for the future of the Xian Yuan sect, Xiaoyi learned the various incantations and the art of drawing talismans, naturally also learning to read and write. Under the tender guidance of Qingyun Daoist, he became a young adept. The Xian Yuan talismans also served as a means of livelihood for the master and disciple duo. Qingyun Daoist was often summoned to create talismans for exorcisms and blessings, though their efficacy remained uncertain. However, watching his master draw talismans with such solemnity, Xiaoyi himself believed in their supernatural power. The Xian Yuan talismans were merely one of the tokens of the sect leader. Another was the jade pendant his master never parted with, which he had shown Xiaoyi countless times, signifying that it would one day be his treasure. It seemed to serve as a motivation, for each time Qingyun Daoist revealed it, the pendant filled Xiaoyi with boundless expectations, embodying a belief in the attainment of immortality. Perhaps understanding his master's earnest intentions, the dutiful Xiaoyi often displayed his filial piety, though he did not comprehend his master's unwavering dedication. He cherished the elder's teachings in his heart. Yet, when gazing at the jade pendant adorned with cloud patterns and inscribed with the word Xian Yuan, he remained skeptical. He worried that once his master was gone, what significance would there be in his solitary role as the sect leader? Perhaps the humble lives they led together, or the tranquility of the immortal realm, or the myriad experiences shared with his master in the mundane world, or the realization that his only kin was his master. All these factors contributed to Xiaoyi's lively yet serene disposition, his cleverness tempered by a hint of cunning, and a maturity beyond his years. After reciting the Xian Yuan mantra and performing the associated techniques, he felt an unchanging stillness within himself. He glanced at the sky, estimating that it was already past the hour of Su, and nimbly leaped down from the stone where he had been resting, under the moonlight. He moved with the grace of a monkey, quietly slipping back to the Xian Yuan sect, then stealthily approached the main hall. His master was still snoring lightly, the thin garment he wore having slipped to the ground. Xiaoyi gently covered him with the garment again, made a funny face, and turned to head towards his own room. Behind him, Qingyun Daoist opened his eyes, watching Xiaoyi depart, a faint smile gracing his aged face before he closed his eyes once more, returning to his slumber. The main hall of the Xian Yuan sect consisted of 3 chambers, divided into inner and outer sections. In the outer section stood a statue of the sect's founder, while the inner section housed the quarters of the sect leader. Given the current circumstances, Qinjianzi could rest anywhere in the hall when inebriated, a fact Xiaoyi had long since grown accustomed to. Outside the main hall, the west wing contained a well-maintained kitchen shared by the master and disciple. The east wing housed 2 rooms, one of which was Xiaoyi's dwelling. Back in his modest room, Xiaoyi struck a flint to ignite the oil lamp. The lamp oil, made from badger oil sourced from the hunter Old Lu at the foot of the mountain, combined with a wick crafted from bulrushes collected from the back mountain, produced a bright, smoke-free light. His room was small, merely accommodating a wooden bed against the eastern wall, covered with a bamboo mat, a bamboo pillow, and a thin quilt. Beside the bed was a wooden chest, while the southern wall prominently displayed a sword gifted by his master, named Qing Yun. This sword had accompanied Qingyun Daoist for decades and was now entrusted to Xiaoyi for his martial training. When the master and disciple ventured out, the old priest found it unbecoming to carry the sword himself, thus Xiaoyi bore it, adding to his appearance as a young disciple. After discarding his shoes and outer garments onto the chest, Xiaoyi lay down. Perhaps he would descend the mountain the next day to see if Uncle Lu had any delectable treats. Moreover, his master's wine supply was running low. Should he venture to Taiping town, 10 miles away, to procure some? After a brief moment of idle contemplation, he grew drowsy, pulling the quilt over himself and gradually drifting off to sleep. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao remained lost in dreams when a familiar voice called out to him. Xiao, time to practice your sword. I know, master. Upon hearing his master's voice, Xiao responded sleepily, rubbing his bleary eyes and quickly rising. He swiftly donned his clothes, retrieved the treasured sword from the wall, noticed the oil lamp still flickering, hurriedly extinguished it, and yawned as he exited his room. You little rascal. Must you always wait for me to call you before you wake? His master chided him. One must understand that diligence is the foundation of life, and in martial arts, one cannot afford a single day of negligence. Xiao entered the courtyard to find his master standing there, looking refreshed, his long beard flowing, exuding an air of celestial grace. Yet, his master feigned anger, which did not instill fear in Xiao, rather, it deepened their bond. Rubbing his eyes again, Xiao smiled. With you here, master. How could I ever be lazy? Humph. Smooth-tongued, you. Qingyan Daoist retorted, though a warmth flickered in his expression. Let us practice the sword. Your disciple shall obey. Xiao replied earnestly, bowing in respect. During the lesson, both master and disciple maintained a serious demeanor, a sign of their reverence for the lineage of their sect. In the morning light, Xiao drew the sword from its sheath, holding it in his right hand while his left gently brushed the hilt. After bowing to his master, he unleashed a flurry of sword motions within the courtyard. Xiao had practiced this sword technique for 7 or 8 years. The first 3 forms of the Xian Yuan sword technique were defensive, the middle 5 blended defense with offense, while the last 5 were rumored to be the techniques of immortals, though no one had ever claimed to have mastered them. From the inaugural movement, breeze unfelt, to the second, water unseen, the third, peak unclimbed, the fourth, white ape's leap, the fifth, rhino's moonward gaze, the sixth, serpent's coil, the seventh, azure dragon's descent, and the eighth, inverted galaxy. Little One executed the swordplay with seamless grace and unbroken rhythm. Subsequently, a hint of triumph gracing his countenance, he sheathed his sword and bounded from the circle. Reverend Qingyun, stroking his venerable beard, offered a subtle nod, then intoned the 13 forms of the Xianyuan swordplay, conceived by the Xianyuan patriarch, are the treasured martial art of the Xianyuan temple. This swordplay, with its robust and extraordinary nature, is not imparted lightly. Each form contains 5 to 9 variations, and you have mastered these 8 with considerable skill. Know that the essence of swordplay lies in the true union of body and sword, of sword and spirit, of man and weapon, a feat not achieved in mere days. In the martial lore of the Jianghu, it is said, 100 days for the staff, 1,000 for the saber, 10,000 for the sword, a saying not without merit. Yet, our Xianyuan swordplay demands more than mere diligence. It requires the complementing incantations of the art. Alas, for a millennium, none have deciphered the mysteries within the Xianyuan art, rendering our Xianyuan swordplay a magnificent facade, akin to a ferocious beast devoid of its soul, possessing only a terrifying visage. Your grandmaster, my own Minner, witnessing the decline of our order, reluctantly integrated secular martial techniques, creating an internal art to bolster the Xianyuan swordplay, intending to impart it to you. But, hearing his master and imp, Appo's words, Little One abandoned his air of triumph, inquiring with curiosity, "But what, master?" Reverend Qingyun stated, "Little One, I have imparted to you 13 forms of the swordplay. Why is it that the latter 5 forms are beyond your grasp, and indeed, beyond even mine?" Little One bowed, saying, "Your disciple knows not. I beseech master to enlighten me." Alas, Reverend Qingyun sighed, paused in contemplation, and then continued. This Xianyuan swordplay is a celestial art passed down by the founding patriarch, accompanied by the Xianyuan incantation. Legend has it that it allows one to command a flying sword, capable of claiming a foe's head from 1,000 leagues away. As for the latter 5 forms, tradition dictates that they can only be executed with the Xianyuan incantation. Thus, not only you, but all disciples of the Xianyuan temple throughout the ages, including myself, have merely committed the sword forms to memory, unable to truly wield them. Master, could this Xianyuan swordplay truly be a divine art? With wide, inquisitive eyes, Little One wore an expression of skepticism. It was no wonder Little One harbored such doubts. His master had recounted the origins of the Xianyuan temple countless times, often speaking of immortals, yet he had always considered the notion of immortals too ethereal, harboring disbelief in his heart. But today, his master declared with conviction that the very swordplay he practiced daily was of divine origin. And the current plight of the Xianyuan temple. As if sensing the thoughts of Little One, Reverend Qingyun continued, "What of divine swordplay? What good is bestowing upon you celestial treasures? In times when our order was weak, The swordplay was coveted by those in the Jianghu and disseminated. But without the corresponding art, the swordplay remains a mere shell. In time, few paid heed to this swordplay. My master, Grandmaster Tai, to prevent the decline of our order and to secure a livelihood for future generations, dedicated 30 years to creating an internal art, granting the Xianyuan swordplay a mere tenth or two of its original power. Upon hearing this, little one dejectedly lowered his head. What use was a tenth or two of its power? It was no match for the masters of the Jianghu. Humph, do not underestimate this swordplay. Even with a mere tenth of its original power, it is still enough to astonish the world. Seeing little one's distracted demeanor, Reverend Qingzhen rebuked him in a stern voice. His master was displeased. Little one quickly transferred the sword to his left hand, scratching his head and smiling. Master is right. Rest assured, I will diligently cultivate this swordplay, honing it to 2/10. Nay, to its full potential. Foolish boy, if you achieve 1/10, I shall be content. Reverend Qingyun and Dabao's expression softened, and he slowly said, This is also why I have not imparted other arts to you. I only hope that your cultivation of the Xianyuan incantation will bear fruit. But over these many years, it seems that, seeing his master's disheartened expression, little one lowered his head in dismay, murmuring, It is all little one and Appo's fault. 8 years, and I have yet to master even a fraction of the Xianyuan art. Having spoken, he approached, tugging at his master's sleeve, his small face, reaching his master's shoulder, lifted with a resolute expression. Master, little one will always remain by your side, and one day, I will master this incantation and show it to you. Alas, perhaps he had been too obstinate. Why impose his lifelong dedication and disappointment upon such a young child? Gazing upon the youthful face of his disciple, the nascent heroism in his features, Reverend Qingyun lovingly stroked little one and Appo's head, smiling gently. Silly child, your master is nearing 100 years of age. You are young. How can you accompany your master forever? Master is destined for immortality. 100 years of life passed by chance, all endeavors but a fleeting dream. Your master sought the Tao throughout his life, yet lacked the fortune. Still, I have lived a life of ease, and in my twilight years, I have little one by my side. How joyous! How delightful! Laughter, both enlightened and unrestrained, echoed through the Xianyuan temple in the morning light. Little one, tidy up. We shall descend the mountain with your master later. The granddaughter of Manager Wu of Taiping Town celebrates her full moon today. Your master and I shall go to partake of a celebratory drink. 30 leagues south of Taiping Mountain lies a market town named Taiping Town. The town is of considerable size, housing several hundred families. 2 streets intersect in a cruciform pattern through Taiping Town, with the town center at the crossroads. Northeast of the crossroads stands Qianqiufu Wine Shop, a century-old establishment renowned for its aged wine, Qianqiufu. Today, the granddaughter of Manager Wu of the wine shop celebrates her full moon, and many from the town have come to offer their congratulations. The facade of Qianqiufu Wine Shop is adorned with red silk, and the street is filled with people. A constant flow, suffused with joy. Qianqiufu Wine Shop is a shop in the front and a residence in the back, with 8 storefronts facing the street and a 3-courtyard residence behind. The first courtyard is filled with square tables and chairs, decorated in the same red hues as the storefront. The shop staff and the chefs from the neighboring Taiping restaurant are bustling about, preparing the feast. Standing before the wine shop is a stout middle-aged man, his face ruddy, a short mustache adorning his upper lip, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. A brown brocade robe envelopes his frame, and as he moves, the flesh upon his body seems to quiver. This is the owner of the wine shop, Manager Wu, Wu de Gue. Manager Wu stands before the wine shop, incessantly clasping his hands, a smile upon his face, welcoming the arriving guests, though his smile is somewhat stiff. As noon approaches, 2 Taoists, one old and one young, saunter along the northern street of Taiping Town. The elder Taoist in the lead walks with his head held high, his hands clasped behind his back, 3 strands of his long beard swaying gently in the breeze. The younger Taoist follows closely, a long sword slung across his back, his hands hanging at his sides, his wide sleeves swaying back and forth. These 2 are none other than Reverend Qingyun and Little One. 30 leagues is neither far nor near. The master and disciple ambled along at a leisurely pace, taking nearly 2 hours. In the depths of spring, the midday sun feels somewhat arid upon the skin. The master and disciple had set out early, and by this time, they had not eaten or drunk. The master was still in good spirits, walking with his characteristic gait, unfazed by the journey. Little One, however, was covered in sweat, his stomach rumbling for some time. We have finally arrived. Little One quickened his pace. wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Having visited Taiping Town countless times, he paid no attention to the scenery on either side of the street. His mind filled with thoughts of sweet fruits and succulent meats. The master paid little one no heed. From a young age, the two had often traveled long distances, traversing streets and alleys. Little one had grown accustomed to this. However, being still young, he remained unreserved with his master, readily voicing his hunger and thirst. The master, in turn, took it in stride, intentionally or unintentionally tempering his disciple's physique. The northern street was not long, and in the blink of an eye, the two arrived before Qianxiu Fu wine shop. Upon seeing them, Manager Wu hastily took 2 steps forward, his previously stiff smile relaxing, his eyes crinkling with delight as he clasped his hands and said, "Ah, Reverend has arrived. Forgive my tardiness in greeting you." A restrained smile graced Reverend Qingyun's aged face as he returned the greeting with clasped hands. No need for formalities, Manager Wu. The venerable Taoist has indeed honored his promise to partake in this humble repast. My deepest gratitude, Taoist Master. Pray come inside. Haha, little Taoist Master, you've grown considerably. Quickly, invite him in as well. Master Wu hastily stepped aside, extending a welcoming gesture. The old proprietor was overjoyed. Little E cheerfully returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute to Master Wu, then followed his master into the courtyard. Within, some 20 or 30 square tables were filled with guests, engaged in cordial exchanges amidst a lively atmosphere. Master Wu led the pair to the guest seats on the left side of the main table, arranged for their seating, and then busied himself with greeting the other guests. Little E and Qingyun Taoist sat at a table unoccupied by others, upon which tea sets and refreshments had been prepared in advance. After sharing a cup of tea with his master, he eagerly seized the fruits and pastries on the table, stuffing them into his mouth. Before long, a plate of fruit and 2 cups of tea had vanished, and Little E finally felt the rumbling in his stomach subside, bringing him a sense of comfort. Only then did he bother to observe his master, who sat upright and composed beside him, and then, with a mischievous grin, he widened his dark, glistening eyes, curiously surveying the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with Master Wu's relatives, friends, and neighbors, all conversing and awaiting the auspicious moment. Little Yi's gaze darted here and there until he saw Master Wu leading 2 figures from the front. One was a woman clad in red, about 17 or 18 years of age, with a slender figure, willow leaf eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes, possessing a remarkable beauty, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her expression. Behind her was a young man, in his early 20s, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a resolute demeanor, and a tall, imposing physique, dressed in a fitted, narrow-sleeved attire. These 2 must be individuals skilled in martial arts. This way, please. Master Wu led the pair to the table of Little E and his master, cupping his hands in a respectful greeting to Qingyun Taoist and Little E, saying, "Taoist Master, these 2 are Miss Yuan, the eldest daughter of the Taiping escort agency in our town, and Chief Guard Che." He turned back to introduce the 2 young people. "This is Qingyun Taoist and Little Taoist of the Xian Yuan Temple." The 2 young people promptly returned the greeting with cupped hands, saying in unison, "Yuan Foming and Che Hai of the Taiping escort agency greet the 2 Taoist masters." Qin Jianzi remained seated, stroking his long beard, examining Miss Yuan with a discerning eye, and nodding slightly said, "Of the Taiping escort agency." "Ah, the daughter of Yuan Wanan? Already so outstandingly beautiful." Yuan Foming furrowed her delicate brows, glanced at Che Hai beside her, and the 2 exchanged a look. The great name of Qingyun Taoist of the Xian Yuan Temple was known to almost everyone in Taiping Town, and it was not surprising that he had seen her in her childhood and knew the chief guard of the Taiping escort agency. Noticing his master's condescending demeanor, Little E quickly stood up, cupping his hands and saying, "Lin E of the Xian Yuan Temple greets elder brother and elder sister. Please be seated." Only then did Yuan Foming notice the small Taoist beside Qingyun Taoist. Seeing that he was just a child, yet acting with such solemnity like an adult, she couldn't help but smile, nodding her head and saying, "Thank you, little Taoist Master." She sat down next to Qingyun Taoist, while Che Hai nonchalantly sat beside Little E, extending his palm to pat him. "Thank you, little brother." "Ouch. Brother, your hand is so heavy." Little E felt as if an iron weight had struck his shoulder, causing him to grimace and cry out, "Senior brother, be mindful of your strength." Yuan Fengming reminded him from the side. "Ha ha. My apologies, little brother, purely unintentional." Che Hai grinned sheepishly, raising his hand to pat Little Yi's shoulder again, but suddenly remembering something, quickly retracted it. Seeing Che Hai's honest and straightforward demeanor, Little Li felt a sense of closeness, so he joked. Brother Che must be highly skilled in martial arts. Your palm is like an iron pancake. No one would dare to fight you, hee hee. Che Hai was about to pat his chest and boast, but, glancing up at his junior sister Yuan Fengming, his expression dimmed, his voice lowered, and he said softly, judging by little brother's appearance, you must know martial arts. My meager skills are far from those of top-tier martial artists. Seeing senior brother's change from his usual boisterous behavior, perhaps due to some matter weighing on his mind, Yuan Fengming couldn't help but sigh softly. Seeing his master remain silent and Yuan Fengming and Che Hai sighing with their heads lowered, Little Li felt suspicious but hesitated to ask. So he simply turned into a silent gourd, with only his eyes darting around. Also dressed in brown robes, in his 20s, of short stature. With a shrewd and capable appearance was Wu Heng, Master Wu's son, who was busy greeting guests everywhere. The one arranging dishes with several waiters should be old Mei, the accountant of the Taiping restaurant. Dressed in white, holding a folding fan, and shaking his head was the young master of the Taiping restaurant, Mei Zhongwen. At the same table with young Master Mei were several shopkeepers from the Taiping Town Money Exchange and Tea House. The shopkeepers were surrounding young Master Mei, talking. And the courtyard was noisy, so it was impossible to hear what they were discussing, but they would occasionally turn their heads and secretly look at Little Yi's table. Little Yi noticed that they were not looking at him and his master, but were focusing their gaze on Yuan Fengming and Che Hai. However, the two of them were sitting there motionlessly, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. The auspicious moment arrived, and celebratory firecrackers exploded outside the gate, marking the start of the banquet. In an instant, the courtyard became lively with the clinking of cups and the passing of dishes. Little Yi also began to eat heartily, while Qingyan Taoist poured and drank for himself. Although Qingyan Taoist did not abstain from meat or vegetables, he usually had to make do with simple meals. Now that there was rare good food, the two masters and disciples took the opportunity to indulge, eating whatever they could find. Little Yi, who was burying his face in a pig's knuckle, heard a chorus of congratulations and quickly looked up. He saw a middle-aged woman entering the courtyard, carrying an infant in her arms. The crowd rose to their feet and gathered around, vying to get a look. Little Yi turned to look at his master, who had already returned to his earlier upright and composed posture. Although his master enjoyed wine, he did not eat much, so he must have had his fill. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai also put down their cups and faced the celebrating crowd. Led by Master Wu, a group of people walked towards Little Yi's table. Qingyan Taoist. This is my granddaughter who has just turned 1 month old. Please take a look at her. Master Wu cupped his hands and bowed, hastily leading his wife, who was holding the infant, towards Qingyan Taoist. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai stood up to give way. Seeing the opportunity, Little Yi jumped up and stood behind his master. Master Wu, do not worry. Let the old Taoist take a look. Qingyan Taoist slowly stood up, leaned over, and carefully stared at the infant for a while. Then his brows relaxed, and he said with a smile to Master Wu, "It's all right." Earlier, when passing through Taiping Town, Master Wu asked the old Taoist, "As your granddaughter was premature and physically weak, the old Taoist promised to come when she turned 1 month old and would give Master Wu a method to ensure peace, preserve life, and extend longevity. And now the old Taoist has come, so please Master Wu and all the neighbors remain calm." Master Wu looked delighted. Qingyan Taoist stroked his long beard and ordered, "Master Wu, please prepare writing instruments. Also, prepare fine cinnabar and yellow paper." Little Yi also stretched his neck to peek at the infant in the swaddling clothes, seeing a tiny person with a face full of fine red wrinkles, eyes tightly closed. He couldn't help but think to himself, this child is truly ugly. Master Wu quickly had his servants prepare the items, and in the blink of an eye, a square table and writing instruments, cinnabar, and other items were brought before him. Qingyan Taoist gently lifted the sleeve of his robe with one hand, and with the other hand, he pinched a writing brush with 3 fingers, concentrated his mind, dipped the brush in cinnabar, muttered incantations, and with the brush, he drew 3 talismans on the yellow paper in a vigorous and flowing manner. Then he picked up another brush, pondered for a moment, wrote a prescription, and handed the paper talisman and prescription to Master Wu, saying, "These 3 talismans are respectively, a dispelling wind talisman, which can ward off wind and evil, a 3 Yang's opening prosperity talisman. As the infant is of Yin nature, it is necessary to dispel Yin and support Yang, and a peace talisman, which naturally has the effect of warding off evil and praying for good fortune. Carry the 3 talismans with you. And there is also a bath soup, made by boiling 20 herbs in boiling water to bathe the infant daily, which will naturally replenish qi and blood and strengthen the body. Master Wu was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Mrs. Wu, along with Wu Hong, also wore expressions of delight. The onlookers marveled, exchanging whispers and extolling the virtues of the venerable immortal. Little One also beamed with pride, while Qingyun Taoist maintained a serene countenance. Many thanks, Taoist. Many thanks. It is the good fortune of the entire Wu family that you have deigned to treat my granddaughter, said Mr. Wu. Hurry, Wu Hong, present the honorarium. Ah, no need. Qingyun Taoist demurred with a gentle shake of his head. Mr. Wu, you are too kind. It was merely a trivial matter. How can that be? Mr. Wu exclaimed anxiously. 2 jars of wine and the remaining cinnabar and yellow paper will suffice for this old Taoist. My disciple and I are replete with food and drink. And we shall now return to the mountain, Qingyun Taoist stated unequivocally. Very well, then. Mr. Wu shall heed your instructions. Quickly, bring 2 jars of aged cellar wine for the Taoist to take away, and see to it that a carriage is prepared. Mr. Wu promptly instructed his subordinates to get busy. Little One and his master exited the winery, where they found a carriage already waiting at the entrance. The 2 Taoists bid farewell to Mr. Wu and his son, who were seeing them off. Little One assisted his master into the carriage, then hopped onto the driver's seat to sit alongside the coachman. He was secretly pleased, as he would not have to walk back and could enjoy the scenery from the carriage. The coachman, a simple and honest middle-aged man, was driving an old horse. He grinned at the lively and energetic young Taoist who sat beside him, taking it as a greeting, before cracking the whip to set off. The wheels turned, and the carriage moved forward. Little One contentedly burped, leaning against the carriage wall and gazing at the passing scenery. Before the carriage had even left the intersection of North Street, a delicate voice called out from behind, Taoist, please hold on. Little One recognized the voice, so he asked the coachman to stop the carriage. He jumped down and saw Yuan Fengming and Che Hai hurrying towards them from behind. Puzzled, Little One wondered what these two wanted. He walked to the rear of the carriage and informed his master. Yuan Fengming, looking apologetic, bowed to Qingyun Taoist inside the carriage. There were too many people at the banquet earlier, making it difficult to speak in detail. Therefore, I have stopped your carriage here, hoping for your indulgence. Qingyun Taoist glanced at Yuan Fengming's anxious face and said gently, it is of no consequence. Please, speak your mind. Here, please forgive this humble woman's audacity. But I wonder if you would be willing to move to the typing escort agency to speak? Yuan Fengming asked hesitantly, her expression somewhat uneasy. Qingyun Taoist sized her up and nodded. Please lead the way. Unexpectedly, Qingyun Taoist was so amenable. Yuan Fengming immediately replied with delight. Very well. Thank you, Taoist. Please follow me. Che Hai, standing behind Yuan Fengming, also looked pleased, rubbing his hands together vigorously. He shouted to the coachman, you know the typing escort agency, right? Drive the carriage over there. Huh. Even a 3-year-old in Taiping Town knows the gate of the escort agency. Rest assured, Chief Che, the coachman replied readily. Watching all of this, Little One grew even more curious. He got back into the driver's seat and, together with the coachman, drove the carriage carrying his master, following Yuan Fengming and Che Hai towards the typing escort agency. The typing escort agency was located on the north side of the west end of Cross Street. Flanking the agency's entrance were a pair of stone lions with glaring eyes. Underneath the eaves of the main building, which featured upturned corners, were the 4 golden characters of Typing Escort Agency. In front of the gate stood a flagpole some 30 to 40 feet tall, flying a red banner with golden characters and black flame borders, the Taiping Escort Agency flag. Beside the tall threshold were 2 stone drums and hitching posts, the entire agency exuding an air of might and grandeur. Upon arriving at the gate, Yuan Fengming and Che Hai stepped forward to help Qingyun Taoist out of the carriage. But Qingyun Taoist waved them off and nimbly jumped down himself. Little One chuckled to himself. Master only lets me help him. He felt secretly pleased. The agency's main gate was wide open, and a burly middle-aged man with a full beard and an imposing presence strode out to greet them. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai stepped forward to pay their respects. Greetings, uncle. Greetings, deputy chief. It turned out that this man was Yuan Fengming's uncle, the deputy chief of the escort agency, Yuan Wanwu. Yuan Wanwu's expression faltered slightly when he saw Qingyun Taoist and Little One. Then he turned his gaze to Yuan Fengming. She quickly leaned in and whispered a few words to him. Yuan Wanwu immediately looked enlightened and clasped his fist in salute, his voice booming. Qingyun Taoist is indeed a rare guest. Yuan was taken by surprise, fearing that he might not be courteous enough. Only after hearing Fingming's explanation did Yuan realize. Yuan will first thank you, Taoist. Listening to these words, it was clear that Yuan Wanwu, despite his rough exterior, was not without wit. Qingyun Taoist shook his head slightly and said, Deputy Chief, there is no need for formalities. This old Taoist was invited by Miss Yuan. But I am still unaware of the reason. Very well. Very well. Taoist, please come inside for tea, Yuan Wanwu urged. Little one, his master. And Yuan Fingming's group arrived at the agency's reception hall. The hall faced a courtyard, which was wide and open but empty of people. On either side of the courtyard were various weapons and stone weights. It seemed that this courtyard also served as the agency's training ground. It was little one and Appo's first time in an escort agency, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. Yuan Wanwu led Qingyun Taoist and his disciple to the guest seats. After Yuan Fengming served them tea, he gestured for Che Hai and Yuan Fengming to sit aside, then clasped his fist in salute to the two Taoists again. The matter is as follows. It turned out that although the Taiping Escort Agency was located in the remote Taiping town, it was the largest escort agency in Siping County, with many escorts under its command and branch offices in various towns and villages throughout the county. The agency was responsible for transporting valuable goods and personnel correspondence in Siping County. In other words, the agency not only undertook escort duties, but also served as a kind of transportation and postal service. The agency's business was thriving, and it also had dealings with escort agencies in other state capitals and large counties, enabling it to transport goods throughout the country and wealth to all corners of the sea. This was a common operational method for escort agencies. Last month, the agency received a business order from the Qingqing Escort Agency in the state capital, which involved transporting a batch of goods through Siping County. The Taiping Escort Agency only needed to safely escort the goods through Siping County and then transfer them to the Longqing Escort Agency in Jincheng. Unexpectedly, 3 days ago, an accident occurred when the agency was escorting the goods through Black Wind Pass, about 100 miles west of the Taiping Mountains. Black Wind Pass was occupied by a band of bandits numbering around 100 or 200. Led by their chief, Louis Dao, these bandits had been wreaking havoc for decades. The government had launched several encirclements, but Louis Dao was cunning and treacherous. When government troops came, he would retreat into the Taiping Mountains to hide. When the troops left, the bandits would emerge again to occupy Black Wind Pass and continue their evil deeds. Black Wind Pass was located at the intersection of several towns in Siping County and was a major thoroughfare for traveling merchants. The Taiping Escort Agency had never encountered any accidents here before, always making timely payoffs, and the bandits would turn a blind eye and let the escort team pass. Otherwise, a mutually destructive battle was something neither side wanted. Due to the agency's thriving business, the escorts were temporarily unable to be deployed. Yuan, the chief escort, who had not undertaken an escort mission for several years, personally led his men on this trip. But unexpectedly, after years of hunting geese, he was pecked in the eye by one. When the escort team passed through Black Wind Pass, the accompanying escorts offered protection money to the blocking bandits. Suddenly, hidden weapons and arrows rained down from the mountains and roadside bushes, catching the escort team off guard and causing heavy casualties. Enraged, Yuan Wanzhong, wielding a ring-backed mountain-chopping blade, charged forward to fight. Unexpectedly, a masked man suddenly darted out and struck Yuan Wanzhong's chest with a palm strike. Yuan Wanzhong spat blood and fell to the ground. But before falling, he also unleashed a throwing knife. The masked man was a little careless after succeeding with his initial strike, not expecting Yuan Wanzhong's broadsword to come loose, and was struck in the waist and abdomen by the heavy mountain-chopping blade. Seeing the chief escort seriously injured, and the bandits also intimidated by Yuan Wanzhong and Appo's throwing knife, the accompanying escorts abandoned the goods in the ensuing chaos and fled back, carrying the chief escort Yuan Wanzhong. When Yuan Wanzhong was carried back to the agency covered in blood, a flurry of activity was unavoidable. Yuan Fengming hurriedly sent for her uncle Yuan Wanwu and her eldest brother Che Hai, while also having the agency's doctor treat her father. Fortunately, the agency's doctor was skilled at treating knife wounds, and Yuan Wanzhong's life was saved, but he remained unconscious. Misfortunes never come singly. Just as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. The Katsanors who had fled Hafing Pass were now seeking reparations. Furthermore, the matter of Dragon City Escort Agency remained unresolved. If things continued this way, the entire agency would be thrown into disarray. When Qianxiu Fragrant Wine Shop sent an invitation to celebrate the full moon of his granddaughter, Yuan Fengming was initially reluctant to attend. The family gathered, yet their collective anxiety offered no solution. Persuaded by his uncle, Yuan Wanwu, Yuan Fengming decided to make an appearance. Accompanied by Che Hai. Little did she know that she would encounter Qing Yun, a Taoist priest, at the banquet. Yuan Fengming sensed that the Taoist recognized her, and she seemed to recall her father mentioning a remarkable individual residing in the Xianyuan temple, 30 miles away. Later, upon witnessing the Taoist's seemingly divine talisman-drawing skills, she harbored great hope that Qing Yun could heal her father. Due to the crowd at the banquet, Yuan Fengming hesitated to speak openly. Instead, she followed Qing Yun and his apprentice, inviting them to the escort agency. Upon realizing his uncle's ignorance of the situation, Yuan Fengming hastily explained the circumstances. Yuan Wanwu immediately understood everything and provided a concise account of the events that had transpired. Listening to Yuan Wanwu's explanation, Xiaoyi's curiosity, piqued at the banquet, was finally satisfied. Yuan Wanwu expressed, "Please forgive my lack of prior notification, Taoist. I implore you to examine my brother." Qing Yun nodded, paused in contemplation, and then responded, "If I can assist the chief, I shall not stand idly by. However, I have wandered far and wide throughout my life, gaining extensive experience and a superficial understanding of medicine. Without personally assessing the chief's condition, I cannot offer any definitive pronouncements." Yuan Wanwu rose in elation and bowed deeply to Qing Yun. "Excellent. Your willingness to intervene is a profound kindness to the Yuan family and the typing escort agency. I extend my gratitude in advance." Qing Yun slowly stood up, raised his hand in a gesture of support, and stated in a deep voice, "Vice Chief need not be so courteous. Where's the chief? Could you lead me to him for an examination?" Yuan Fengming, overjoyed, responded sweetly, "Please follow me, Taoist." Yuan Fengming led the way, followed by Qing Yun, Xiaoyi, Yuan Wanwu, and Che Hai, to a courtyard in the second section of the compound. The courtyard was filled with robust individuals, their expressions both fierce and anxious. Upon seeing Yuan Fengming's group, they quickly parted, clearing a path to the entrance. The group entered the room and saw a stout middle-aged man lying on a bed, his face covered in a thick beard, his complexion flushed, and his eyes tightly shut. A middle-aged woman sat at the bedside, weeping softly. Hearing the commotion, the woman looked up at the group, her face displaying surprise. Among the unfamiliar faces, she recognized a gray-haired Taoist priest and his timid apprentice. Yuan Fengming gently took the woman's arm and whispered, "Mother, do not panic. This is Qing Yun, a Taoist priest from Xianyuan Temple, who has come to examine father's injuries." Upon hearing this, Yuan Fengming's mother hastily wiped away the tears from her cheeks, rose, and greeted Qing Yun with a curtsy, her voice trembling. "So it is Qing Yun, Taoist. It has been so long that I failed to recognize you. I apologize for my poor eyesight. We are grateful for your visit, Taoist." Qing Yun nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention to Yuan Wanzhong, who lay unconscious on the bed. After a moment of contemplation, the Taoist sat down on the chair in front of the bed, extended 2 fingers, gently placed them on Yuan Wanzhong's wrist, and closed his eyes in silence. Xiaoyi stood closely behind Qing Yun, his sword on his back, watching intently. Everyone in the room held their breath, afraid to make a sound. After what seemed like an eternity, Qing Yun opened his eyes. Everyone stared at the Taoist expectantly. Qing Yun surveyed the people standing around him, released Yuan Wanzhong's wrist, stroked his beard, and said, "There is no need to worry. The chief's internal organs have been injured by a potent palm strike. Fortunately, he received timely treatment and appropriate medication, so his life is not in danger." After a pause, Qing Yun continued, "The chief's complexion is flushed and dark, indicating that his lung meridian is blocked. His unconsciousness is caused by the accumulation of stagnant blood in his chest, hindering the flow of qi. If he is not treated promptly and allowed to remain unconscious, he may never awaken." "Oh, what should we do? Please, Taoist, save him," Yuan Fengming's mother exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Yuan Fengming's eyes were also red, and everyone around them wore expressions of anxiety. Qing Yun smiled calmly and said, "Do not fret. With me here. Please remain calm." Xiaoyi, standing behind his master, was delighted by his words. Having followed his master for so many years, he knew that his medical skills were exceptional, far surpassing his claim of having only a superficial understanding of medicine. His master never concealed anything from him, and Xiaoyi had studied medicine under his guidance for many years. He had his own insights into the chief's condition and believed that his master could awaken Yuan Wanhong. "Remove the chief's upper garment and help him sit up," Qing Yun instructed. Che Hai and Yuan Wanwu quickly stepped forward to assist, removing Yuan Wanzhong and Appo's upper garment and helping him sit cross-legged on the bed, as Qing Yun had instructed. Make some room for me to work, Qingyun continued. The crowd quickly stepped back, and Xiaoyi joined them. Qingyun placed his left hand behind his back, extended the 2 fingers of his right hand into a sword-like gesture, focused his mind, and suddenly struck with lightning speed, his sword fingers dancing like butterflies, swiftly striking various acupoints on Yuan Wanzhong's chest and back. Xiaoyi watched intently, recognizing that his master's acupoint striking technique was actually the Xianyuan swordplay. The Xianyuan swordplay could be executed with sword fingers in a confined space, as swift as lightning and as light as willow smoke. The acupoints his master struck were all known to Xiaoyi as points for clearing the meridians. A glimmer of understanding dawned in his mind. As Qingyun's pace quickened, the crowd noticed that Yuan Wanzhong's complexion became even more flushed. Qingyun paused his movements, changed his right hand from a sword finger to a palm, gathered his internal energy, and gently struck the Feishu acupoint on Yuan Wanzhong's back. Yuan Wanzhong's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. "Ah, my husband is awake. Father, big brother, master." Seeing Yuan Wanzhong awaken, everyone was overjoyed and rushed forward, helping him lie down gently and covering him with clothes. "Cough, cough. Are you all here? How many days have I been unconscious?" Yuan Wanzhong asked weakly, his voice fragmented. Yuan Fengming replied with joy, "Father, you have been unconscious for 3 days, causing mother and everyone at the escort agency great worry. Fortunately, Qingyun, Taoist, came to treat you, and you have finally awakened." As she spoke, she stepped aside, allowing Yuan Wanzhong to see Qingyun and Xiaoyi standing in front of the bed. Qingyun nodded slightly to the awakened Yuan Wanzhong and said, "It is good that the chief has awakened. I have prescribed a restorative formula for you. With a period of recuperation, you will gradually recover. It has been so long since I last saw you, Taoist. Cough, cough. I am deeply grateful for your treatment this time. Cough, cough. I have benefited from your kindness many years ago. Taoist, your kindness to my Yuan family is immeasurable. In the future, if you ever need anything, I will not hesitate to assist. Cough, cough." Hearing this, Xiaoyi secretly speculated that Yuan Wanzhong must have been saved by his master many years ago. He resolved to ask his master about it later. Chief need not be so courteous. Being able to assist the chief is also a fortunate event. Fortunately, the chief is no longer in grave danger. It is best to focus on recuperating. After offering this advice, Qingyun requested paper and ink, wrote a gentle restorative formula, and cautioned Yuan's wife to avoid using potent or drastic medications, emphasizing that internal injuries in martial artists should be treated with a gradual approach to address both the symptoms and the root cause. Then, accompanied by Xiaoyi, he politely declined the escort agency's repeated invitations to stay and boarded the carriage, heading back to Xianyuan Temple. It was past noon. Xiaoyi sat at the front of the carriage, his heart filled with joy as he thought about his master and the pile of packages inside the carriage. Wu, the shopkeeper of Qinxiu Fragrant Wine Shop, had not only sent 2 jars of wine, but also a bag of glutinous rice and salt, along with a ham and half a slab of cured meat. In the package delivered by the escort agency, alongside a few new garments and shoes, there was also a hefty sum of 100 taels of silver. My master, being a benevolent individual who expects no return for his kindness, found these items essential for our sustenance. Little E was overjoyed, knowing that for a prolonged period henceforth, neither he nor his master would need to worry about their daily provisions. As this thought crossed his mind, a chuckle escaped his lips. That night, at Xianyuan Temple, after finishing their dinner, Little E lit an oil lamp in his master's room. The abode of Daoist Qingyun was located behind the main hall, modestly furnished. He sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. Little E nestled close, seeking a cushion to sit opposite his master. "Master, I recall that our Xianyuan Temple does not practice acupoint sealing techniques. Could it be that the Xianyuan swordplay can also be applied to acupoint sealing?" "Oh, you've noticed that, have you?" Daoist Qingyun opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he responded. "Hee, of course. You should know who Little E is. I am your diligent disciple and the 21st generation leader of Xianyuan Temple." Seizing the opportunity while his master was in good spirits, Little E spoke with eagerness. "Haha, you cheeky rascal, always so playful." Daoist Qingyun's expression softened, breaking away from his usual reticence in the company of others. Little E understood that when the two were alone, his master was gentle and unrestrained, occasionally engaging in playful banter, devoid of his usual gravitas. Only during moments of silence did the master's aged visage and pensive demeanor, along with his upright stature and profound gaze, evoke the image of a solitary tree a majestic cypress atop a mountain, enduring yet solitary. This tree represented Little Yi's sole anchor in the world. Observing Little Yi's inquisitive gaze, Daoist Qingyan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He recognized Little Yi's intelligence and genuine nature. Despite the hardships he had faced at such a tender age, his benevolence remained untainted. A touch of mischief was natural for a 13-year-old, and entrusting the future of Xianyuan Temple to such a child stirred within Daoist Qingyan a bittersweet sense of helplessness. Raising Little Yi had not been without its reasons. Over the years, despite the vast age difference, the bond they shared resembled that of father and son, a reality that brought comfort to Daoist Qingyan. Yet, he could not deny the regrets of a life spent in pursuit of spiritual mastery. As his years diminished day by day, how could he easily relinquish the dreams he had chased for so long? Nevertheless, Daoist Qingyan harbored one final wish, to impart all that he had learned throughout his life to Little Yi, easing his path forward. Regardless of what fate awaited Xianyuan Temple or the road Little Yi would choose, he hoped to leave behind fewer worries and greater hopes for the boy's future before departing from this world. Noticing his master lost in thought once more, Little Yi leaned closer, gently tugging at his master's robe sleeve, tilting his head as he implored, "Master, please tell me more." "Kiki, such is the nature of aging. My mind wanders." "Very well. Tonight, I shall share more with you," Daoist Qingyan said, affectionately ruffling Little Yi's hair. Little Yi, understanding the moment, remained silent, awaiting his master's words. "I did not begin my cultivation at such a tender age as you. When I first encountered your grandmaster, my own master, Daoist Tai, I was already 20 years old. He was an incredibly skilled martial artist, yet his name was scarcely known in the world, for he had no desire for the fame and fortune of the mortal realm. Moreover, Xianyuan Temple had fallen into decline, and few were aware of his existence. The old man wandered across the vast territory of the Shang dynasty, seeking teachers and paths, yearning for the supreme methods of immortality." Daoist Qingyan paused, noticing Little Yi scratching his head in confusion, and chuckled. "Do not rush. Allow me to speak at my own pace." "Yes, I am listening, master," Little Yi replied obediently. "In my youth, I too was curious and skeptical about the notion of immortality. Your grandmaster once told me that he had encountered an immortal soaring through the skies on a sword by the vast sea to the east of the Shang dynasty. He believed this to be a great opportunity and earnestly sought to become the immortal's disciple, only to be told that the immortal was not truly an immortal." At this point, Daoist Qingyan fell into contemplation, casting a sidelong glance at Little Yi. The boy, intrigued, widened his eyes and playfully stuck out his tongue, making a silly face. Daoist Qingyan smiled softly, stroking his long beard as he continued. This immortal revealed himself to be merely a practitioner of immortality, not a true immortal. He claimed that no such beings existed in the world. Your grandmaster was determined to learn from him, but the practitioner informed him that he lacked the immortal roots necessary for such an opportunity. When your grandmaster inquired about what immortal roots entailed, the practitioner explained that in the chaos of the universe, yin and yang emerged, giving rise to the 5 elements. Only those born with innate roots of the 5 elements could be considered to have immortal roots, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. After finishing this tale, Daoist Qingyan gazed into the flickering light, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. In the quiet of Xianyuan Temple, only his deep, resonant voice filled the air. Your grandmaster, possessing the legacy of Xianyuan Temple's immortal techniques, felt unsatisfied not being able to access them. He continued to roam the world in search of opportunities, neglecting the once thriving temple. In pursuit of Xianyuan Temple's legacy, he took me as his disciple. I, too, admired my master's profound martial skills and became enamored with the methods of the immortals. Returning to Xianyuan Temple alongside him, after a century, I followed in his footsteps, continuing to wander and seek the path for 70 years, enduring countless trials and tribulations. Daoist Qingyan's expression grew solemn as he recounted. However, I based my practice on the ways of preserving life and acquired skills in the martial world and medicinal arts, gaining some knowledge of acupoint sealing techniques that skilled practitioners could employ. Yet, acupoint sealing requires specific techniques. Our Xianyuan Temple's swordplay is extraordinary and precise, rivaling the acupoint sealing methods of the martial world. Years ago, I encountered Yuan Wanzhong from the Taiping escort agency, who was injured in a conflict. I treated his wounds, remembering them to be external injuries. Today, however, I found he suffered from internal injuries. The escort agency had administered medicine to invigorate his blood and solidify his foundation, but his qi was stagnant, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. I utilized my internal energy to unseal his acupoints, promoting blood circulation, and ultimately struck the Feiyu acupoint, expelling the stagnant blood from his chest and restoring his breath, allowing him to awaken. The human body and Appos, meridians and acupoints are interconnected with medical theories. By channeling internal energy and applying pressure to an acupoint, one can achieve what is known as acupoint sealing. This practice can save lives or take them. Upon hearing this, Little Yi nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the truth in his master's words. For instance, the acupoints at the back of the head, such as Yuzhen and Tianju, yield different effects depending on the pressure applied. A heavy strike could indeed lead to immediate death. 12 years ago, wearied by my travels, I lost my fervor for the path of immortality. With age, even if opportunities arose, it would be too late for me. So I returned to Xianyuan Temple. During my journey, near Tianping town, I encountered villagers afflicted by banditry, among them your parents. At this moment, Daoist Qingyun's expression turned grave. Little Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his master. Why was he sharing these memories today? He recalled having once inquired about his origins, only for his master to remain reticent, leading him to refrain from asking again. What had prompted his master to speak now? There is nothing extraordinary about it. It was simply time to share. Daoist Qingyun gently patted Little Yi's head. Your father was named Lin Kaishan. Your family resided in a village called Xiaoxianao near Tianping town, where you should still have an uncle. Your parents entrusted you to me, and I brought you back to Xianyuan Temple. And how did my parents die? Where were the bandits from that harmed them? Little Yi's face paled slightly as he stammered his questions. I do not know. I do not know. Let us leave these matters for you to investigate in the future. Enough. My master is weary. You should also attend to your homework for the evening. Daoist Qingyun waved his sleeve, casually and somewhat impatiently dismissing Xiao Yi. Much like his usual demeanor. As if suddenly enlightened, Xiao Yi hurriedly replied, Understood, master. You may rest now. Saying this, he extinguished the lantern for his master and watched as he faded into the darkness before slowly retreating. Do not forget to send some silver to old Lu at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. The elder's voice, aged and tinged with fatigue, echoed from behind. Xiao Yi paused for a moment, then silently exited. The moonlight flowed like water, bathing the stone of the resting cow and Xiao Yi upon it. On this night at Immortal Peak, there was not a whisper of wind, only a serene stillness. Under the moon's glow, Xiao Yi sat quietly cross-legged. After a considerable time, he could not enter meditation. His thoughts flitted between images of Xiaotian Ao, his father Lin Kaishan, the sword-flying immortals, and the aging visage of his master. Shaking his head to cast aside the tumult of thoughts, he slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, a vague sense of unease lingered in his heart. Was it for his parents, who had long since departed this world? At 13 years of age, the faces of his parents had grown hazy, often appearing only in dreams. Though a nameless sorrow and a faint sense of loss resided within him, he could not quite grasp or perceive the nature of this feeling. Perhaps it was merely the tug-of-blood relations. His master was his only living kin. How wonderful it would be to soar like a bird. Xiao Yi yearned for the kind of freedom his master spoke of, unbound by earthly constraints. Yet, what truly caused this disquietude within him? Beneath the same moonlight, 100 miles away at Black Wind Pass, within the brightly lit gathering hall of Black Wind Stronghold, a litter lay in the center, upon which lay a figure wrapped in blood-soaked cloth. 5 or 6 shadows hovered around the litter, restless. The chief, Louis Dao, paced anxiously, his dark visage marred by a scar that bisected his cheek. In the flickering torchlight, the purplish scar appeared even more menacing. Beside him stood a frail middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes, lost in contemplation. His face was sallow, with sparse whiskers beneath his chin, and his beady eyes darted about incessantly. This was the stronghold strategist, known as Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu gazed intently at the unconscious figure on the litter and spoke with a hint of melancholy. This Mr. Qian, the renowned hero. They say he is the master of a great sect in the martial world, promising us wealth beyond measure. Louis Dao interrupted with a tone of disdain. We have risked our enmity with the Taiping escort to assist him, robbing them for his sake. And yet, he has been left in such a dire state, wounded by Yuan Wanzhong of the Taiping escort, teetering between life and death. What fortune can we expect from this? He could not help but reveal a flicker of trepidation. Boss, what is the secret behind this shipment that warranted a hall master from the Tsong Hai gang to personally come here, promising us immense benefits? Asked a rough-looking man, named Qianhu, Louis Dao's brother and the second-in-command of the stronghold. Louis Dao shot Qianhu a glare, returning to the central wooden chair, where he slumped down with a sigh. Allow me to address this matter, Mr. Wu interjected, forcing a chuckle. according to reports from our brothers. This shipment originates from the foremost sect, the Tianlong sect, bringing in a batch of precious stones from a neighboring country. The true value of these stones remains unknown. Strangely, they did not send their own men for protection, but instead entrusted this task to an ordinary escort. Furthermore, Master Qian from the Tsang Hai Gang has offered us a deal. If we help him seize this batch, his men will come to our aid. Upon completion, we could become a branch of the Tsang Hai Gang, with the boss of Black Wind Hall receiving their protection. Should we refuse, we would still be compensated with 100,000 taels. However, we must keep this confidential. Otherwise, the Tsang Hai Gang may deny any involvement and seek to eliminate us. Damn it. Now that we've robbed the escort, this Mr. Qian lies gravely injured, and there is no one to inform the Tsang Hai Gang. What good is a pile of stones to us? Qian Hu bellowed. How foolish of me to have agreed to this matter. This Mr. Qian has been attended to by several doctors, yet his condition remains unclear, and we cannot rely on the Tsang Hai Gang. Yuan Wanzhong's fate is also uncertain. If the escort chooses to retaliate, shall we retreat into the depths of the Taiping mountain range? Louis Dao lamented, striking the armrest of his chair with frustration. Yuan Wanzhong is not dead, Mr. Wu interjected, stroking his sparse whiskers and shaking his head. What? How would I know this, Mr. Wu? Louis Dao's expression darkened as he questioned sternly. Mr. Wu leaned forward, a look of terror on his face. Just now, our brothers at the foot of the mountain reported that Yuan Wanzhong has been revived. I had not yet informed you. Please forgive me. Seeing Mr. Wu's cautious demeanor, Louis Dao grunted in satisfaction. Yuan Wanzhong is gravely injured. I have not heard of any renowned doctors in Taiping town. If only, he mused, glancing at the litter on the ground. To report to the chief. Mr. Wu's eyes darted as he stepped forward with a cunning grin. It is said that an old Taoist from Xian Yuan Temple intervened to save him. The old man may be aged, yet he possesses extraordinary medical skills. Moreover, the temple is home to only 2 individuals, an elder and a younger disciple, often leading solitary lives, which makes them less noticeable. This information was diligently gathered by our brothers. Louis Dao rose, exclaiming, "Excellent." As the morning mist gently enveloped the valley, Immortal Peak appeared draped in a delicate veil. For reasons unknown, his master did not call for him today. Xiao Yi thought little of it. Drawing his treasured sword and practicing the 8 styles of Xian Yuan swordplay in the courtyard. Still yearning for more, he attempted to practice the latter 5 styles. However, he realized that these techniques lacked any footwork, rendering them impractical. Thus, he memorized the 5 intricate swordplay diagrams in his mind, reluctantly ceasing his practice. After finishing his swordplay, Xiaoyi splashed his face with clean water in the kitchen before returning to his small room, where he hung the sword back on the wall. He moved the large chest beside his bed aside, revealing a small hole he had dug, measuring about a foot square, within which lay several books and a small bundle. All the valuables belonging to the master and disciple were kept here. Since Xiaoyi turned 13, his master had entrusted these belongings to him. However, fearing loss, Xiao Yi had ingeniously dug this small hiding place, believing that even if someone came to the mountain, they would not suspect such a modest and unassuming dwelling held secrets. For this, Xiao Yi felt quite pleased with himself for a long while. Taking out roughly 20 taels of silver, Xiao Yi tucked it into his pocket, covering the hole with the chest once more. After brushing off the dust from his hands, he returned to the courtyard. Noticing his master still in repose, he dashed down the mountain. The journey from Immortal Peak to the foot of the mountain spanned over 3 miles. Xiao Yi, fleet of foot, swiftly descended, turning past the crooked mountain gate and heading towards the rear of the mountain. The area behind was densely wooded, with towering trees casting a canopy that shielded the valley from the sun. As he navigated the narrow path, he discovered a hidden world. At the entrance of the valley, 2 paths diverged. The left led deeper into the valley from the base of Immortal Peak, while the right path wound towards a small hill not far from the peak, where Old Lu resided. Now in his 50s, Old Lu was also a disciple of the Xian Yuan Temple, descended from a lineage of practitioners. After the gradual decline of Xian Yuan Temple, Lao Lu's ancestors, unwilling to abandon the mountain gate, settled here. Since then, Lao Lu's ancestors, down to Lao Lu's generation, have become hunters of Taiping Mountain. He had a son, but he was unwilling to die in the mountain nest like his ancestors. After Lao Lu's wife passed away, his son went out of the mountain to become a blacksmith, leaving only Lao Lu to live here, usually hunting some wild animals, pickling some game. Lao Lu took care of the young Yi and his master a lot. When the master and apprentice left the mountain, Lao Lu would also go to the mountain to take care of it. The 2 masters and apprentices were very close to Lao Lu. Although Lao Lu was carefree living alone in the mountains and forests, his life was equally poor. Therefore, it was also justified for the young Yi and his master to have some silver and come to Lao Lu to help. Taking 3 steps in 2, the young Yi ran up the hill and approached a wooden house. The wooden house was built near several towering trees, and there was still lingering morning mist floating nearby. In this season, the trees were shady, and occasionally the crown shook, and the morning light penetrated the gaps in the trees and sprinkled on the wooden house, dappling the clearing in the forest. This is a secluded place. Uncle Lu, is Uncle Lu there? The young Yi stretched his neck and howled, then rubbed his nose and smiled mischievously, searching and looking around. Is that young Yi? As a slightly hoarse voice came, an old man walked out of the cottage. He had short black and gray mixed beard, a date-red face covered with wrinkles, not tall, a little hunched, but with a thick waist and a pair of large hands full of blue veins holding an axe, smiling at the young Yi. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? My master asked me to come and see you. The young Yi also replied with a smile, his eyes curiously staring at Lao Lu's axe. A smear of blood red clearly visible on the axe. Is the Taoist priest still well? I haven't seen the old Taoist priest for some days. Lao Lu smiled and waved the axe in his hand, and then said, Haha, you are in luck today. I hunted a wild goat this morning. I'll bring half of it to your master later. Young Yi, come in and have a look. The young Yi followed Lao Lu into the wooden house, which was a bit dim. On the ground at the back door of the wooden house, a headless wild goat was placed on a blue stone. When the young Yi came, Lao Lu was preparing to skin the goat. The young Yi did not like bloody scenes, so he looked around in the cottage and saw a small crossbow hanging on the wall and went forward to take it down and fiddle with it. Lao Lu continued to busy himself with skinning and deboning the goat, and when he turned back and saw the crossbow in the young Yi's hand, he said with a smile, This was made by your elder brother Lu with the deer tendons I hunted, and he sent it to me a few days ago. But I am old, and my eyesight is not very good. How about giving it to young Yi if he likes it? The young Yi held it in his hand, a little fond of it, showing his childish nature. He heard Lao Lu say this, and replied happily, Haha, thank you, Uncle Lu, and thank you, my elder brother Lu. After speaking, he happily looked at the small crossbow in his hand again. The crossbow was made of red hardwood, very small and delicate. The young Yi looked at a steel ring in front of the crossbow, tried the deer tendon, and felt it was very tough. So he stepped on the ring and gently pulled the bowstring with his arm. Lao Lu turned back and saw it, and said to the young Yi, There are a few arrows in the leather bag on the wooden stool. Young Yi can go and try to shoot them. The young Yi could not resist his temper, picked up the equally delicate leather bag, saw 10 arrows inserted in it, and hurriedly hung it around his neck, and remembered something, put the silver in his arms on the stool, and said to Lao Lu, Uncle Lu, I'll go for a walk first. The silver on the stool is from my master for you. Saying that, he ran out. Lao Lu heard the sound, saw a small pile of silver, and hurriedly got up and said, This is not allowed. His son is working outside and making iron for a year, but also earn a few taels of silver. This 20 taels of silver for poor people is a considerable fortune. Knowing the situation of Qing and Taoist master and apprentice, how could Lao Lu accept so much silver from the other party? It doesn't matter. My master is rich, Uncle Lu. You can take it. Just accompany my master to drink a few more times. The young Yi ran down without looking back. Lao Lu hurriedly shouted, Don and Appos, hurt yourself. Remember to come back to get the goat meat. The young Yi could not hear it and ran away in the blink of an eye. Looking at the young Yi's receding back, Lao Lu shook his head with a helpless smile. The young Yi ran to the fork in the road just now. Looking at the path leading to the depths of the valley, he thought that the depths of the valley were uninhabited, with many birds and animals. It was a good place to practice with the small crossbow. The young Yi took out an arrow from the deerskin bag and placed it in the arrow slot. The steel arrowhead, flashing silver light, was extremely sharp. He smiled and said, Uncle Lu is really good. Hee, I don't know how powerful this small crossbow is. Raising the small crossbow in his hand, the young Yi aimed at a tree trunk about 40 or 50 steps away in the depths of the valley, and pulled the crossbow trigger. He only heard a bang, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh and dinged into the tree trunk. Hee, it shoots so far. The young Yi jumped and ran to the tree trunk, and saw that the arrow had entered the wood for 3 minutes. He marveled at the power of the small crossbow, and also regretted the accuracy of his hand. So he pulled out the arrow and walked to the valley that he rarely went deep into. Wildflowers bloomed in the valley, the grass and trees were lush, and various trees were intertwined, and the tree vines connected to the sky and the earth were scattered and orderly, accompanied by the sound of insects rising and falling, walking in the faint mist as if being in another world. The young Yi held a small crossbow in his hand, with undisguised joy between his eyebrows. He looked east and west, and unconsciously came to an open space. On the right side of the open space, there was a small path hidden in the weeds, leading to the distance of the valley, which was the location of the Taiping Mountains for thousands of miles. On the left was the towering north cliff of the Immortal Peak. The young Yi looked up and through the gaps in the trees. He could see a huge tree canopy in the shape of a palm extending horizontally at a height of 7 or 8 feet from the cliff. Nestled next to the shade of the trees at the bottom of the cliff, as if to cover this space, he had looked down from the Immortal Peak countless times. And the bottom of the cliff had always been a hazy piece. At this time, being in the environment, he had a different feeling. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood today with the treasure small crossbow in his hand. Or perhaps it was the first time he had come to the bottom of the cliff. He couldn't help but half open his mouth and widened his eyes to look at all this, marveling at the different scenery between the cliff and the bottom of the cliff, and the magic of creation. Holding the small crossbow in his hand, the young Yi wanted to walk forward, expecting something more fun to be waiting for him in front. His raised head had not yet retracted, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh and quickly looked up again. He saw a blue and red color moving between the palm-like tree canopies extending from the cliff. A curiosity arose, and the young Yi took 2 steps back and looked carefully, and this time he saw clearly. A purple-red squirrel was scurrying back and forth in the palm-shaped tree forks, and a green snake as thick as a bowl was closely following, chasing after it. The squirrel was small and flexible, and leaped lightly to the branches extending from the top of the big tree under the cliff, still looking back reluctantly at the palm-shaped canopy. The green snake was coiling around the trunk of the tree, extending its head up and down, spitting out its venomous messages, as if guarding its old nest, threatening the squirrel. The chase between the snake and the squirrel was only a brief moment. If the young Yi had not happened to look up, even if he passed by below, he would not have noticed such a brief and thrilling scene 7 or 8 feet above his head. This snake is a bit hateful. You are so big, and you look so fierce and hateful. Where is the squirrel well-behaved, making people feel pity? Isn't this bullying the weak? The young Yi was thinking like this in his heart, and the small crossbow in his hand slowly raised unconsciously. He pursed his mouth and muttered, "I'll let you be overbearing." His head heated up, his hand tightened, and he pulled the crossbow trigger. The arrow shot out with a bang, and he vaguely heard a puff and saw the snake struggling violently. A few leaves fluttered and descended from the heights, accompanied by what seemed like a spattering of blood. Before long, tranquility was restored. Xiaoyi surveyed his surroundings, finding everything as it had been upon his arrival. There was no movement in the canopy. Had he truly slain the green serpent? His crossbow skills were still nascent. Surely he lacked such precision. Could this be the stroke of genius his master spoke of? Nay, this was Xiaoyi's own divine arrow. After pacing about, he gazed upward once more. Xiaoyi confirmed the serpent's demise. The squirrel had long vanished. A sense of vexation arose within Xiaoyi. Had the serpent been delivered to Uncle Lu, its skin and gallbladder could have been bartered for coin. Alas, the serpent was pinned to the tree by the arrow, far beyond his reach. What pained him most was the loss of one of his 10 precision-forged steel arrows. To lose one so soon, visibly yet unattainable, was infuriating. Nay, Xiaoyi refused to depart so readily. He must devise a solution. Scratching his head and furrowing his brow, Xiaoyi restlessly searched his surroundings. Eureka! His eyes lit up as he made for the various vines. Xiaoyi selected several robust vines, severing them with the arrow's blade after considerable effort. He then nodded and connected the vines, attaching a small stone to one end. With anticipation, he clutched the vine. Casting a glance at the towering canopy, the canopy stood 7 or 8 zhang above ground. Ordinarily, he could hurl a fist-sized stone a score of zhang with ease. After sizing up the distance, Xiaoyi grasped the stone-laden end of the vine, driving his arm with wrist strength to fling the stone upward. Alas, the stone and vine only reached halfway before plummeting back down. Startled, he cast aside the remaining vine, leaping aside to avoid being struck by the stone. Repeated attempts yielded the same result. The heavy, damp vines and stone proved too much for Xiaoyi's strength. After these setbacks, he quelled his frustration and pondered a new approach, eagerly setting about severing thinner vines. Xiaoyi stood once more beneath the serpent-laden canopy, spitting on the ground in vexation. He rolled up his sleeves, grasped the connected vines, now over 10 zhang in length. These vines were noticeably thinner and lighter than their predecessors. After circling the stone-laden end twice in his right hand, he took aim and launched it skyward with a shout. The stone, with the vine trailing behind, soared past the canopy. As its momentum waned, the stone fell, snagging on the canopy and winding around several branches before coming to rest. Success. Xiao Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. He tugged on the vine, finding it secure, setting aside his crossbow and deerskin pouch. He composed himself and spat into his hands. He gripped the vine tightly, planting his feet against the cliff face, and began his ascent. Despite his youth, Xiao Yi possessed strength rivaling that of an adult. Before long, he neared the canopy. He observed that the great serpent remained coiled around the trunk, its length obscured. The massive head hung motionless, pinned to the tree by the steel arrow embedded in its neck. Truly, this serpent is ill-fated, Xiao Yi mused. His errant arrow had struck its vital spot. As he reached out to retrieve the arrow, his grip on the vine faltered. Oh no, he cried inwardly. The vine was about to snap. Despite his alarm, Xiao Yi's actions were swift. He pressed his feet against the cliff face, contracted his body, and lunged upward. Grasping the trunk, the vine snapped and fell away. Without a moment to spare, he contracted his abdomen, raised his legs to encircle the trunk, and used his arms and waist to swing himself onto the tree. After a brief respite, Xiao Yi finally had a moment to catch his breath. He placed his hand on his chest, his heart pounding, and wiped his brow, which was slick with sweat. Looking down, Xiao Yi clicked his tongue, filled with lingering fear. To fall from such a height would surely incur his master and Dabao's wrath, or worse, his demise. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. Xiao Yi noticed that the serpent's contorted body beneath him was cold and slick, inspiring a sense of unease. He couldn't help but examine the serpent. Head and body. Yes, but where is the tail? Following the serpent's form, Xiao Yi peered behind him. As he turned, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Yi was dumbfounded. Had he seen the tail? Indeed. His gaze bypassed the serpent's body, only to find a man-sized opening concealed by the foliage of a hand-shaped cluster of leaves. Good heavens! A serpent's lair, and such a large one. Xiao Yi mused. He listened intently, but only heard the sounds of birds and insects from the valley. The cave was silent. He sniffed the air, detecting a faint, exotic fragrance. If only I had my crossbow for protection, he thought. Surely, there are no young serpents within. With this thought, he steeled his resolve and leaped into the cave. The stone cave appeared to be a natural formation, extending over 2 zhang deep. After a few steps, he reached the end. Looking around, he noticed another opening to the right. Xiao Yi cautiously approached, peering inside. He saw a stone chamber about a zhang in size, bearing marks of carving, dimly lit. A raised area, about a foot higher than the floor, resembling a stone platform, occupied half of the chamber. There was a mound on the flat stone platform. What could it be? After glancing around once more, finding nothing amiss, Xiao Yi succumbed to his curiosity and approached the platform. Leaning in for a closer look, Xiao Yi gasped and recoiled. He patted his chest and shook his head, realizing it was a false alarm. Looking again, Xiao Yi's eyes widened in horror. Upon the platform lay a decaying skeleton, its garments and some of its bones reduced to dust. This person must have been dead for a long time, Xiao Yi surmised. Who could it be? And how did they come to this hidden cave? Did they ascend here as I did? But how did they die here? This is a secluded place, where one could live or die without anyone knowing. His fear subsided, and Xiao Yi began to speculate. Is that something else? Beside the skeleton lay a small brocade pouch. Xiao Yi reached out and gently took the pouch, examining it closely. The chamber held nothing else of interest, so he returned to the outer cave. Using the light from the entrance, he held the pouch before his eyes. The palm-sized pouch was made of an unknown fabric. Black patterns were interwoven with dense gold threads. As he turned the pouch, faint, talisman-like glimmers appeared. The pouch was secured with a delicate gold silk cord. Xiao Yi tried to untie it, but the cord seemed to be knotted tightly. He felt the pouch. It was as soft as silk, thin, and seemed to contain nothing. After pondering for a while, he gave up, deciding that such an exquisite item must be valuable, and tucked it into his bosom. This person is strange. I wonder why they met their end here, with nothing but this small, empty pouch. How curious. I should focus on retrieving the arrow and getting down. I and Apos am no squirrel, able to leap from treetop to treetop. 7 or 8 zhang is too high, unless I have a death wish. Xiao Yi approached the cave entrance and gazed at the large green serpent. It was as thick as a bowl, about a zhang long, and covered in dense scales, hanging coiled on the tree. He remounted the tree trunk that jutted out from the cave, bending down to grasp an arrow, pulling it out with force and tossing it into the cave. He then unwound the serpent's body from the trunk, allowing the snake to slide down on its own. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated in his ears. Clapping his hands, Xiao Yi leaped to the cave entrance and sat down, propping his chin on his hand, his expression shifting. How could he descend? He only knew to use a thinner vine, but it should have been sturdier. Alas, it was all his carelessness. With a face full of worry, Xiaoyi berated himself. During this brief moment, he had not been idle. Yet, once he paused, he felt his limbs grow weary, his mouth parched, and his stomach rumble. If only he could descend, he could return to the mountaintop and stew the wild goat Uncle Lu had given him. Just the thought of the savory mutton made his stomach grumble in protest. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards his nostrils. Was it the scent of mutton? No, this aroma felt somewhat familiar. Shaking his head, Xiaoyi suddenly recalled the fragrance he had sensed upon his ascent. Yes, it was this very scent, now even more intense. Unable to resist, he took a deep breath, and the fragrance enveloped him, bringing a sense of comfort to his weary limbs, as if the fatigue had vanished. Xiaoyi's nose twitched instinctively as he sought the source of the delightful aroma. It seemed to be nearby. Could it be emanating from the tree before him? He climbed up and finally took a proper look at this palm-shaped tree. Its stout trunk protruded firmly from the crevice of the cliff, with branches curling like fingers, obscuring the cave's entrance, and its thick leaves glistened like emeralds. The increasingly potent fragrance wafted from the foliage towards Xiaoyi. Cautiously, he climbed onto the trunk, steadying himself, and pushed aside the leaves to search for the source of the enticing scent near the top of the tree. Before him appeared a thumb-sized, purplish-red fruit he had never seen before. Previously, under the dense cover of the tree's branches, he had indeed overlooked any fruit. Lured by the fragrance, Xiaoyi could not help but lick his parched lips, displaying an insatiable desire for food. He reached out to pluck the fruit, holding it in his hand. Yet his greed compelled him to continue searching among the branches, discovering 6 other fruits of the same size, all tinged with green. With the red fruit in hand, he temporarily lost interest in the green ones and hurried back to the cave to sit down. He held the fruit up to his eyes, noticing its purplish-red hue, which sparkled like a gem in the light, a subtle white halo flickering around it. The intense fragrance enveloped him, penetrating deep into his lungs. Such a fragrant fruit must be delicious, he thought. Why not taste it? With that thought in mind, he extended his tongue to lightly lick the fruit. He chuckled at his own caution. He brought the fruit to his mouth, gently biting into it. To his surprise, the fruit melted instantly, and before he could discern its flavor, a wave of coolness accompanied by a rich aroma surged down his throat and into his belly. Startled, he rubbed his stomach, pondering the peculiarity of the fruit. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a warm current began to rise within him, transforming into a fierce fire that ignited within his chest and abdomen, violently raging like a fiery dragon, attempting to break free from his body. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Oh no! This cursed fruit! It was all due to his gluttony. With a cry of despair, a tearing pain surged through his chest and abdomen, causing him to moan in agony. His face contorted, sweat poured down like rain, trembling all over. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth as the flames within him surged more ferociously, gnawing at his internal organs and every vein, incinerating every inch of his bones. The unbearable pain made Xiaoyi feel faint, his consciousness gradually blurring. Am I going to die? Will my master know? Will I turn to dust? Will I never practice the Xian Yuan mantra again? The mantra, that when nature aligns with the metal, water rises as fire retreats. In his delirium, he began to mutter the familiar incantation, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. In a daze, Xiaoyi felt himself leaving his body, the indescribable pain receding into the distance. Beneath the northern cliff of Immortal Peak, in the cave hidden among dense foliage, a youth sat cross-legged. His eyes were tightly shut, his small face alternately pale and flushed, beads of sweat forming and evaporating into a mist that enveloped him, a continuous cycle. Whether it was an eternity or merely a fleeting moment, Xiaoyi felt himself awaken. The cave remained unchanged, a steel arrow glinting nearby. Rays of light filtered through the tree gaps above, casting slanted beams at the cave entrance, and amidst the thick branches, he could discern the faint aroma. The 6 unripe fruits emanated a thread of energy that resonated with his inner being. In an instant, Xiaoyi realized he had returned to his body. A sharp pain throbbed between his eyebrows. This time, he truly awoke. Opening his eyes felt laborious, as if his face were coated in a layer of grease, sticky and uncomfortable. The world before him was strikingly vivid when birds flew by. Their wings fluttered with such grace. In the thickets of trees, new leaves unfurled, flowers blossomed, all vividly clear, and every sound was alive. Within a 10-foot radius, it felt as if he could discern every speck of dust and perceive every whisper of wind. In a state akin to being reborn, Xiaoyi sat dazed. Reflecting on all that had transpired within him, he involuntarily shivered. Looking down at himself, his robe was filthy, encrusted with a layer of greasy grime that smelled sour. He opened his mouth and rubbed his face, allowing himself to gradually regain focus. What had just happened? Was he able to see himself? Could this be a daydream? Xiaoyi and Dabao's mind world, recalling everything that had occurred in his bewilderment. With his eyes slightly closed, he entered a meditative state, faintly sensing a small orb of light pulsating deep between his eyebrows. Gradually, the orb calmed, forming a ripple that spread into the surrounding space. Everything in the cave came into sharp focus, including the stone chamber, clear as day. With a thought, he gazed outside the cave. How wondrous! The 6 fruits hidden among the leaves were now visible, the vibrant green leaves distinct with clear veins. Xiaoyi wished to see further, but suddenly felt dizzy. A sense of lightheadedness washing over him. Raising his brow, he slowly withdrew his focus, examining himself as a delightful sensation surged within. He could clearly discern the bones and veins throughout his body, the white bones and solid veins, and at the dantian beneath his abdomen, a small energy orb shimmered, flowing gently and connecting to every vein. Could this be the inner vision that Master spoke of, attainable only at the depths of internal cultivation? The only technique he practiced was the Xian Yuan mantra. Could it be? Xiaoyi quickly settled into a meditative posture, forming a heart seal with his hands, silently reciting the Xian Yuan mantra and channeling his breath according to its principles. The mantra, which had remained stagnant for 8 years, finally stirred within him, causing a tumultuous energy to surge. Xiaoyi felt as if a subtle, almost imperceptible, spiritual energy flowed from every inch of his body, drawing into the energy orb at his dantian, and then coursing through his meridians, cycling ceaselessly. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiaoyi realized this was a sign of achieving the first stage of the Xian Yuan mantra. For centuries, the intricacies of the Xian Yuan mantra had remained elusive. Yet he had managed to reach a significant milestone. Fortune had suddenly graced him, leaving him momentarily dazed. He ceased his meditation, his mouth agape, his dirty little face glowing with delight, his black eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Xiaoyi felt an abundance of strength within him, as if he could fell a wild wolf with a single punch, and with a light spring of his toes, he could soar into the sky. Once again, I luxuriated in the transformative changes occurring within my body, from head to toe, inside and out. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness crossed Xiaoyi and Dabao's face as he retrieved the exquisite brocade pouch he had discovered beside the skeletal remains in the stone chamber. He sensed something within it. After composing himself, Xiaoyi focused his thoughts on the pouch. A hazy, gray space materialized in his mind, a peculiar realm, roughly a square meter in size, where several items floated serenely. 3 white jade tablets smaller than bamboo slips, 2 tiny jade bottles, a foot-long, unsheathed small sword for small flags, and a handful of crystalline pebbles. The succession of strange occurrences had a calming influence on Xiaoyi. His interest was piqued by the small sword, and he desired to examine it more closely. As he willed it, the sword materialized in his hand. Startled, he examined the sword with a sense of wonder. The golden sword felt weighty in his grasp, its blade seamlessly integrated with the hilt. An intricate dragon scale pattern adorned the blade, and the hilt was crafted in the shape of a dragon and Dabao's head, with a gem-like sphere embedded, resembling the dragon and Dabao's eye. Xiaoyi shook his head, finding the sword somewhat ornate, yet impractical. It lacked an edge, rendering it useless even for skinning a wild goat. He attempted to return the sword to the pouch, uttering the command "Return, sword," repeatedly while simultaneously focusing his thoughts. The sword remained motionless in his hand. It had been so responsive earlier. Pondering the situation, he seemed to grasp the underlying principle. Re-immersing himself, he focused on the sword and the brocade pouch, and with a mental command, the sword vanished from his hand. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and he repeated the process, finding the sword resting quietly in the hazy space within the pouch. Elated, Xiaoyi experimented several more times. He sat in the cave, a playful grin on his face, as the sword appeared and disappeared from his hand. After a while, he retrieved the remaining items from the pouch. 1 jade bottle was meticulously inscribed with the characters antitoxin pill, containing 5 or 6 pills, presumably for detoxification. The other contained 3 golden elixir pills, of unknown purpose. Xiaoyi set aside the jade bottles and picked up a jade slip. Its surface smooth and warm to the touch. He pondered its purpose, allowing his thoughts to drift into the jade slip. A torrent of words flooded Xiaoyi's mind. Astonished, he realized the jade slip contained writing. He focused his attention, carefully deciphering the text. The words within the jade slip caused Xiaoyi to lose his composure once more. Among the 3 jade slips in the pouch, one was entitled Miscellaneous Records of an Eastern Journey, penned by the Xian Yuan True Man. It recounted the Xian Yuan True Man and Apos' experiences and observations during his cultivation journey to the east. Miscellaneous Records of an Eastern Journey also mention that beyond the eastern sea of the Shang dynasty, cultivators existed who practiced the immortal Tao and possessed their own immortal cultivation sections. These cultivators had distinct levels of cultivation, namely, Qi training, foundation establishment, and golden core. Those who cultivated the Qi training could live to be 100 years old. Those who cultivated the foundation establishment could live for more than 200 years. And those who cultivated the golden core possessed the freedom of an immortal, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, with a lifespan of 500 years. Above the golden core was the nascent soul stage, which granted a millennium of life and the supernatural powers of an earth immortal. Miscellaneous Records of an Eastern Journey also described the spirit stones, magical artifacts, spiritual weapons, and magic treasures used by cultivators, and it touched upon talismans, formations, spiritual herbs, and the Tao of alchemy. Furthermore, it recorded anecdotes of extraordinary people and objects. Xiaoyi was enraptured by what he read. Miscellaneous Records of an Eastern Journey opened a door to a mystical world, revealing a wondrous realm of immortal cultivation. From Miscellaneous Records of an Eastern Journey, Xiaoyi learned that the small pouch was a cosmos sac used by cultivators, crafted from rare materials and containing a mustard seed formation that created a separate dimension within. Cultivators could easily manipulate it with their divine sense, storing anything from a grain of rice to a boulder. The mysterious sensation was the divine sense possessed only by cultivators. The bean-sized ball of light behind the forehead was the sea of consciousness. Those with profound cultivation could extend their divine sense for miles with a mere thought. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he picked up another jade slip, entitled Compendium of Hundreds of Herbs, divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume contained familiar information, detailing common herbs and their medicinal properties. The lower volume described rare and precious herbs he had never encountered, accompanied by detailed illustrations depicting their variations according to age and appearance, as well as their medicinal properties. The Compendium of Hundreds of Herbs concluded with several elixir recipes and detailed alchemic hand gestures. These were likely compiled by the Xian Yuan True Man. A new world had opened a door for him, though he had not yet truly entered. The wonders beyond that door had deeply shaken and attracted Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi sighed and picked up the 3rd jade slip. In the beginning, there was chaos. Humans received the 2 energies of yin and yang. One yin and one yang is called the Tao, which is divided into pre-heaven and post-heaven. The pre-heaven is pure yang, the post-heaven is pure yin. The combination of the 2 manifests as humans, endowed with life and destiny. The pre-heaven ancestral energy is formless, yet not without substance. Refined yet not without essence, I have cultivated arduously for 200 years, only to enter the foundation establishment stage, and I lament that I am stuck here. The Tao of heaven is difficult, none more so my lifespan is exhausted, and the Tao of heaven has forsaken me. There are spiritual objects in the world, but no true immortals. Xiaoyi paused, slowly putting down the jade slip. The true reason for the rise and fall of the Xian Yuan Temple. The mystery of the Xian Yuan True Man and Apos' ascension. The fog was gradually lifting. The Xian Yuan True Man and Apos' origins were unknown. During his travels in the Eastern Sea, he fortuitously joined an immortal sect in the Great Xia Kingdom and unintentionally obtained a cultivation inheritance within a cave. This founder of the Xian Yuan Temple cultivated alone for over 200 years, finally breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The hardship of his cultivation was indescribable. Lifespan was limited, and the Great Tao was distant. The Xian Yuan True Man left the Great Xia Kingdom for unknown reasons and traveled to this place, where he planted the amethyst fruit tree behind the immortal peak cliff on Taiping Mountain. The amethyst fruit was also known as the immortal returning pill. It was said that this amethyst fruit tree only bore 7 fruits. Legend had it that cultivators who consumed it could increase their cultivation, achieving immortality on the spot. Mortals who consumed it could cleanse their marrow and transform their bodies. Martial artists who consumed it could strengthen their foundation and increase their internal energy by 60 years. If the amethyst fruit was combined with other spiritual herbs, it could be refined into an elixir, a spiritual medicine for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to break through their cultivation, perhaps to protect the amethyst fruit tree, or perhaps to impart the Tao to the common people and benefit his hometown. The Xian Yuan True Man opened his doors to disciples on Immortal Peak, establishing the Xian Yuan Temple there. The The Xian Yuan true man must have believed that the amethyst fruit could enhance cultivation, but he did not live to see the tree bear fruit. His lifespan expired, and he passed away with endless regrets. He did not anticipate that it would take a millennium for the amethyst fruit tree to flower, bear fruit, and ripen. Reading this, Xiaoyi was filled with emotion. He understood that the strange changes in his body were due to consuming the amethyst fruit. In a short period, he felt as if he had experienced the passage of centuries. He had a vague understanding of the difficulty of the path of immortal cultivation, and his youthful, carefree nature was replaced by a sense of gravity. There are spiritual objects in the world, but no true immortals. Do gods and immortals exist, or not? Lifespan is exhausted. And the Tao of heaven has forsaken me. Living for 200 years is merely a borrowed lifespan from heaven. What does it mean to be forsaken by the Tao of heaven? At the end of the jade slip, the Xian Yuan true man had annotated the items he had left behind. The Xian Yuan talismans were collected and compiled by the Xian Yuan true man in the Great Xia Kingdom. They contain talisman techniques for mortals, as well as methods for refining talismans used in the cultivation world. Within the Xian Yuan jade pendant were his personal cultivation methods, which, along with the Xian Yuan talismans, were left in the Xian Yuan temple as the sect's inheritance. The small sword and the little flags were acquired by Xian Yuanjinren during his attainment of the martial legacy within the cave. They had saved him from peril numerous times. The 4 small flags constituted a set of battle standards, which Xian Yuanjinren deemed exceedingly valuable. The jade slip that accompanied them also contained several minor spells, namely wind control, invisibility, and fire dispelling. Xian Yuanjinren left a final note. Cultivating qi and establishing a foundation is arduous. Confronting the wall in meditation is even more challenging. Among myriad beings, those who glimpse the heavenly mysteries are but a rare few. If there exists even a minor difference between immortals and mortals, it could span thousands of mountains. Only through immense perseverance and fortunate circumstances can one succeed. Those who inherit my legacy do so by fate and destiny. Seek solitude, exercise caution, embrace courage, and dare to pursue. There is action and inaction. This is the path of seizing fortune against the will of heaven. I impart these words to future generations. Shall we set down the jade slip, realizing that the few small stones within the pouch were indeed spirit stones, which could replenish the spiritual energy of cultivators and serve as currency for trade, akin to silver in the mundane world. He sat quietly for a while, contemplating the remnants left by Xian Yuanjinren, which evoked a solemn silence. The remains within the stone chamber must belong to the venerable Xian Yuanjinren. What would his master think upon learning of this? Suddenly alarmed at the thought of his master, Xiaoyi felt a wave of panic. He had lost track of time, and his master would surely be worried about his return to the mountain. It seemed he could not escape a stern reprimand from his master. He hoped to report everything from the cave truthfully to his master, perhaps allowing him to atone for his shortcomings. With this thought, Xiaoyi hurriedly stood up and returned to the stone chamber. He respectfully bowed 4 times before the stone bed, for the deceased deserved utmost reverence. The remains of the illustrious Xian Yuanjinren would be reported to his master for further deliberation. Afterward, he returned to the cave entrance, collecting the belongings left by Xian Yuanjinren and the arrows back into his cosmos pouch. The golden silk ribbon hung perfectly around his neck, containing treasures indeed. Xiaoyi pressed his hand against his chest and leaned down to gaze below. Observing the steep cliffside, he furrowed his brow, determined to find a way out of the cave. Jumping down seemed implausible, given the height of 7 or 8 zhang to the ground. He couldn't just leap onto the nearby tree like a squirrel. He needed to devise another plan. Noticing the time outside, Xiaoyi thought to himself that it must be past noon. He anxiously paced at the cave entrance, realizing his lack of agility. If only he could ride the winds. What would a cave of this height matter? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Indeed, the jade slip contained a spell, wind control, which seemed akin to lightness techniques. Perhaps it was worth a try. Xiaoyi quickly retrieved the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within it, and located the wind control spell. It comprised 2 sections, incantation and hand gestures, capable of manipulating the wind and levitating. The incantation was brief, and after several readings, he memorized it. The hand gestures were also etched into his mind, and he practiced them a few times. Convinced he had grasped it sufficiently, Xiaoyi began to chant, swiftly performing the hand gestures, giving a sharp command, "Quick!" He thought the wind control spell appeared simple enough. However, his body did not exhibit any change. Scratching his head in confusion, he hesitated to jump down, uncertain of the spell's efficacy. Was there something amiss? Given that it was a spell, it surely wasn't something that could be easily mastered by just anyone. He reread the wind control instructions in the jade slip, finding nothing amiss. Oh, perhaps it was like this? Xiao adjusted his breath, channeling a faint warm current from his dantian through his arm and appos, meridians to his fingertips. He then waved his hands to execute several hand gestures, observing several spiritual energy seals form a protective aura before retracting into his body. Instantly, a sensation of lightness enveloped Xiao, as if he had shed all weight. Elated, he hesitated no longer, with a forceful push from his toes. He propelled himself forward like a startled swan, swiftly approaching the nearby tree. Nearing the treetop, he deftly tapped his toes, twisting his body gracefully, resembling a leaf as he gently descended to the ground. A cacophony of hoofbeats shattered the tranquility at the entrance of Xianyuan Temple. A group of over 20 riders, like a whirlwind, arrived at the temple's gate. Each rider bore a fierce expression, weapons at their sides. The leader, a robust young man, yanked the reins sharply, causing his horse to rear and neigh. Damn it! Is an old Taoist worth my personal visit? The horseman spat angrily, turning to shout. Get off your horses and bind the old Taoist. The others echoed his command, dismounting and preparing to ascend the mountain. A lean man beside the second-in-command observed with concern and dismounted, speaking softly. Second-in-command, the eldest instructed us upon our departure. He cautiously glanced at the leader, hesitatingly adding, the eldest meant to invite the old Taoist, not to bind him. What did you say? The second-in-command glared, raising his hand as if to strike the man. The latter, showing distress, quickly dodged back, forcing a smile and raising his hands defensively, exclaiming, Have mercy, second-in-command. It was my foolishness to speak. Huh, you cowardly wretch. The second-in-command scoffed, retracting his hand. My brother is afraid of the Songhai gang. I say to hell with it. If we can't provoke them, we can just avoid them. We can drink, rob, and pursue women elsewhere. Shaking his head, the second-in-command waved his arm, gruffly declaring, Leave 2 to guard the horses. The rest, follow me up the mountain. With that, he drew a long knife from the saddle and led the charge up the mountain, followed by the raucous crowd. Xiao had landed on the ground, looking up. The cave overhead was thoroughly concealed by branches, leaving no trace. Beside the cliff, a massive serpent lay coiled. But Xiao had no time to ponder it. He stowed the small crossbow in his cosmos pouch, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several zhang away, without the luxury to fully appreciate the wonders of wind control. Xiao soon reached the mountain gate and saw a group of horses scattered outside, with 2 menacing-looking figures standing guard. Seeing this, a sense of dread filled Xiao and Appo's heart. The Black Wind gang was at work here. You little beggar, get lost. The 2 men drew their weapons and approached him. Anxious, Xiao dared not linger. He channeled his spiritual energy, swaying past the obstructing bandits, and dashed up the mountain. His toes tapped swiftly, his robe billowing in the wind, soaring upwards like a bird along the stone steps. Hey, where did this little beggar learn such remarkable lightness skills? The 2 bandits stood dumbfounded. At the peak of the mountain, within Xianyuan Temple, Taoist Qingyun stood tall before the grand hall, surrounded by a group of armed men. Old Taoist, I am Qianhu, the second-in-command of the Black Wind gang. Have you heard of my reputation? Qianhu twirled his long knife, exuding arrogance. Taoist Qingyun remained calm, stroking his beard with half-closed eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Oh, I am curious as to why the second-in-command has come to my Xianyuan Temple. Huh, the old Taoist has quite the audacity. Noticing that his infamous reputation did not intimidate Taoist Qingyun, Qianhu glared fiercely. Old Taoist, my elder brother has summoned you. Come along obediently, or I will have to bind you, and your old bones one and Appos, to withstand it. Laughter echoed among the onlookers. Taoist Qingyun and Appos, brows furrowed, and he slowly opened his eyes, gazing indifferently at Qianhu. You all have seized this mountain, causing chaos in the region. I have long been aware of your deeds. Under the heavens, right and wrong are clear, and fate is predetermined. I have lived over 90 years, never seeking wealth or fearing malice. Humph, do you think I would fear you? With that, he flicked his sleeve and coldly declared, I am too old and frail for long journeys. You may take your leave. You ungrateful old man. Refusing to heed good advice, the brigand leader, Qianhu, his countenance darkened with displeasure, brandished the steel blade in his grasp. Lads, he barked. Seize the old codger and let's be off. We still have 100 leagues to traverse. The chieftain mustn't think we dawdled. Qianhu muttered under his breath, a hint of indignation coloring his tone. His henchman responded with a chorus of assent and lunged toward Qingyun, a Taoist priest, weapons brandished menacingly. Qingyun glanced toward the courtyard entrance, a sigh escaping his lips. With a subtle shift of his foot, he evaded the two bandits who had lunged at him. His fingers, aligned like a sword, struck at their armpits with precision. Ouch! The two men cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Well, I'll be. The old Taoist has some skill, Qianhu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Seeing that the fallen men were not mortally wounded, he surmised that the Taoist dared not kill. His eyes gleaming with malice, he roared, "Attack him all at once." The lanky henchman who had spoken earlier shook his head in silent disapproval. What good is the old Taoist if he's dead or injured? He thought, but dared not voice his dissent. Gripping his weapon, he joined the throng encircling the priest. Within the Xianyuan temple, a tempest of flashing steel erupted. Qianhu's blade whistled through the air, each strike imbued with formidable force. Qianyun, however, moved with an almost leisurely grace, his feet dancing nimbly as he parried the attacks, his fingers mimicking a sword, executing the Xianyuan swordplay. The bandits, seasoned in the art of bloodshed, were cunning and sly. Recognizing Qingyun's advanced age, they engaged in a game of cat and mouse, circling him. Their weapons grazing him, but never truly connecting. They knew that their chieftain merely wanted to abduct the Taoist to heal someone. Killing him would render their efforts futile. However, they also feared Qianhu's wrath. Thus, they sought to subdue the old Taoist with a single, well-placed blow. Should Qianhu decide to slay the priest, that would be a matter between them, of no concern to the others. A stalemate ensued. Qingyun, unarmed, found himself surrounded by over 20 men. He had to evade their weapons while trying to incapacitate a few of them to deter the others. Age, however, was catching up with him. His strength waned, and his opponents were a pack of ruthless villains. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, his movements became labored, and his breathing grew ragged. The ease with which he had moved earlier had vanished. Qianhu, sensing his advantage, grinned wickedly and intensified his attacks. A surge of anger coursed through Qingyun's veins. It had been ages since he had felt such fury. His years of cultivation had rendered his heart placid, unperturbed by the storms of the world. He had weathered countless trials, both worldly and martial. Yet, today, he was being humiliated by a band of scoundrels. His eyes blazing, he inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy. He spun to avoid Qianhu's treacherous blade and lunged toward two bandits who were attacking him from the side. Caught off guard, one of them was struck in the Tian-2 acupoint on his throat. He cried out in agony and collapsed, clutching his throat, his life ebbing away. Seeing his comrade fall, the other bandit turned to flee. Qingyun's gaze hardened. His fingers, like a phantom, followed the bandit, striking the Min acupoint on his back. The bandit screamed and fell to the ground. Having slain two men, Qingyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Sweat plastered his face, tinged with a hint of crimson. He had been forced to kill, a decision he regretted. Had he been less merciful, he mused, he might have ended this sooner. The bandits, witnessing the deaths of their comrades, were thrown into disarray. Qianhu, enraged, forgot his chieftain and Appo's orders. His eyes burned with malice as he swung his blade at Qingyun's waist, having seized the opportunity to catch his breath after felling the two men. Qingyun heard the wind whistling behind him. Surrounded by a forest of blades, he had nowhere to evade. In desperation, he held his breath, shifted his feet, and spun around. Channeling his energy into his right arm, he raised his palm and roared, striking the flat of the blade aimed at his abdomen. In a flash, with a resounding thud, Qingyun's palm connected with the blade. The sword shattered into two pieces. The hilt flew from Qianhu's grasp, and he stumbled backward, clutching his numb arm. He stared at the severed blade, his eyes wide with fear and resentment. Qingyun, like an ancient pine battling a gale, trembled, his blood surging. His face, flushed with crimson, paled slightly. "You old coot. I and I'll show you what for." Qianhu roared, snatching a blade from a nearby bandit. The other bandits, shocked by what they had witnessed, closed in on Qingyun. Qingyun's graying hair had turned snow white. His eyes, deep and fathomless, reflected a resolute spirit. "I have cultivated for a lifetime," he declared, his voice laced with killing intent. "Though I have not attained enlightenment, I have lived for nearly a century. Heaven is impartial, and we are all pawns in a cosmic game. Know that mercy should be shown where it is due. Yet, you have harassed me in my old age, belittled my Xianyuan temple. You have forced me to fight to the death. I am not a man of violence, but I am not ignorant of its ways. Come, I will expend my remaining life force and engage you in a bloody battle. I will show you vermin the thunderous might of this old Taoist." Qingyun's aged voice echoed with murderous intent. His silver hair danced in the air, and his cold eyes radiated a chilling aura. He stood like a weathered pine on a precipice, exuding an indomitable spirit. Qin Yun, weakened by the battle and nearing the end of his days, knew that he could not prevail. Though he worried about Xiaoyi, he knew that the situation had deteriorated beyond repair. He should have shown the bandits no mercy. But his years of seclusion had dulled his edge. Now, he could only fight to the death, hoping to secure a chance of survival for the Xin Yuan Temple and Xiaoyi. The bandits, having witnessed Qin Yun and Appo's power, were hesitant. They knew that none of them could defeat him in a one-on-one fight, not even Qian Hu. But the thought of the old Taoist fighting to the death filled them with dread. Seeing their hesitation, Qian Hu grew frantic. Waving his blade, he roared, "Damn it all. I don't care if I die today. Old Taoist, no matter how strong you are, I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. I'll break your legs. I'll fight you to the death. I'll take your life today. I'll use our numbers to overwhelm you, old coot. I'll show you that the Xian Yuan Temple is nothing." Spurred on by Qian Hu's ranting, the bandits, their eyes gleaming with malice, prepared to attack. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, followed by a resounding slap. "Ouch! Who dares to strike me?" The bandits, startled, turned to see Qian Hu clutching his cheek, howling in pain. A young boy, no older than 10, stood in the courtyard. His face was smudged with dirt, and his Taoist robes were tattered, making him look like a beggar. It was Xiaoyi, who had raced back from the mountain. Sensing danger, he had used his wind manipulation technique to speed up the mountain. Seeing the Xian Yuan Temple filled with armed men, he had feared for his master's safety. Xiao Yi, with his exceptional hearing, had overheard Qian Hu's insults. Enraged, he had used his wind manipulation technique to dart through the crowd and deliver a stinging slap to Qian Hu's face. Then he stopped in front of Qin Yun. "Master, are you all right?" Xiaoyi asked anxiously, too worried to perform the customary greeting. Qin Yun, surprised to see Xiaoyi, felt his anxiety subside. His expression softened, but then hardened again. "So, you finally decided to show your face?" he said sternly. "I am fine. Leave at once." Upon observation, I perceived the need to excise superfluous punctuation, promotional solicitations for votes and collections, and covert website advertisements irrelevant to the narrative's progression. Subsequent to these amendments, the text has been rendered into an English rendition, employing elevated and refined diction to supplant the more rudimentary vocabulary initially present. Seeing this, Xiao Yi wondered why his master was still angry. Before he could think, his little mouth turned down, tears almost falling, and he said in a low voice, "I won't leave. I want to stay with you, master." What exactly happened here? Qin Yun Doran's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Yi, and he sighed softly in his heart. He was about to reprimand him. "Ugh, spit." Qian Hu spat out a few broken teeth, rubbed his half-red and swollen face, glared at the little beggar who had suddenly appeared, and cursed with a ferocious look. "Where did you come from, you little bastard? How dare you slap your grandfather? I will tear you apart." Hearing Qian Hu and Appo's curse, Xiaoyi forgot about begging his master for mercy. His eyebrows shot up. His face filled with anger, and he suddenly turned around. The large sleeves of his Taoist robe fluttered, and with his hands on his hips, he raised his head and shouted at Qian Hu, "I, Daoi, am Lin Yi, a disciple of Xian Yuan Temple. How dare you, you beast, bully my master and insult my Xian Yuan Temple? You deserve to be beaten." Good, good. You beat the old one, and a young one popped up. "Today, I will deal with both of you stinky Taoists." Qian Hu shouted in exasperation. Qin Yun Daran stepped forward to protect Xiaoyi behind him. Seeing this, Xiaoyi became anxious. He stretched out his arms and stood still, saying with an anxious look, "Master, you should rest first. I, Xiaoyi, will take care of things here." Seeing his disciple's resolute and firm expression, Qin Yun Daran sighed sadly in his heart. He did not expect Xian Yuan Temple to have declined to such an extent that it would have to endure such a calamity, and that only a child of 10 years old could support the precarious situation. He shook his head helplessly, only thinking about taking the opportunity to adjust his breathing so that he could fight with all his might to protect Xiao Yi's safety in times of crisis. Xiao Yi glanced at the dead body on the ground and said hesitantly, "Master, I have never killed anyone before." Qin Yun Daran replied in a deep voice from behind, "Just do everything according to your conscience." After hearing this, Xiao Yi bit his lip and nodded secretly. Looking at the bright weapons around him, he steadied his mind, raised his chin at Qian Hu, and said, "I, Daoi, am here. Come over here if you have the guts." Qian Hu sneered and slashed fiercely at Xiao Yi with his broadsword. Being slapped in the face by a child was a great humiliation for him. He wished he could cut Xiao Yi in half with one blow. Xiao Yi swayed and disappeared from Qian Hu and Appo's sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards his waist. Seeing that the other party had disappeared, Qianhu knew that something was wrong. He turned his wrist, and the broadsword stirred up a flurry of snowflakes, protecting his back. Seeing this, Xiaoyi retracted his fist and flashed to the side again. Qianhu's swordsmanship was not simple. He moved and turned, and the broadsword swirled up and down, protecting his body with a circle of sword shadows and grinding towards Xiaoyi. The latter was empty-handed and could only use the wind control technique to dodge. In the arena, a group of sword shadows chased a small figure, and the bandits kept cheering from the side. However, Qianhu knew that if this continued, when his strength weakened, once a flaw appeared in his moves, he would lose to a teenager, which would be embarrassing and would make the brothers in the stronghold laugh their heads off. This little beggar was as light as a willow catkin and could not be caught or touched at all. Thinking like this, Qianhu had a plan in mind. Qianhu slashed forward a few times with the force of the wind, and Xiaoyi lightly swept backward with his toes. Xiaoyi was also anxious in his heart. The spiritual energy in his body was decreasing bit by bit. Only then did he realize that using magic required spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy was exhausted, he and his master would be in danger. He was also constantly thinking about taking the Qingyun's sword from his room. After Qianhu made a few fierce cuts, he suddenly sneered, jumped high backward, and danced the sword shadows into a ball and slashed at Qingyun Daoran. Seeing this, Xiaoyi was shocked and knew that he had been fooled, but he could not stop it. In a moment of desperation, he moved his divine sense, and a crossbow and an arrow appeared in his hand out of thin air. He lightly pulled the string with both hands, gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and shot at Qianhu. As the crossbow string snapped, with a poof sound, the steel arrow shot out and pierced deeply into Qianhu and Appo's back. The latter let out a scream in midair and fell heavily to the ground. Xiaoyi took the opportunity to rush to his hut. In a flash, he had returned to his master with the Qingyun sword in his hand. No one saw where the other party took out the crossbow and arrow from. This was a murder weapon that was hard to defend against. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed, and the bandits were in chaos. Qianhu was protected by a group of bandits. A steel arrow was deeply exposed from his chest. He spat out blood, his face was purple, and his eyes rolled back. Everyone came with the second leader. Now, if the second leader died here, the first leader would definitely be angry with the brothers. What should they do? Everyone was uneasy, looking at me and I at you, at a loss. A few unwilling bandits glared at Xiaoyi with their weapons in their hands, posing as if they were eager to try. Xiaoyi held the long sword in his hand, looking fearless. He curled his lips and shouted, "Humph! If you want to die, come and try." As he said this, he could not help but exert force on his hand, and a trace of spiritual energy poured into the Qingyun sword through his arm. With a buzzing sound, an inch-long sword glow appeared on the blade. Xiaoyi was startled by himself and quickly withdrew his spiritual power, thinking that he must not damage his master's precious sword. In the courtyard of Xianyuan Temple, there was only such a small place, and it was still full of people. The movement of Xiaoyi's long sword startled the bandits. Was this the sword glow that could only be emitted by true energy? It was said that only the top experts in the martial world could use the sword glow. Could this child be an expert? But that incredible lightness skill. What else could he be if he wasn't an expert? Most of the bandits immediately gave up the idea of taking this little beggar back to take the blame. At this time, the thin man who had been scolded by Qian, who earlier stepped out of the crowd, took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply to Qingyun Daoran and Xiaoyi, saying, "We are just acting under orders. We have been rude just now. I apologize to Daoran on behalf of my brothers. Now that the second leader is in such a state, let's forget about this matter for the time being. I wonder what Doran's intention is." Qingyun Daoran closed his eyes slightly, stroked his long beard, and remained noncommittal. Xiaoyi looked back at his master, turned his wrist and hid the sword behind him, straightened his chest, and said to the man in a serious manner, "You have bullied my mountain gate and insulted my master for no reason. I should and Appos, to have let it go like this. Considering that the stubborn villain has been severely injured, it can be regarded as a small punishment. That and Appos, that's all. You should leave this place quickly and never come to harass us again." He said this. But when he saw that the thief who had been shot by the crossbow arrow was dying, he couldn't help but panic a little in his heart. And his tone was still tough. The man thought to himself, killing someone is just a small punishment. This little Taoist priest who looks like a beggar doesn't look like a child at all. But the situation was stronger than others. He was at fault. And the sword glow was too terrifying. The second leader had been killed here. He should go back and report the truth to the first leader. The man hurriedly bowed again and said, "Thank you, Daoran, for your generosity. We will leave now." Saying that, He waved to the crowd and wanted to carry the dead and wounded down the mountain. Who knew that Xiaoxia said again, "Wait." Everyone murmured in their hearts. Has this little Taoist priest changed his mind? Leave that crossbow arrow for me. After Xiaoxia finished speaking, he looked at the puzzled expressions of the bandits, rubbed his nose, lowered his head, and rolled his eyes. This arrow is not easy to come by and cannot be lost. The thieves looked at the thin man, who shook his head, walked towards Qian, who was being carried by a few people, supported the wound, and spat out his palm, with a poof sound. The arrow shot out with a line of blood and fell to the ground in the courtyard. Qian Hu and Appo's body shook violently, but the man acted as if he had not seen it. He nodded to Xiaoxia and led the crowd down the mountain. Xiaoxia grinned with satisfaction, stepped forward to pick up the arrow, carefully wiped off the blood, turned around, and walked towards his master. After only 2 steps, Linny, who raised his head, changed his expression and shouted, "Master! Master, what and Appo's wrong with you?" At the same time as the demons were dancing wildly in Xianyuan Temple, on a mountain road not far from the south of Black Wind Pass, more than a dozen horses were snorting and galloping. Soon, a throng of individuals, weary from their journey, was led by Yuan Wanwu, the deputy head of the Taiping escort agency. Yuan Wanwu gently pulled the reins to slow his steed and turned to a young man following closely behind, clasping his fists in greeting. "Young escort chief, we shall soon reach Hafing Pass." The young man, mounted on a tall black horse and clad in a white robe adorned with a subtle golden dragon, responded with a faint smile. "I appreciate your guidance, Deputy Head Yuan." He then nodded to a middle-aged man riding alongside him, who dressed in scholar's attire, with a sallow complexion and a silent demeanor, gazed ahead without uttering a word. Turning back to Yuan Wanwu, the young man declared, "A band of mountain bandits is but a trifling nuisance. We seek only to ensure the safe delivery of our cargo. Should our escort goods be lost, it is only right that we seek justice from them." The launching escort agency has not only refrained from placing blame, but has also sent someone to accompany me. The gratitude of the Taiping escort agency is boundless. Yuan Wanwu's broad forehead and ruddy face were etched with a deep sense of apology. "Rest assured, our agency is composed of skilled hands, and we shall lead the way." He then glanced back at the caravan and, with a sweeping gesture, commanded, "Onward to Hafing Village." With that, he spurred his horse ahead. At the front of the gathering hall of Hafing Village stood a man in a blue robe, his arms crossed behind him, exuding an air of arrogance as he faced Lu Yidao. The scar on Lu Yidao's face glinted ominously in the slanting rays of sunlight, rendering him a ghastly figure. He twitched slightly, forced a smile, and bowed, saying, "I have dispatched personnel to seek a skilled healer from Master Qian. Please, Deputy Master Shi, bear with us for a moment. The journey of 100 li will take no more than a few hours, I assure you. My brother and the others should be returning shortly." "Humph, you bandits of Hafing dare to rob a convoy, and now you send so many to search for a healer? Do you wish the world to know of your incompetence?" Lu Yidao cursed inwardly. Was not Master Qian renowned for his martial prowess? Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Was it not fear of trouble should he perish at your hands? Now, with Deputy Master Shi appearing, the situation was growing dire. In his anxiety, the scar on Lu Yidao and Appo's face twitched once more. Mr. Wu, appearing from nowhere, bowed before Deputy Master Shi, saying, "Do not wrongfully accuse our chief. Master Qian has been in a deep coma, making it impossible for our chief to contact your gang. Our thoughts are solely on Master Qian's safety." Deputy Master Shi's expression darkened, casting a disdainful glance at the unseemly Mr. Wu, a hint of disgust crossing his features. "Take me to see Master Qian." After uttering this cold command, he strode out, his demeanor suggesting he held the bandits in contempt. Lu Yidao hastily followed, declaring, "I shall guide you, Deputy Master Shi." Outside a wooden cabin on the mountain, Mr. Wu peered anxiously inside but hesitated to enter. Within, Master Qian lay unconscious on a blood-stained wooden bed. Deputy Master Shi's expression grew increasingly frigid, while Lu Yidao stealthily observed him. "Chief, this is not good." Suddenly, a shout erupted from outside the cabin. Mr. Wu recoiled, vanishing without a trace. "Curse it! What misfortune befalls me?" Lu Yidao stormed out of the cabin, furious. A mountain bandit approached, his clothes in tatters and blood smeared across his face. Seeing Lu Yidao's fierce glare, he halted and bowed, trembling in terror. It's not that the chief is at fault. It's the Taiping escort agency. They come with reinforcements, and our brothers cannot hold them off." Upon hearing the breathless report, Lu Yidao's heart sank. He glanced back at the cabin, seething. "What are you panicking for? I shall be there shortly. The bandit, hearing this, turned and fled, not knowing where to go. Lu Yidao rushed back into the cabin, exclaiming, Deputy Master Shi, our mountain stronghold is in grave danger. I implore you to assist us. Deputy Master Shi slowly turned, his cold gaze piercing. What concern is your stronghold's peril to me? What business is it of the Songhai gang? Lu Yidao, do not speak recklessly, humph. Lu Yidao, a tempest of shame and anger, pointed a trembling finger at Deputy Master Shi, his body quaking with rage, the scar on his face now a vivid crimson. In a fit of fury, he spat, You treacherous wretch, now turning your back on us. What will you do? Deputy Master Shi suddenly advanced on Lu Yidao. The latter, taken aback, stumbled backward. Before he could react, Deputy Master Shi struck like lightning, his iron grip seizing Lu Yidao by the throat. The murderous intent in his eyes flickered coldly as he tightened his grip, a sharp crack echoing in the air. Lu Yidao's voice was silenced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as the world around him faded into obscurity. An utter failure, more trouble than worth, Deputy Master Shi muttered, kicking Lu Yidao aside. After cursing under his breath, he hoisted the unconscious Master Qian onto his shoulder and vanished into the distance. Amidst the chaos of Haifeng village, another group hurriedly approached Haifeng Pass. Comprised of over 20 riders, a few bore the burden of the injured. This was the beleaguered group, led by Qian Hu. As twilight descended, apprehension gripped them at the thought of the impending wrath from their chief upon returning. Suddenly, figures appeared along the mountain path. The lean rider at the front raised a hand in warning, signaling the group to slow their pace and ready their weapons. It is the second chief returning. A brother of ours. As joyous exclamations rang out, several figures emerged from the mountainside. Confirming their identities, the group sheathed their weapons and approached. What brings you all the way here? Has something transpired? The lean rider noticed the ragged appearance and bloodied clothes of his comrades, his heart filled with unease. Our stronghold was besieged by the Taiping escort agency. The chief has been slain. Our brothers suffered heavy casualties and are scattered. The second chief is here. We shall follow him for our sustenance. With a cacophony of voices, the mountain bandits recounted the calamity that had befallen their stronghold. As the grim tale unfolded, panic flickered in the eyes of the gathered men, each exchanging worried glances. Alas, the second chief is also gone. The lean rider sighed deeply. On the horse beside him, Qian Hu lay motionless, already cold. What will become of us? With both the chief and the second chief gone, how shall we survive? The bandits were engulfed in despair. Brothers, heed my words. The lean rider furrowed his brow, surveying the disheartened faces around him before raising his voice. We cannot return to the stronghold. We have lived fiercely these past few years, yet now, with both chiefs lost, the authorities and the righteous forces of the martial world will not tolerate us. After much contemplation, I advise you to disperse. Each of us has some savings, return home. Acquire land, marry, and live peacefully for a time. If fate allows, we may one day gather again. Hearing his words stirred something within the crowd. After burying Qian Hu nearby, the lean rider paid his respects and mounted his horse, turning back toward the road. The remaining bandits stared in disbelief as he departed, lingering for a moment before scattering in all directions. As the western sky blushed with the hues of dusk, the once boisterous Haifeng village fell into a profound silence. The mountains were strewn with discarded weapons, the severed limbs and bloodied corpses of mountain bandits attracting swarms of buzzing flies. Beside a wooden cabin, the scholar in green and the young escort leader Qin stood in silence, gazing at the lifeless body of Lu Yidao, accompanied by Yuan Wanwu and Che Hai, who remained speechless. The infamous Black Wind stronghold had long been a blight upon the land. Yet it was indeed intriguing to witness the death of its chief within his own lair, while the remaining bandits scattered like frightened birds. How amusing. Qin, the young escort leader, chuckled lightly. The scholar in green continued to fixate on the shattered throat of Lu Yidao, lost in thought. Qin shook his head with a smile and turned to Yuan Wanwu and Che Hai, inquiring, "Have the goods been accounted for?" "In response to your inquiry, all lost goods have been recovered, and the mules and carts remain undamaged," Che Hai replied with enthusiasm. Yuan Wanwu nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Recovering the lost cargo was indeed a boon for the escort agency. "Let us not delay," Qin continued. "Have your masters assist in loading the goods onto the cart, and we shall set off for Qin City tonight. Upon successful completion, an additional 20% will be added to the original commission." Yuan Wanwu and Che Hai exchanged glances, their hearts elated. The chief was gravely injured, the cargo lost, and they were uncertain how to explain this to the owner of the goods. Now, Not only could they recover the cargo, but they could also earn an additional commission. They readily agreed and summoned their fellow escorts to begin their work. As the night descended, all the clamor of the world gradually subsided. Within the Xianyuan temple, Xiaoyi supported his master back to a resting place. It was then that he noticed the stark whiteness of his master's hair and the fatigue etched across his aged features. His master walked with a slight limp, his arms trembling, yet his spine remained upright like a solitary tree standing atop a precipice, proud yet profoundly alone. Supporting his master's arm, Xiaoyi gently channeled his spiritual energy into him. With a slow exhale, the Taoist Qingyan opened his eyes. In the main hall, his previously pallid complexion began to show signs of improvement, a faint flush returning to his sunken cheeks. Xiaoyi, what you have imparted to me differs from the internal energy, he remarked. No need to rush. I am feeling much better now. Master, I still have spiritual energy within me. Let me shield your heart and Apos. As pulse with it, I can do this. Xiaoyi's tears flowed freely. Within his awareness, he sensed his master's vitality ebbing away like a retreating tide. He desperately funneled his spiritual energy through the meridians into his master's body. As the energy flowed steadily in, nourishing the internal organs, the depletion began to wane, and the Taoist Qingyun's complexion softened considerably. Observing Xiaoyi's tear-streaked face, he affectionately said, Enough. You have too much spiritual energy, even I cannot bear it. See, I am already much improved. Now rest a while. Noticing the faint color returning to his master's face, Xiaoyi promptly ceased his efforts. Seeing his obedient disciple, Taoist Qingyun spoke with warmth. But for the passage of day and night, you have transformed remarkably. What is the reason? Pray, share with me. It has indeed been a day and night. Xiaoyi and Apos' heart raced as memories of the cave flooded back. Wiping his tears, he exclaimed, Master, I was eager to return and tell you. Please listen to me. With a light chuckle, Taoist Qingyun, bolstered by Xiaoyi's spiritual nourishment, felt rejuvenated. Do not rush, you are quite odorous. Go wash up and change your clothes. Also, in the kitchen, old Lu has sent over mutton, which was stewed last night. Heat it up and serve it. Let us dine and converse. Do not forget my wine gourd. Seeing his master in such spirits, Xiaoyi felt a great weight lift from his heart, and he agreed before rushing outside. Upon reaching the kitchen, he saw the bubbling pot of mutton, ignited the firewood, and prepared a basin of water. Stripping down, he washed himself in the courtyard, scrubbing off the grime and using soap to cleanse himself, before rinsing off and donning fresh garments and cloth shoes. He tied his hair back with a strip, transforming into a handsome youth under the moonlight at the Xianyuan temple. The clothing and shoes fit him well, thanks to the thoughtful townsfolk of Taiping Town. With the Qiankuan bag slung around his neck, he returned to the pot, ladled the boiling mutton into a basin, and brought it to his master. Observing the disciple he had raised, Taoist Qingyun's expression reflected a mix of reluctance and affection. Xiaoyi set the basin and utensils on a wooden table beside the bed and sat cross-legged opposite his master. Master, here's your wine. Drink slowly. Xiaoyi, eat while it's hot. After acknowledging, Xiaoyi eagerly scooped up a piece of meat and began to savor it. Yet he felt that the flavor was lacking compared to before. Perhaps if he ate more, his master would be happier. Taoist Qingyun held the wine gourd but did not drink, merely gazing lovingly at Xiaoyi's appetite. Xiaoyi, feeling compelled to share, began to recount the events following his visit to old Lu, narrating every detail. When he spoke of his experience with the fruit, Taoist Qingyun stroked his beard in delight, saying, This is a cleansing of the marrow. Eliminating the dross, the grease on your body is merely waste expelled from within. Countless individuals spend a lifetime striving to overcome insurmountable barriers. Yet with a single small fruit, you have unblocked your meridians and opened the gates of the mysterious. This is a great opportunity for you, Xiaoyi. Congratulations. He concluded by taking a contented sip of wine. With his master's guidance, Xiaoyi gained clarity on the painful memories he had endured. He retrieved the Qiankuan bag and began to present its contents to his master, item by item. Taoist Qingyun, astonished by Xiaoyi and Apos' extraordinary methods, eagerly inquired further. Xiaoyi explained the marvels of consciousness and the wonders contained within the Qiankuan bag. Ah, truly a world within a sleeve. How splendid. Taoist Qingyun laughed heartily. Xiaoyi articulated the connection between the spiritual energy he had developed and the Xianyuan mantra, asking, Master, the internal energy generated is true qi, while what I possess is spiritual energy. Why is this? His master pondered, I do not comprehend. Could it be that the Xianyuan mantra is not meant for the flesh and blood of mortals? Taoist Qingyun sighed deeply. By the way, master, not only must the Qiankuan bag be opened with consciousness, but the jade slip can also be perceived with it, Xiaoyi eagerly added. Oh. In both Taoist and martial arts teachings, there are practices concerning the 5 senses and 6 perceptions. The 5 senses refer to the innate, initial, similar, varying, and ultimate awareness, while the 6 perceptions denote sight, hearing, taste, touch, smell, and thought. Those with profound mastery possess perceptions that transcend those of ordinary beings. Yet they cannot compare to your consciousness, which is a celestial technique. Taoist Qingyun mused. Master, you once mentioned that a cultivator must possess a celestial root. I have practiced the Xian Yuan mantra for many years without entering the path, which means I lack a celestial root. Could that purple crystal fruit grant one a celestial root? If so, once the fruit ripens, I shall pluck it and present it to you. Would you not also attain the same state as I? Taoist Qingyun chuckled. It may not be so simple. A celestial root is either present or absent. It cannot be reversed by later efforts. The inherent must be cultivated before the acquired can be achieved. When the gates open, the innate is realized. The true qi of a martial adept is the primordial essence of their being, unable to commune with the heavens. Your ability to harness the celestial energies is entirely different. The profundities of this concept elude me as well. What does the jade slip convey? Master, allow me to share the contents of the jade slips with you. Xiao Yi eagerly recounted the information inscribed within the 3 slips. Taoist Qingyun listened intently, his interest piqued. When Xiao Yi described the wondrous accounts in the Eastern travels, Taoist Qingyun nodded appreciatively, but when he spoke of the treasures and elixirs detailed in Compendium of Herbs, he became utterly engrossed. As Xiao Yi recounted the final words inscribed in the jade slip of the Xian Yuan Zhenruan, a peculiar radiance illuminated Taoist Qingyun's face, his expression becoming grave. After absorbing the entirety of the jade slip and Apos as contents, he remained speechless for an extended period. Sensing his disciple and Apos' unease, Taoist Qingyun heaved a long sigh, stroking his long beard, and said to Xiao Yi with profound significance, In my lifetime, I have pursued the Tao of heaven, only to realize today that what I sought was, in fact, the immortal path. Alas, but what is this immortal path? It is a path of contrariness, contending with heaven for longevity and with earth for profit. Beneath the Tao of heaven, all things are but fodder. Those who conform shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. The Tao of heaven and the immortal path are at odds yet intertwined. One seeks a glimmer of hope within the immortal path, while maintaining an unwavering dedication under the Tao of heaven. This path is ethereal. This path is arduous. Last night, as I pondered upon my pillow, I found myself busy with the fleeting spring, oblivious to how the flowers bloom and wither without concern for the passage of time, merely wasting my days in the mundane world. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Qingyun's gaze turned distant, his demeanor tranquil. He did not inquire about the demise of the Xian Yuan patriarch. Perhaps all was understood without the need for words. This serene discourse struck a chord within Xiao Yi. He recognized that although his master lacked the same fortune as he, the insights into the path of cultivation and the otherworldly mindset were treasures he had yet to attain. Xiao Yi, do you know what brings me the greatest pride in this life? Taoist Qingyun asked, a warm smile gracing his face as he regarded his disciple. Upon seeing Xiao shake his head, he chuckled softly, lifted a gourd, and took a hearty sip of wine, his eyes sparkling with myriad sentiments. My greatest pride lies in taking you as my disciple. With that, Taoist Qingyun burst into hearty laughter, his aged voice resonating with a sense of release, imbued with a touch of solace and understanding. I have recently reached a venerable age. Today, Xiao Yi, you have unveiled a lifetime of ignorance for me. How fortunate. How joyous. Before his words could fully dissipate, his tone shifted, becoming solemn. There are a few words I want you to remember, Xiao Yi. At this, Xiao Yi straightened up, attentive. In this world, all are bustling for profit. All are clamoring for gain, be it in the mundane realm or the martial world, or in your future cultivation journey. There are countless who covet wealth. Therefore, you must remember, a common man is blameless, yet possessing treasures can bring calamity upon him. You possess the skills of cultivation and treasures. Do not flaunt them before others. Remember, Master, these spells and treasures are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, are they not? Though Xiao Yi understood the wisdom in his master's words, he could not help but wonder if he would still fear the prying eyes of the unworthy once he acquired power. Taoist Qingyun replied earnestly, human strength has its limits. Even a fierce tiger may slumber. Regardless of your current novice status and limited abilities, even if you were to become formidable in the future, How would you fare against the countless foolish beings blinded by greed in the mundane world? When you are capable of safeguarding yourself, that will be a different matter altogether. Xiao Yi comprehended the gravity of his master's counsel, promptly kneeling before him with respect, declaring, Xiao Yi shall heed master's teachings. Daoist Qingyun nodded for Xiao Yi to rise, and, with a hint of fatigue in his voice, said, Today, let us rejoice. Xiao Yi, utilize the heart method of your Xian Yuan formula to demonstrate the Xian Yuan sword technique for me. What marvels would unfold when the Xian Yuan formula and the Xian Yuan sword technique were combined? Xiao Yi eagerly responded, jumping down from the bed. After a moment's thought, he grasped the golden dragon sword from his bag, weighing it in his hand, and exclaimed with excitement, This is the Patriarch's treasure. Let me practice with this immortal artifact. Excellent. I wish to witness you perform the true immortal sword technique of Xian Yuan Guan. Let us proceed to the courtyard. Daoist Qingyun appeared somewhat exhilarated, a peculiar flush gracing his cheeks. Yet, in his eagerness, Xiao Yi did not dwell on it, following his master into the courtyard. Under the luminous moonlight, the Xian Yuan Guan was enveloped in a silvery sheen. Xiao Yi activated the Xian Yuan formula, channeling the limited spiritual energy within him in harmony with the movements of the universe. Holding the golden dragon sword, he bowed respectfully to his master, and the Xian Yuan sword technique flowed from his hands like water. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, entering the sword's body, and the once short golden dragon sword suddenly emitted a 3-foot-long golden sword beam. As he executed the sword moves, the sword light surged and coiled around him, forming a golden cascade that enveloped him entirely. In an instant, the sword light burst forth like falling snowflakes, leaping and flickering in all directions. The surrounding walls of the courtyard crackled as sparks flew, leaving shallow gashes in the bricks. Xiao Yi moved with graceful agility, the golden sword light dancing in his hands, transforming what were once ordinary sword moves into streams of golden dragons, releasing waves of sword energy that shimmered in layers of gold. With a twist of his body, he executed a move reminiscent of the Milky Way, where the golden light suddenly swirled like countless stars, converging into a torrent of sword energy that surged forward with a thunderous roar, puncturing a large hole in the brick wall. Xiao Yi was astounded and elated. Was this the power of his sword technique? Was this truly the sword technique of an immortal? Overwhelmed with joy, he instinctively recalled the final 5 forms of the Xian Yuan sword technique, silently reciting the incantation of the 9th form, the immortal points the way. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly. The golden dragon's sword quivered in his grasp, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward the sword, leaving him feeling hollow and disoriented. His consciousness blurred, dizziness overtook him, and in a breath, all his spiritual energy was completely expended. Xiao Yi gasped internally, this is not good. His body weakened, his mind clouded, and he collapsed to the ground. The sword clattered from his hand. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he realized the danger he had been in. Surely, he lacked the power to wield the final 5 forms of the sword technique. Struggling to rise, he thought of his master and felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced over. Daoist Qingyun sat serenely on the ground, eyes slightly closed, his expression tranquil. Yet a pallor of gray had settled upon him. Only the silvery strands of his hair danced softly in the moonlight. Xiao Yi's heart seized, a chill creeping over him, his expression stiffening in shock. Master! His voice trembled as he softly called out. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and he laboriously moved closer to his master, collapsing to his knees. Xiao Yi's mouth hung open, his eyes reddening, a flicker of hope flashing in his frantic gaze as he grasped his master's wrist. But the master, in his meditative state, had lost all vitality. The master was gone. The master was gone. It felt as though thunder rolled through his heart, a sharp pain piercing his chest. And Xiao Yi coughed up a mouthful of warm blood before darkness enveloped him, collapsing to the ground. He seemed to lie upon the cow-lying stone, gazing up at the faint stars, as if to be lost in the vastness of the night sky, alone, desolate, and cold. Or perhaps he returned to his small room, hearing his master call for him. Was it time to rise and practice the sword? Slowly, Xiao Yi opened his eyes, finding himself in a world distinct from his dreams, dazzling and blinding. He squinted slightly, then strained to open his eyes fully. Xiao Yi, you're awake. Before him was not his master, but a face lined with wrinkles, and a pair of compassionate eyes fixed on him. Uncle Lu? Where is my master? Xiao Yi. It is good that you are awake. Good that you are awake. Xiao Yi realized he lay in Uncle Lu and Appo's embrace, surrounded by the familiar courtyard. When I delivered mutton to your master the other day, he mentioned you had not returned. This morning, with nothing to do and feeling concerned, I came to check on you. Who would have thought? Alas. As Xiao Yi's consciousness gradually returned, Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He fell into Uncle Lu's embrace, weeping, "Woo-woo, my master is gone." At the northern cliff of the Immortal, a valley meandered northward, with rugged stones nearby and layers of peaks in the distance. 2 miles from the northern cliff lay a clear pond, beside which was a small hollow in the hills, encircled by a mountain stream that flowed deep into the valley. At the higher part of the hollow stood a new grave. Beside the grave was a humble straw hut, which now served as Xiaoyi and Appo's new home. Due to the departure of his master, Xiaoyi fell into a deep sorrow and fainted, only to be saved by the visiting old Lu. The passing of Taoist Qingyun also left old Lu in profound sadness. After assisting in the arrangements for Taoist Qingyun and Appo's burial, he grew concerned about Xiaoyi's livelihood and invited him to live together, but was gently declined. Xiaoyi wished to guard his master's spirit in mourning, resolutely standing his ground. Unable to dissuade Xiaoyi's determination, old Lu constructed a makeshift hut and left him to keep vigil. Standing before his master's grave, Xiaoyi and Appo's eyes were filled with sorrow. Since childhood, he had been like a fledgling swallow, sheltered by his master and Appo's care, living a carefree life. With the departure of his only kin, he was left pondering his own path. The confusion in Xiaoyi's heart surged. Having grown accustomed to his master's company, he now felt utterly alone. He did not wish to leave his master, yearning to remain by his side as before. He believed that his master watched over him daily, protecting him still. "Master, I remember your final words," Xiaoyi thought, uncertain of how far or high he could journey alone. He trusted that he would continue onward. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, he turned to gaze into the distant valley, his expression imbued with steadfastness and resolve. 200 miles southeast of Qin City, there stands a breathtaking mountain, Jiolong Mountain, soaring into the clouds. The mountain boasts 9 peaks, perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling 9 dragons in the sky, a sight of enchanting wonder. This is likely the origin of Jiolong Mountain's name. It is also a hallowed ground in the martial world, home to the Tianlong sect. Within the grand hall of the Tianlong sect, a middle-aged man clad in purple stood with his hands clasped behind him. A scholar in green bowed respectfully, reporting, "Master, I am pleased to inform you that I have successfully retrieved the lost cargo, unharmed, as per your command." The purple-clad man turned slowly, his sword-like brows raised slightly, his keen eyes gleaming with intelligence. After glancing at the scholar, he said coolly, "Thank you, Leader Lu. I wonder why the Black Wind Stronghold has shown interest in this cargo." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly stroked his 3 strands of azure beard, his demeanor exuding both elegance and authority. "Master, during my investigation, I discovered something peculiar," the scholar continued. "When the group from the Taiping escort entered the Black Wind Stronghold, we found that the head of the stronghold, Louis Dao, had already been killed. The masked assailant who gravely injured Yuan Wanzhong from the Taiping escort has also vanished. It is rumored that this masked individual was also severely wounded, leading me to suspect that Louis Dao's killer is likely an accomplice of the masked figure. Upon examining Louis Dao's corpse, I found that he had been strangled to death, a method far too efficient for an ordinary bandit. It stands to reason that this cargo theft was orchestrated by someone else, with the Black Wind Stronghold merely serving as an unwitting pawn. However, these are merely my conjectures and require your judgment." Leader Lu bowed respectfully, his expression cautious. The master's demeanor softened, revealing a hint of appreciation. "Your decisive actions in recovering the stolen cargo are commendable, and the sect shall reward you accordingly. However, we must uncover the mastermind behind this. Anyone daring to target the Tianlong sect is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, our operations must remain discreet." The master continued. "Understood," Leader Lu replied, bowing deeply. "Does the Taiping escort know the origins of this cargo?" The master inquired, his pale countenance tinged with coldness. Leader Lu's face betrayed a flicker of panic as he hurriedly responded, "Master, although I appeared as the Eastern Lord, they remain unaware of my true identity. Moreover, head escort Qin is one of our own, so there should be no concerns." After a moment of contemplation, the master nodded, saying, "Leader Lu, you have traveled tirelessly. Please take your rest." As he watched Leader Lu exit the hall, the master was left in deep contemplation. The martial world was fraught with peril. Like walking on thin ice, a slight misstep could lead to a sect's obliteration, replaced by another in an instant. The Tianlong sect had endured for centuries. To preserve its legacy, every disciple had risked their lives. Was it not for the sect's survival, the continuation of martial arts, and the prosperity of their successors? The path to ascendancy bestowed by our ancestors must be held tightly in our grasp. Outside Qin City, a secluded river bore a fishing boat, tilted upon the water and Apos' surface. Within the boat sat two figures, one upright and one reclining. The seated individual was none other than the fleeing Shi Tangzhu from the Black Wind stronghold, while the one lying in the cabin, pale and recently awakened, was Qian Tangzhu. I underestimated the situation and nearly perished here. Thank you, Brother Shi, for your rescue, Qian Tangzhu said with a hint of embarrassment, his voice weak. There is no need for thanks. It was merely my duty, Shi Tangzhu replied, his tone remaining cold. This is the territory of the Tianlong sect. We must proceed with caution, Qian Tangzhu lamented. Soon, he wore a bitter expression, saying, let us return and report the truth. Let the leader decide the course of action. In my view, the leader's plan leaves much to be desired. Matters within the gang still rely on Deputy Leader Bian's sagacity, Shi Tangzhu retorted with a hint of resentment. The pain from his wounds made Qian Tangzhu wince. Aware that Shi Tangzhu was aligned with Deputy Leader Bian, he chose not to argue further. He shook his head, saying, as subordinates, we must be cautious with our words. Shi Tangzhu, let us depart swiftly. The brothers awaiting us ahead are surely concerned. He added, catching his breath. I will report your great contributions to the leader as well. Hearing this, Shi Tangzhu and Apos' expression softened slightly, and he silently rose to walk toward the rear of the boat. The small vessel glided gently along the river, receding into the distance. The shifting tides of the martial world bore no relation to Xianren Peak, nor to Xiao Yi, or perhaps to Lin Yi. He stood beneath the cave at the rear of Xianren Peak. The great serpent had long been taken by old Lu, and the events surrounding it were not something he could disclose. As the sorrow within him gradually faded, Lin Yi sensed a faint gathering of spiritual energy within his dantian. Days passed, and Lin Yi recalled the purple crystal fruit tree within the cave. Curious whether the remaining fruits had ripened, he ventured to inspect. A rich, alluring fragrance wafted from the fruit tree, invigorating his senses. Though his spiritual power had yet to fully recover, his consciousness could still be utilized. He focused intently on the tree, and within his mind's eye, he beheld a translucent, purplish-red fruit, perfectly ripe. If he were to present this fruit to Uncle Lu, it would surely grant him longevity, Lin Yi mused, a faint smile gracing his pallid face. A small red squirrel, nestled among the leaves of the purple crystal fruit tree, sparkled with excitement in its eyes as it wiggled its fluffy tail, reaching out with its tiny paws to pluck the fruit. Observing the charming little creature stirred Lin Yi and Apos' heart, prompting him to abandon the idea of harvesting the fruit. The world is filled with spiritual beings. Encountering them is a stroke of fortune. Why should he compete with this little creature? He wondered what might happen if the squirrel consumed the fruit. Would it transform into a spirit? A curious smile played at the corners of Lin Yi and Apos' mouth as he imagined the possibilities. The small squirrel, irresistibly drawn by the potent fragrance, eagerly devoured the fruit, and upon finishing, it reclined back, seemingly satisfied, letting out a contented sigh. However, after indulging in the fruit, the little squirrel attempted to leap back to a nearby branch, but suddenly faltered, tumbling to the ground with a thud. Watching this unexpected turn of events, Lin Yi pondered. What could this little creature be up to? Before Lin Yi could delve into contemplation, the small creature on the ground, seemingly in its death throes, revealed terror in its round eyes. Its body swelled instantaneously, culminating in a violent explosion that painted the ground with a crimson mist. A gasp escaped Lin Yi's lips. This. Recollecting the agony of consuming the fruit himself, a lingering apprehension tugged at his heart. Had it not been for the Xin Yuan incantation, he might have shared the squirrel and Apos' fate. He reflected on their initial encounter, the squirrel and Apos' battle against the serpent, and the creature and Apos' endearing demeanor. Now, in the blink of an eye, it had dissolved into a cloud of blood, returning to the earth that had nurtured it. A wave of melancholy washed over Lin Yi, prompting a sigh of lament. The violet crystal fruit was beyond the squirrel's capacity, yet it succumbed to temptation, gambling with its life. Are humans not alike? But life is finite. Did the squirrel not comprehend this? Its cleverness suggested it did, so why risk everything? And was he, Lin Yi, any different? He, too, was gambling. Without risk, there would be no fortune. Without risk, he would remain forever like his master, burdened by lifelong regret. But in gambling, he could vanish like the squirrel. Was this fate? The shared destiny of all living things? Was there a difference between gambling and abstaining? Indeed, gambling was a chance encounter. Without the violet crystal fruit, There would be nothing to gamble for. Abstaining would lead to remorse and regret, but would gambling with one's life also lead to regret? The serpent was dead, and the squirrel was dead. Did they regret it? Did they resent it? Perhaps only he mourned them. They had simply pursued their desires, and perhaps would do so again. Why then should he hesitate? Lin Yi stood transfixed, his mind racing. At such a tender age, he was experiencing a new facet of existence. After a long pause, he abandoned the notion of giving the fruit to Uncle Lu, unwilling to endanger the old man. He calculated that the second fruit would ripen 7 days after the first. The remaining 5 fruits remained green. He would return in a few days to check on them. Lin Yi's thatched hut, reminiscent of a watchman's shelter, stood 3 feet above the ground, its roof and walls thick with thatch. Inside, a layer of soft hay provided a comfortable seat for cross-legged meditation. He caressed the jade pendant left by his master, its contents etched in his memory. He placed the pendant in his Qinkuan bag and fell into silent contemplation. The Xian Yuan swordplay was in fact the Xian Tian swordplay, and the Xian Yuan chant was the Xian Tian mind method. The swordplay passed down by the Xian Yuan master was merely a fragment, significantly altered, perhaps to make it accessible to ordinary disciples. The Xian Tian swordplay within the jade pendant comprised 36 levels, corresponding to the 36 levels of the Xian Tian mind method. Lin Yi and Apos, 8 years of practicing the Xian Yuan chant, had only covered the Qi training section of the Xian Tian mind method. The mind method and swordplay were divided into 4 stages: Qi training, foundation building, golden core, and nascent soul. Each level of the mind method included supplementary spells for practice and use. The swordplay was similar, with each level offering different variations. The swordplay proclaimed that the Xian Tian swordplay and Apos' Xian Tian sword formation was unparalleled. Depending on one and Apos' cultivation, one could deploy sword formations, which must be formidable. However, these were distant prospects for Lin Yi. Reaching the middle stage of Qi training, specifically the 4th level, was required to refine and wield a flying sword. To Lin Yi's dismay, he was only at the 1st level of Qi training. In relation to the techniques within the jade pendant, he was a mere infant, just learning to stand and take tentative steps. What he did not realize was that the Xian Tian mind method was a rare and complete technique even in the cultivation world. Regardless, he would proceed slowly. At least it was better than 8 years of futile practice. Lin Yi consoled himself. Lin Yi's recovery was swift. His eyes gleamed with vitality, and his complexion radiated health. The trials he had endured had transformed him, replacing his former playfulness with a newfound maturity. He spent his days adding soil to his master and Apos' grave and clearing weeds. He would visit Uncle Lu, share a meal, or tidy up the dilapidated courtyard on Immortal Peak. Sometimes, he ventured into the depths of the valley to hunt game for Uncle Lu. More often, Lin Yi secluded himself in his thatched hut, pondering the mind method and incantations left by the Xian Yuan master. The Eastern wanderings and compendium of herbs were already ingrained in his memory, and he believed they would prove useful. He quenched his thirst with water from the sweet spring. When hungry, he gathered wild fruits or cooked a simple meal. His master's wine gourd hung in the hut, a daily reminder that brought him peace. Lin Yi's life in the small mountain hollow was tranquil and carefree. In a cave behind Immortal Peak, Lin Yi held a fragrant violet crystal fruit. These fruits ripened only every 7 days. He meditated daily. But the spiritual energy of the world was elusive, and the energy absorbed into his Qi was negligible. His Qi training remained stagnant at the 1st level. He was uncertain of the purpose of the 3 golden water pills in his Qiankuan bag. The Xian Yuan master's jade slip made no mention of them, so Lin Yi dared not consume them. Could the violet crystal fruit help him increase his cultivation? Lin Yi tilted his head, examining the fruit in his hand, sensing its potent spiritual energy. Recalling the agonizing first experience, he felt uneasy. Yet, his cultivation remained stagnant. Would not the fruit be wasted if he did not try? Would it not be a pity if it rotted? Violet crystal fruits required jade boxes for storage, which he did not possess. The first fruit had been excruciating. But had he not recovered? Lin Yi reasoned, attempting to persuade himself. He would try it. He could die again. When the time came to gamble, he would gamble. He tossed the fruit into his mouth. The familiar coolness, fragrance, and warmth followed. Lin Yi quickly formed hand seals and activated the Xian Tian mind method. But the excruciating pain did not materialize. Instead, the warmth spread comfortably through his limbs and meridians. The potent medicinal essence contained a rich spiritual energy that swirled and gathered in his Qi. The spiritual energy in his Qi grew steadily. Gradually, Lin Yi's dantian and meridians filled with spiritual energy. His face flushed, and a white aura swirled above his head before abruptly plunging into his Bai point. Lin frowned. A subtle sound reverberated within him, as if an invisible dam had been breached, releasing the pent-up spiritual energy. His meridians felt slightly wider, and the previously thin strands of spiritual energy thickened. He attempted to circulate the second level of the Xian Tian mind method, and the energy flowed unimpeded. Had he broken through? He had finally reached the second level of qi training. The increase in cultivation was intoxicating. Lin raised an eyebrow, a look of delight on his face. He extended his divine sense, perceiving everything within 15 zhang with clarity. As his cultivation increased, so did his divine sense. This time, the fruit had not brought pain, but had increased his cultivation to the second level of qi training. Lin was grateful for his earlier boldness. He entered the stone chamber and retrieved a small wooden box from his Qian Kuan bag, commissioned from Uncle Lu. Although he had not explained its purpose, the box was sturdy. Lin placed the Xian Yuan master's remains in the wooden box and stored it in his Qian Kuan bag. Then, he moved swiftly and floated out of the cave. With a mere tap of his toes, his figure traversed a distance of 7 or 8 zhang with newfound ease and grace, a testament to his augmented power. Soon, he arrived at the secluded mountain hollow where he resided. Using the azure cloud sword, Lin excavated a deep pit, interring the wooden chest within, thereby erecting a tomb for the esteemed mysterious origin master. He then reverently knelt and kowtowed several times. Venerated founder, may your spirit find solace. This humble descendant of the mysterious origin sect, the 21st generation disciple, Lin pays his respects. Not only is the founder laid to rest, but he also provides companionship for my departed master. Lin kowtowed to his master's memory, murmuring, Master, with the founder by your side, you shall never be lonely. His eyes welled up, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. The sweltering heat of July was in full force. Yet, by the pool adjacent to the mountain hollow, a refreshing coolness prevailed. After drenching his body in the pool's waters, Lin luxuriated under the shade of a tree, reclining on a stone slab. His raven hair cascaded freely, his torso bare, and his lower body adorned with only a pair of short underpants. Clenching his fist and casting a glance at his still somewhat frail physique, Lin felt a sense of contentment. The remaining 4 fruits on the tree within the cave had been consumed, yet his cultivation had not increased as rapidly as he had envisioned. The profound Heaven Heart Sutra had only advanced to the 3rd level. However, a cluster of purple energy had materialized within his qi si, enveloped by his spiritual energy. This was undoubtedly the unrefined medicinal potency of the amethyst fruit. It seemed that cultivation was a gradual process. Lin rested his head on his arm, crossed his legs, and gently swayed them. Craning his neck, Lin fixed his gaze on a round pebble, roughly the size of his fist, lying by the pool's edge. Extending his right hand, he made a grasping motion towards the pebble. With a whoosh, the stone miraculously flew towards him and was gently caught in his grasp. A faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips, but he nonchalantly tossed the stone in the air before carelessly discarding it to the side. This was the second spell he had mastered, aside from the art of wind manipulation, the art of object retrieval. This spell, he mused, was rather useless, save for its entertainment value. Thus, he dismissed the only spell available for cultivation in the 1st level of the Heart Sutra. Lin lazily sat up, his delicate features surveying the surroundings. He then deftly formed several hand seals. A faint, almost imperceptible white light emanated from his body, and his form gradually vanished into thin air. The pool's edge was now desolate, as if Lin had never been there. Moments later, another flash of white light materialized, and a bare-chested figure materialized from the void, reappearing in the same spot. Haha, this is amusing. Lin chuckled with self-satisfaction. Having reached the 3rd level of cultivation, he had diligently practiced several spells. The 2nd level allowed for the cultivation of the art of wind summoning and the art of object displacement. The 3rd level offered only the art of fire summoning. Thus, he had mastered wind manipulation, invisibility, fire summoning, object retrieval, object displacement, wind summoning, and fire summoning. A total of 7 minor spells. The art of wind manipulation remained the most practical, with minimal spiritual energy consumption. Currently, he could leap nearly 10 zhang in a single bound and levitate 3 qi above the ground without falling, albeit for only a few breaths. This sensation, Lin found, was quite delightful. The art of invisibility was of little use in this mountain hollow, and the other spells had their shortcomings. Lin sat on the stone slab, lost in contemplation. After a while, he formed the hand seal for the art of fire summoning. With a wave of his hand, a small ball of flame appeared before him. He swiftly altered the hand seal and chanted an incantation, causing the flame to pulsate. The flame then elongated, transforming into a slender fire serpent that spiraled and danced in the air. Observing this peculiar sight, a smile played on Lin Yi's lips. With a casual gesture, he directed the fire serpent towards the pebble lying by the pool's edge. In an instant, the stone crackled and popped as it was consumed by the flames, ultimately shattering into a small pile of gravel. Elated by his ingenuity, Lin Yi and Apos' eyes sparkled, and he burst into joyous laughter. Haha, ISN and Apos, this a unique approach, combining the art of fire summoning with the art of fire displacement. With a thoughtful expression, Lin Yi summoned a small whirlwind from thin air, directing it towards the pile of gravel. As the gravel stirred up a cloud of dust, he altered his hand seal once more, unleashing the art of object displacement. The dust cloud was immediately lifted by an invisible hand, carried away from the pool's edge, and deposited in the bushes on the other side of the mountain hollow. Ah, indeed, spells are more engaging when used in conjunction. The unexpected synergy between the art of fire summoning and the art of fire displacement, as well as the complementary nature of the art of object retrieval and the art of object displacement, had deepened Lin Yi's understanding of spells. Donning the clothes he had summoned, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the grass by the pool, holding the Qianquan bag in his hand. This Qianquan bag was truly a treasure. Despite being filled with numerous items, it felt weightless in his hand, like a delicate sachet when worn around his neck or waist. With a thought, he retrieved several books and 4 small flags from the Qianquan bag. One of the books was Mysterious Origin Talismans. The Mysterious Origin founder had mentioned in the Jade Slip that this was entirely different from his master's usual scribbles, as well as the talismans drawn with cinnabar and yellow paper in the mundane world. His master had merely employed secular methods to draw talismans, yet they occasionally proved effective. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh for the old man. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi guiltily turned towards his master's tomb and bowed. He muttered a few words. "Master, please don't blame me." Mysterious Origin Talismans detailed 3 methods for crafting talismans, directly forming talismans with spiritual energy, using jade pendants to form talismans, and drawing talismans on the hides of spiritual beasts. These talisman techniques possessed varying degrees of efficacy, ranging from protective talismans like the Vajra talisman and wind-repelling talisman to offensive talismans like the Fireball talisman. There were also miraculous sound transmission talismans, which were likely commonplace in the world of cultivation. The incantations and crafting methods were extensive, filling a thick volume. Lin Yi discovered that the book only contained low-level talisman techniques. The majority consisted of abstruse text, highlighting the mystical nature of talismans. He could attempt to study and experiment with forming talismans with spiritual energy and jade pendants, while the others could wait for the future. It also mentioned spiritual beasts. What did these spiritual beasts look like? He shook his head and picked up another book. The book in his hand was Mysterious Origin Swordsmanship, nearly a modified version of standard swordsmanship. However, the power unleashed when channeling internal spiritual energy to execute the sword techniques made Lin Yi reluctant to part with it. He couldn't readily use his spells in public, so this set of swordsmanship would serve as his self-defense. Lin Yi flourished his fingers in a sword-like gesture, pointing it towards the pool. A wisp of spiritual energy formed a sword chi, creating a ripple in the water. I and Apos, am somewhat like a martial arts expert, he thought, raising his eyebrows in satisfaction. The other book was a thin booklet, Mysterious Origin Gong, written by his grandmaster, True Immortal Tai. Lin Yi carefully read it. Mysterious Origin Gong was an internal energy cultivation manual that focused on unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, circulating energy through the body, and cultivating true qi. When internal energy reached a high level, the released true qi possessed considerable power. However, it was no longer useful to him. After storing the 3 books in the Qianquan bag, Lin Yi examined the remaining 4 small flags. The 4 flags were of different colors: azure, black, white, and red. He didn't know what material they were made of, but the flag surfaces felt smooth and resilient. He held them in his hand, examining them from all angles. The Mysterious Origin Master said these small flags were of great use, but how? Lin Yi scratched his head, subconsciously using his divine sense to investigate. He noticed runes flashing on the flags. He hastily attempted to immerse his divine sense into the flags, but the flag surfaces immediately became hazy, preventing his divine sense from penetrating. However, a line of characters appeared in his divine sense at the flagpoles. So that's how it is. A sense of joy derived from exploration and discovery made Lin Yi sway his head and wag his tail in delight. It turned out that these flags were called the Qianquan Four Symbols flags. The flagpoles contained the methods for activating and deploying the array. Once the array was formed, it could conceal, attack, defend, and kill. After concentrating and memorizing the array incantations, Lin Yi tossed the small flags in 4 directions. The flags flew towards the surrounding area and vanished upon touching the ground. As he formed the hand seals, a layer of mist suddenly appeared above the pool and the mountain hollow. In the blink of an eye, the area around the small valley vanished from sight, followed by swirling white mist and the distant sound of thunder. Moments later, a whirlwind swept across the flat land, dispersing the fog. The treasures left by the ancestors are truly magnificent, Lin Yi thought to himself, reveling in his own delight. Before long, it was the early autumn season. In the valley beyond Immortal Peak, the grass grew lush and the orioles soared. The mountain breeze blew gently, gradually dissipating the lingering heat of summer. Old Lu's wrinkles deepened on his face, and besides worrying about his son, he was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of the young Lin Yi. His legs and waist remained strong, and with a hunting knife tucked at his side, Old Lu strode purposefully to Lin Yi's dwelling in the valley. "Uncle Lu has arrived," Lin Yi exclaimed as he leaped from the grass hut to greet him. Old Lu was taken aback by his sudden appearance, lifting his gaze to reveal a smile, causing his wrinkles to deepen further. "Ah, little Yi, how did you know it was Uncle Lu? You startled me. Hee hee. I could tell it was you by the sound of your footsteps. This Immortal Peak is just the 2 of us. There are no outsiders around." With his keen senses, Lin Yi could perceive every movement within a 20-zhang radius. Old Lu and Amp, Appo's approach was hardly a secret. Footsteps? Old Lu pondered, somewhat bemused. Having been a hunter for a lifetime, he could traverse these mountainous paths without even startling wild goats or deer. Shaking his head, he chuckled. "Indeed, this valley belongs to just the 2 of us. What brings you here today, Uncle? You have time to visit little Yi?" Lin Yi inquired casually, walking alongside Old Lu. Old Lu took a few steps towards the grass hut, glancing around and inspecting it. "It's autumn now, and the weather is getting colder. This grass hut of yours lets in the wind." "Little Yi," he said, turning to Lin Yi, "why not come back and stay with your uncle? My wooden house can at least shield us from the cold, and we could keep each other company." Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, he continued, "Or perhaps you could return to the mountain." Understanding Old Lu's intentions, Lin Yi thought that keeping Uncle Lu company was indeed a good idea. But he was unable to cultivate there. He smiled. "Uncle, rest assured, I am still young and full of vigor. I practice the techniques passed down by my master every day. I am quite comfortable here. If it gets too cold, I will certainly come to keep you company. That is acceptable, but do not overexert yourself. You know your condition better than anyone else," Old Lu said, patting Lin Yi's shoulder. His eyes filled with concern as he recalled Lin Yi's fainting episode. "Hee hee, little Yi knows Uncle worries. But what he doesn't know is that my martial arts are formidable," Lin Yi boasted, stepping back a pace, then leaping into the air, soaring 5 zhang high before executing a graceful somersault and landing lightly. Still feeling energetic, he bent down to pick up a stone the size of his head, effortlessly crushing it in his hands. "Ah, little Yi's martial prowess is truly remarkable," Old Lu exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, finally managing to exhale after a moment, exclaiming in admiration. "Uncle, you can rest easy now, right?" Lin Yi said with a triumphant smile. "Rest assured." Old Lu stepped closer, gently examining Lin Yi's hands, nodding in approval, but still expressing concern. "But do not be reckless. There are always those stronger than you. And beyond these mountains, there are even higher peaks. If the winter winds become too harsh, you can come to your uncle's place." "All right. If it becomes unbearable, I will certainly go to Uncle's," Lin Yi agreed readily. Old Lu nodded with satisfaction, saying, "I need to make a trip to Taiping town to procure some rice and salt. If you need anything, I will bring it back for you." "Uncle is going to Taiping town just for some rice and salt? I can go myself. There's no need for you to trouble yourself," Lin Yi said, waving his hands dismissively. He didn't mind the everyday necessities, as he was still young and had Old Lu's support. However, he felt it was not right to let someone else do everything for him, even if he was used to a life of modesty. Seeing Old Lu hesitating, Lin Yi smiled. "Uncle, besides rice and salt, do you need anything else?" "And no," Old Lu began, but before he could finish, Lin Yi shifted his stance and was already 5 or 6 zhang away. He turned and waved, calling out, "Uncle, little Yi will go to Taiping town himself." "That child." Old Lu chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Then, realizing something, he quickly pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, exclaiming, I haven't given you your silver yet." In Taiping Town, at the entrance of a general store, Lin Yi had the shopkeeper weigh out 10 pounds of salt, which he promptly paid for, joyfully cradling the bundle of salt as he made his way to a secluded corner of the street. In that corner lay 2 large sacks of japonica rice, each weighing 100 pounds. Scanning the surroundings with his senses and confirming no one was near, he waved his sleeves, storing the rice and salt into his universe bag. Clapping his hands, Lin Yi strolled back onto the main street as if nothing had happened. Looking up at the sky, he realized it was getting late. It was already noon, and lingering any longer would be unwise. With a plan in mind, he walked along the street, glancing around at the shops. In front of a clothing store, a young clerk was eagerly greeting customers. Upon noticing Lin Yi approaching, the clerk initially smiled and nodded but quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to see him. Taken aback, Lin Yi looked down at his tattered gray shirt and the frayed soles of his shoes, suddenly realizing the reason. He shook his head in self-deprecation and continued walking. Behind him, the clerk sneered at his retreating figure before putting on a smile and attending to other passers-by. Adjacent to the clothing store was a pharmacy. Given that the valley behind Immortal Peak was abundant with herbs, perhaps they could be collected and sold here for some silver? Lin Yi glanced at the pharmacy's facade, contemplating this thought. Occasionally, a few fine horses galloped past, their hooves ringing crisply against the cobblestones, prompting pedestrians to step aside. The riders were all clad in sturdy attire, bearing weapons. What might these individuals be up to? A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Lin Yi turned to see the Taiping Tavern ahead. A few horses were tied up beside it, while 2 tables were set out selling freshly steamed meat buns. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard, retrieving a few copper coins from his pocket and weighing them in his hand as he approached. A clerk at the entrance noticed him and quickly called out, "Young brother, please come inside." "Hee, no need for that. I just want to buy a couple of buns," Lin Yi said, waving his hands and grinning. The young clerk smiled broadly, giving Lin Yi a quick glance and enthusiastically replied, "Our buns at Taiping Tavern have thin skins and generous fillings, fragrant and delicious. There are tables and benches outside. You can sit down and enjoy your buns. Tea is on the house." With that, he turned back to busily attend to the tavern. Lin Yi thanked the clerk and ordered a steamer of buns. Settling onto a bench to savor the delectable treat, the young clerk, around 15 or 16 years old, wore a neat blue outfit. In no time, he returned with a pot of tea for Lin Yi. This clerk had a clean and pleasant appearance, exuding friendliness that naturally endeared him to others. Dining in a tavern was reserved for those feasting on hearty meals, but enjoying buns outside was just as delightful, allowing one to observe the bustling street life. Lin Yi wasn't short of money. Though he carried only a handful of loose silver and copper coins, his universe bag was filled with several dozen taels of silver. Yet, he hesitated to indulge in a lavish meal at the tavern. Occasionally treating himself to a bun was more than enough. After all, his desire for food had waned considerably during his daily meditative practices. According to the Jade Slips, cultivators were said to be indifferent to earthly pleasures, and those with profound skills could even fast, abstaining from food and drink altogether. But these buns were undeniably delicious. The midday sun warmed Lin Yi's body pleasantly, providing a sense of comfort. Lin Yi leisurely closed his eyes, savoring the deliciousness of the bun, as his consciousness gradually expanded, reaching into the tavern. The establishment was composed of 2 levels. The first floor featured a counter at the entrance, behind which stood a row of wine jars, each half a person high. An elderly man, holding a brush, was engrossed in writing something at the counter. Beside the counter, a staircase led to the second floor of the tavern. Inside the main hall, 7 or 8 tables were scattered about, all occupied by patrons. Some were sipping quietly, while others were boisterously shouting, creating a lively atmosphere. Among them, a table of several men spoke in loud voices, piquing Lin Yi's curiosity, compelling him to strain his ears and listen intently. "Brother Gu, you've come a long way from the Iron Fist sect. Could it be that you've caught wind of something?" A round-faced man with narrow eyes lowered his voice dramatically, feigning mystery as he addressed a ruddy-faced middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the red-faced man set down his cup, scanning his surroundings with a frown, and retorted loudly, "Brotherly, you misspoke. Your Iron Spear sect is also 1,000 miles away. Surely you're not here just to enjoy the scenery." The clamor in the hall abruptly quieted, and everyone lowered their heads to eat and drink vigorously, pretending as if they hadn't heard anything. "Haha, Brother Gu, do not take offense. Come, let me toast you a glass." A lean man with a short chin raised his cup and drank, then quickly gestured for a refill. Brother Gu huffed, tilting his neck back to down a cup of wine. Meanwhile, The one who initiated the conversation, brotherly, remained silent, his eyes narrowed into slits, glinting with cunning. He glanced sideways at a short, stocky man and raised his cup, saying, "Brother Lu, do not drink alone in silence. Come, let us share a drink." Brother Lu sat in silence, momentarily dazed, before raising his cup to clink with Li and Appo's, then downing it in one go. Li promptly refilled his cup. Raising an eyebrow and chuckling, "Brother Lu, your faction is quite a formidable one. Wherever you go, no one dares to look down upon you. Alas, unlike my humble sect, which garners little respect." This peculiar man spoke with a strange tone, a smile plastered on his face, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. Coldly returning the stare of the red-faced man from the Iron Fist sect. "Humph. My Iron Fist sect may not be a large faction, but I, Gu Tianshi, conduct myself with honor. Who dares to belittle me?" The red-faced man slammed his fist on the table. This man was Gu Tianshi, tall and robust, with a fierce demeanor and a straightforward temperament. "Brother Gu speaks wisely." The lean man quickly interjected, giving a thumbs up and patting his chest, in his exaggerated manner. His chin seemed to vanish momentarily, yet it did not hinder his fervent speech. "My money gang may also be a small faction, but I, Hu Wankai, admire a man like Brother Gu." He raised his cup, taking a hearty drink, putting on a show of generosity. "Thank you, Brother Hu. Cheers." Gu Tianshi also downed his cup with vigor. "Isn't it just cheating and forcing people to sell their children and wives? What nonsense." A mocking voice drifted from a corner of the hall, clearly heard by everyone, provoking a burst of laughter and causing the tavern to erupt in noise. As the crowd's mocking gazes turned towards him, Hu Wankai's eyes twitched, his face reddened with rage. With a loud crash, he smashed his cup to pieces, leaping up to shout, "Damn it, who was gossiping behind my back? Dare to stand up and give me your name." The laughter in the hall abruptly ceased, and the ever-smirking brotherly cast a knowing glance at the furious Hu Wankai, raising his cup and taking a measured sip. Brother Lu remained motionless, while Gu Tianshi shifted uncomfortably, as if poked by a pin. Seeing no one daring to respond, Hu Wankai's arrogance swelled, and he spat. "Cowering like a rat is no mark of a true man. I will not stoop to the level of scoundrels." He rolled up his sleeves, feeling a sense of regained dignity, and attempted to sit down. "Even a dog can bark out ivory, give you a whip. And you truly believe you're a great black horse?" The mocking voice rang out again, causing another uproar of laughter and applause in the hall. Hu Wankai, both humiliated and furious, struggled to comprehend the situation, feeling wronged. Yet, being from the money gang, which thrived on gambling and lending, he knew that engaging in unscrupulous activities was part of their livelihood. The young man before him, handsome and unassuming, was difficult to read. He dared not continue his tirade. Yet he felt compelled to speak, as this was an essential part of the martial world, a matter of face, not money. Hu Wankai stepped forward, puffing out his chest and clasping his fists, his chin disappearing once more. "I am Hu Wankai of the Money Gang. A pleasure to meet you, brother. If I have offended you, please enlighten me." Having delivered his lines, he performed an exaggerated bow to the crowd, thinking to himself that his etiquette was impeccable, leaving no room for fault. "Haha." The young man in white chuckled lightly, slowly rising and lazily raising a fist in greeting. "Enlightenment is not my place to offer. I merely spoke a simple truth." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hushed laughter once more. The young man waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Hu Wankai. Continuing on, "I am Qin Buyo from the Dragon City Escort. All of you, fellow travelers of the martial world, have gathered here in the northwest of the Great Merchant, I presume, to discuss the destruction of the Black Wind stronghold?" Silence fell over the hall as Qin Buyo surveyed the room with a cold smile. He continued, "A few months prior, goods escorted by the Taiping escort were robbed, and the recipient of those goods was none other than my Dragon City escort. Therefore, our escort joined forces with the Taiping escort to annihilate the Blackwind stronghold. This action serves not only as retribution for our injured leader, but also concerns the livelihood and reputation of my escort. May I clarify any doubts you might have? So it is the esteemed Qin escort leader. I am Gu Tianshi of the Iron Fist sect." Gu Tianshi rose to return the greeting. "Brother Gu, I am honored." Qin Buyo responded with a casual bow. "May I inquire what the cargo that was robbed from the Black Wind stronghold consisted of? Who was the owner of the goods? Could the esteemed Qin escort leader shed light on this?" Gu Tianshi questioned further. "Haha, the rules of the escort are well known." Qin Buyo's smile faded as he shook his head. Gu Tianshi's face flushed deeper with embarrassment as he sat down awkwardly. "Rumor has it that this batch of goods pertains to the rise and fall of various factions in the martial world. I wonder how true that is?" The previously silent brother Lu suddenly stood up, his voice deep and resonant. Fearing to get involved, Huang Kai attempted to sidestep, but found himself trapped. His face a picture of discomfort. "Oh, and you are?" Qin Buyo raised an eyebrow. The other party answered solemnly. "I am Lu Ju, who of the rank faction. This is Brother Lu?" "Haha, how intriguing." Qin Buyo laughed, but his expression darkened, and his tone shifted to a cold reprimand. "Rumors? Brother Lu, are you not a child of 3 to believe such tales?" Lu Ju, who kept his gaze fixed on Qin Buyo, unwavering. "I wish to know the truth of these rumors." "What nonsense! I would also like to know where such rumors originate." Qin Buyo retorted, his tone laced with anger. Opportunistic sycophants, blinded by greed. Were you feigning ignorance? Or were you simply reluctant to divulge the truth to the assembly? Lu Ju, who, his countenance devoid of emotion, seized a long saber from the table and addressed Qin Buyo. "I implore you, Chief Qin, to enlighten me." Excellent. Such rabid barking warrants a lesson." Qin Buyo cast a piercing gaze upon his adversary, then, with a subtle lift of his chin and a sardonic smile playing upon his lips, he strode towards the exterior. 2 attendants shadowed his every move. Lu Ju tightened his robust arms, his grip on the saber's hilt intensifying, a hint of murderous intent flickering within his otherwise impassive demeanor. Like a predator, he surged forth in pursuit. Outside the Taiping Tavern, at the crossroads, Qin Buyo and Lu Ju stood poised for conflict. The timid passers-by scurried away, while the more audacious crept closer, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The tavern's patrons spilled forth, lining the entrance, their eyes alight with fervent anticipation. The young waiter who had been stationed at the door found himself jostled near Lin Yi, his expression one of bewilderment. Lin Yi, privy to all that transpired within the tavern, had rarely witnessed such confrontations among Jianghu practitioners, and his curiosity was piqued. He nonchalantly straddled a bench, leaned against a square table, and, tea bowl in hand, observed the unfolding drama. Lu Ju brandished his saber, his gaze fixed upon Qin Buyo with the intensity of a wolf, declaring, "Should I emerge victorious, I request that Chief Qin reveal the truth of this matter." Before his words could fully dissipate, his burly frame, propelled by the wind, lunged towards his opponent. Qin Buyo scoffed, his brows knitting together, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed a rapier from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of silver erupted as the rapier lunged directly towards Lu Ju. Lu Ju's saber techniques were ferocious, his slashes and hacks aimed relentlessly at Qin Buyo's vital points. Qin Buyo's swordplay was nimble, yet merciless, the rapier's tip undulating and retracting like a viper's tongue in concert with his movements. The spectators, captivated by the intensity of the duel, erupted in cheers of encouragement. Lin Yi, head cocked to one side, observed the unfolding scene, inwardly clicking his tongue in disapproval. The 2 combatants' saber and sword techniques were indeed seasoned and skillful, but to his eyes, they were merely commonplace. With his attainment of divine consciousness, his senses were heightened, rendering their movements and techniques devoid of any mystique. He mused that, in the eyes of a cultivator, the duels of Jianghu masters must resemble the squabbles of children. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of blows. Qin Buyo, clad in white, appeared at ease, while Lu Ju's ferocity intensified, each strike aimed to kill. Qin Buyo's eyes narrowed, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Seeing his opponent and Appo's saber descending, he made no attempt to evade, instead deflecting the blow with his rapier. Lu Ju, inwardly triumphant, exerted his strength, intending to cleave both man and sword in 2. The onlookers, witnessing Qin Buyo's perilous situation, reacted in a variety of ways, some sighing, others expressing concern, and still others itching to intervene. As Lu Ju's saber was about to strike Qin Buyo's rapier, the latter abruptly snapped in 2, the broken tip piercing Lu Ju's wrist. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as a crimson spray erupted from Lu Ju and Appo's right wrist, causing him to lose his grip on his saber, which flew to one side. Lu Ju clutched his wrist, his face ashen, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Qin Buyo, resembling a wounded beast. Qin Buyo, channeling his inner force into the rapier, caused it to vibrate with a silver hum. Not good. Another collective gasp arose from the crowd. Lu Ju's saber, its momentum undiminished, hurtled towards the onlookers. Realizing the danger, the crowd scattered like startled birds, the saber's trajectory aimed directly at the young waiter standing at the tavern's entrance. Petrified, the waiter stood frozen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Just as the saber was about to strike, it seemed to encounter an unseen force, emitting a cristing sound, altering its course, and narrowly missing the waiter before clattering to the ground in an empty space. The waiter collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. The crowd, bewildered, scanned their surroundings. Who had intervened? Some sort of hidden weapon? No one had seen anything. Qin Buyo, relieved that the waiter was unharmed, was equally perplexed. A master? As everyone stood transfixed, pondering the situation, a youth in tattered clothing, his features clear and his lips curved in a smile, approached the waiter with an air of composure. Asking in a gentle and concerned tone, "Are you all right, friend?" As he spoke, he bent down to assist the waiter. Qin Buyo's expression hardened as he scrutinized the youth, then shook his head dismissively. The onlookers, too, were expressions of disbelief. The youth, Lin Yi, having observed the commotion, had grown anxious at the waiter's peril. But he could not rashly intervene in public. Having eavesdropped for some time, he had gained a better understanding of the so-called chivalry of these Jianghu practitioners. Seeing the waiter about to become a victim of circumstance, he had secretly channeled a wisp of spiritual energy, forming a sword qi, which he gently flicked with his finger, averting the crisis. Seeing someone offering assistance, the waiter regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother. You and Appos, re-welcome, friend. Please, sit here and rest." Lin Yi smiled as he helped the waiter to a seat at the square table. That child is intriguing. The round-faced Mr. in the crowd narrowed his eyes. Gazing at Lin Yi, his expression thoughtful, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "Shall we continue?" Qin Buyo inquired, his rapier pointed obliquely, one hand behind his back. His chin slightly raised, his eyes filled with disdain. Lu Jiuhu, having bandaged his wounded wrist, retrieved his saber from the ground. He cupped his fist towards Qin Buyo, his expression resentful, and said in a muffled voice, "I am no match for you. Farewell." With that, his burly frame moved with the ferocity of a beast as he strode towards the edge of town. The waiter, likely from a humble background, felt a kinship with Lin Yi, who displayed none of the timidity or shyness of a country boy. He asked, "May I know your name, young brother?" "I am Lin Yi. Just call me Lin Yi." Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile. "I am Jia Gui, and I live in the east end of town." Jia Gui was a straightforward and candid youth. Ignoring the crowd, the two boys continued their conversation. As the spectacle concluded, the crowd dispersed, each with their own thoughts, hoping to glean some insight into the rumored secrets from Qin Buyo, but none dared to step forward, unwilling to benefit others or incur the wrath of the Dragon City escort agency. Just as their thoughts were in turmoil, the sound of horses neighing echoed from the west end of the street, drawing their attention. As the sound of hooves grew louder, for steeds appeared before the crowd. Leading the way was a young man of extraordinary valor, followed by two maidens, all bearing weapons. Trailing behind them was an elderly man in his 50s. Seeing them, Qin Buyo sheathed his rapier and greeted them with a joyful expression. The four riders also noticed the gathering in front of the tavern, and their expressions reflected their thoughts. With a tug on the reins, the horses came to a halt, their snorting echoing on the bluestone pavement. Seeing Qin Buyo approaching, the four dismounted. One of the younger maidens, clad in a green dress, exclaimed, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Her face beamed with a smile, her eyes sparkling. "I am here on some business, but I did not expect to encounter you, Qin." Qin Buyo replied with a gentle smile, continuing forward to bow to the remaining three, saying, "I am Qin Buyo, greetings to Elder Ma, senior brother, and junior sister Su." The elderly man, clad in a scarlet robe, with a long beard and piercing eyes, replied indifferently, "Chief Qin, no need for such formalities." He then fell silent. "Greetings, Chief Qin." Senior brother and junior sister Su returned the greeting with smiles, their familiarity evident. The onlookers, realizing that the newcomers were acquaintances of Qin Buyo, gradually dispersed, each with their own thoughts. "Elder Ma, it is noon. Why not rest here for a while before continuing your journey?" Qin Buyo suggested, signaling to his two attendants. The two individuals proceeded towards the tavern, evidently having made prior arrangements. The elder furrowed his brow, refraining from expressing his opinion. Yet, it was the cousin who had shown consideration after a long journey since dawn. Fatigue had set in, and hunger gnawed at their bellies. The spirited cousin Qin and Appos, exclaimed with delight, brandishing a sheathed short sword. She turned back with a playful smile, lightly tugging at the elder's sleeve with a charming demeanor. The elder, with a slight lift of his eyelids, nodded subtly. The senior brother and junior sister, witnessing this, chuckled softly, saying, "Do not trouble yourself, young courier. Please, lead the way inside." Qin Buyo responded with a beaming smile. "Sister, come quickly," the young girl Qing urged, linking arms with the junior sister Su as they joyfully made their way to the tavern. "Esteemed guests, please come in." The young attendant Jia Gui, Engaged in conversation with Lin Yi, quickly resumed his astute demeanor upon noticing the arriving patrons. Allow me to provide your horses with fresh water and quality feed. Aware of the tavern staff, the senior brother casually tossed a small piece of silver to Jiagui. Rest assured, I will take good care of your horses. Jiagui adeptly tucked the silver into his pocket, bowing and stepping forward to take the reins. Qin Buyo gestured invitingly, leading the elder and the senior brother onward. Lin Yi, accustomed to solitude in the valley, found joy in conversing with Jiagui, who was of a similar age. Seeing Jiagui preparing to work, he placed a few copper coins on the table, pondering whether he should bid farewell before leaving. Just as Lin Yi was about to move, a change in his expression caught his attention. Lin Yi raised his gaze towards the young girl clad in green. Yet his attention was drawn to the short sword she held. Within his consciousness, a faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from that sword, leaving Lin Yi astonished. His own small sword, which he referred to as the Golden Dragon Sword, also possessed similar waves of spiritual energy, akin to those found in the jade slips, the Qin Kuan Four Symbols banner, and the elixirs contained within the jade vial. However, such artifacts were typically wielded by practitioners of cultivation. According to the jade slip of Xianyuan Jinren, the spiritual energy was scarce within the realm of the Shang dynasty, with the possibility of encountering cultivators only in distant overseas lands, and true practitioners residing in the even more distant Great Xia. Over the past few months, Lin Yi had assumed that he was perhaps the only practitioner within the Shang dynasty. Yet, the unexpected sight before him was indeed surprising. In Lin Yi's perception, the girl did not exude any spiritual energy, implying that she was not a practitioner. Nonetheless, the aura surrounding the short sword was reminiscent of a magical artifact utilized by cultivators. At that moment, he was no longer the naive young Taoist he once was. He had acquired a modicum of knowledge regarding the path of cultivation. How could a weapon in the hands of a wanderer be a magical artifact? Or perhaps such artifacts were not of great value. Little brother, what troubles you? Qin Buyo, who was walking ahead, noticed the anomaly not far away and paused, curiously scrutinizing the youth. Lin Yi's calm demeanor while assisting the young attendant had piqued Qin Buyo's interest. A mere rustic boy, seemingly unassuming. Yet he faced numerous martial artists and perilous situations without a hint of panic, which was enough to warrant a second glance. The alteration in Lu Jiuhu's blade's trajectory must have been due to someone else's intervention, and their martial prowess was formidable. Yet, who that individual was remained a mystery. Despite his curiosity towards the rustic youth, Qin Buyo did not associate him with the unseen assailant. However, upon observing the boy's change in expression, as he stood lost in thought, Qin Buyo felt a spontaneous urge to inquire further. Upon being addressed, Lin Yi looked up to see Qin Buyo in white attire. Examining him with a smile, he felt a sudden chill in his heart. Had the other party noticed something? Or had the earlier attack been detected? His thoughts whirled, and he replied, Haha, I was just pondering whether I had forgotten to purchase something during my visit to the town. He chuckled while scratching his head. Old Ma and the senior brother paused momentarily, dismissing the interaction between Qin Buyo and the rustic boy. However, Lin Yi's gaze unabashedly assessed the two. Old Ma's keen eyes, having reached a profound level of martial arts, suggested he was a top-tier expert in the martial world. The senior brother, clad in blue and appearing to be in his 20s, also possessed considerable skill, likely surpassing Qin Buyo. Seeing the rustic boy's worn attire, yet with a clear and bright expression, Qin Buyo initially dismissed his own suspicions, shaking his head as he accompanied Old Ma and the senior brother into the tavern. The tavern's entrance grew quieter, with Jia Gui preoccupied with watering and feeding a few horses. Lin Yi approached him and said, Brother Jia, I must take my leave. Jia Gui hurried over, wiping his hands on his clothing, his face earnest as he replied, Brother Lin, are you leaving already? I had hoped to take you to my home for a visit. Not this time. I shall return to the town again, and we can visit then. Lin Yi smiled as he bid farewell to Jia Gui and walked towards the town's outskirts. Lin Yi held no interest in the disputes of the martial world. The path he had chosen was destiny, an inevitable journey into the unknown. It was a path not yet traversed by his ancestors. A quest his master had sought throughout his life, and now the starting point lay beneath his feet. He was determined to follow through, dreaming of soaring like a bird one day. Meanwhile, thought stirred within him. After fulfilling his filial duty for 3 years, he should visit that place. Standing on a dirt mound outside Taiping Town, Lin Yi gazed towards the east, as the number of passers-by dwindled outside the town. Having walked about 4 or 5 miles, he found no one in sight. Lin Yi looked ahead, formed a hand gesture, and propelled himself forward. soaring towards the peak of the immortal. Bypassing the main road and avoiding winding paths, his figure glided through the fields like a fleeting shadow. Ahead lay a small grove of trees, and as Lin Yi prepared to leap over them, he suddenly paused mid-air, a flash of white light enveloping him before he plummeted downward. In an instant, Lin Yi's form vanished from sight. Within the grove stood two individuals. One was a burly and powerful man, Lu Juhu, who had been defeated by Qin Buyo, while the other was clad in blue, his countenance cold and sinister. Master Shi, since you are aware of their overseas channels to acquire elixirs and divine weapons, why does your Songhai gang not directly demand them? Lu Juhu spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Haha, Deputy Master Lu, do not be vexed. Allow me to explain, the cold-faced Master Shi chuckled. But the sound was more chilling than warm. The Tianlong sect procures elixirs and divine weapons from overseas, treasures coveted by all in the martial world. Every decade, they embark on a sea voyage, returning with elixirs that fortify one's essence and enhance martial prowess. In addition, they bring back rare divine weapons. With such support, the Tianlong sect stands unparalleled in the martial realm. Jiulong Mountain is revered as a sacred ground among martial artists. However, the Tianlong sect has always operated discreetly. Yet, let us not forget, the coastal waters of the Shang dynasty belong to my Songhai gang. Their voyages last 2 to 3 years, and upon their return, the Tianlong sect consistently unveils a new batch of martial experts and previously unseen divine weapons. Therefore, we have long been aware of their activities and have noted several intriguing details. At this point, Master Shi paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Juhu. Lu Juhu listened intently, growing increasingly astonished. After all, who among martial artists did not envy those elixirs and divine weapons? With such treasures, how many years of arduous training could one bypass? Martial prowess was the greatest asset for those in the martial world. As this realization struck him, his expression transformed with eagerness, and he inquired, what has the Songhai gang discovered? According to the orders of Master Bian, relaying this information could incite chaos within the martial world, Master Shi replied, deeply impressed by his leader's strategy as he observed Lu Juhu's demeanor. We are equally unaware of the specifics. The goods they take to see appear ordinary, yet they are undoubtedly not as simple as they seem. A hint of helplessness crept into Master Shi and Appo's cold expression. If only we knew the true nature of these goods and their destination, we could at least pressure them to share the treasures they obtain, even if we cannot venture to see ourselves. Lu Juhu and Appo's voice was low yet filled with excitement and greed. Master Shi nodded, indeed, with the Songhai gang orchestrating this matter from behind the scenes. I have faith that if we spread the word widely, the entire world will know. Will the fellow practitioners in the martial world remain passive? Will they continue to endure the Tianlong sect's elevated status? Excellent. My gang shall follow the Songhai gang's lead. In the future, when benefits are derived from the Heavenly Dragon sect, do not forget that there is also a share belonging to my faction. Lu Juhu's eyes gleamed as he spoke to Master Shi. That is only natural. Advancing and retreating together with your esteemed faction is also the intention of our leader. We must ensure that the world is made aware of this matter. Haha, when the time comes, they will find it impossible to conceal the truth. Upon uttering these words, Master Shi could not help but chuckle sinisterly. Unbeknownst to the two, such a clandestine conversation was being overheard. As Lin Yi employed the wind control technique to hasten his journey, he encountered a small grove and intended to soar above the treetops. Within his mind's eye, he sensed two individuals conversing 20 paces ahead. In this secluded spot, who could be present? With a flicker of thought, Lin Yi activated the invisibility technique, landing at the edge of the woods, attentively listening to their discourse. After the two had departed for some time, Lin Yi revealed himself and fell into deep contemplation. Was the short sword wielded by the green-clad girl he had encountered at the peaceful tavern connected to the divine weapon spoken of by the two men? The magical artifacts employed by cultivators are indeed true divine weapons within the martial world. Moreover, considering that the Heavenly Dragon sect's journey to the Eastern Sea could take 2 to 3 years, could their destination be the Great Xia Kingdom, a realm inhabited by cultivators? If so, accompanying the members of the Heavenly Dragon sect would certainly save him a great deal of effort. But why would the Heavenly Dragon sect guide him? What if he sought out the Great Xia Kingdom on his own? He truly had no idea how to navigate such a journey. It would be unwise to approach the mountain gate of the Heavenly Dragon sect and reveal his identity, expecting them to treat him with reverence and escort him to the Great Xia. If his identity as a cultivator were to be exposed to the martial world, what would ensue? Even if the cultivation technique he practiced proved useless to them, would they believe it? He would instantly become a target for scorn. Faced with the frenzied pursuit of profit-driven individuals in the martial realm, what could he accomplish, even if he were as strong as iron? Contemplating this, Lin Yi's heart involuntarily quivered. His master's words echoed in his ears. He must not forget. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi formulated a plan in his heart. Leaping forth like a bird, soaring ahead, Lin Yi arrived at old Lu's small wooden cabin. Upon seeing Lin Yi carrying a sack of rice and salt over his shoulder, along with a jar of wine in hand, old Lu, who was chopping firewood, put down his axe in astonishment and hurried to help him with the heavy load. Xiaoyi, it's only been a short while since noon and you've returned already, bringing these heavy bags. Lin Yi smiled as he placed the jar of wine before old Lu. This is the wine I bought for you, uncle. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Xiaoyi. Old Lu's wrinkled face beamed at the sight of the wine jar. Living alone in the mountains, he enjoyed a bit of old wine, and he felt a deep sense of appreciation for Lin Yi's kindness. By the way, Xiaoyi, here are some silver coins. Keep them on you. It will be more convenient when you go to town in the future. Saying this, old Lu took out a small pouch of coins and tried to stuff it into Lin Yi and Apos' arms. Gently pushing the pouch away, Lin Yi smiled and said, Uncle, I still have plenty of silver on me. If I run out, I will surely ask you for more. Old Lu insisted, but seeing that Lin Yi was unmoved, he relented. Xiaoyi, I hunted a deer today. Why not help me prepare it and come back tonight to taste my cooking? Lin Yi readily agreed and carried the sack of rice and salt into the cabin, then began assisting old Lu in tidying up. As night fell, a small bonfire crackled brightly in front of old Lu and Apos' cabin. On the fire, a deer leg was being roasted, its golden brown meat dripping with savory juices, occasionally sizzling as it cooked. Old Lu skillfully cut a generous piece of fragrant deer meat and handed it to Lin Yi, who did not hesitate to take it, biting into it with relish, juices flowing down his chin. Old Lu's roasting skills were exceptional. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, delectably aromatic. He took a bite of the deer meat himself, savored it for a moment, then lifted his wine cup for a hearty sip. Under the flickering firelight, the wrinkles on old Lu and Apos' face seemed to smooth out with joy. Uncle, this deer meat is truly delicious. Lin Yi praised between bites. Haha, us mountain folk live off the mountains. Though life may be humble, we feast on these wild delicacies year-round. Seeing Lin Yi enjoy the meal, old Lu chuckled. Xiaoyi, would you care for a drink? Illuminated by the firelight, old Lu's eyes sparkled. Lin Yi accepted the wine cup, and the rich aroma wafted towards him. Throwing his head back, he downed half a cup in one go, feeling a fiery warmth spread through his chest. However, as his internal energy circulated, the effects of the alcohol dissipated instantly. Hiki. Lin Yi wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His master would often coax him into having a sip of strong liquor, making him familiar with its potency. Haha, what a spirited lad. Old Lu, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, gently stroked his short beard, laughing heartily. Last time I heard from you, Uncle, that Lu Gu has already settled down. It seems you will soon be a grandfather. Lin Yi remarked with a smile. Haha, that lad is a lucky fool. His blacksmith master took a liking to him and promised his only daughter to him. Old Lu and Apos' raspy voice rose with excitement. Your uncle is getting older. My legs are losing their agility, but it's a pity that Lu Gu does not wish to stay in the mountains, uncle. You should move to town. You can enjoy family life there. Lin Yi comforted as he noticed old Lu and Apos' spirits dipping slightly. Lu Gu has mentioned this to me several times, but old Lu poured himself another cup of wine, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Your uncle's ancestors were also disciples of the Xian Yuan Temple. I have a deep connection to it. If I were to leave and live with my son, the millennia-old Xian Yuan Temple would be left with only you. Lin Yi bowed his head, understanding Uncle Lu's concerns for him. He knew that the path he was destined to take was one that ordinary folk could scarcely imagine, and that the Xian Yuan Temple was his home. Even on the day of his departure, he would still be unable to sever the bonds that tethered his heart. Uncle, Xiaoyi has his own thoughts as well. Lin Yi sat before the bonfire, his expression solemn yet his gaze intense. Fixating on the flames, he spoke with determination. I will stay here to honor my master for 3 years. After that, just like my master did in his youth, I shall wander the world. The decline of the Xian Yuan Temple cannot be resolved in a day. As long as there is a glimmer of opportunity, I will not forget to rejuvenate the Xian Yuan Temple. At this point, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from the fire, a smile breaking across his face as he lightheartedly continued. Uncle, you can rest easy and leave. There is no need to worry about me. The tone and demeanor of Lin belied his tender age of 13. Old Lu observed him closely and sighed, "Your uncle knows that you are no ordinary person. And I believe you will rise like the birds in this valley in the valley." The greenery was vibrant, heralding the arrival of spring once more. Suddenly, a long, resonant cry echoed from the depths of the valley, a sound that was both prolonged and soaring. Before the echoes faded, a faint silhouette darted through the treetops. Like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, the figure paused, revealing a young man with a smile gracing his lips, standing amidst the valley and Appos, as hollow. This young man was none other than Lin Yi, now 16 years of age, noticeably taller and more robust, though still somewhat slender. His once round face had transformed into one of striking handsomeness, especially with his dark, sharp brows and starry eyes that sparkled with brilliance. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips retained the charm of his past demeanor. Having resided alone in this small hollow for nearly 3 years, Lin Yi diligently practiced his meditation and martial arts daily. Gradually, he refined the medicinal properties of the purple crystal fruit within him, and by this time last year, he had finally managed to break through to the 4th layer of the Xiantian heart method. Today, he had progressed further, reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement. Filled with joy, Lin Yi freely released his exuberance in the valley. He floated lightly toward his straw hut, seated himself cross-legged, and probed the delightful changes within his body with his spiritual sense. His meridians had widened and strengthened, and the spiritual energy within his sea of qi had grown more substantial and abundant. Since entering the 4th layer, his sea of consciousness had expanded significantly, and his spiritual awareness had multiplied. With a mere thought, he could perceive the rustling of the wind and the movement of grass within a radius of 70 to 80 zhang. Tilting his head in contemplation, a smile crept onto his lips. He extended his hand, and the golden dragon sword appeared in his grasp. The Xiantian heart method allowed for the manipulation of flying swords upon reaching the 4th layer. After some initial attempts, he had only managed to control it to a limited degree, likely due to the constraints of his spiritual energy and awareness. Now, with his cultivation at the 5th layer, he believed he could attempt it once more. The golden dragon sword had already been refined once by Lin Yi. The Xiantian heart method contained the incantations for refining magical tools. Focusing his mind, he placed the golden dragon sword before him, forming hand seals with his fingers. Channeling his spiritual power, several beams of light shot forth from his hands, and faint runes danced around the golden dragon sword. With a gentle poke of his finger, a golden glow enveloped the sword, which then leapt slightly before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a humming sound resonated as the golden dragon sword hovered in midair. Seeing this, Lin Yi's face lit up with delight, but before he could continue his demonstration, the sword abruptly flashed with radiant light and plummeted to the ground like a lifeless fish, no longer moving. What is happening? The refinement of magical tools was supposed to be straightforward. By forming spiritual energy runes with his spiritual awareness and imprinting them into the sword, he should have succeeded. When he reached the 4th layer, he had refined the golden dragon sword in the same manner, yet the outcome had been unsatisfactory. Thus, he had waited until reaching the 5th layer to try refining and controlling the flying sword again. After a year of arduous training, he was still unable to succeed, prompting him to ponder deeply. The Xiantian heart method stated that one could refine and control flying swords upon reaching the 4th layer. It should not have been erroneous. Yet, now that he had reached the 5th layer, he still could not successfully refine the flying sword. What could be the reason? The refinement process should be the simplest of tasks. Could it be that the method of refinement was incorrect? Lin Yi took out the Xian Yuan jade pendant, immersing his spiritual awareness within, examining it meticulously once more, and found no faults. From the mnemonic to the hand gestures, everything was entirely consistent with his previous methods. Yet, why was he unable to succeed? At this moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. How daunting it was to cultivate alone, with no one to answer his queries or guide him, leaving him to grapple in solitude. Deep within his heart, he could not help but harbor a greater hope for the existence of cultivators in the Daxia kingdom. In the Xiantian heart method, there were distinct methods for refining magical tools, spiritual artifacts, and treasures. Lin Yi, feeling anxious and contemplative, read through the text once more. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he slapped his forehead. Hadn't the Xian Yuan Jinren mentioned in the jade slip that the golden dragon sword might transcend the realm of spiritual artifacts? Yet, he had employed the method for refining magical tools. Could this be where the error lay? Perhaps he should try the method for refining spiritual artifacts instead. Lin Yi felt a surge of energy and diligently revisited the method for refining spiritual artifacts documented in the heart method. After confirming its accuracy, He retrieved the golden dragon sword, sat in meditation, and raised his right hand, allowing a drop of his vital blood to form at his fingertip before flicking it towards the sword. The crimson droplet vanished into the blade, causing a layer of golden light to shimmer across its surface. Lin Yi's fingers danced as he swiftly executed the incantation. The vibrant runes flickered and enveloped the golden dragon sword. With a resounding explosion, the golden dragon sword emitted a dazzling golden light that flickered erratically, captivating Lin Yi and Apos' wide-eyed anticipation. However, after a few moments of brilliance, the golden glow subdued into silence. With a grimace, Lin Yi gazed at the sword for a long while before shaking his head in frustration, feeling utterly powerless and letting out a resigned sigh. Disheartened, he grasped the golden dragon sword, his heart laden with disappointment. Was it possible that the golden dragon sword was a treasure? If so, it could not be refined. Treasures were the possessions of golden core cultivators, beings akin to celestial immortals. He could not help but grimace at the thought, his mind swirling with confusion. He toyed with the obstinate golden dragon sword, and then an idea struck him. He gradually immersed his consciousness into the sword. To his astonishment, as his spirit entered the blade, it was repelled by an invisible barrier. What mysteries did this sword conceal? The jade slip from Xian Yuanjinren had not mentioned this. Was there perhaps an intricate array or restriction within the sword's body? Determined, Lin Yi's expression bore a hint of defiance as he plunged his consciousness into the sword once more. This time, he proceeded with caution, feeling the invisible barrier that hindered his entry. Lin Yi mused, if Xian Yuanjinren could wield the golden dragon sword, why couldn't he? He was not one to back down easily. He meticulously searched the entire length of the sword, finding that the barrier around the hilt seemed weaker. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he condensed his consciousness into a needle-like point and forcefully pierced inward. A thunderous explosion resonated, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head. Lin Yi shut his eyes, the buzzing in his ears persisting for a while until the surroundings gradually quieted. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he realized the golden dragon sword had vanished from his grasp. Staring blankly at his empty hands, Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar. The once small and pearl-like sea of consciousness had expanded since reaching the 5th level of qi refinement, with the luminous sphere beneath his brow now resembling a bird and Apos' egg indicative of his growing sea of consciousness. To his utter astonishment, the golden dragon sword was now suspended within this sea, as delicate as a mosquito's stinger, enveloped in a layer of golden light. This unforeseen development left Lin Yi utterly perplexed. With no one to seek counsel from, he felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. What did it mean to have a sword residing in his mind? He attempted to use his consciousness to manipulate the golden dragon sword, but it remained utterly unresponsive. With a furrowed brow, he patted his head anxiously, relieved to find that aside from the pain from the sword's entry into his sea of consciousness, he felt no other discomfort. Nevertheless, the inability to cultivate this flying sword stirred a sense of discontent within him. With a heavy heart, he exited the grass hut and retrieved the Qingyun sword, practicing the Xian Yuan sword technique. The latter 5 forms of this technique could be set aside, but the first 8 required his diligent practice. Lin Yi infused spiritual power into the sword. Though no brilliant light erupted, a subtle layer of radiance undulated along the blade. Barely perceptible, he executed the Xian Yuan sword technique like flowing clouds and water. In an instant, he performed the galaxy hanging down, the silver light of the sword swirling, creating a melodious resonance that echoed through the valley as layers of sword energy sliced through the air. After sheathing his sword, Lin Yi smiled, feeling the anxiety brought on by the golden dragon sword dissipate significantly. The Xian Yuan sword technique he now wielded, though lacking the previous dazzling aura, exuded an endless intent to kill, showcasing an even greater power. Behind the cliff of the Immortal's Peak, Lin Yi gazed upward for a long time as the emerald leaves of the purple crystal fruit tree fell away, leaving only the dark, iron-like trunk looming at the cave's entrance. A millennium of life had culminated in the bearing of 7 purple crystal fruits, shaping a Lin Yi distinctly different from before. If the Xian Yuan patriarch were to witness this from the heavens, what would his thoughts be? Lin Yi arrived at Old Lu and Apos' small wooden cabin. Having not visited in months, the cabin still stood intact. Old Lu had passed away last year. His son had blessed him with a plump grandson. Although uncertain if Old Lu would return, Lin Yi felt it was his duty to keep an eye on the place, especially since he remained in this valley. After inspecting the surroundings and finding no signs of damage from wild beasts, he remembered the Xian Yuan temple and thought it prudent to pay a visit, for he was still the temple's master. This thought brought a touch of bitterness to his heart. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, He set off towards the Xianyuan temple. The spring sunlight shone brightly, the mountains and fields brimming with freshness as Lin Yi ascended the steps slowly, taking in the lush scenery on either side. This mountain path was neither long nor short. He had traversed it for over a decade. Everything appeared unchanged, yet today, walking alone along this path, the Immortal's Peak felt increasingly desolate. As he approached the Xianyuan temple, the courtyard remained quiet and dilapidated within the vibrant spring landscape. In a daze, he could almost envision his master waiting for him inside. With a creak, the half-open temple door swung wide, and Lin Yi's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be overshadowed by a wave of pain. He halted, astonished, as a small head peeked from behind the door, a child of about 10 years, with large, blinking eyes fixated on him. Before Lin Yi could gather his thoughts, the child boldly stepped out of the temple, addressing him with a childish tone. "Might I ask what brings you to our Xianyuan temple, esteemed brother?" Lin Yi stood there, mouth agape in shock, observing the child's earnest demeanor, reminiscent of himself from years past. He shook his head in disbelief. The child wore a Taoist robe. Wait a moment. This child was not him. This was not a dream. A cough echoed from the courtyard, and the other half of the temple door creaked open. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, his complexion yellowed, emerged. Noticing the shabby yet strikingly poised youth before him, he scrutinized Lin Yi twice before casually clasping his hands and inquiring, "May I ask what brings you here, young brother?" This was no dream. In broad daylight, this was not an illusion, but two real Taoists standing before him. Although one was young and the other old, they were certainly not his former master and his younger self. The courtyard of the Xianyuan temple remained unchanged, with the sword marks he had left still etched upon the wall. A wry smile crept across Lin Yi's lips as he returned the gesture, gazing at the middle-aged man and asking, "Might I inquire about your esteemed self?" The middle-aged Taoist stroked his mouse-like beard, puffed out his chest, and declared with an air of superiority, "I am the master of the Xianyuan temple, known as Wu Daozi." He gestured toward the child beside him. "This is my little disciple, Tianfu." Wait a moment. Wasn't this the domain of Taoist Qingyun? I reside not far down the mountain. Lin Yi scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Humph. Taoist Qingyun has long since ascended. The Xianyuan temple is a place of solitude. If you have no business, please feel free to leave. The middle-aged Taoist's expression darkened as he prepared to turn away, assuming the other party was merely a nearby mountain dweller, unworthy of his attention. "Stop." Lin Yi called out to the Taoist. "Who is this Wu Daozi that has suddenly appeared? What else is there to discuss? I have no time to indulge your prattle." Wu Daozi halted, but responded with an impatient reprimand. A nearby child nodded in agreement, taking the situation very seriously. Observing the odd duo of the old man and the child, Lin Yi couldn't help but be taken aback by their shamelessness in occupying the place, leaving him feeling quite helpless. However, he couldn't and oppose. T simply turn away without clarifying matters. After all, this was his home since childhood. Thus, with a smile, Lin Yi said, "Hee. Please allow me to speak a few words. It would not be too late for you to dismiss me afterward." The middle-aged Taoist regarded this suddenly appearing youth with suspicion. "I am Lin Yi," he said, "and I have resided at the Xianyuan temple for over a decade, guarding the spirit of my master at the foot of the mountain. I wonder, when did our temple acquire a new abbot?" Lin Yi inquired with a faint smile. Wu Daozi, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, his beady eyes darting about as he sized Lin Yi up. With a sneer, he retorted, "You claim to be a disciple of the Xianyuan temple, yet who would believe you? Your appearance may be decent, but your ragged clothes suggest otherwise. Are you perhaps here with ulterior motives?" Lin Yi's old Taoist robe was already tattered, and the clothing he currently wore was a gift from others, worn throughout the seasons until it became thoroughly dilapidated, presenting him as a typical impoverished country youth. Seeing that the other party seemed at a loss for words, Wu Daozi twirled his mouse-like whiskers and disdainfully remarked, "Perhaps you are merely a beggar hoping to scrounge a meal?" Initially, he thought the emergence of two Taoists from the Xianyuan temple must have a reason behind it, and he expected some sort of explanation. Instead, this bizarre encounter in broad daylight left him feeling baffled, especially as he was regarded as someone with ill intentions. This was clearly an instance of the thief calling stop thief, which aggravated Lin Yi. In a fit of anger, Lin Yi countered, "Then where did you spring from? Who could possibly vouch for you?" Wu Daozi chuckled smugly, glancing sideways at Lin Yi as if enjoying a joke at his expense. Slowly, he produced an object from his bosom, elongating his tone as he declared, "I possess a government-issued certificate. Could it possibly be false?" He raised the item in his hand. Lin Yi squinted at the object, frowning. Wu Daozi and oppose. His assertive demeanor made it seem as if Lin Yi had truly wandered into the wrong place. Annoyed, he retorted, "I am indeed a disciple of the Xianyuan temple. Truth is truth. There is no need for you to argue." Wu Daozi laughed heartily, as if he had encountered something exceedingly amusing. With a condescending expression, he pretended to express sympathy, saying, "In this world, the true can become false, and the false can become true. And you, with no evidence, dare to dream of entering my Xianyuan temple? Young man, allow me to offer you some advice to prevent you from straying down a misguided path that would lead you astray." With that, he raised his chin, his sparse mouse-like whiskers twitching as if filled with profound sentiment. Facing Lin Yi's indignation, Wu Daozi stretched out 2 fingers and pretended to ponder, saying, "When you possess nothing, to obtain what does not belong to you, there are but 2 paths. First, you must make everyone believe in your existence. Use every means at your disposal to convince them. Remember, it is not about making them believe you are extraordinary or remarkable. It is about ensuring that each person is aware of your sordidness, your baseness, and your servility, that you are utterly worthless. Over time, when you are humiliated, all who know your true nature will believe you are wronged and will condemn those who trouble you. What you have lost, who can say it is not a blessing in disguise?" As Wu Daozi spoke, he became increasingly animated, his words spilling forth with fervor, his excitement bordering on the grotesque. It was unclear whether he was venting his own grievances or genuinely attempting to impart wisdom. Secondly, if you are unwilling to bow down and possess no wealth, you must rely on your fists and steel blades to kill and seize what you desire. If your fists are strong enough and your blades swift enough, why should you fear that others will not believe your words? His fingers pointed skyward. Wu Daozi, at that moment, seemed less a teacher to the country boy before him than a man venting his fury towards the heavens. As he suppressed his inexplicable rage and stroked his beard with a feigned air of sophistication, he glanced at Lin Yi with a mix of malice and mockery, asserting, "The mysteries of my path are not something mere mortals can comprehend. Young brother, our fates part here. You may leave." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, nodding thoughtfully as he muttered to himself, "Though your words have their biases, they are not without merit." Wu Daozi was taken aback by this response, uncertain of its implications. Before he could ponder further, he suddenly saw Lin Yi's eyes widen, and with a swift motion, the certificate in Wu Daozi's hand flew through the air. The miraculous act of levitating an object astonished the nearby child, who exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Wu Daozi, now empty-handed, jumped back in shock. Unable to comprehend why the item had suddenly escaped his grasp, Lin Yi examined the silk-like object in his possession. It was indeed a government certificate bearing the seal of the county magistrate, confirming Wu Daozi's identity as a Taoist priest, although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. Anger surged within him. No matter how dilapidated the Xianyuan temple had become, it was still his and his master's, and no one had the right to claim it. Just as he had been lost in thought, reminiscing about the past, this absurdity jolted him back to reality, and he found it somewhat ludicrous. Yet, the notion of someone brazenly occupying his family's home was both laughable and infuriating. Since the other party was so sharp-tongued, why waste any more words? Reveal your origins and the truth behind that certificate. Lin Yi's expression turned cold as he spoke with anger, declaring, "I, Lin Yi, am the sole disciple of the 21st generation of the Xianyuan temple, though it may have fallen into disrepair. It is not a place for insignificant scoundrels to trample upon. Furthermore, my fists are strong. Here, I hold the authority." With a raised brow, Lin Yi ceased his verbal sparring, extending his hand to gently grasp Wu Daozi and the child, tossing them into the courtyard. Both tumbled to the ground, while Lin Yi gracefully floated across the courtyard, turning to stand before the grand hall. Wu Daozi and the child, huddled together, helped each other to their feet, fearfully observing the unfolding scene. Fortunately, they suffered no injuries, likely due to Lin Yi's careful control of his strength. The child, terrified, could only stare wide-eyed at Lin Yi, his initial fear quickly transforming into excitement. Wu Daozi gasped for breath, realizing, if this boy speaks the truth, then I am truly doomed. This is not merely wandering around in circles, it is a matter of life and death. With such skill, he could easily crush me. This thought made him break out in a cold sweat. Wu Daozi, please enlighten me. Lin Yi's gaze held a chilling intensity, causing Wu Daozi to shudder once more. Silently lamenting, initially intending to mock the country boy and then dismiss him, Wu Daozi found himself at the mercy of Lin Yi and Appos, as strength, despite his eloquent rhetoric. This was an undeniable fact, a consequence of his own making. Enough, he thought, realizing he was with a child and dared not provoke this young man's ire any further. The issue of occupying someone else's territory weighed heavily on his conscience. It was clear that reasoning alone would not suffice. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Wu Daozi quickly stepped forward, adopting a humble demeanor as he bowed and apologized. I am in the wrong. A few months ago, I heard that the esteemed Qingyun Taoist had passed away, leaving the Xian Yuan temple abandoned. My son and I have fallen to the streets, seeking shelter here, but we meant no offense to the young Taoist. I implore you to show mercy and allow us to leave. Having spoken, Wu Daozi, his face etched with sorrow and bewilderment, offered Lin Yi a perfunctory bow. With a sigh, he drew the child closer and turned to depart. Lin Yi, rendered speechless, watched the pair in silence. The boy, Tianfu, repeatedly turned back. His eyes filled with reluctance and melancholy, stirring a sense of pity. Hold! Lin Yi exclaimed impulsively. Wu Daozi promptly turned around, his face etched with apprehension, and inquired anxiously. Does the venerable Taoist have further matters to discuss? Lin Yi glanced at the child and asked softly, Is this child your son? Wu Daozi's face flushed with embarrassment. And he chuckled wryly. Alas, this is my own son, 10 years of age, named Tianfu. He paused, glancing at the pensive youth, and continued hesitantly. I surmise the young Taoist is a reclusive sage and will not judge me and my son. I implore you to spare us, and I shall be forever in your debt. With these words, Wu Daozi bowed deeply once more. I pledge not to trouble you and your son, Lin Yi replied. But I remain perplexed by certain matters. Would you be so kind as to elaborate? Though Wu Daozi presented a cunning and obsequious facade, his affection for his son was genuine. The child, with his delicate features, bore no resemblance to his father, perhaps inheriting his mother's looks. Yet, how could a Taoist be married? Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy, but remained determined to understand the situation. Wu Daozi sighed ruefully. Since the Taoist inquires, I shall recount the details. Alas, fate is such. He bowed and continued. My original name was Wu Daoqing. I began my studies in youth, and after reaching adulthood, through diligent cultivation, I attained the status of a scholar. However, during a visit to a friend, I was abducted by bandits and taken to their mountain stronghold. To preserve my life, I was forced to comply. My family was impoverished, and my ailing wife and young child suffered hardship. Fortunately, some years ago, the mountain stronghold was destroyed, and I narrowly escaped with my life. But my wife had already passed away, leaving behind my unfortunate child. The neighbors spread rumors that I had been abandoned, leading to abandonment and alienation. My son and I were forced to wander, and we chanced upon a former classmate who worked as a clerk in the county government. I begged him to find me a means of livelihood. Alas, due to my years as a bandit, no one dared to employ me. I implored him to obtain a Taoist certificate for me, so that I could beg with my son to survive. My son and I have no roof over our heads, and we heard that the Xianyuan temple was dilapidated and unattended, hence our presence here. So, this Taoist was the very Mr. Wu from the Blackwind Fortress, a man of considerable wit who had been forced to become the bandit strategist. After the Taiping escort agency destroyed the stronghold, he finally escaped home, only to find that his wife had succumbed to illness, leaving behind a son. Though Wu Daoqing was of humble appearance, he had, as a scholar, married a beautiful and virtuous woman. Alas, their family suffered a great calamity, and the woman, with her son, lived in destitution, a victim of misfortune. Wu Daoqing and Apos, years in the mountains had earned him the reputation of a bandit, making it impossible for him to remain in his hometown. He had no choice but to wander with his 7- or 8-year-old child. Months ago, they arrived at the Xianyuan temple, where they found a place to settle, only to be confronted by the true abbot. This Wu Daoqing is a man of sorrow, Lin Yi mused, before inquiring, Where do you and your son intend to go? Wu Daozi offered a wan smile and shook his head. Lin Yi continued, If I were to allow you and your son to remain here and tend to the temple, would you be willing? Wu Daozi was taken aback. He gazed into Lin Yi's clear, untainted eyes, recognizing the sincerity in his words. His face lit up with joy, and he hastily pulled Tianfu forward, bowing deeply and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Venerable Lin Yi, for taking us in. My son and I will diligently care for the temple. Tianfu echoed in his childish voice, Thank you, Venerable Taoist, for taking us in. Hiki, a temple must be inhabited. Lin Yi replied, Wu Daozi, you may continue to serve as the abbot of the Xianyuan temple. A weight lifted from Lin Yi's heart. This cannot be. Wu Daozi responded in surprise. Why not? Lin Yi countered. My Xianyuan temple has been passed down for a millennium, yet it has fallen into such disrepair, with only myself remaining. Now that you and your son are willing to join the Xianyuan Temple, it is a most auspicious event. Lin Yi was not without concerns. He worried that if he were to travel the world in the future, the Xianyuan Temple would be left unattended, eventually turning into ruins. With Wu Daozi and his son, the legacy of the Xianyuan Temple, though challenging, could continue. A burden had been lifted from his mind. Tianfu greets the abbot. The child cleverly stepped forward and offered a bow. Wu Daozi did not stop him, but instead watched his son with delight. Lin Yi had never been bowed to in such a manner. He was startled and attempted to evade, but he restrained himself. Wu Daozi, seeing that the other did not object, also stepped forward to bow, but Lin Yi hastily extended his hand to support him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Venerable Wu, please refrain from such formalities. There are only the three of us in the Xianyuan Temple, no need for such ceremony. Wu Daozi felt an invisible force supporting him, preventing him from bowing, and he was inwardly shocked. Though the Xianyuan Temple had declined, its legacy was extraordinary. Having spent time in the mountain stronghold, he possessed some discernment. The abbot truly possesses remarkable martial arts, Wu Daozi exclaimed sincerely. He, just call me Lin Yi, Lin Yi replied with a smile. With the dilapidated walls of the Xianyuan Temple and only 3 inhabitants, being addressed as abbot felt somewhat awkward. Wu Daozi and Appo's expression became more relaxed. May I inquire where Venerable Lin Yi currently resides? I am in the valley below, guarding my master's spirit, Lin Yi replied. Venerable Wu may reside on the mountain. Without further consideration, the main hall and the side rooms are all habitable. You and your son may choose as you please. Abbot, can you accept me as a disciple? Lin Yi turned to see Tianfu, his eyes bright and his countenance intelligent, a charming figure. He shook his head and chuckled. You can call me elder brother. I am but a young man. How can I accept disciples? No, Tianfu said anxiously. Venerable Taoist, your martial arts are so formidable. How can you not accept disciples? His face was filled with anticipation. Wu Daozi, standing to the side, also looked at Lin Yi with pleading eyes. If Lin Yi could impart martial arts to Tianfu, they would have more to rely on in the future. Lin Yi looked at Tianfu, then at Wu Daozi's anxious expression, and paced back and forth for a moment, pondering. He looked up at the two and said, the matter of accepting disciples is not to be mentioned for now. However, I can teach Tianfu martial arts, and I will impart to you and your son whatever can be taught from the Xianyuan Temple's legacy. Before Lin Yi could finish, Tianfu jumped up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed several times. Disciple greets master. Lin Yi hastily retreated a step to avoid him, and said urgently, I did not say I would accept you as a disciple. The father and son were of one mind, and Wu Daozi also bowed in gratitude. Master may not consider me a disciple, but in the disciple's heart, master is master. Tianfu nimbly got up, his face filled with excitement. This child is much more clever than I was at 10 years old, but I am only 16. Looking at his own worn clothes, there was little resemblance to a Taoist. He had just been addressed as abbot, venerable Taoist, and now he was being called master, in the thatched hut in the small valley. Lin Yi used a pen to transcribe a copy of the 7-style Xianyuan swordplay and the Xianyuan gong, and extracted the talismans and herbal remedies that could be used in the mortal world from the Xianyuan talisman and the compendium of herbs. He hesitated for a moment, and extracted the first 3 levels of cultivation methods from the Xianyuan formula, which had been revised by the Xianyuan master. The few pieces of deerskin in his hand, left by old Lu, were better for transcribing text than paper or cloth. Lin Yi put away the things in his hand and walked out of the thatched hut. Soon, Wu Daozi and his son appeared one after the other in the small valley. Venerable Lin, my son, and I have arrived. From afar, Wu Daozi hurriedly bowed. Lin Yi smiled as a greeting. Tianfu also walked over solemnly and bowed. Disciple greets master. Looking at this suddenly emerged disciple, Lin Yi had a bit of a headache. Although he did not regard Tianfu as a disciple, he was being called master by Tianfu, and although he did not agree in his heart, he could not refuse verbally. At such a tender age, have I truly become the reliance of this 10-year-old child? Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Yi, in the eyes of Wu Daozi and his son, he is regarded as a genuine master. A young man, secluded in this desolate valley, possesses a martial prowess that is both mysterious and profound. His tattered garments fail to conceal the brilliance of his demeanor, and his countenance, adorned with an unintentional smile, exudes an air of tranquility and nonchalance. What else could he be but a master? As for his youth, it was entirely overlooked by the two men. Lin Yi turned and ascended to a higher vantage point, pausing before 2 graves. On the left lies the tomb of the founder of my Xianyuan temple, and on the right is the resting place of my master, Daoist Qingyun, he murmured softly. He silently observed Wu Daozi and his son as they bowed before the graves. Regardless of how they came to reside at Xianyuan Temple, their sincere act of reverence brought a sense of comfort to Lin Yi's heart. Since you have paid your respects to my master and the founder, you too shall henceforth be considered disciples of Xianyuan Temple, Lin Yi said with a smile, watching as the father and son stood attentively, having fallen on hard times for so long. Finding a place to settle and gaining acknowledgement from a sect, albeit one that is on the verge of ruin, had instilled a glimmer of hope within them. As for what this hope entailed, no one knew. Perhaps their future aspirations rested upon Lin Yi's shoulders. Wu Daozi. This is a legacy handed down from the founder of Xianyuan Temple, Lin Yi continued, revealing 2 pieces of deer skin. He refrained from mentioning that these were merely excerpts, believing it better to maintain a sense of solemnity. He merely wished for Wu Daozi to cherish and pass them down. Wu Daozi and Apos' face displayed gratitude as he carefully accepted the deer skin with both hands. This talisman has some utility in the secular world. Observing Wu Daozi and Apos' puzzled expression, Lin Yi elaborated, the 100 Herbs Compendium is incomparable to any mundane medical texts. Once mastered, healing the sick will be a matter of course. Within it lies the formula to cure ailments that reduce flesh to bones. You may study it at your leisure. Wu Daozi nodded respectfully, his sunken face brimming with reverence. Tianfu, come here, Lin Yi beckoned. Master, Tianfu exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement. Lin Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head in feigned exasperation. He held out 2 more pieces of deer skin and stated, these contain the sword techniques and internal cultivation methods of Xianyuan Temple. Mastering them will allow you to rival the foremost experts of the martial world. Dedicate yourself to practice. Tianfu and Apos' face flushed with determination as he exclaimed, Master, I will study diligently and become an expert like you. I have said, I am not your master, Lin Yi replied, furrowing his brow slightly. Daoist Lin, how can one not call you master when imparting knowledge? Wu Daozi interjected, eager to appease. The title of master is well-deserved. Seeing Lin Yi's expression of mild irritation, Wu Daozi hastily reassured him. It was not that Lin Yi disliked Tianfu. He simply found the title uncomfortable. After some contemplation, he conceded that Wu Daozi's point had merit and decided not to dwell on it further. With an air of solemnity, Lin Yi addressed them both. What I teach must not be shared outside of Xianyuan Temple. Remember this. The father and son bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Noticing their caution, Lin Yi continued. Tianfu will stay here. Daoist Wu, you may return. He then pulled out a handful of silver coins from his robe and discreetly placed them into Wu Daozi's hands. Take this for your daily needs. Wu Daozi was taken aback, hastily declining the offer, but Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. Wu Daozi, his features slightly flushed, bowed deeply before discreetly wiping his eyes, and then hurried away. Tianfu stood obediently, his bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Yi reached out and ruffled Tianfu's hair, pointing to a flat area. Sit cross-legged there. Yes, Tianfu eagerly responded. Lin Yi gazed at Tianfu, instructing. Clear your mind and relax your body and spirit. Tianfu nodded again. Standing behind him, Lin Yi extended his right hand, gently resting it upon Tianfu's Bai point. He first surveyed Tianfu's internal meridians with his spiritual awareness, then guided a wisp of his own spiritual energy along the Bai and 3 gates down to the Huin. The energy coursed through the governor vessel, softly cleansing and nourishing the meridians. Tianfu, can you endure this? Lin Yi inquired with concern. I am fine, master, Tianfu replied. Lin Yi understood that seasoned martial artists spent decades cultivating to open their Ren and Du meridians. Whether external energy could achieve this was beyond his knowledge, as his own master had never assisted him in such a manner. Yet, having forcibly opened his own meridians under the influence of the purple crystal fruit, he recalled the excruciating process that had left a lingering impression in his heart. The spiritual energy within a cultivator's body far surpasses that of a martial artist's true energy. Lin Yi believed he might be able to try for Tianfu, reasoning that even if it proved futile, the spiritual energy would still benefit Tianfu's meridians, ensuring his future cultivation would be far more effective. Although Lin Yi had no intention of taking Tianfu as a disciple, leaving the father and son behind filled him with a lingering sense of guilt. He felt compelled to offer them more, as a form of compensation. Little did he realize that his willingness to give was, in fact, a tremendous opportunity for Wu Daozi and his son. Sometimes, the intertwining of cause and effect holds deeper meanings than one might expect. Tianfu's body quivered slightly. Within Lin Yi's spiritual awareness, he could clearly perceive everything within Tianfu. The spiritual energy surged upward through the governor vessel, crashing through the Bai Wei and into the Ren vessel. The pain from the energy's impact on the meridians made Tianfu emit a soft grunt, yet he remained steadfast and unmoving. Though young, Tianfu's life had been fraught with challenges, yet he retained both wisdom and resilience. The arduous process of forcibly opening the Ren and Du meridians was excruciating, yet he managed to endure it. Lin Yi silently nodded, feeling a deeper fondness for Tianfu. An hour later, Tianfu opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Lin Yi, who sat nearby beneath the grass hut, smiling at him. He leaped to his feet and rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, I feel invigorated all over." "Thank you." He then knelt and bowed deeply. Lin Yi felt a wave of joy wash over him. This attempt had undoubtedly succeeded. It had spared Tianfu decades of arduous effort, and as long as he practiced diligently, his martial skills would surely progress at an astonishing rate. "All right, return home. From now on, come here every morning, and I will teach you swordsmanship," Lin Yi instructed. "Disciple obeys." Tianfu replied, his spirit soaring as he ran off, laughter trailing in his wake. As spring deepened, the valley burst forth in a riot of colors. The two graves in the hollow were adorned with a layer of verdant grass, while the thatch of the hut had lost its initial green hue, transforming into a golden shade that stood out amidst the vibrant blooms and lush greenery. Lin Yi sat cross-legged within the hut, eyes closed as he contemplated the Xian Tian heart method. The fourth level of cultivation contained no appended spells, only the sword control incantations and the rudimentary formation of the Xian Tian sword array, wherein one flying sword could transform into two. A marvel indeed. Unfortunately, he lacked a flying sword to practice with. The only golden dragon sword remained dormant in his consciousness, showing no signs of activity. The fifth level similarly pertained to sword control, and he could only commit these incantations to memory for the time being. His progress in cultivation was slow, with the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth being his primary means of advancement. Yet, the thinness of this spiritual energy left him feeling powerless. Without the purple crystal fruit, he could not fathom how many years it would take to reach his current level of cultivation. Perhaps, without the purple crystal fruit, he would not be who he is today. From nothing to something, he had now cultivated to the fifth level. How far could he go in the future? The prospects were indeed thrilling. Opening his palm, a small, transparent stone appeared, glimmering enchantingly in the sunlight. Holding it, he could feel the immense waves of spiritual energy within. This was one of the 6 spiritual stones from Lin Yi and Appo's Eschiankuan pouch, a precious resource for cultivation, alchemy, and artifact forging, capable of swiftly replenishing any deficiency of spiritual energy within his body. He was always reluctant to use it, as it was exceedingly precious. Once depleted, it would be gone forever. Lin Yi knew not where to procure such spirit stones again. Perhaps the time had arrived to embark on a more distant journey. The morning mist still lingered above the mountain hollow as Tianfu's voice echoed from afar. Lin Yi stood amidst the hollow, watching Wu Daozi and his son approach. "Master," Tianfu chirped sweetly. "Daoist Lin." Wu Daozi greeted him solicitously. Lin Yi regarded the father and son for a long moment in silence, causing a slight unease in their hearts. "Alas," Lin Yi sighed. "I am but 16 years of age. Tianfu need not regard me as a master," Lin Yi suddenly declared. Seeing Tianfu's anxiousness, he chuckled softly. "In truth, I consider you as a younger brother. But if you wish to call me master, so be it. I only hope that the martial arts I impart will enable you to achieve something in the future." Tianfu breathed a sigh of relief and hastily replied, "Master, I will certainly cultivate diligently." Lin Yi nodded with a smile, then turned to Wu Daozi and said, "With you and your son watching over Xian Yuan Temple, it alleviates much of my concern. What I have given you will help you to live well." "Are you leaving?" Wu Daozi asked in surprise. "Indeed, I am leaving." Lin Yi gazed upwards, his youthful countenance bearing an inscrutable expression, difficult to decipher. "Master, are you truly leaving?" Tianfu asked, his voice filled with disbelief. "Perhaps I shall return one day. I hope that when I do, I will witness the flourishing of Xian Yuan Temple." Lin Yi consoled Tianfu. Or perhaps he was consoling himself. "Daoist Wu, I have guarded my master's spirit for 3 years, and now I must venture forth on a journey. Uncertain when I shall return, I entrust Xian Yuan Temple to you and your son. Revitalizing the temple is secondary. Your well-being is paramount. Daoist Lin, I shall never forget the great kindness of sheltering and instructing my son and I." Wu Daozi said solemnly. Lin Yi nodded. then turned and walked towards his master and Xian Yuanjunren's graves, kowtowing several times. He rose, fastened his master's wine gourd to his waist, and holding the Qingyun's sword and a deerskin, he said to Tianfu, "Tianfu, come here." Tianfu's eyes were already red, tears welling up. Lin said, "This is the Qingyun sword passed down to me by my master, and now I pass it on to you." Tianfu knelt down with a thud, holding out his hands to receive the Qingyun sword. Lin glanced at the deerskin in his hand, a hint of hesitation crossing his face, then said earnestly, "This is the secret of Xian Yuan Temple, the Xian Yuan chant. You may attempt to cultivate it, but you must not impart it to others. If you have not achieved minor success by the age of 20, you may abandon its practice. If I do not return in the future, consider this as the sect's legacy." Tianfu did not fully comprehend, but he still kowtowed in agreement. Lin stepped back, gazing with deep affection at his master's grave and the distant immortal peak, before finally focusing his gaze on Wu Daozi and his son. He nodded in acknowledgement. Then with a long whistle, soared into the air like a bird, flying over the treetops and towards the distant valley. Tianfu's tears flowed freely, and Wu Daozi sighed with emotion. The father and son stood gazing into the distance as Lin Yi and Apos' figure gradually faded away. The 1,000-mile Taiping Mountain, with its precipitous peaks, rugged ravines, and towering ancient trees, teemed with countless rare birds and wild beasts. However, due to the mountain range's steep terrain, only hunters or herbalists occasionally appeared on the periphery of the mountain. The depths of Taiping Mountain were seldom visited. Amidst the forest encircled by mountain peaks, a gray shadow suddenly appeared, like a dragon in the sea, appearing and disappearing intermittently within the forest. In the blink of an eye, the gray shadow vanished like smoke, flitting towards a massive cliff rock. Instantly, a youth in a tattered gray robe appeared on the cliff rock, a gourd hanging from his waist, his countenance clear and bright, exuding boundless spirit. It was none other than Lin Yi, who had been freely speeding through the forest, gazing at the verdant expanse beneath his feet. His heart was filled with unbridled joy. He had been unable to fully unleash the wind riding technique until now. Within this desolate mountain, atop the trees, amidst the ravines, he could speed along with abandon, experiencing the exhilaration of riding the wind. Lin Yi intended to make a trip to Taiping Town. He did not take the roads outside the mountain, firstly because there were too many people to freely utilize the wind riding technique, and secondly because Taiping Town was located on the western side of the Taiping mountain range. On a whim, he followed the general direction, heading straight through the mountain range towards Taiping Town, thinking that the journey might be shorter. Looking up at the sky, it was already past midday. However, Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled. Given his speed, he should have covered several hundred miles, so why had he not yet left Taiping Mountain? Had he been so engrossed in the wind riding technique that he had lost his way? However, after such a prolonged period of rapid travel, the spiritual energy within his body had been slightly depleted. After a brief respite, he discerned the direction and darted forward like a wisp of smoke. From atop the high mountain forest, the view was expansive, and without using his divine sense, he could see far into the distance. The trees ahead were gradually thinning, and Lin Yi was secretly pleased, thinking that he must be nearing the edge of the mountain. Crossing over a mountain peak, a mountain path appeared amidst the bushes below. As expected, he thought, he had finally traversed Taiping Mountain. However, the road was farther than he had anticipated. Lin Yi did not dwell on it, and with a lift of his body, he dashed downwards as if his feet did not touch the ground. Arriving at the mountain path he had seen earlier, he steadied himself and glanced around. The mountain path was hidden amongst the trees, one end leading north, the other south. Which way should he go? Where there was a road, there should be travelers. He could no longer recklessly run through the treetops, lest he end up who knew where. Furthermore, it would not be good if he were to be seen by travelers, appearing too shocking to the world. Just as he was hesitating, Lin Yi suddenly looked towards the north. Before long, a carriage appeared on the mountain path. There were 4 people in the carriage party. A stout, middle-aged man in the front carriage was likely the leader of the 4, his face amiable. Beside him was a thin old man, holding a whip to drive the carriage. Behind the carriage followed 2 burly men, carrying weapons at their waists. Seeing someone blocking the road, the 2 men behind the carriage strode forward, their hands on their weapons, staring warily at Lin Yi. The old man driving the carriage also hastily tightened the reins, stopping the carriage. "Young friend, why have you blocked our path?" the middle-aged man in the carriage asked. His voice trembled slightly, and his smile appeared stiff. Lin Yi then realized that he was standing in the middle of the road, indeed blocking their path. He did not know where this place was, and he did not want to be mistaken for a robber. He clasped his fist towards the man and said, "I did not intentionally block your path. I am a hunter from the mountains, and I wish to go to Taiping town. I rarely leave the mountain, but today I have come out, and I cannot discern the direction, haha." With that, he chuckled embarrassedly. Oh. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Seeing that Linny and Apos' clothes were old and worn, resembling a mountain boy, and that he carried nothing of value, only a strange gourd hanging from his waist, he seemed to believe the man's words. "The road ahead leads to Taiping town. Young friend, you may proceed along this road." The middle-aged man's smile vanished, but his demeanor became much more composed. Linny wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing that the man did not wish to speak further, he stepped aside and said, "Please proceed." The man in front gestured back, and the middle-aged man nodded, waving his hand, and the carriage slowly creaked forward. As the carriage passed by, the two armed men looked at Linny warily, causing him to smile wryly. They still did not consider him a good person. He could not travel with them, so he had to stay far away from the carriage, walking alone behind it. Shopkeeper. Although this place where the two countries border is remote, we have encountered no trouble along the way, the old man driving the carriage said as he drove. Who knows when something might happen? But with the Black Wind stronghold destroyed, this place is much more peaceful. Last year, we encountered some bandits here, but fortunately, Mahu and Wang Er were brave and scared them away, the shopkeeper replied. As the two individuals walked, they felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing the innkeeper's words. These two must be the ones referred to as Mahu and Wang Er. The path ahead continued with treacherous mountain trails for several dozen miles, so it was wise to remain cautious. The innkeeper stroked his glossy black beard, turning back to offer a few more words of caution to the two companions. Linny lingered at a distance, clearly overhearing their conversation, aware that his sudden appearance had caused them unnecessary concern. He wished to conceal himself and continue on his own way. However, the precious energy within him compelled him to shake his head and abandon that idea. With the future uncertain, prudence was paramount. After walking for several miles, Linny shook his head, casting his gaze about. Yet his mind was still relishing the exhilaration of riding the wind. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he paused momentarily before continuing forward. Indeed, not far ahead, figures emerged from the shadows on either side of the mountain path, startling the horses, pulling the cart into a snort. 6 men, armed and displaying fierce expressions, blocked the way of the carriage. "Ah, bandits!" the old driver exclaimed in alarm. "If you want to live, leave the carriage and scram." The leading man, wielding a large knife, menacingly obstructed the path. "Scram, or I and Apos, LL take your life one by one." The other henchmen echoed their threats with malevolent shouts. "Please, noble sirs, I am the innkeeper of the Zhao's Jade Shop in Taiping Town. This is a small token of my appreciation. I humbly ask you to spare me." The middle-aged innkeeper stammered, his face drained of color and drenched in cold sweat as he tumbled down from the cart. Trembling, he fumbled in his bosom for his money pouch and presented it with both hands. "Haha," the leading man cackled, snatching the pouch and weighing it in his hand before stuffing it into his own clothing, then kicking the innkeeper to the ground. "What I want is the carriage. If you lot want to stay, that and Apos, that's your choice." He brandished his knife, laughing triumphantly. The innkeeper, terrified, scrambled back towards the cart, shaking like a leaf. The old driver stood frozen in shock. Mahu and Wan Er exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and unsheathed their steel blades, positioning themselves behind the carriage. The bandits, emboldened by their numerical advantage, rushed toward the two. A fierce struggle ensued as the 5 bandits surrounded Mahu and Wang Er. Both displayed considerable bravery, shouting defiantly as their blades clashed in a relentless duel. However, they were outnumbered, and the leader stood aside, seemingly confident in his victory and uninterested in intervening. As the battle raged on, the bandits and Apos' ferocity began to overwhelm Mahu and Wang Er. Their cries grew desperate, their clothing torn, and blood splattered as they suffered significant injuries. The leader, laughing maniacally, approached the innkeeper, who, upon seeing the glint of the knife, turned to flee. The bandit followed leisurely, clearly enjoying the chase. The terrified innkeeper stumbled and fell, and as he glanced back to see the blade shimmering, he closed his eyes, lamenting, "My life ends here." Just then, amidst the innkeeper's panic, a sudden twang of a bowstring pierced the air, startling him into opening his eyes. He witnessed a streak of light flash by, causing the knife-wielding bandit to stagger back, collapsing with a thud, his body convulsing violently before falling still. Before the innkeeper could comprehend what had transpired, 2 more bandits abandoned their assault on Mahu and Wang Er, charging towards him. The innkeeper scrambled to his feet and ran forward. only to see a young man standing calmly nearby, holding a crossbow. As he marveled at the scene, another twang rang out, and a bolt struck one of the bandits in the chest, who fell with a scream. The remaining bandit, panic etched across his face, hesitated momentarily before fleeing. The three bandits attacking Ma Hu in one air, realizing the tide had turned, whistled and disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, as the threat of death loomed, the fearsome bandits abandoned their ambush, leaving behind two corpses in their haste. The sudden turn of events left everyone breathless. Lin Yi had intervened just in time to save the innkeeper and his companions, having sensed the lurking danger long before. Realizing the innkeeper was in peril, he had swiftly dispatched two bandits, causing the rest to retreat in fear. "Thank you, young brother, for your timely rescue. I am deeply grateful," the innkeeper exclaimed, his heart still racing, as he approached Lin Yi with sincere gratitude. Ma Hu and Wang Er, too, came forward to express their thanks. Initially skeptical of the mountain youth, they were astonished to find him their savior. "I had no idea, young brother, that you were so skilled. That was truly perilous," the innkeeper remarked, still shaken. He gazed at the crossbow in the young man's hands, pondering where he had acquired such a deadly weapon. Observing the lifeless bandits, Lin Yi's complexion paled. In the heat of the moment, he had not considered the consequences, but now he felt a pang of unease at having taken two lives. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, this was not his first encounter with death, the man named Qian who had perished shortly after leaving Xianren Peak. Yet witnessing death so close was a staggering experience for someone of his tender age of 16. Did not my master say? As long as one acts with integrity, all shall be well. Is killing not also a form of saving? He steadied his thoughts and addressed the innkeeper. "I am but a mountain dweller, accustomed to hunting with a crossbow. My actions were merely instinctive. There is no need for such formalities." He casually hung the crossbow at his waist, feigning ignorance of the curious looks directed at him. Ma Hu and Wan Er sustained only minor injuries. Lin Yi scoured the surroundings for medicinal herbs, crushing them to dress their wounds. They expressed their gratitude, exchanging glances that conveyed their unspoken admiration for the young man's knowledge. Lin Yi then inspected the corpses of the bandits. The sight of the gory bodies made him nauseous, yet he suppressed his discomfort, furrowing his brow as he retrieved his arrows, cleaned them, and stowed them in a leather quiver. Ma Hu and Wan Er searched the fallen bandits, discovering not only the innkeeper's money pouch but also several pieces of silver. They then dug a shallow grave to bury the bodies, exhausted from their harrowing experience. The group sat down to rest. The innkeeper approached Lin Yi and sat beside him. "My name is Lin Yi," he replied. Observing the innkeeper and Apos, labored breathing and wondering how he had managed to endure the bumpy journey thus far. "Lin Yi, your life-saving grace needs no elaboration. Please accept this small token of my appreciation," the innkeeper said, presenting a bundle containing a pile of silver coins and a money pouch. Lin Yi waved his hands in refusal. "Innkeeper Xiao, there is no need for this." Seeing Lin Yi's reluctance, the innkeeper urged, "Please, do not decline. Most of this wealth belongs to the bandits. It would be a shame to waste it. Since you were the one who fought them off, it rightfully belongs to you. Furthermore, the money pouch, though mine, was retrieved by you." He gazed earnestly at Lin Yi. Perceiving the sincerity in the innkeeper's eyes, Lin Yi considered the proposal and, acknowledging the logic behind it, finally accepted the bundle. He then handed back the money pouch, stating, "Innkeeper Xiao, your generosity is overwhelming. But this pouch should rightfully return to its owner. Brother Lin, you are too kind. The pouch should indeed belong to you," the innkeeper insisted, pressing the pouch back into Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi gently halted him, saying, "The two brothers risked their lives to protect both person and goods. They deserve compensation. That is of no concern to you, Brother Lin." After Manager Xiao finished speaking, he retrieved a golden object from his money pouch and insisted, "Let me express my modest gratitude. Please do not refuse." Upon glancing at his hand, Lin Yi realized it was a piece of gold weighing no less than 10 taels. He thought to himself, this Manager Xiao is indeed a wealthy individual, generous in his offerings. Having never encountered gold before, he recognized its value far surpassed that of silver. Noticing the resolute expression on Zhao's face, he accepted the gold and tucked it away. Manager Xiao, relieved by Lin's acceptance, smiled and remarked, "Seeing that you hail from the mountains, yet possess a striking appearance and exceptional demeanor, I wonder what brings you to Taiping Town?" Despite his shrewdness, Manager Xiao exuded a friendly and approachable nature, embodying the essence of a sincere businessman. "I am but a simple mountain lad, with no martial prowess to boast of," Lin Yi replied, chuckling softly. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "As a native of Taiping Town, Have you ever heard of a place called Xiaoyanao? Ah, Xiaoyanao. Manager Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. I recall it being located a few leagues north of Taiping town. May I ask? To find my kin. Lin stated matter-of-factly. It conveniently lies along my route, and I shall inform you once we arrive. Manager Xiao replied readily. Thank you, Manager Xiao. A smile graced Lin's face. Lin, brother, we are now akin to life and death companions. Do not stand on ceremony. Manager Zhao's demeanor grew more familiar. Being a resident of Taiping town. What brings you from such a distance? Lin casually probed. Taking Lin for an unworldly mountain boy, Manager Xiao, after a brief moment of reflection, returned to his loquacious business persona. I journey northward to the Huitian kingdom. It is a small, mountainous realm famed for its exquisite jade, particularly Huitian jade, renowned across the world. Consequently, merchants from various nations procure their jade and jewelry supplies from Huitian. I operate a jade shop in Taiping town, benefiting from its proximity to Huitian, allowing me to sell processed jade across the merchant realms. This time, I personally traveled to Huitian to select some premium jade materials to bring back for crafting and selling, anticipating substantial profits. However, I encountered bandits just after passing Huitian and entering merchant territory. Fortunately, with your timely assistance, I was spared from this unforeseen calamity. Listening to his tale, Lin Yisan silently marveled. He had been so focused on his escape in the mountains that he had inadvertently crossed into the borderlands of two kingdoms, still a considerable distance of 200 miles from Taiping town, meaning he had overshot his destination. After a moment, the cart resumed its journey, and Lin chose to remain close, following closely behind. As they traveled several dozen miles, darkness enveloped the sky, and the terrain on either side of the mountain path gradually opened up. The cart emerged from the forest into a clearing dotted with large stones. Manager Xiao dismounted, weariness etched upon his face, yet he spoke kindly to Lin. Beyond this forest path lies the main road. It is but a day's journey to Taiping, though the day is waning. Let us rest here for the night to resume our travels in the morning. The elderly driver busied himself with the cart. Despite their injuries, Ma Hu and Wang Er gathered some dry grass and twigs to kindle a small fire, settling down on the ground. The dampness of the mountain night made the fire a welcome refuge from mosquitoes. All were visibly fatigued, huddled together as they consumed their rations. Lin, however, sought a drier spot, leaning against a large stone, sitting cross-legged. The driver brought him some jerky and a bag of fresh water. Manager Xiao lay down early, soon snoring, while the driver leaned against the cart, dozing off. The horses quietly munched on their feed nearby. Ma Hu and Wang Er kept vigil, one resting with a dog, the other seated by the fire, clutching a knife, ever watchful. Lin and Appo's eyes gently closed as he sat in meditation, allowing his spirit to expand and envelop the surroundings. Over the past 2 to 3 years, he had grown accustomed to meditating, seldom lying down to sleep. Once in a deep state of focus, his mind cleared, and the energy within him circulated throughout the night, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. Yet, in this place, he dared not let his guard down. After 2 full cycles of energy flow within him, he sat in a half-awake state. As twilight deepened into night, the sounds of insects rose and fell in the mountains, while the clearing remained eerily silent, save for the occasional crackle of the campfire. Just as Lin was lost in his meditative state, he felt a tremor beneath him. Moments later, a distant rumbling sound began to grow louder. Ma Hu or Wang Er, clutching their knife, turned their head as if straining to listen. After a brief moment, One's face paled, and he quickly roused his companion. Ma Hu, wake up. It was indeed Ma Hu who had fallen asleep. While Wang Er was meant to be on guard, Ma Hu grunted, seemingly still in a daze, but then suddenly sprang to his feet, knife in hand. The ground shook more violently now, and the driver rubbed his eyes, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. The sounds of neighing horses and the rapid thudding of hooves surged through the night, stirring up a cloud of dust and chaos. Manager Xiao awoke abruptly to the commotion, but before he could rise, he lay on the ground, a look of panic on his face. The fire flickered uncertainly, casting shadows of horsemen and people that danced in the night. With a thunderous whinny, a dozen horses surged into view, their riders exuding an air of authority. Their expressions grim and steely. Their gazes, sharp as blades, scrutinized the terrified figures on the ground. In confusion, Manager Xiao and his companions exchanged anxious glances. After a brief exchange among the riders, one commanded them to dismount. They gathered their horses and began searching the vicinity, while others approached the campfire. Manager Xiao quickly stood, feeling somewhat flustered. Ma Hu and Wang Er exchanged wary looks. Among the newcomers, an elder in a red robe stepped forward, bowing slightly to Manager Xiao and his companions. The night has grown late, and travel is difficult. We seek to rest here and hope not to disturb you. His voice was deep and aged, yet resonated with vigor. Manager Zhao's expression softened, and he exhaled in relief, returning the gesture. As fellow travelers, encountering one another is fate. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The elder nodded. And as he and his companions settled around the fire, his keen gaze subtly swept over Manager Xiao and the others. Noticing Ma Hu and Wang are armed, he showed no sign of concern. Esteemed elder, I have water and provisions to share, if you would. Manager Xiao offered with a smile, eager to please. The elder merely shook his head slightly, and his companions presented water and food. Ah, that is wonderful. Manager Xiao chuckled awkwardly, retreating a few steps away from the fire to sit down, feeling somewhat sheepish. Ma Hu and Wang also discreetly moved back, while the driver remained watchful over his cart, too wary to speak. Manager Ma, is everything in order? A commanding voice rang out as a young man in his 20s approached with several companions. Two of them headed toward the fire, while the others dispersed to find their own spots. The young man, with a robust build and piercing gaze, casually plopped down beside the elder, rolling up his sleeves and eagerly accepting a water pouch from a companion. After quenching his thirst, he exclaimed in satisfaction, "Second brother, try this. The jerky is even more delicious after being roasted." A fair-skinned youth offered a skewer of meat. Without hesitation, the second brother accepted and began to chew heartily, nodding appreciatively. Indeed, quite flavorful. It would be even better with some wine. Fear not, second brother. There will be time to drink once we return. The fair-skinned youth, appearing shrewd despite his youthful age, replied. He cast a furtive glance at the old man in the red robe before smiling and speaking to his second senior brother. Just as his brother was about to respond with a hearty laugh, a sharp reprimand echoed from behind. "Country bumpkin, get out of the way." The crowd instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There stood two burly men, positioned in front of a large stone away from the campfire, gesturing menacingly at a young boy seated on the ground. The boy, dressed in tattered clothing, rose silently, refraining from rebuttal, and slowly made his way to an unoccupied spot to sit down. The second senior brother and his companions, witnessing this scene, merely shook their heads and chuckled before returning to their food and drink. Lin Yi sought a secluded spot away from the others and sat cross-legged with an impassive expression. The boy who had just been driven away was, in fact, him. He had sensed this group from 80 paces away, and even when they approached, he feigned ignorance about the panic displayed by the shopkeeper and his companions. There were a total of 17 horses, each rider skilled in martial arts, with only one man being familiar to him, the red-robed elder referred to as Old Ma by Qin Biao back in Taiping town. The guards surrounding them were robust young men in their 20s, moving swiftly and skillfully, blending into the night without a sound. The remaining group consisted of young men in their teens and early 20s, seated in clusters on the ground, sipping water and nibbling on dry rations. Except for the elder. All were armed, and he alone exhibited a profound inner strength, indicating that he possessed the highest martial prowess among them. Lin Yi had been sitting in the shadows beneath the large stone, unnoticed by the newcomers. Now, however, these individuals piqued his interest. Among the horses, 10 saddles bore exquisitely crafted wooden boxes made of sandalwood. Upon inspecting them with his divine sense, he discovered that they contained pieces of precut jade. To his astonishment, one of the boxes emitted a wave of spiritual energy. Lin Yi quickly penetrated the wooden box with his divine sense for a closer examination. The jade, easily traversed by his consciousness, revealed a small core imbued with spiritual energy, glimmering with a semi-transparent brilliance, akin to the spiritual stones within his own pouch. This revelation left him astounded. How could these individuals carry spiritual stones? Why was this particular stone encased in jade, unlike his own? Of the 10 wooden boxes, only one contained a stone with such energy. Feeling as though he were intruding upon someone else's privacy, Lin Yi grew uneasy. While contemplating the origins of these individuals, he noticed them searching for a flat, dry place to rest, an endeavor that did not concern him. When two of them approached, he was perplexed by their intentions. One was a youth of 17 or 18, with dark skin and sharp eyes that betrayed both intelligence and defiance. He placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he ordered the country boy occupying the space to move aside. Lin Yi felt a surge of anger, yet chose not to engage in conflict, simply lowering his head and vacating the area. Behind him, derisive laughter followed, but he pretended not to hear it, pondering instead the identities of these individuals and their purpose for seeking spiritual stones. Reminiscing about past encounters, Linny fell into a deep contemplation. The following day, before dawn, the group on horseback departed. Linny, alongside the shopkeeper, followed closely behind. They paused for a brief rest at noon before continuing their journey. By late afternoon, the shopkeeper, his face alight with joy, announced, in just over 10 miles, "We shall arrive at Tianping town. This trip has been safe and fruitful. Your efforts shall be rewarded with an additional bonus upon our return." The driver and the other companions echoed their excitement. "Indeed, Brother Lin, just ahead lies a fork in the road leading to Xiaodian and Amp. Appos, AO," the shopkeeper said, his spirit invigorated. "The shopkeeper speaks the truth. It is merely a short distance to a mountain village," the driver concurred. Linny smiled and nodded in gratitude, for reasons unbeknownst to him. As the location of Xiaoyan drew near, something inexplicable tugged at his heart. After parting ways with the others, he stood before the winding path through the hills, feeling his legs grow weak beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he wore a more solemn expression as he slowly advanced forward. The 10-mile stretch felt both near and far. It would take no more than the time to brew a cup of tea to traverse it, yet in 16 years, he had never glimpsed its conclusion. Xiaotianao was a place he had long avoided contemplating, and the memories of his parents, who only appeared in his dreams, haunted him. Flanking the path were rolling hills, trees, and perhaps a brook, but Lin Yi remained oblivious to his surroundings, only aware of the road ahead, leading him forward, step by step, in a daze. He could not determine how long he had traveled. Perhaps he had arrived at the end in just one stride. Abruptly, he halted, his gaze fixed vacantly ahead. Surrounded by verdant mountains, the curling smoke from hearths rose into the air, and the distant sound of barking dogs echoed. A small village lay before his eyes. "Excuse me, Elder, do you know the Lin family, Lin Kaishan?" Lin Yi inquired. Beneath a large tree at the village entrance, an elderly man clad in scholarly robes sat alone upon a stone, his gaunt features radiating an air of intellect. Lin Kaishan, the elder, stroking his long beard, peered at the newcomer with murky eyes. Observing the shabby attire of the unfamiliar youth, yet noting his clear features, he pondered briefly before responding. "I've heard that Lin Kaiku has an elder brother named Lin Kaishan, but he passed long ago. You may inquire at Lin Kaiku's residence, which is located at the west end of the village, behind the blue stone wall." The elder's voice was slightly hoarse, yet gentle, carrying a tremor as if recounting an event from long ago. "Thank you, Elder." Linny bowed in gratitude. As he turned to leave, the elder murmured to himself, "Could this Lin Kaishan still have descendants?" A low earthen wall encircled 3 humble mud brick houses. To the east, there was a smaller side room, presumably the kitchen, with smoke wafting from its chimney. On the west side, under a large tree, a stone table and several rustic wooden stools were arranged. The courtyard was eerily quiet. Linny stood at the entrance, peering inside. "Who were you looking for?" A girl of about 10 emerged from the kitchen, her patchwork dress adorned with floral patterns, cradling several bowls in her arms. Her fair face, with a pert nose and bright eyes filled with curiosity, regarded Linny. "I." Linny hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He shifted his gaze from the girl to the back of the house. A man in his 30s, of average height, stepped out. He wore worn, coarse gray clothing, with large hands and feet, a stubbled chin, and a complexion somewhat darkened. His appearance resembled that of a simple countryman. Upon noticing a visitor, he blinked in surprise, grinning broadly while slightly bowing. "Young brother, whom do you seek?" Linny's throat tightened, and his mouth felt dry. He focused intently on the middle-aged man, speaking slowly. "I am Lin Yi, son of Lin Kaishan." The man and Amp, Appos, smile froze on his face. His mouth agape as his chest heaved with emotion. He reached out a hand, pointing at Linny, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stepped closer to the entrance, scrutinizing the visitor once more. After a moment, the man suddenly turned and shouted in a booming voice, "Chui and Appos, your mother." A woman emerged from the kitchen, dressed in a simple garment, her appearance tidy and sharp. She hurried forward, her eyes filled with suspicion, resembling the girl closely. "Chui's father, who is this? Do you recall that I mentioned my elder brother had a child who was merely a year old?" The man exclaimed to her. "Look at this." The middle-aged man spoke in a somewhat incoherent manner. Could it be? The woman lowered her head, pondered for a moment, then raised her gaze to scrutinize Lin Yi from top to bottom. The latter stood quietly outside the courtyard. "I have seen my elder brother. This young lad bears a resemblance to him. My heavens, Chui's father. Could it be?" The woman placed her hand on her forehead and exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, indeed." The man slapped his thigh in excitement, crossed the courtyard in 2 strides, and grasped Lin Yi and Apos' hand, his eyes reddening as he joyfully declared, "I am Lin Kaiku. Lin Kaishan is my elder brother. My elder brother and sister-in-law met with misfortune years ago, and only my nephew was lost, having been rescued by a Taoist." "Child, are you Lin Yi?" The man spoke in a breathless rush, his emotions getting the better of him, his grip on Lin Yi's hand trembling. Lin Yi took a deep breath, stepped back, and bowed deeply. "Nephew Lin Yi, I pay my respects to my uncle and aunt." The man eagerly acknowledged this, and the woman shed tears, hastily wiping them away with her sleeve, her face alight with a smile as she urged, "Nephew, come inside. Chui, quickly let your brother in." The girl named Chui and Apos cheerily responded, placing a bowl on the stone table before running to Lin Yi. She tugged at Lin Yi and Apos' sleeve, her little face brimming with joy as she exclaimed, "Brother, we're home. Come in quickly." "Home?" Lin Yi felt a pang in his nose, warmth flooding his eyes. "This is your sister Chui indeed." "Yes, we are home. Little Yi, hurry inside." The man chuckled, his gaze filled with affection and nostalgia. This man was Lin Yi's uncle. The woman, surnamed Zhang, was Lin Yi's aunt. The girl, Chui, age 12, was their only daughter. The family gathered around the stone table under the great tree for dinner. Lin Yi ate silently. The meal was simple, yet he found it delicious. Chui happily served her brother more food. Lin Kaiku and his wife ate while observing their nephew with delight. They never expected that their elder brother's child would seek them out after so many years. Seeing their nephew, though clad in tattered clothes, with a dignified demeanor and mature composure, filled the couple with profound gratitude. Suddenly gaining an elder brother brought Chui and Apos joy, even if she did not fully understand the circumstances. This brother's gentle smile made her feel a sense of closeness. Chui and Apos continually added food to Lin Yi and Apos' plate, her beautiful large eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy as she gazed at him. Lin Yi felt as if he were in a dream, absorbing the warmth of familial affection and the intensity of their looks. He ate in silence, savoring this genuine yet unfamiliar bond. In this world, his only kin had been his master. With the master gone, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming loneliness. In the depths of his heart, he often recalled this place, which his master had mentioned. Xiaoxia was where he was born. This was his home. Without hesitation, he followed the call of his dreams, seeking out the family he had in this world. His aunt remarked that he bore some resemblance to his parents, though Lin Yi had no way of knowing what they looked like, nor had he thought to prove that he was indeed a descendant of the Lin family. Lin Kaiku and his wife had no doubts about his origins. After their initial astonishment, they joyfully accepted their nephew. For both Lin Yi and Lin Kaiku and his wife, it felt so natural. Beyond the strong bonds of blood, perhaps they were all humble, impoverished individuals who believed in the existence of familial love and its preciousness. After dinner, the family entered the main room. An oil lamp illuminated the warmth of the space. Under the concerned gazes of his uncle's family, Lin Yi recounted the experiences of his past decade or so. In truth, there was little to share. Most of his days had been spent in the company of his master on the mountain. To him, these were ordinary events, but to his uncle's family, they were remarkable. "Little Yi knows martial arts? How impressive!" Lin Kaiku exclaimed, full of praise upon learning that Lin Yi had practiced martial arts with his master. In poor families, who has the leisure or funds to pursue martial arts? Such skills are usually the domain of the affluent. Lin Yi humbly shook his head, downplaying his abilities. "Brother, are you a Taoist now?" Chui asked curiously. Lin Yi smiled, unsure how to respond. "Your brother will no longer be a Taoist. He will marry and start a family. Living a good life," Lin Kaiku proclaimed, looking at Lin Yi with a grin. The absence of a son had always been a regret for him. But now that he had found his nephew, Lin Kaiku felt that heaven had finally smiled upon the Lin family, ensuring its continuation. Chui's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she could not get enough of her brother. Lin Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, merely smiling without saying a word. Chui's father, may our ancestors bless us, allowing little Yi to return safely. Now that little Yi is 16, it's time to find a good family for him. Someone who can be a fitting wife. Zhang spoke up, and Lin Kaiku nodded in agreement. My brother and I still have 2 or 3 acres of mountain land. My family of 4 can just about make ends meet. However, my brother's house, after more than a decade, has fallen into disrepair and is no longer fit for habitation. Zhang and Apos' expression revealed a hint of anxiety. No matter, Chui and Apos can share a room with us, and little Yi can stay in the west room. Lin Kaika replied, his voice warm and gentle. Very well. Brother can stay in the West Room. I'll help him tidy up. Chui'er exclaimed joyfully. Sister, wait. Lin Yi was still quietly absorbing all these unfamiliar experiences. Coming to his senses, he quickly reached out to stop Chui and Appos, and asked softly, Uncle, Aunt, may I go take a look? Tomorrow will be fine. It's getting late. Lin Kaika shot a reproachful glance at Zhang. Lin Yi slowly rose and said, I hope Uncle can understand little Yi's eagerness. In a corner on the west side of the mountain village, not far behind his uncle's home, stood a barren courtyard. Several earthen houses had collapsed significantly, and the entire courtyard appeared dilapidated and neglected after years of abandonment. Lin Yi's uncle's face showed signs of distress. Even though no one would notice in the darkness, he rubbed his hands together in discomfort. He felt guilty towards his nephew. The family's financial struggles had prevented them from repairing his elder brother's house in a timely manner, yet this honest man still felt a sense of shame. It's too dark. Let us head back. Tomorrow, I'll invite a few people to come and tidy things up, all right? Uncle, Chui'er has grown up. It's inconvenient for her to stay at home. The woodshed is still habitable. It will be enough for little E to settle in. Lin Yi approached one of the rooms. For him, the distinction between night and day was negligible. Gazing at his dilapidated home, Lin Yi felt no desire to leave. Several houses had collapsed, exposing their roofs. Yet this one room remained relatively intact. Nonsense. How could anyone live here? Lin Kaiku replied anxiously. Uncle, I will stay here. Lin Yi stood firm, surveying his surroundings. This child, how can I persuade him? Lin Kaiku turned in frustration, stamped his foot, sighed, and turned to leave. With a creak, he pushed open the door, and a musty odor wafted out. Lin Yi formed a quick gesture, and a small whirlwind spiraled from the room, sweeping away the dust and mildew. The small room was bare, but here was where his true home lay. Lin Yi sighed softly. It was that he felt distant from his uncle. Rather, after years of solitude, he had grown accustomed to his own peace. Moreover, this was his home. Before long, Lin Kaika returned with straw mats and bedding, his tone tinged with reproach. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the straw mat in the small room, while the mugwort burning in the corner emitted a gentle wisp of smoke. This was meant to ward off mosquitoes, a kind gesture from his uncle and aunt. Though he had no need for such things, he felt a warm comfort in his heart. The night sky over the mountain village sparkled with countless stars. After sitting quietly for a long time, Lin Yi found his mind unable to settle. He felt a profound unfamiliarity with the bond of parental love. The sensation of being cherished by parents was entirely alien to him, something he had never experienced. Yet within the confines of the old ancestral home, his heart yearned for the presence of his parents, imagining himself like others, calling out for father and mother, just as Chui'er did, filled with carefree satisfaction and joy. Lin Yi lay down, the first time in years he had done so. He was tired, weary, and fell into a deep slumber. The image of his father was hazy, yet his smile was kindly. His mother's embrace was so warm, accompanied by gentle lullabies. In his dreams, a smile graced his lips, though his eyes glistened with moisture. Here he was, sleeping at home. It was a moment he wished to never awaken from. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of azure, the quiet mountain village began to stir. Brother, are you awake? A bright voice rang out, and Chui'er's floral dress swayed at the door. She noticed her brother slowly opening his eyes and sitting up, smiling at her. Brother, did you sleep well? Aren't you afraid sleeping here alone? Chui'er's large eyes were filled with curiosity as they fixed on Lin Yi. He sat up, somewhat dazed, instinctively rubbing his eyes, still feeling the remnants of dry tears. Gradually coming to his senses, he looked at the adorable Chui'er and softly replied, Not afraid. You've risen early. Haven't you? Are we going to the town today? Chui'er eagerly inquired. What are we going to the town for? Are you going too? Lin Yi curiously countered. To sell herbs. Father said we should save some money to repair your house and that he would take me along. Chui'er exclaimed proudly, her expression brimming with anticipation. The herbs are gathered from the mountains, dried, and then can be exchanged for money at the town. I've collected quite a few too. As Lin Yi stepped out of the small house, Chui'er bounced alongside him, her laughter ringing like silver bells. They arrived at the front yard, where they saw their uncle and aunt busily packing herbs into a backpack. The latter couldn't help but scold them again. Lin Yi smiled, insisting that he had slept soundly, and joined in to help. Xiao Yi, your uncle is going to town. You just returned home yesterday. Today you should rest and spend time with your aunt. Feel free to wander around the village, Uncle Lin Kaiku instructed. Uncle, I'm not tired. Let me go with you. Chui'er cheered upon hearing Lin Yi and Appos, words. Lin Yi paused, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small bundle, handing it to his uncle, saying, "Please keep this for household expenses." Uncle Lin Kaiku felt a sense of relief at his nephew's offer, accepting the bundle while asking, "What is this?" His innocent expression revealed confusion as he opened the parcel, and Aunt Zhang leaned in with curiosity. Moments later, both exclaimed in surprise, instinctively pushing the parcel back. "Mother, I have never seen so much silver in my life. Where did this come from?" Aunt Zhang gasped, clutching her chest in astonishment. "Child, where did this come from? You mustn't and Appos, T." Uncle Lin Kaiku looked bewildered, glancing around cautiously and lowering his voice. "Uncle, Aunt, this money is clean. You can rest assured," Lin Yi reassured. Sensing their concerns, nudging the parcel back into his uncle and Appos' embrace. "This silver comes from offerings received over the years at the temple." Seeing their astonished expressions, Lin Yi felt compelled to further reassure them. It was not the right moment to elaborate, fearing he might not articulate it clearly. The couple regarded Lin Yi, who wore a smile and appeared at ease, with a mixture of belief and skepticism. "Even so, this money is just right for your house repairs and marriage in the future. What will you do with it afterward?" Unsure how to convince them, Lin Yi said helplessly, "Uncle, Aunt, this money is my filial offering to my elders. But this is too much. It could buy the entire Xiaotiandiao." Uncle Lin Kaika murmured, still in shock. Aunt Zhang also appeared anxious. Yet Lin Yi stood firm, clearly expressing that his intentions were genuine. "Let us do this. Keep a portion of the silver for yourself to repair the house, and the rest you should keep for yourself," the honest Lin Kaiku earnestly suggested. "Keep it for the household. I have no need for it," Lin Yi replied, opening his palm to reveal a silver coin, smiling. Uncle Lin Kaiku stared at the coin in Lin Yi's hand, bewildered by its sudden appearance. Stomping his foot as if resolute, Uncle Lin Kaiku told Aunt Zhang, "Take this inside and hide it well. Don't let anyone see it. Otherwise, it will attract envy and could bring calamity." Aunt Zhang understood the seriousness of the matter and quickly agreed, clutching the parcel as she retreated indoors. Lin Yi silently hoped that this fortune would not bring misfortune upon his uncle's family, realizing he had not fully considered the implications. Uncle Lin Kaiku continued to caution Cui Er to refrain from discussing this with others. Cui Er nodded obediently, her demeanor compliant. Shortly after, Aunt Zhang emerged, taking a seat at the door, signaling that she wouldn't leave the entrance. She urged the three of them to set off quickly to return early. Lin Yi hoisted the backpack and walked ahead, while Cui Er tugged at his sleeve, chattering incessantly. Uncle Lin Kaiku turned back every few steps, his honest and loyal face alternating between excitement and trepidation. Reaching the large tree at the village entrance, the trio paused. Beneath the tree stood an elderly scholar clad in a long robe, engrossed in a book, gazing into the distance. As the sky lightened, a ribbon of rosy clouds began to appear on the horizon. "Good morning, Grandpa Su." Cui Er waved cheerfully. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Uncle Lin Kaika bowed politely. Lin Yi recognized the elderly man as the one who had guided him the previous night and nodded in acknowledgement. The old man turned, stroking his long beard, revealing a warm smile. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his cloudy eyes brightened. Then he shifted his gaze to Cui Er, gently asking, "Are you going to the town, Cui Er?" "I'm going with my brother," Cui Er exclaimed, shaking Lin Yi's sleeve joyfully. The elder chuckled silently, watching the three as they ventured toward the village exit, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Lin Yi's retreating figure. From Cui Er, Lin Yi learned that the old man was around 50 or 60 years old, surnamed Su, though no one in the village knew his full name. He had come to this place alone several years ago and spent his days teaching the village children to read and write, earning the affection of both young and old. He was well-educated, gentle-natured, and was respectfully referred to as Mr. by the villagers. The village was small, surrounded on three sides by mountains. There was no need for Lin Yi to inquire about what lay beyond the hills or how many families resided in the village, for Cui Er narrated everything in detail. The neighbor's black dog had puppies, the hen from the west neighbor was laying eggs, wild fruits were plentiful behind the mountains, and the spring at the west of the village was exceptionally sweet. With Cui Er's incessant chatter, the 20-mile journey passed in a blur. Upon arriving at Tianping town, the sun was bright, and the streets were bustling with activity. Tianping town was slightly smaller than Taiping town, one of the 4 towns in Sifeng County. The town nestled within a valley, with a main street running east to west, flanked by fortified gates guarded by soldiers. It was truly a frontier town. The street was filled with mountain folk in various attire, their expressions reflecting simplicity. The long street, stretching for over 2 miles, was lined with shops, bustling with a myriad of people. The lively atmosphere of the street was palpable. As Lin Yi walked through the market, he couldn't help but recall old Lu's words. He remembered old Lu mentioning that his son worked at a blacksmith shop in Tianping town. It would be a fortunate opportunity to visit. We've arrived. Right here. Uncle Lin Kaiku exclaimed cheerfully. Lin Yi raised his head at the sound. Finding himself before a pharmacy, he removed the burden from his back and said, Uncle, I shall take a look at the other end of the street to seek an acquaintance. I will return shortly. Very well. Go ahead. Lin Kaiku replied readily. Brother, return swiftly. Chuyer waved at Lin Yi. Smiling, Lin Yi nodded and strolled toward the eastern end of the street. As he walked, he gazed around, and not far along. He came across a stately establishment, the Zhao's Jade Shop. The memory of manager Xiao surfaced in his mind. Their brief encounter had been merely a fleeting connection, devoid of the need for further entanglements. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued onward. Various food stalls were teeming with patrons. Before a sugar figurine vendor, several children gazed wide-eyed, drooling in anticipation. The bustling scene of the marketplace was a vivid tapestry of life. Gradually reaching the end of the street, Lin Yi's ears caught the rhythmic sounds of striking metal. Following the noise, he spotted a blacksmith shop ahead. The shop was modest in size, with a display of plowshares and hoes lined up on the counter. Nearby, a wooden rack held an assortment of tools. In one corner, a vibrant fire blazed, and a burly man in his mid-20s, with a ruddy complexion and bushy brows, was laboriously hammering away, muscles rippling with each strike, sending sparks flying. As the clanging echoed, Lin Yi called out with a smile, Brother Lu. The man looked up, a look of surprise crossing his face. He shoved the iron piece into the furnace and boomed. Is that you, Xiaoyi? You've grown quite a bit since we last met. My father was just mentioning you. Come here. Before his hearty laughter faded, the man waved his robust arm, beckoning Lin Yi over. This man was Lu Ming, the son of old Lu, known for his genial disposition that Lin Yi greatly appreciated. Lu Ming led Lin Yi to the small courtyard behind the shop, where old Lu was holding his grandchild, and their joyful reunion was filled with unspoken camaraderie. Meanwhile, Lin Kaiku and Chuyer entered the pharmacy, where many patients were still waiting for their prescriptions. The elderly physician sat with closed eyes, deep in thought, while anxious patients surrounded him. The shop assistants were busily attending to their tasks. Lin Kaiku and his daughter stood awkwardly with their burden, drawing attention. A frail man dressed in a long gown and sporting a goatee emerged from behind the tall counter, inquiring in a high-pitched voice, Are you here to sell medicinal herbs? His voice startled Chuyer, who quickly hid behind her father. I have sold herbs at your esteemed shop before, Lin Kaiku replied with a nod and a smile. The thin man, expressionless, gestured for an assistant, instructing, Take them to the side. An assistant hurried over, leading the father and daughter to a corner for the inspection of their herbs. Lin Kaiku carefully unpacked the dried herbs from his basket, laying them out on the ground. One assistant held a scale while another approached with a pen and ledger. Cheapavine, half a pound, with few leaves damp, deduct 20%, totaling 1 pound 2 ounces. The assistant measured, while the other quickly recorded the figures. Shura grass, 2 pounds 3 ounces, with small leaves and moist roots, deduct 30%, totaling 1 pound 6 ounces. Mountain licorice, deduct 10%, totaling 1 pound 2 ounces. Lin Kaiku wore a fawning smile, though his expression betrayed some unease as he watched the assistant's calculations. Chuyer pouted in indignation, glaring at the two ruthless assistants. These were the fine herbs she had painstakingly dried herself. How could they be regarded as so inferior? A deep voice suddenly resonated from outside, heavy with phlegm. Is the shopkeeper in? A well-dressed young man swayed into view, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, with a pale complexion, puffy eyes, and a pair of lifeless, glazed eyes. What can I do for you, young Masterly? The shopkeeper forced a smile, hastily stepping forward. Young Masterly rolled his eyes and huffed. At that moment, two more men appeared behind him, one with a long face and the other round, both exuding an intimidating aura. My young master is feeling a bit fatigued and has accumulated phlegm. Fetch him a good remedy to dispel it. The long-faced man barked. Please have a seat. Young Masterly, and wait a moment. The shopkeeper urged the assistants while trying to guide the young master to a nearby seat. Young Masterly scanned the room with a look of disdain. Ignoring the shopkeeper, he stood in the center, indifferent to those seeking medicine, who carefully maneuvered around him. The shopkeeper's smile faltered, and he could only chuckle awkwardly, remaining silent in the presence of the young master. Meanwhile, the two assistants were finalizing the account for Lin Kaiku. That will be 2 taels and 3 cents, one assistant declared, handing Lin Kaiku a small piece of silver and several copper coins, urging them to leave. All right, thank you. Lin Kaiku cautiously tucked the coins into his pocket and began to exit, glancing back for his daughter. Before he could see Chui'er, a sudden force collided with his chest, causing him to stumble. Lin Kaiku gasped, falling to the ground, darkness clouding his vision as he struggled for breath. He looked up in astonishment to see a long-faced man, sleeves rolled up, glaring at him menacingly, shouting, "Country bumpkin, are you blind?" The gravelly voice echoed in the room. Noticing the shoe print on his chest, Lin Kaiku realized he had been kicked. Recognizing the intimidating demeanor of the three men, he took a breath and forced a smile. "I didn't oppose. TCU gentlemen, I apologize." Chui'er, trailing behind, was equally bewildered about how her father had offended them, only to witness him being knocked down. Her face flushed with urgency as she hurried to pick up the basket and assist her father to his feet. "Humph. Tui." Young Master Li's dead fish eyes narrowed, and he spat a glob of phlegm onto Lin Kaiku. "This is the master's remedy. Please take it." The shopkeeper presented a package of prepared medicine, which the round-faced man received. Young Master Li smirked. "Thanks. Farewell, shopkeeper." He lazily waved his hand, preparing to leave. "Don't go. Why did you strike my father?" Chui'er, distressed for her father, demanded justice. How could these people be so unreasonable, assaulting and humiliating them without cause? In her desperation, she rushed forward to confront young Master Li. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, none daring to speak, while the shopkeeper nervously stroked his goatee and shook his head in dismay. A sudden ripping sound echoed. Young Master Li halted, glaring over his shoulder. The silk robe he wore had been torn open at the waist. The entire room held its breath, watching the unfolding drama. Chui'er, who had initially charged forward with determination, was now frozen in shock. In her eagerness to confront young Master Li, she had accidentally torn his thin clothing. Young Master Li's puffy eyes twitched as a glint of malice flickered through them. He stepped forward, seizing Chui'er's wrist, and with a sardonic smile, said, "This robe is worth 10 taels of silver. Compensate me." He laughed mockingly, fully aware this country girl could not afford such a sum. The two henchmen exchanged glances and chuckled derisively, casting malicious looks at the lovely young girl. "I have no money. Why did you strike my father?" Chui and oppose, overwhelmed with anger and frustration, could not break free, tears welling in her eyes. "No money? Then you and oppose, I'll do as payment," young Master Li sneered, pushing Chui and oppose, toward the long-faced man. "Li Si, take this girl away." A man named Li Si revealed a sinister, ingratiating smile as he advanced, extending his iron-like claws to tightly seize Chui'er and drag her away. In Li Gongzi's eyes flickered a trace of depravity as he muttered to himself, "The girl's appearance is quite pleasing. After a few years, she could very well blossom into a beauty." "Dad!" Chui'er cried out, struggling, her small face streaked with tears. "Release my daughter." Lin Kaiku bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze as he charged forward. He had never anticipated that, despite his forbearance, he would endanger his beloved Chui'er. She was the lifeblood of both him and his wife, and witnessing her cry out tore at his heart. No longer able to maintain his demeanor of a meek man, he was now poised to fight with desperation. Li Gongzi and Li Si, accompanied by the weeping Chui'er, marched forward, disregarding Lin Kaiku and the onlookers. A round-faced man stepped in their path, a cold smile on his lips as he completely dismissed the mountain dweller, gripping Lin Kaiku's arm and forcefully shoving him aside while shouting arrogantly, "Away with you." In a moment of panic, Lin Kaiku was no match for this man, who unexpectedly hurled him outside. With only thoughts of rescuing Chui and oppose erasing through his mind, he was tossed over a distance, landing heavily on the cobblestone street. He let out a muffled groan and found himself unable to rise. The fall had taken its toll. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out of the apothecary, startling pedestrians who quickly sidestepped, their faces filled with astonishment. "Dad!" Chui'er continued to struggle in vain against Li Si's grip, her cries echoing in the air. Li Gongzi's eyes flickered with a rare glimmer of interest. Together with Li Si, they ignored Lin Kaiku and the crowd, striding forward with purpose. Just then, a cold voice commanded from behind, "Stop right there." Li Gongzi, visibly irked, glanced back with a scowl. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, his mouth fell agape in shock. Before him stood a ragged country youth, gripping Li Er's wrist, his face devoid of expression as he stared intently at Li Gongzi. Li Er grimaced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to beg for mercy. Behind the youth stood Lin Kaiku, clutching his chest, eyes blazing with fury. "Release Li Er at once, or you'll face dire consequences." Though Li Gongzi was unaware of the youth's background, It was evident that this audacious boy was allied with the mountain dweller. How could Li Er, who possessed some martial skills, be so easily subdued by a mere youth? Nevertheless, the mountain dweller's audacity to stand against him was a challenge he could not overlook. "Brother, save me," Chuea cried out. This youth was Lin Yi. He had just finished a conversation with old Lu, and, upon confirming that his uncle was well, felt relieved, fearing his uncle might worry. He bid farewell and left the blacksmith shop. Little did he know, upon arriving at the apothecary's entrance, he witnessed his uncle being thrown out. Quickly, Lin Yi assisted his uncle to his feet, relieved to see he was unharmed. Without pausing to inquire further, he noticed Li Gongzi attempting to abduct Chuer. Realizing the severity of the situation, he seized Li Er, determined to act. In mere moments, his uncle and Chui and Apos had fallen victim to this plight, causing Lin Yi's expression to darken with unease. Gripping Li Er tightly, he listened as his uncle recounted the events in brief, suppressing his anger while offering a reassuring smile to the sobbing Chuer. "Listen here, you little brat. Li Gongzi's elder brother serves as the town's protector. If you know what's good for you, let go of my brother, or you'll regret it." Li Si threatened, holding on to Chui and Apos. Is that so?" Lin Yi raised his chin slightly, his expression turning grave, a mocking smile creeping to his lips as he exerted pressure. A sickening crack echoed as Li Er's wrist shattered, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. "Ah!" Li Er screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Lin Yi's smile faded entirely. His uncle and Chuer were his only family in this world, and he would not allow them to be humiliated. With a chilling demeanor, he released Li Er and walked forward unhurriedly. The crowd murmured in shock, hastily stepping aside, eyes wide as they beheld the country youth. How could such a seemingly ordinary boy wield such formidable force? "You don't come any closer." Li Gongzi's face paled, his legs trembling as he stumbled backward. As the crowd watched, Lin Yi advanced, effortlessly bypassing Li Gongzi to reach Li Si. The latter, momentarily bewildered, found Chuer now in Lin Yi's embrace. Just as Li Si prepared to lash out in anger, he met Lin Yi's piercing gaze, which instilled a sense of dread. Before he could think, a swift slap echoed through the air, and despite his attempt to evade, he was struck, his head spinning as he felt himself lifted off the ground. In his dazed state, he caught sight of a few bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. Li Si was sent sprawling 3 yards away, crashing to the ground, motionless, clearly unconscious. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the sudden display of strength from this rural youth. "Kid, you've got guts. Don't think you can escape. My brother will not let you off lightly." Li Gongzi shouted, his tone threatening, eyes wide with panic as he staggered away. Lin Yi cast a cold glance at Li Gongzi, his brow furrowed. He delivered Chuer back to his uncle, whispering a few reassuring words. Lin Kaiku, anxious to speak, found Lin Yi already turning, following after Li Gongzi. At the eastern edge of the town stood a large courtyard, where a few soldiers lazily stood guard at the entrance. Upon spotting the sanctum, Li Gongzi's demeanor lightened considerably as he rushed forward, frantically gesturing at Lin Yi, who was close behind, shouting for the soldiers to intervene. Lin Yi arrived at the courtyard entrance. The soldiers, armed with long spears, prepared to block his path, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi vanished from sight. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances before rushing into the courtyard. Inside, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was quite spacious, and Li Gongzi stood before a burly middle-aged man, lamenting his plight. The soldiers, armed to the teeth, began to encircle Lin Yi. The middle-aged man shot a fierce glare at Li Gongzi, chastising, "You're always causing trouble. At your age, you should have some sense. If you don't straighten up, I'll send you back home." Li Gongzi, visibly frightened, nodded in agreement. After reprimanding Li Gongzi, the middle-aged man turned his hawkish gaze upon Lin Yi, noticing that the youth was merely a country boy, surrounded by soldiers. Yet maintaining an unyielding demeanor in the face of the gleaming weapons, the man was momentarily taken aback. Clearing his throat, he bellowed, "Who dares to intrude upon the protectorate?" "Oh, you must be Li Jintou," Lin Yi replied, his expression unchanged, countering with a question. "Indeed, I am the one. You have no cause to harm others. Even if they are mere villagers, you should know the laws of the land. Do you understand your wrongdoing?" Li Jintou asserted, attempting to establish his authority. "Humph. Your brother abuses his authority to oppress the common people, inflicts unwarranted harm, and seizes innocent maidens. Can you, Li Jinshu, truly evade the dictates of heaven and disregard the law of the land?" Lin Yi stated, neither servile nor arrogant. Li Jinshu faltered, acutely aware of his brother's true nature, and furrowed his brow in concern. "Shut your mouth, you insolent brat. I have no quarrel with you. Why have you harmed my subordinates? Li Gongzi shouted in a fit of indignation. You injured my uncle, abducted my sister, and yet you claim no grievance? Lin Yi retorted coldly. It was that little girl who tore my clothing. Brother, look at this garment. It is worth 10 taels of silver. Li Gongzi exclaimed, hopping in frustration. In this moment, the bravado he had displayed in the apothecary had vanished, replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. Enough. Li Jinshu chastised his brother for his lack of composure, then turned his fierce gaze upon Lin Yi. State your name and residence. You, a mere country bumpkin, have trespassed into the governor's residence, committing a grave offense. As he spoke, he gestured for the soldiers to surround them. The rumors were true. The authority of the officials was indeed formidable. Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. If this matter could not be resolved amicably, his uncle's family would inevitably suffer repercussions. The adversaries, emboldened by their official power, had little regard for him, a simple country lad. However, he could not simply slay them all. As the soldiers closed in, Lin Yi's pupils constricted, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. Though he did not relish bloodshed, he felt compelled to act for the safety of his loved ones. With a chilling gaze, Lin Yi vanished in an instant. A sudden whirlwind swept through the courtyard, followed by a cacophony of clashing sounds. Within mere moments, the soldiers found themselves disarmed, standing dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and terror as they gazed at the scattered weapons on the ground. A gust of wind transformed into a figure, launching toward Li Jinshu and his brother. Terrified, Li Gongzi cried out, "Ah, are you man or ghost?" In the chaos, Li Jinshu reached for his sword, but to his astonishment, it flew from its sheath, snatched by the agile youth, causing him to stumble back in shock. With the steel sword in hand, Lin Yi fixated coldly on Li Jinshu. With a swift motion, he vibrated the blade, and in a resounding crash, the finely crafted steel shattered into countless fragments, scattering like deadly stars beneath the sun's glare, exuding an unsettling chill. Your brother's heinous actions of abducting innocent maidens warrant severe punishment. After dealing with his subordinates, I had no intention of further meddling. Yet, your brother's coercion has compelled me to seek justice. It is disheartening to witness your disregard for moral conduct, Li Jinshu. I stand here. How you choose to address this matter is at your discretion. After speaking, Lin Yi clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward in silent defiance. Heaven, what manner of lightness is this? Such remarkable agility must belong to the most skilled in the martial world. A sword appeared from nowhere. Surely, this is the work of a transcendent expert. What do you know? This is the manifestation of true energy. At such a tender age, we have truly wasted our lives. Only the Tianlong sect could possibly harbor such talent. The soldiers in the courtyard were utterly awestruck, their admiration palpable. Li Gongzi stood frozen, dumbfounded, while Li Jinshu and Apos' expression shifted rapidly, an unsettling realization dawning upon him. Could this humble country lad truly be a once-in-a-lifetime master? With such extraordinary skill, he could eliminate everyone in this courtyard with the slightest effort. After a lengthy pause, Li Jinshu regained some composure. He stepped forward, forcing a smile and clasping his fists in respect. Little brother, you are indeed a remarkable talent. I, Li, have been blind to your capabilities, and I sincerely apologize for offending you. Please, I implore your magnanimity. Li Jinshu seized Li Gongzi and delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. Quickly apologized to the young master. Li Gongzi, stunned by the sudden reprimand, clutched his cheek, on the verge of tears. However, he caught sight of his brother's meaningful glance and understood he must comply. Reluctantly, he approached Lin Yi, bowing deeply and lamenting, I was foolish and offended the young master. I accept my punishment and humbly ask for your forgiveness. Lin Yi scrutinized the Li brothers, noting their expressions bore no deceit. Raising an eyebrow, he admonished. Dare to provoke my family, and you must be prepared to face the consequences. Li Gongzi recoiled, instinctively shrinking back. Li Jinshu, feeling the weight of embarrassment, produced a silver coin from his pocket and, with sincerity, bowed low. This is a token of my contrition for my brother's transgressions. I hope it serves as a modest compensation, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Lin Yi smirked coldly, shaking his head. He turned and strode away, casting a final remark over his shoulder. No need for this. Let this matter rest. However, know that next time, I shall show no mercy. I advise you, Li Jinshu, to act accordingly. As Lin Yi's figure faded into the distance, Li Jinshu exhaled a long breath. Turning to see Li Gongzi still bewildered, he exploded in frustration. You are to return home at once and cease causing trouble here. How can you send me away after such a short time? Both Li Er and Li Si have been injured by this brat, and you show no concern. Li Gongzi complained bitterly. I am at my wit's end. You are nearly of age yet have accomplished nothing, spending your days indulging in vice and stirring up trouble. Li Jinshu waved the soldiers away and chastised Li Gongzi. In my years of service, I have encountered countless martial experts, but never have I seen a youth with such skill. Who knows how many hidden masters dwell among the rural folk? We cannot afford to offend them. In these borderlands, you could perish without reason. This young man moved like a specter and struck like thunder, effortlessly disarming me. If I had not acted swiftly, perhaps today would have ended in calamity. All because of your reckless behavior. After berating him, Li Jinshu left the still-cowed Li Gongzi, summoning 2 men and instructing them to keep the events of the day strictly confidential. Emerging from the protectorate's residence, Linny noticed his uncle and Chui are waiting at a distance. He smiled faintly and shook his head. His uncle had not heeded his instructions to leave ahead of time, evidently still concerned for his nephew. Brother, are you all right? Chui and Appos rushed forward, her face stained with tears. Lin Kaiku also wore an expression of deep concern. Linny reassured them. Uncle and Chui and Appos, please be at ease. Warden Li has agreed to cease pursuing the matter. It is only that my return was delayed, causing you both undue worry. It is well that you are unharmed. This old frame is sturdy. A tumble is of no consequence. Lin Kaiko hastily consoled Linny. Having suffered a kick that sent him sprawling, Lin Kaiko had been momentarily unable to rise. However, as a man accustomed to physical labor, he recovered quickly after a brief respite. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's swift incapacitation of Li Er and Li Si had caused the elder man considerable anxiety. The opposing party possessed both power and influence, making them formidable adversaries. Lin Yi, however, resolved to bring the matter to a definitive close, ensuring that his uncle's family would not be implicated. Venturing alone to reason with them, facing such a multitude of soldiers, he felt trepidation in his heart. Yet, he was determined to alleviate his uncle and Chui's anxieties. Thus, he braved the protectorate's residence, even if it proved to be a perilous den. Though he could not safeguard his family for eternity, he would ensure their immediate peace of mind. Had the Li brothers proven unreasonable, untold chaos might have ensued. Fortunately, Lin Yi's display of power had quelled the situation and dissuaded Warden Li from further action. The day's events, then, could be considered a narrow escape. Lin Kaiku and Chui, filled with trepidation, were immensely relieved to see Lin Yi emerge from the protectorate's residence unscathed. They wondered how he had managed to persuade the formidable warden to drop the matter. Lin Kaiku refrained from inquiring too closely, marveling inwardly at his nephew's capabilities. Chui, are you hungry? Brother will treat you to something delicious. Lin Yi took Chui and Appos' hand, and they set off. Chui and Appos' responded with a cheerful affirmation, and a smile blossomed on Lin Kaiku and Appos' face. The trio did not return to Small Heaven Gulch until well after midday. Their baskets were laden with meat, fabrics, and paper money and incense purchased by Lin Kaiku. Zhang Shi, still visibly anxious, kept watch at the door. Upon seeing them return, her worry subsided. Unable to contain her excitement, Chui rushed to her mother, recounting the day's events with vivid detail. Zhang Shi held the newly purchased fabric against Chui, admiring it. At the perilous parts of the story, she embraced her daughter tightly, exclaiming in fear. When she heard of the peaceful resolution, the woman's eyes welled with tears, and she held her daughter close, unwilling to release her. Lin Kaika chuckled contentedly, his face radiating love and satisfaction as he watched the mother and daughter. Seeing the affection between Zhang Shi and Chui, witnessing the family's harmony and joy, Lin Yi smiled faintly, feeling a pang of wistful longing. Lin Kaiku took a bamboo basket, filled it with incense and candles, and led his nephew toward a hillside south of the village. Uncomprehending, Lin Yi followed in silence. After traveling about 2 miles, they arrived at the foot of a hill, where a burial mound came into view, causing Lin Yi's expression to turn somber. Lin Kaika glanced back at his nephew and sighed. Approaching the grave, he set down the basket and took out the incense and candles. The mound was covered in verdant grass, and no headstone marked the grave. Lin Yi bit his lip, standing motionless and lost in thought. Child, this is where your uncle and Andy rest for eternity. Your father and mother are here, Lin Kaika said heavily. Brother, Auntie, he is here to see you. Look. He has grown so big. Lin Kaiku attempted a smile of gratification, but his voice choked with emotion, and his eyes reddened. Lin Yi remained silent, kneeling slowly and kowtowing 3 times. Uncle, please return first. I wish to stay here alone for a while, Lin Yi said softly. Lin Kaiku gazed at his kneeling nephew, then sighed heavily and departed. He turned back frequently as he walked away. Lin Yi did not rise. He crawled forward a few steps, leaning against the burial mound. Sitting there in quiet sorrow. His parents were right behind him, a sensation he had never experienced before, a shuddering wave that washed through his entire being. If his parents were still alive, he, too, would be carefree like Chui'er. In their early years, his parents must have risked everything to protect his life. In their hearts, he was more precious than their own lives. Just as his uncle and aunt doted on Chui and Apos, his parents would have showered him with the same affection. But he no longer had parents. Even their faces appeared only vaguely in his dreams. He had lost them forever. Father, mother. How he longed to be embraced, cherished, and loved, just like Chui'er. Lin Yi turned and lay prone on the burial mound, as if on his father's back, in his mother's arms. His shoulders trembled as he sobbed, his mournful cries echoing through the air. Mother, hold me again. Father, love me again. I miss you both. Years of pent-up longing, deeply buried affection, poured out in that moment. He had never known the love of parents. Now, he yearned for that feeling with all his being, even if only for a fleeting instant. His only family had been his master. His master had been strict at times, lenient at others, yet had raised him and given him the most sincere care and affection he knew. Now, seeing his uncle and aunt, witnessing Chui'er's genuine affection for him, and observing the family's happiness, Lin Yi realized that there was a profound love in this world, the love of parents. That love was so deep, so blissful, so precious. Lin Yi understood that his loss was a tragedy born of love, a profound grief that could never be healed. Under the afternoon sun, the burial mound remained silent. This was the closest Lin Yi could be to his parents, yet also the furthest apart. After a long time, the early summer sun began to lose its intensity. Lin Yi leaned back against the burial mound, motionless, as if resting by his parents' side. His cheeks were still streaked with tears, his expression serene. Yet his eyes held a trace of bewilderment. He felt a newfound attachment to the tranquility of this mountain village. It would be good to stay here with his uncle and Chui'er, and he could visit his parents every day. Perhaps he had the ability to protect this peace, ensuring that his uncle's family would live in safety and that Chui'er would always be happy. Imagining the contentment and harmony of his uncle's family, picturing Chui'er's loveliness, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Possessing what he had now was perhaps better than regretting the loss of everything forever. Was this the right way to think? Lin Yi's mind drifted. If he were to remain stagnant because of loss, how much could he truly gain in this life? A sigh reached his ears. Mr. Su? Lin Yi slowly rose, looking in bewilderment at the approaching old man. Mr. Su smiled kindly, his clouded eyes holding an inscrutable depth. Young friend, what does it mean to be a filial son? Lin Yi paused, hesitating. I dare not presume to be addressed so by Mr. Su. Please, call me Yi. He glanced at the burial mound behind him, his voice tinged with sorrow. Forgive my dullness and crudeness, but I believe that being able to bring joy to one's parents is already a great thing. Mr. Su walked onto the hillside, stroked his long beard, studied Lin Yi, and said softly, for a son, to practice filial piety begins with serving one's parents and ends with establishing oneself. That is to say, when parents are alive, one must care for them well, which is the beginning of filial piety. But to live well and achieve something remarkable is also a way to honor one's parents. Is it wrong, then, for me to stay in this mountain village, protecting my uncle's family and ensuring their well-being? Lin Yi asked softly, with some hesitation. Hey, young friend, what you say is not wrong. To live without desires or ambitions is also a way of life. Who can say it is wrong? Mr. Su said gently with a smile. One who does not climb high mountains does not know the height of the heavens. One who does not descend into deep valleys does not know the thickness of the earth. Rather than merely stretching one's limbs and gazing afar, it is far more rewarding to ascend high and broaden one's perspective. Mr. Su gazed into the distance, his hoarse voice echoing softly. Lin Yi, perplexed, scratched his head. Mr. Su extended his hand, pointing forward, and inquired, what would you do if you stood atop this mountain? With a wider view, I could see even further. Lin Yi replied. Indeed. Without ascending to great heights, how can one comprehend the vastness of the mountains? Not being a bird, how can one know the expansiveness of this world? How could one experience the joy of flight? Mr. Su's tone grew stern. His gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yi. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at Mr. Su, retreating 2 steps, his face filled with bewilderment. Though I may appear to be a mere rustic, Mr. Ming holds me in high regard. Yet I am truly dull-witted and unenlightened, unaware of your true intent, Lin Yi cautiously murmured, his heart tumultuous, akin to a stormy sea. Ha ha. Mr. Su laughed heartily. After a moment, he spoke gently. Though I have lived a long life and encountered countless individuals, my young brother, despite your tattered clothing, possesses an extraordinary demeanor, untainted by the dust of the mundane world. Even those who have cultivated for many years cannot compare to your purity and tranquility. You are no ordinary person," he concluded, his eyes twinkling with meaning as he gazed at Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi still bowing his head in contemplation, Mr. Su continued, "I believe you will not lose your ambition due to sorrow. If your parents were alive, they would not wish for you to become complacent because of your circumstances. Remember, without taking small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. Persevere with unwavering determination, and even the hardest stone can be carved." Lin Yi pondered for a long while, then asked, "But what can ultimately be achieved? How can I know?" Mr. Su's smile held a profound significance. He turned and slowly walked down the slope, departing. Lin Yi's confused gaze gradually regained clarity. On a tranquil early summer night, under a silver crescent moon that cast a gentle glow over the mountain village, Lin Yi sat quietly in the old house and Appo's side room, motionless like a clay statue. Yet within him, emotions surged tumultuously, refusing to settle. Today, before his parents' grave, his spirit faltered, as his master had once warned, his resolve shaken. At such a young age, he found himself unexpectedly weary of the world and confused about the path of cultivation. Mr. Su, having met him only briefly, spoke words of wisdom that evidently aimed to awaken him. Initially, fearing that Mr. Su might uncover his true identity and intentions, Lin Yi felt a twinge of panic and wariness. However, sensing Mr. Su's genuine kindness, he could not help but feel the weight of his words. Mr. Su's admonition struck him like a wake-up call. If he did not continue down this path, he would never know what the outcome might be. Since fate had bestowed this opportunity upon him, what reason did he have to abandon it? No matter how far one travels, it is only through perseverance that one finds meaning. Even if no tangible result emerges, it is far more vibrant than a life spent in a mountain village. Surely, if his parents were aware, they would bless him. Throughout his life, no one had ever imparted such wisdom to Lin Yi. In his moments of confusion, Mr. Su's words were like a refreshing breeze that cleared the fog from his heart. He felt a surge of gratitude and admiration for Mr. Su. With a pure heart, Lin Yi radiated a shimmering light, enveloping him entirely. Amidst the flickering glow, his mind became lucid, and the world around him transformed into clarity. The mountain village awoke to a fresh morning. The distant mountain peak was brushed with a golden hue by the rising sun. Diligent villagers had already begun their early morning labors. At the village entrance, hurried figures occasionally passed by. Beneath a large tree, several children clustered around Mr. Su. Lin Yi sat apart, listening as Mr. Su explained words and meanings to the children. Mr. Su appeared oblivious to Lin Yi's presence, who remained unfazed. Sitting quietly for 2 hours. With a smile, Mr. Su watched the children joyfully disperse. Lin Yi then approached him, bowed deeply, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you for your guidance." "Sir." Mr. Su stroked his long beard, his eyes sparkling as he chuckled. "A promising youth indeed. Would you care to visit my humble abode for a moment?" Lin Yi responded softly, "That is my wish." Mr. Su nodded, his serene face illuminated by sunlight, exuding a sense of tranquility. He walked slowly toward a modest dwelling not far away. Close to the village entrance, a circle of green vines entwined around a simple thatched cottage. Mr. Su led Lin Yi through a few clusters of greenery into the grass hut. With a hearty laugh, he invited his guest to make himself comfortable. Inside was a modest bedroom, with a bamboo bed positioned to the north, and a table and chair by the south window where Mr. Su sat contentedly. The shelves held 2 layers of books, bamboo scrolls, silk volumes, and paper manuscripts. The humble abode was filled with the fragrance of literature, exuding an air of elegance. Lin Yi settled onto the bamboo bed, appearing relaxed and at ease. Observing this, Mr. Su nodded slightly, recognizing that despite Lin Yi's rustic appearance, he possessed a unique demeanor. Calm and poised. In any setting, he might easily be overlooked, but upon closer inspection, one would see that this young man had seamlessly integrated with his surroundings. This young man was indeed extraordinary. After all, having navigated the tumultuous world of politics and society for decades, Mr. Su prided himself on his astute judgment of character. Yet, this rural youth bore an exceptional aura that piqued Mr. Su's admiration. As Mr. Su wandered around, he noticed Lin Yi weeping at his parents' grave. Hesitant to approach as the latter was lost in his sorrow, oblivious to his surroundings. Once Lin Yi and Appo's grief subsided, Mr. Su perceived a hint of despondency in his brow and felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. Unexpectedly, overnight, The boy who had hovered on the brink of despair had returned to his usual self. This lad possessed a wisdom surpassing his years, which only deepened Mr. Su's respect for him. I have resided here for 6 years. The clamor of the world has faded, and the days are tranquil and solitary. I hear the melodious calls of birds and watch the clouds drift by. I have squandered my life, yet I have found this peaceful refuge, seeking leisure and joy. Mr. Su remarked. Your insights are truly enlightening, sir. Linny responded. As one approaches the twilight of life with empty hands, one comes to understand the balance of holding on and letting go. When grasped tightly, one must also learn to release. Mr. Su replied with a sudden, hearty laugh. Where is your homeland, sir? How did you come to be in such circumstances? Linny inquired with curiosity. Seated upright in the bamboo chair, Mr. Su appeared as steadfast as a mountain. Upon being asked about his past, a glimmer of sorrow crossed his eyes, followed by a wistful smile. The past is not easy to revisit. My homeland? Home is where the heart finds peace. Mr. Su and Appo's hoarse voice resonated, as if stepping through the decades of his life. Mr. Su's original name was Su Yingming. In his youth, he gained recognition and became an official. However, due to his steadfast character and inability to discern the whims of those in power, his political career was fraught with challenges. After offending the powerful, his family faced calamity. Fortunately, his reputation among scholars saved him from complete ruin, though he was exiled to the frontier, preserving his life. Tragically, his wife fell ill due to the misfortunes they faced and soon passed away, leaving their only daughter missing. Feeling a deep sense of empathy for Mr. Su's turbulent fate, Lin-Yi could only listen in silence as he recounted his past. In middle age, I fathered a daughter, cherishing her like a precious gem, yet never anticipated that my entanglements would lead to her disappearance. I have searched high and low for her, yet to no avail. If only Yin were still here. She would be of an age akin to yours. With a sigh, Mr. Su lamented. Mr. Su, with hair as white as frost and a face aged beyond his 50-plus years, bore the marks of a life filled with hardship. Little did Lin-Yi know from whence he had come. Finding a family member now seemed a stroke of fortune. Dejected himself, Lin-Yi noticed a shift in Mr. Su's demeanor as he inquired with gentle warmth. I cultivated at the Xian Yuan Monastery with my master. After his passing, I observed a 3-year mourning period in the mountains before seeking you out, guided by his pre-mortem instructions. Lin-Yi recounted, adding, there is little to tell of the past, and what could be told cannot be. What are your plans for the future? Mr. Su inquired. Lin-Yi hesitated momentarily before replying with resolute conviction. Fortunate indeed am I to have received your guidance. I intend to embark on a journey of exploration. Mr. Su paused in contemplation before fixing his gaze upon Lin-Yi and posing, I have a matter to request of you. Would you be willing to accept? I am unaware of the nature of your request, Lin-Yi responded earnestly, but I vow to assist in any way within my capabilities. Mr. Su extended his gnarled hands, cradling a jade pendant of verdant hue and crescent shape. His eyes brimming with affection, he spoke softly. This jade pendant was originally one of a pair, the other belonging to my daughter. This particular piece was bequeathed by her mother. Should you encounter my daughter, present this jade pendant as a token of authenticity. Furthermore, I implore you to convey a message to my poor child, assuring her of my well-being and urging her not to fret. Observing the earnestness etched upon Mr. Su's countenance, Lin-Yi promptly rose, uncertain of how to proceed. He hesitated to decline, yet feared the weight of such a responsibility. Amidst his contemplation, he glanced at Mr. Su's expectant and trusting gaze, and his heart softened. He accepted what was the sole concern of Mr. Su's twilight years. Mr. Su's face brightened with a smile. Though uncertain of his daughter's fate, he placed all his hopes on the youth before him. Having reached his twilight years, he could tarry no longer. Perhaps a miracle might yet transpire. Mr. Su stood and gently patted Lin-Yi's shoulder before turning to retrieve a silk-bound volume from a shelf. Lin-Yi carefully stowed the jade pendant, a hint of bewilderment in his expression as he accepted the silk-bound volume from Mr. Su. Recognizing the archaic characters on the cover, he exclaimed in surprise, and Appo's, forging God Scroll and Appo's. Mr. Su appeared slightly taken aback, inquiring, you recognize these characters? Lin-Yi reflected for a moment before answering. My master was a Taoist and instructed me in such script. These characters are merely a more elaborate form of those used today. Is it possible that few now recognize them? Your words hold truth. This script is ancient, and few now possess the ability to decipher it. It was with the guidance of a friend that I managed to glean a rudimentary understanding, Mr. Su responded, his gaze scrutinizing Lin-Yi. unnerved by the prolonged scrutiny. Linny hastened to inquire, I am uncertain as to the nature of this. It was gifted to me by a dear friend from my days as a student. Mr. Su interjected. My friend, whose surname is Wei and given name Darren, harbored a lifelong fondness for ancient texts and a fervent desire for cultivation, bordering on obsession with the path to immortality. He acquired this scroll by chance and left it with me for safekeeping before his departure, remarking that it might bring fortune to future generations. At this juncture, Mr. Su chuckled softly and added, it is possible that this item may prove beneficial to you. Lin Yi's brow arched slightly as he gingerly opened the slender volume. After a brief perusal, a surge of astonishment, followed by elation, coursed through him. He tucked the scroll into his bosom, bowed deeply, and inquired, May I ask where your friend has journeyed? My friend, upon hearing tales of immortal isles beyond the seas, relinquished his prospects of fame and fortune, embarking eastward by ship. Mr. Su replied with a gentle sigh. Has your friend attained immortality? Linny pressed. The truth of the matter remains unknown to me. However, my friend, since delving into the art of cultivation, has exuded an aura of natural grace and ethereal charm, setting him apart from ordinary men. It was only through years of acquaintance that I discerned these qualities, perhaps a result of his cultivation, Mr. Su mused. His eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze upon Linny and declared, much like yourself, despite your humble attire, you possess an ineffable spiritual quality. Linny chuckled wryly and shook his head, retorting, I have cultivated with my master for many years, yet possess no remarkable attributes. By the way, Mr. Su, do immortal isles truly exist in the depths of the Eastern Sea? Are they easily located? Though recorded in ancient texts, their whereabouts remain elusive. The Eastern Sea stretches for countless miles, rendering the task nigh impossible. Mr. Su lamented, shaking his head. Even my friend, after our parting many years ago, has yet to be heard from. Do you then believe in the existence of gods and immortals? Lin Yi, having long yearned for someone with whom to share his thoughts, hoped to glean further insights from the erudite Mr. Su. The ancients cautioned scholars against discussing the supernatural. Mr. Su demurred. Just as Lin Yi resigned himself to this sentiment, Mr. Su unexpectedly added, Yet, I believe. Lin Yi regarded Mr. Su with a perplexed expression. If this world were devoid of gods and demons, of the cycle of reincarnation, of the principles of cause and effect, how many regrets would life hold? Would we not be inferior even to the weeds of the fields? Mr. Su concluded, his countenance tinged with melancholy and profound meaning. Lin Yi was taken aback by Mr. Su and Appo's response. Reflecting upon his words, he realized that even the weeds of the fields were reborn each spring, whereas, without the prospect of past and future lives, humans would indeed be inferior to them. If there is an afterlife, can all things be continued? Lin Yi found himself lost in contemplation. A small mountain village of 20 to 30 households, where the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard in every direction. The villagers were simple and honest, living in harmony with their neighbors. Lin Yi's arrival brought unbounded joy to the Lin Kaiku family. Chui'er, adorned in new clothing, was constantly giggling. His uncle offered to build a new house for Lin Yi, but he declined. Lin Yi was aware that he had a long journey ahead. He was destined to depart from this place, but he was unsure of how to broach the subject. During the summer months, there was little farm work to be done in the mountain village. Occasionally, they would venture into the mountains to gather herbs or hunt for wild game. Otherwise, Lin Yi had ample leisure time. He spent his days visiting Mr. Su, listening to tales of unheard-of events, gaining a deeper understanding of human nature, and learning things that his master had never taught him. However, Lin Yi's cultivation had stalled, as he could no longer absorb spiritual energy, thus preventing any further progress in his cultivation level. The sole source of solace for Lin Yi was the forging god scroll gifted by Mr. Su, which proved to be a technique specifically designed for cultivating spiritual consciousness. This technique could be practiced independently or as a supplementary skill. The utility of spiritual consciousness was self-evident. But this technique required pre-existing spiritual consciousness, rendering it useless for ordinary individuals. As his cultivation stagnated, Lin Yi became engrossed in the forging god scroll. The practice proved to be relatively simple, with spiritual consciousness increasing exponentially in proportion to the cultivation level. Currently, his spiritual consciousness extended to a range of 150 to 60 zhang. The growth of his spiritual consciousness far outstripped that of his cultivation level. As spiritual consciousness grew, it could divide into 2, then 4, with fragmented consciousness detaching from the body. Each strand of spiritual consciousness could manipulate a magical artifact, suggesting the immense potential of such fragmented consciousness. The Forging God Scroll not only contains specific methods for cultivating spiritual consciousness but also techniques for offense and defense, including soul capture, soul searching, and soul devouring. Soul capture was similar to certain mind-altering techniques employed in the martial arts world. Soul searching involved forcibly entering an opponent's sea of consciousness and extracting their memories using one's own powerful spiritual consciousness. Soul devouring, as the name implied, entailed destroying an opponent's sea of consciousness, a prospect that was both terrifying and sinister. Lin Yi did not consider himself a treacherous or malicious individual, but he believed that such defensive and offensive techniques should nonetheless be studied. On the western slopes of the small mountain hollow, a wild rabbit was cornered by Lin Yi against the rocks. The rabbit's crimson eyes revealed its panic as it darted its gaze from side to side, attempting to escape. Lin Yi stood motionless, his hands forming a hand seal. He pointed towards the rabbit and softly commanded. A stream of invisible spiritual consciousness, condensed into a needle, shot towards the rabbit with lightning speed. The rabbit, poised to flee, was struck as if by lightning, tumbling to the ground. It then staggered to its feet. Its crimson eyes filled with terror. It stood transfixed for a moment before fleeing. Lin Yi's lips curled into a wry smile. The soul-stirring strike had failed to subdue even a rabbit, suggesting that his spiritual consciousness was not yet potent enough. This technique was unlikely to prove useful in the future. On a sweltering summer day in the mountain village, the sun blazed fiercely, rendering the heat almost unbearable. The children at the village entrance were already playfully baring their bottoms, while the adults, stripped to the waist, waved fans to cool themselves. Even Mr. Su had shed his long robe in favor of a shorter attire. Lin Yi, clad in a worn gray robe, stood out with a forehead devoid of sweat, a sign of his unique constitution. Since reaching the 4th level of Qi training, he had become impervious to the elements. Nevertheless, Lin Yi resolved to leave this place. Although he was uncertain about how to explain his departure to his uncle and his family, he busied himself with preparations for his imminent journey. After dinner, the family gathered beneath the shade of a large tree in the courtyard. "Uncle, I wish to teach Cui and Appos, or martial arts," Lin Yi declared, casting a smile at Cui and Appos, or without elaborating further. Both Lin Kaiku and Zhang Shi were taken aback, unsure of Lin Yi and Appos' intentions. Cui's large eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "That would be wonderful, if I could master martial arts. I wouldn't have been bullied in town last time, and my father wouldn't have been beaten." Zhang Shi looked at Lin Kaiku with uncertainty, but he merely shook his head and sighed. The sudden appearance of a nephew had brought joy to the couple. This nephew was kind-hearted, gentle, and remarkably considerate, forming a strong bond with Cui. Lacking a son of their own, Lin Kaiku regarded Lin Yi as if he were his own child. The silver coins Lin Yi had presented were enough to sustain them comfortably for a lifetime. Although the couple lived in poverty, they had not lost their integrity. After a few days of anxiety, life resumed its normal pace. However, in their hearts, they had already begun to plan for the autumn. They would build Lin Yi a new house and find him a suitable bride. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi had unwittingly become the pillar and hope of his family. Yet, Lin Kaiku sensed something distinct about his nephew that set him apart from the villagers. He trusted Lin Yi's character, but he remained oblivious to the true thoughts that resided within Lin Yi's heart, which contributed to the couple's unease. They feared losing something precious, and Lin Yi's youth, coupled with his astonishing defeat of the local scion, had left them apprehensive. Considering that the scion was the brother of the town's magistrate, the couple could not help but feel anxious about whether this nephew would remain in their small mountain village. Cui and Appos, with her bright eyes, flitted between the three of them. After a while, Lin Kaiku raised his head, his voice tinged with reluctance, saying, "Little Yi, you previously did not allow me to build you a house. Your aunt and I understood your intentions. Are you truly resolved to leave now?" Cui's wide eyes froze in shock as she clutched Lin Yi's sleeve, pleading, "Brother, are you leaving? Will you abandon Cui? Will you never return?" Before she could finish, her voice broke into sobs. Lin Yi had not anticipated such an emotional response, and guilt washed over him, realizing his earnest uncle had already discerned his intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he gently patted Cui's shoulder and spoke in a light-hearted tone. "Cui, if I teach you martial arts, you will be able to protect our parents from harm. I wish to explore the world to see how vast it truly is, and whether there are celestial beings beyond the heavens. One day, I shall return and share my adventures with you. Would that please you?" "Brother, I don't want you to go." Cui wept, embracing Lin Yi tightly. The disappointment and sorrow of his uncle An ant weighed heavily on Lin Yi's heart. He spoke softly, "Uncle, Aunt, the silver I leave behind will suffice for the family. If Chuyer learns some martial arts, it may come in handy during critical moments. For now, I might not leave the kingdom of Shang, but those are plans for the future. Are you truly contemplating leaving the kingdom of Shang?" Lin Kaika asked in surprise. Perhaps one day, Lin nodded, maintaining a carefree demeanor to mask his inner turmoil. Life inevitably presents certain unavoidable challenges that one must confront. Atop the western mountain, a place Chui and Appos had cherished over the past couple of months, the grass bore hints of yellow amidst its green, suggesting the culmination of its life cycle. The chirping of insects from the crevices of the rocks seemed to sing of summer's brilliance, echoing the brevity of existence in its most splendid notes. Under the moonlit sky, Linny stood quietly aside, while Chuya practiced her swordplay not far off. Her movements graceful as she danced with the blade. Linny, not one to prize material possessions, had nonetheless ventured to the town to procure a long sword, which he had reinforced with fine steel and tempered anew before gifting it to Chuyer. With sword in hand, she moved in harmony with her weapon, its blade occasionally flashing silver light before fading into the moonlit night, transforming into a chilling whisper of wind. Chuyer relished the opportunity to showcase her swordsmanship before her brother, wishing to perfect the skills he had imparted in hopes of bringing him joy. With each nimble step, she seemed to glide effortlessly, her strikes sharp and fierce, akin to a seasoned martial artist. Yet, Lin Yi watched with a sigh, knowing that despite having cleared her meridians with his spiritual energy, Chuyer would not be able to cultivate the profound techniques he had mastered. After a few cycles, the energy dissipated without leaving a trace, just as it had before with Tianfu. Evidently, Chuyer lacked the innate talent for cultivation, a stark contrast to his own potential. Was it possible that amidst countless coincidences, he alone had been granted such a rare chance? Linny pondered whether embarking on this uncharted path was indeed a stroke of fortune. Under the ancient tree at the village entrance, whose roots sprawled like a dragon, Lin Yi leaned against it and addressed Mr. Su on the opposite side. "This is my master's favorite wine. I invite you to partake." Mr. Su stood tall and unwavering, exuding an air of confidence whether seated or standing. "Do not forget my daughter's name." He intently gazed at Lin Yi as he accepted the gourd of wine. "Su Shuyun, born in the Dingmao year." With the nickname Yuner, Lin Yi softly recited. "In a world that spans eons, this life is fleeting. A mere century passes swiftly." With a hearty laugh, Mr. Su took a generous sip of the wine, his mustache twitching in approval. A light flush appeared on his face, and the lines etched upon it seemed to smoothen, revealing a myriad of untold stories and emotions. As the fiery summer waned, life ebbed and flowed between decay and harvest, encounters and farewells. The house must be built. Waiting for little E and Appos' return, Lin Kaika mused, squatting at the threshold with a sincere determination. A sigh resonated from within the house as Zhang Shi, clutching a piece of cloth, murmured to herself, "I had intended to make more garments for the child, yet he left so quietly. Poor child." Chuyer sat by the stone table beneath the tree, her small hand cradling her delicate chin, her bright eyes gazing longingly towards the western mountains. "Brother, remember to return and tell Chui and Appos of the tales of celestial beings. Do not forget." A single tear glided down her cheek. On a day in early autumn, Linny departed without farewells, silently slipping away. Recently, Chiu Gui had encountered a string of misfortunes. While attempting to sneak over Widow Li's wall, he had been caught by the neighbors before he could even touch a hair on her head, receiving a couple of blows before he managed to escape. The loss of a newly acquired shoe, which he had barely worn, pained him deeply. Spotting the little granddaughter of the miller at the village entrance unattended, Chiu Gui's mind began to wander. If one were to abduct her and sell her to a brothel, one might reap a reward of 5 taels of silver. But who knew that the sugar ball he bought for 2 pennies, using all his might to coax the little girl, would lead to an encounter with the girl's second uncle at the village entrance? It was said that this second uncle only came once every 6 months. And yet Chao Gui just happened to run into him. Luckily, he considered himself clever and fled early, but he genuinely lost 2 big coins, which would have been better spent on 2 steamed buns to fill his stomach. As he pondered this, Chao Gui suddenly felt a burning sensation in his stomach. "Damn it," he muttered. "I haven't had a bite all day. I'm starving." He tightened his belt and squinted his beady eyes, glancing furtively and warily at the 3 figures not far away. These 3 men carried real weapons and wore menacing expressions. They were all ruthless ancestors, and even being near them made it hard to breathe. He cursed his bad luck. He ran so far, mainly to avoid the girl's second uncle, but unexpectedly encountered these gentlemen halfway, who drew their knives and started hacking without a word. No respect for the law. Fortunately, Xiao Gui was quick-witted. He kowtowed until his forehead bled, pleading about his 80-year-old mother and his wailing children, tears mingling with snot, repeating his pleas several times. This speech managed to sway the men. Thinking of this, Xiao Gui felt secretly pleased. However, these bandits wanted him to join their gang. Only then did Xiao Gui realize he had entered a den of wolves. Despite his resentment, he soon cheered up. From now on, he would be part of a gang. Next time I climb over a widow's wall, let's see who dares to hit me. I'm with a gang now. Maybe Widow Li would open her door and invite him in. At this thought, the image of Widow Li's ample figure appeared before his eyes. He chuckled, imagining the greasy feel of her flesh, and a long string of saliva dripped from his mouth. Ouch! Xiao Gui gasped, clutching his cheek. Silence! You dog! A black-faced man a few feet away roared, his eyes bulging like bull's eggs. Xiao Gui was so frightened by the man's fierce expression that he shrank back, hiding in the bushes, secretly baring his teeth. Xiao Gui had a mole on his right cheek, with a few long black hairs growing out of it. He liked to twirl them when he had nothing to do, like the old scholars in the school who loved to twirl their beards. Xiao Gui considered himself a man of some knowledge. Just now, he was only thinking about the widow and unconsciously used force, resulting in no greasy flesh but only a black hair being plucked out. Xiao Gui cursed inwardly, reluctantly discarding the hair, and then quietly craned his neck. Glancing at the three ancestors, the three men, armed with steel knives, hid like three night owls in the bushes not far from the roadside. The leader, Zhang Dabao, had a black face and bull-like eyes and a volatile temper. Xiao Gui feared him the most. The other two were called Monkey and Big Eyes, true to their names. The one as thin as a monkey was naturally Monkey, who was cunning and lecherous, with a pair of flirtatious eyes that Xiao Gui dared not look at directly. Big Eyes had very large eyes, like those of a hanged ghost, with more white than black, and his voice was eerie, making people want to shiver. Zhang Da said they used to be from Blackwind Fortress, but had now broken up and were working independently. Being associated with these three gentlemen made Xiao Gui want to cry. Only then did he realize how kind he had been yesterday compared to them. The god of wealth has arrived. Xiao Gui was lamenting his bitter fate in the bushes when he suddenly heard Monkey's voice. He shivered and wanted to run again, or perhaps burrow into the ground. Just as he was panicking, a figure came to his side. Before Xiao Gui could react, a pair of large hands grabbed his neck. Xiao Gui looked up and exclaimed, cough. Stop, big brother. You dog, you want to slip away? Zhang Da's voice was low but full of coldness. No, how dare I, brother? I'm just looking for a weapon. Xiao Gui's eyes darted around as he bent down, picked up a stone, and held it up with a flattering smile. Humph. Zhang Da released Xiao Gui, his bull-like eyes staring bloodthirstily at the road. A covered carriage appeared before them. The coachman drove the carriage, oblivious to the danger by the roadside. Inside the carriage sat a young couple. The man was dressed in white, like a scholar. The woman was holding an infant less than a year old. Husband, will we be home by nightfall? The young woman asked softly, patting the sleeping baby in her arms. The man's eyes were full of love, and he said gently, We've traveled most of the 100-mile journey. We'll be home before dark. Rest assured, my dear. Yes, you're right, husband. The woman raised her fair and beautiful face and smiled slightly at the man. A sudden whinny of a horse rang out, and the carriage stopped abruptly. The couple inside panicked and hurriedly protected the infant. The coachman's shout came from the front of the carriage. Young master, there are robbers. Husband. The woman was filled with fear and grabbed the man's arm. The man reached for a long sword, feigning composure, and patted the back of the woman's hand, saying, Don't panic, my dear. I'll go take a look. With that, he stepped out of the carriage. Outside the carriage, the coachman, holding a wooden stick, was at a loss. Seeing the man come out, he hurried to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, blocking the way. The man saw that the coachman was just as frightened as he was, but had not fled alone, and he felt slightly relieved. Agaway, what's wrong? The man asked in a low voice. Young master, look. The coachman named A and Amp, Apos, Goe pointed forward. Two men stood in front of the carriage, one burly and dark, holding a steel knife with a fierce face. The other had a wretched face, a small build, and was holding a stone, but his legs were trembling for some reason. And the few black hairs on his face were particularly conspicuous. Life or money, choose one quickly. Zhang Da brandished his steel knife, saying fiercely. In the sunlight, the blade gleamed dazzlingly. Young master, what should we do? Agaway asked. The man called young master, seeing that there were only two people, felt slightly calmer but could not make up his mind. There's someone else in the carriage. Come out. with a lewd laugh. Two more people jumped out from the roadside, directly flanking the back of the carriage, blocking its retreat. Seeing that the front and rear of the carriage were blocked, the young master and his companion were greatly alarmed. Husband, the woman in the carriage, seeing the situation was bad, came out of the carriage holding the baby. Madam, the young master and the coachman hurried to surround the woman in the middle. Haha, she's a beauty. I want both the money and the woman. Monkey shouted excitedly, his monkey eyes lewdly ogling the woman, looking every bit the lustful demon. Big Eyes stood silently to the side, staring at the three of them with a sinister gaze. As if looking at dead people, the young master cursed inwardly. He knew that this road had not been very peaceful in earlier years, but it had improved a lot in recent years. He had intended to travel quickly by carriage during the day, which should be fine. And he had also practiced martial arts for a few years, so he could handle one or two petty thieves. But the four men in front of him were well coordinated, clearly experienced bandits, and he feared that one mistake would harm his wife and child. Fight them. The coachman, named Agaway, clenched the wooden stick in his hand, biting his lip and whispering. The young master steeled his heart, glanced at his wife and child, and knew that a great disaster was imminent. And the only option was to fight. He revealed a determined expression, stepped forward with his sword, and shouted angrily, "Those who want to die, come and get it." The woman's face was already pale, and her body was trembling. Seeing the young master's desperate stance, Xiao Gui couldn't help but take a step back, almost dropping the stone in his hand. He thought to himself, damn my bad luck, following these ancestors to learn this robbery business. When there are too many people, I don and oppos, dare to show my face, and when there are few, they are all mountain people from nearby, poorer than me, so their and oppos, it's been no business for days. Today, I finally encountered a seemingly big business, but they're willing to fight. This bowl of rice is unfit for human consumption. If it weren't for the fear of Zheng Da's blade, I would have fled long ago. Seeing the young shopkeeper wielding his sword, a mocking glint appeared in Zheng Da's bovine eyes. His dark countenance gleamed with excitement, revealing a cruel smile. Shaking the steel knife in his hand, Zheng Da exclaimed, "Very well, I'll sever the head of this pretty boy." With that, he lunged forward, delivering a fierce slash. The young shopkeeper, recognizing the ferocity and strength of his opponent, found himself with no option to retreat. He misstepped and thrust his sword toward Zheng Da's chest. Zheng Da, unwilling to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, withdrew his steel knife mid-strike, colliding it against the sword's blade. The young shopkeeper dared not clash head-on with the steel knife. Instead, he feigned an attack with a flourish before attempting to change tactics. Zheng Da did not expect this pale scholar to possess any skill. The sword was not merely for show. Frustrated, he swung his steel knife in a horizontal arc, aiming to cleave the young man in two. The young shopkeeper's wrist twisted rapidly, his long sword poised to counterattack. Suddenly, a baby's cry and the frantic admonitions of a woman pierced the air. In his moment of panic, the young shopkeeper turned to see a bandit with a monkey-like visage, grinning lewdly as he seized the infant from the woman's arms. The mother clung tightly to her child, who awoke with a wail, while another bandit swung a knife at Ague, who was desperately fending off blows with a wooden stick that was soon split in two. The young shopkeeper and Apos' heart sank, and he instinctively recoiled, intent on rescuing them. However, the steel knife was already at his chest, leaving him with no choice but to raise his long sword defensively. The clang of metal rang out as the sword shattered into pieces. Zheng Da's assault did not relent. With a swift motion, he cut through the young shopkeeper's waist, causing him to emit a pained groan and tumble backward, his white robe stained crimson as the blade carved a long gash across his abdomen. "Haha, pretty boy. Your meager skills are beneath my contempt," Zheng Da boasted, shaking off a spray of blood from his steel knife, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Ague hurried to assist the young shopkeeper, while the bandits made no effort to intervene. The mother, crying out, attempted to rush over but was held in place by the monkey's knife pressed against her throat, unable to move. Just as the young shopkeeper's family faced dire peril, a foreign voice suddenly rang out, "Murderers and robbers, you shall meet your demise." The chaos of steel and blood had left Xiao Gui dizzy, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to escape. Yet in an instant, the three bandits found themselves subdued. As Xiao Gui's mind began to settle, he contemplated the spoils he might claim when a chilling voice broke through his thoughts, causing him to collapse in terror. A youth appeared on the road. Appearing around 16 or 17, clad in a tattered robe with a peculiar wine gourd strapped to his waist. His hair was loosely tied behind his head, and his clear, handsome features radiated a sense of ease and grace, tinged with a hint of languor. Witnessing the bloody scene, he displayed no sign of fear, indicating he was no ordinary passerby. Zhang De and his companions exchanged glances, bewildered. "Mind your own business, or I'll cleave you in two," Zhang De growled, glaring at the youth while brandishing his steel knife. "You wish to kill me? Why should I not kill you?" The youth retorted casually. Ignoring Xiaogui, who sat on the ground, he approached the trio, his gaze lingering briefly on the assistant before settling upon the young shopkeeper. Upon noticing the woman with the knife at her neck and the child in her arms, the youth's brow furrowed, his expression darkening with anger. Zhang De, realizing the youth dismissed his threat, felt a surge of rage. "I was going to spare your life, but it seems you court death," he thought as he raised his steel knife, only to be met with the youth's icy gaze, causing him to hesitate. The youth's cold stare pierced through Zhang De, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. "Do you wish to kill me? Are you afraid now?" The youth's tone dripped with mockery as he continued advancing toward Zhang De. "If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Zhang Da's expression morphed into one of fury as he leapt into the air, his knife slicing downward with the force of the wind. Yet the youth did not flinch or evade. He halted his steps. The young shopkeeper had hoped for a timely ally, but upon realizing the newcomer was merely a youth, his heart sank. Now witnessing the impending doom, he lamented. Another life is about to be lost for no reason. Agaway, startled by the youth's presence, displayed a flicker of surprise, though he quickly recognized the bandit's ferocity and felt a sense of dread, just as the young shopkeeper and his companions braced for the youth's demise. They were astonished to see his expression remain unchanged as he took a step forward, seizing Zhang Da's steel knife with ease. Without any visible motion, he twisted his wrist. And in a flash, silver glinted, followed by a shower of blood. Zhang De was cleaved in two midair, unable to utter a sound as he fell, leaving a gory scene behind. The sight left everyone present in stunned silence, a tableau of chaos and bloodshed. "Do not come any closer, or I will kill her." A shrill cry erupted as the monkey-faced bandit, his eyes wide with fear, pressed his knife against the woman and Appo's neck, his voice trembling. The other bandit, equally panicked, leaned against the monkey, paralyzed by terror. Realizing the youth had effortlessly dispatched Zhang De, the two bandits understood the futility of escape. Taking the woman and child might offer them a chance at survival. The youth cast a sidelong glance at the blood-soaked ground, his grim demeanor softening. He raised his gaze to the two bandits, his expression shifting to one of cold resolve. "Murderers and robbers, you shall die. Those who prey upon the innocent shall face a harsher fate." With a disdainful snort, the youth swiftly raised his left hand, flicking his fingers, and a gust of force shot through the air. The monkey's knife was sent spiraling into the sky, leaving him stunned and motionless, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other bandit, momentarily dazed, raised his steel knife to strike at the woman. The mother, already in a state of shock, clutched her child tightly, awaiting her fate. Agaway, caught between disbelief and anticipation, could only watch in horror, while the young shopkeeper and Appo's eyes widened with desperation as he prepared to intervene. "Do you dare?" the youth bellowed, his voice resonating with fury at the bandit's cruelty. His brows furrowed, and with a mighty leap, he propelled himself forward. The bandit, struck like lightning, stood frozen in place. In an instant, a figure hurtled toward him, and soon after, a large head flew through the air, the remaining body standing momentarily before erupting in a fountain of blood. In the blink of an eye, the youth was at the woman's side, effortlessly tossing the lifeless body aside. The monkey, witnessing his companion's gruesome end, screamed in terror, "Mother!" discarding his knife to flee. Yet, before he could cover 2 paces, a steel knife pierced through him, and he collapsed, motionless. The sudden turn of events left the woman in shock, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. The youth gently propped her up, easing her onto the ground, and took the child into his arms. The infant had ceased crying, gazing up with curious, dark eyes. As the frigid atmosphere dissipated, the youth's lips curled into a soft smile, warmth radiating from his gaze. Such a whirlwind of change unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, a reversal of fate hinging on a mere thought. "Madam," the young shopkeeper, bloodied and supported by Agaway, approached the youth. His expression shifted between awe for the child and concern for the woman, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Fortunately, the woman merely experienced a spasm. She soon regained consciousness, and upon seeing the child in the youth's arms, she struggled to rise and reclaim her baby, holding him tightly against her chest. Relieved that the child was unharmed, she disregarded her husband's anxious gaze and hurriedly bowed to the youth, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble benefactor, for saving our lives." The young shopkeeper, despite his wounds, echoed her sentiments. "Thank you, valiant hero, for your timely assistance. When encountering injustice, it is only fitting to act accordingly. You need not feel troubled." The young man gently shook his head, his gaze shifting to the attendant beside him, and with a smile, he softly inquired, "How is brother Zhao faring?" Ague had been attentively observing the youth, and upon hearing his voice, exclaimed in delight, "You are indeed Lin Yi." Although Ague had seen the young man before, the passage of years had transformed Lin Yi into a figure resembling an adult, his facial features increasingly handsome, evoking a sense of familiarity that rendered Ague hesitant to recognize him. The sight of Lin Yi deftly flicking away the bandit's blade with a casual yet familiar motion filled Ague with wonder, leading him to speculate that perhaps this was the very boy who had once rescued him. Little did he know, this brother Lin was not only skilled in martial arts, but possessed an enigmatic prowess as well. After discerning Lin Yi's identity, Ague placed all his hopes on him as the villain ruthlessly attacked the woman, and indeed, Lin Yi did not disappoint, swiftly resolving the crisis. Ague felt an overwhelming joy. This young man was unmistakably the Lin Yi he had met 3 years prior in front of the tavern, a boy who had indulged in steamed buns. Ague was the young attendant at the Taiping Tavern, and the one who had just dispatched 3 foes was none other than Lin Yi, who had departed from Xiaotian. Before leaving home, Lin Yi had informed his uncle and Mr. Su of his intentions. Noticing that Shui Er had begun to cultivate her martial skills and, with time, would undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments, he chose to leave Xiaotian quietly and alone. Life is filled with unavoidable separations, yet some farewells can be evaded. After departing from Xiaotian, Lin Yi veered past Tianping and made his way directly toward Taiping town. Walking leisurely, he savored the tranquility of solitary travel. However, after traversing several dozen miles, he encountered Zhang Da and his band of robbers. Jiaogui had long recognized Lin Yi. Despite the years that had passed, his visage had changed little. The young shopkeeper, too, was a familiar face, Mei Zhongwen, the young manager of Taiping Tavern. Yet, Mei, perhaps even forgetting the young monk from back in the day, certainly did not recognize the Lin Yi of today. Lin Yi, who prided himself on not being a bloodthirsty person, held a deep-seated disdain for bandits and robbers but loathed the idea of a bloody massacre. The blatant intent of Zhang Da and his cohorts to kill and plunder, sparing not even children, ignited a fury within him. Surely, the suffering his parents endured years ago mirrored this very scene. If he did not eliminate these villains, how many innocent lives would they ruin in the future? For the first time, Lin Yi felt the stirrings of murderous intent within him. Murder is a thunderous means. It can punish evil and save the virtuous. Lin Yi examined the shopkeeper's wounds, relieved to find that although the knife wound at his waist was over a foot long and bloody, it was not life-threatening. Fortunately, the shopkeeper had managed to deflect the blade at the last moment, preventing it from penetrating deeply. Applying some hemostatic ointment he carried, there was no need for further concern. After Ague helped the woman back into the carriage, he returned to assist in bandaging the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was immensely grateful, and upon realizing this young man was Ague's friend, his delight was palpable. He marveled at Lin Yi's impressive martial skills, praising him as a chivalrous hero. Lin Yi merely smiled in response, silently thankful for his timely arrival. "Lin Yi, how is it that you are here? Where are you headed?" Ague, with his clothes torn by the blade yet unscathed, asked with a buoyant spirit after the peril had passed. The shopkeeper, filled with gratitude for Lin Yi's life-saving intervention, also felt a flicker of curiosity about the young man's unexpected appearance. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, just as he was about to speak. His brow furrowed as he coldly addressed someone behind him. "Who told you to leave?" Before his words had fully left his lips, a loud thud was heard nearby as a figure collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "I dare not. I dare not. I truly do not dare." The voice trembled with fear. The shopkeeper and Ague turned to see a weaselly man with shifty eyes prostrating himself, and it suddenly dawned on them that there were 4 bandits in total, and this man was one of them. In the whirlwind of despair and astonishment, they had forgotten about another who was attempting to flee. However, Lin Yi observed everything with keen awareness. Zhao Gui felt a deep sense of despair. In his eyes, Zhang Da and his ilk were nothing short of malevolent spirits. He had hoped to join their ranks, envisioning himself with a foothold among their numbers. As he gazed upon the bounty on the carriage, although the woman was beautiful, he dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, merely wishing to claim a share of the spoils. Little did he expect that a real demon would descend upon them, effortlessly slaying 3 of his companions in the blink of an eye. This young man was the true terror. Zhao Gui, frightened to his core, had long discarded any stones in his hands, waiting for the young man to come for him, yet there was silence. Peeking cautiously, he saw that no one was paying him any mind, and his heart momentarily swelled with relief. Gathering his courage, he began to flee. Zhao Gui believed that this newfound bravery would suffice to scale the widow's wall multiple times, as it seemed heaven was showing him mercy. Before he could contemplate any further divine favors, a sharp voice called out from behind, startling him into dropping to the ground in supplication. That voice was all too familiar. The demon from earlier had spoken, and Zhao Gui could not shake the memory. He felt as if his very soul had been stripped from him, his heart racing uncontrollably. This ancestral spirit had eyes in the back of its head. No ghost could escape. Grandfather, spare my life. I dare not. I was forced by these bandits. No, by these thieves. I am but a good citizen, with an elderly mother and hungry children to care for. Please, spare me. I have committed no wrongdoing. Zhao Gui cried, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Yet there was no response from the figure before him. Wiping his tears, he dared to glance up, only to see the young demon staring intently at him, causing him to tremble anew. Grandfather, every word I speak is the truth. I would not dare utter a lie. If I do, may the heavens strike me. With cold sweat pooling on his back, Zhao Gui felt a chill run through him. Contemplating that even being struck by lightning would be preferable to being sliced in two, Linny observed the man before him, whose face was a disheveled mix of tears and snot, embodying a pitiful cowardice. He recognized the man's ramblings as mere nonsense, but refrained from resorting to violence. In a low voice, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Please spare my life, sir," Zhao Gui exclaimed, startled by the question. "I am Zhao Gui, a simple man from the vicinity." His heart raced at the thought of being spared. Linny shook his head slightly, furrowing his brow. "Zhao Gui, stand up." At this command, Zhao Gui's triangular eyes blinked rapidly as he scrambled to his feet, anxious to please. "What are your orders, sir?" His face, smeared with tears, mucus, and dirt, reflected his trepidation. "Go and bury the bodies of those 3 men, Lin Yi said coldly, his expression inscrutable. Zhao Gui, bowing and scraping, nodded repeatedly but remained rooted to the spot, his legs hesitant to move. The gruesome sight before him, with blood and gore splattered everywhere, made him feel faint. The stench of death overwhelming. Tears streamed down his face once more. "It seems you are of no use to me," Linny remarked, his tone flat yet piercing to Zhao Gui's ears, akin to a death knell. "Ah, I shall do it at once," Zhao Gui shouted in panic, finally sprinting towards the corpses. The nauseating odor hit him like a wall, and he doubled over, retching on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The cart had been moved aside, and the shopkeeper's wife rested inside with her child. As they conversed, Linny learned that the shopkeeper's wife hailed from Tianping town and was visiting her family. Zhao Gui, eager to please, had accompanied them and had not anticipated encountering such ruthless bandits. Thankfully, Lin Yi's timely arrival had resolved the crisis. The shopkeeper was particularly pleased to learn that Lin Yi was from Xianyuan Temple, as it established a bond between their hometowns. "Linny, I had no idea your martial skills were so formidable. Had I known, I would have learned a few techniques from you to avoid being so helpless," Zhao Gui lamented. "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of Taoist practices. It is hardly worth mentioning. It is your bravery in the face of danger that truly deserves admiration." Linny replied with a smile. The shopkeeper regarded Zhao Gui with an appreciative glance. "May I ask where you are headed, young brother?" "Originally, I intended to visit friends in Tianping. Now that this matter is settled, I wish to travel the world," Linny responded. "What a noble ambition. A true man should aspire to such things. If you do not mind, could you call me Brother Mei?" said Mei Zhangwen, the shopkeeper, who was known for his generosity and camaraderie. Though he felt indebted to Lin Yi, his demeanor remained casual, wishing to befriend him. Yet, he could not shake the anxiety that came from Lin Yi's enigmatic presence. "Brother Mei, there is no need for formality." Lin Yi smiled. "In times of peril, true loyalty shines through. It is commendable that this couple stood by each other in the face of danger. Indeed, I cannot forget the great favor you have bestowed upon us. Alas, we must part ways and cannot share a drink to express my gratitude," Mei Zhongwen sighed. "Oh, I do have some wine, but given your injuries, it would be unwise to drink," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "There are still many miles ahead, and since the area is sparsely populated, I will accompany you and Brother Jiao for a while before resuming my journey." Having just worried about the dangers of the road, Mei Zhongwen felt a sense of relief at the prospect of traveling with someone of Lin Yi's prowess. However, he could not shake the unease that accompanied receiving such kindness. Fortunately, Lin Yi's relaxed demeanor eased the tension among the three men. Despite his injuries, Mei Zhongwen and Appo's spirits were lifted, but he soon grew pale and fatigued, deciding to rest in the cart. After giving Qiu Gui some instructions, Lin Yi slowly approached him. With a steel knife in hand, Qiu Gui had already dug a grave, panting heavily. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, he hastily resumed dragging the corpses. But the stench overwhelmed him, and he found himself retching again. Lin Yi remained silent, causing Qiu Gui to hold his breath, wiping his nose with a look of distress as he continued his grim task. Exhausted, he eventually managed to hastily bury Zheng De and the others. Should I dig another grave? Lin Yi mused aloud. Qiu Gui was about to flatter him with some words, but quickly abandoned the thought, his sycophantic smile freezing on his face. He collapsed to his knees, pleading, "Please spare my life. I mean no disrespect. I beg for your mercy." As he spoke, he fumbled and produced a small pile of coins from his pocket, spoils he had secretly pocketed while moving the bodies, amounting to about 10 taels of silver. "These are yours, sir. For the sake of my elderly mother and young child, please treat me with leniency," Qiu Gui beseeched, bowing repeatedly. One may be forgiven for the sins of fate, but self-inflicted transgressions lead to ruin. "Take this money and engage in honest work," Lin Yi replied sternly, uncertain if his actions were just. With furrowed brows, he turned to leave. As the figure of death receded, Qiu Gui remained frozen, his filthy face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. "Lin Yi, did you just let that scoundrel go?" Qiu Gui asked, cracking the whip to spur the horse onward while looking back at Lin Yi. Sitting beside Qiu Gui, Lin Yi remarked, "Such petty thieves are timid and cowardly, unlike those bloodthirsty villains. There are countless thieves in this world. One cannot simply eradicate them all." He sighed softly. Qiu Gui shifted the topic. "Lin Yi, wasn't it you who saved me a few years ago? So many martial artists were present, yet no one knew it was you. I never imagined that today I would again owe my life to you. I truly wish to follow you and learn your skills." Lin Yi chuckled, dismissing the notion. He was still uncertain about his own martial prowess and how it compared to true masters. Since discovering another realm, the allure of martial arts had diminished for him. What significance did such skills hold in a world of mundane affairs? They were merely a means to assert dominance over others. His aspirations were far beyond what anyone could comprehend, particularly Qiu Gui. "Come with me? That sounds delightful. But, Brother Jia, are you truly willing to leave your home without knowing when you'll return?" Lin Yi replied lightly. "I am indeed willing. I just fear my mother will miss me." Qiu Gui laughed, cracking the whip with a crisp sound. As the horse trotted along, the two exchanged light-hearted banter. As the sun began to set, the road ahead became increasingly open, with a few travelers occasionally visible. With still a distance of about 10 to 20 miles to Tianping, Lin Yi bid farewell to Qiu Gui and the shopkeeper, setting off on his own path. Having lingered too long, Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile, pondering the unknown challenges that awaited him. As dusk fell and the sky blazed with hues of crimson, Lin Yi contemplated the possibility of spending the night on the road. Just then, his attention was drawn to a commotion nearby, prompting him to step aside. Before long, a group of men appeared, dragging a man along, berating him as they approached. "This bastard, trying to abduct my nephew? You thought you could escape? I chased you for miles, and I and Appo's. Be sure to break your legs." A burly man, gripping a small man by the collar, dragged him forward. "You miserable Qiu Gui, you and Appo's VE caused enough trouble. Tomorrow, you will face the law. Isn't this the cunning scoundrel we caught yesterday? By heaven's grace, he dares return to the village, and now we have the chance to deal with him." The group of men accompanying him continued to curse and scold. This inexplicable scene left Lin Yi, who was hiding not far away, astonished. And he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. As night fell, a figure leaped onto a high ridge. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the ridge was bathed in the sparse light of the moon, and the night breeze was refreshingly cool. Lin Yi stretched languidly, finding the prospect of spending the night here quite agreeable. He reached into his bag and took out several small flags, waving them. And as soon as they touched the ground, they vanished from sight. He then formed a few seals with his hands and uttered a soft command, causing a white light shield, several yards in diameter, to flicker into existence. On the moonlit ridge, there was not a soul in sight, rendering the area eerily vacant, as if no one had ever come here. The Qian Kuan-Si Xiang flags were indeed remarkable. Once the formation was activated, the figure on the spot promptly disappeared. At that moment, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation. He was no longer the carefree young Taoist relying on his master. In the 3 years following his master's departure, he had been consumed by sorrow and dedicated himself to practice with little else on his mind. Now, as he traveled alone, many matters required his careful consideration. In the realm of mortals, he had to discern the truth from the falsehoods he encountered. Mr. Su had once told him that the future was like walking on a precarious bridge in the snow, where every step could be perilous. A sentiment Lin Yi deeply resonated with. He pondered whether to head directly to the East Sea. This thought had crossed his mind more than once. However, to recklessly seek something in the ocean alone would be an unwise endeavor. Who could guide him on this journey? If he did not venture into the Daxia kingdom, his path in cultivation might well come to an end. The image of the seated Xian Yuanjin in the cave behind the mountain surged in his mind, igniting a fierce unwillingness within him. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as a memory surfaced. 3 years ago, he had inadvertently heard a rumor from the martial world that set his thoughts racing. As the saying goes, there are no waves without wind. Everything has its cause. He recalled a conversation between the Stone Master and Lu Jiuhu from the Pai Gang, indicating that the renowned Tianlong sect would set sail every decade, returning with elixirs and divine weapons. He then remembered the small sword artifact in the hands of a young girl he had seen at the Taiping Tavern, as well as the old man Ma he had encountered twice in the spirit stones brought by Ma's group on the second meeting. Lin Yi sensed that he was on the verge of uncovering something significant. Initially indifferent to these occurrences, he now found himself deeply intrigued by the Tianlong sect. Perhaps unraveling the mystery of the Daxia kingdom could begin with the Tianlong sect. With this thought, a sense of elation filled his heart. Lin Yi grabbed his gourd and took a sip, the refreshing aroma of the wine invigorating him and dispelling the lingering confusion since leaving home. The oppressive heat of summer had not yet dissipated, and the early autumn sun was still scorching. On the road leading to the county town, several spirited horses trotted along. A few large carts clattered behind, the flag at the front fluttering incessantly. Accompanying them were more than 10 capable and robust individuals. A man and a woman rode side by side ahead. The woman, in the bloom of youth yet dressed as a matron, wore a red outfit, her willow-like brows and apricot eyes giving her a striking appearance. The man beside her, in his 20s, was burly and rugged, sporting a short beard that added an air of gravitas to his demeanor. The autumn weather remained stifling. The man felt the heat radiating from his back and muttered his discontent, shielding his eyes with his hand to gaze ahead. "Senior brother, we are not far from Sippin, so please be patient," the woman chided lightly. The senior brother, unfazed, chuckled and shifted his robust frame, glancing back at the group with a booming voice. "Brothers, you've worked hard. When we reach Sippin, each of you shall have half a jug of wine tonight." "Thank you, senior brother." "Thank you, cart guard." The men behind cheered excitedly. The senior brother beamed with pride, his chest puffed out as he laughed heartily. The junior sister, her eyes sparkling, wore a frown that quickly transformed into a radiant smile, her face glowing in the golden sunlight. Not far ahead, a fork in the road appeared. Passing through the intersection would lead directly to Sippin. Their group moved briskly, and in no time, they arrived at the fork. Beneath a large tree at the junction stood a rural youth, eagerly gazing ahead. The senior brother urged his horse forward, leading the way around the bend. The junior sister followed closely. Upon noticing the person under the tree, she cast a sidelong glance before gently nudging her horse forward. However, the youth beneath the tree curiously observed the figure in red. As she rode a few paces closer to her senior brother, her expression suddenly changed, and she tightened her grip, turning her horse's head to look at the young man. The group sensed something unusual, and the caravan gradually came to a halt. The senior brother also stopped, a puzzled expression crossing his face. After parting ways with Ague and his companions, Lin Yi had made a resolution. He decided that Sippin County would be his necessary stop. Lin Yi did not know where the Tianlong sect was located, nor did he know where Sippin County was. Thus, he could only travel as an ordinary person would, asking for directions along the way. However, he did not anticipate encountering a fork in the road midway. The sun blazed overhead, and the road was nearly deserted. After scanning the area for a while, he saw no one in sight, standing in the intense heat of midday. It felt rather odd for a solitary figure to be positioned in the middle of the road. Thinking it wise to act like an ordinary person, Lin Yi moved to the shade of a nearby tree to await the arrival of passers-by. Eventually, the travelers arrived in droves, either mounted on horses or riding in carts. Lin Yi recognized the flag ahead as a guard flag. Understanding the customs of the escort teams, Lin Yi hesitated to approach for directions. As a horse passed in front of him, he remained lost in thought, still gazing into the distance. The red-clad woman, as she passed, caught his attention, and Lin Yi's keen senses detected her glance. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing into a smile. With the sound of hooves approaching, the junior sister rode her horse to the tree. Her apricot eyes sparkled as she cheerfully called out, "This young brother looks familiar. May I ask your name?" After speaking, she appraised the plainly dressed rural youth before her. Aside from his height and slight differences in appearance, the lively and cunning spirit reflected in his demeanor reminded her strikingly of that young boy from years ago. "Yuan Dajia, do you still remember me, Xiaoyi?" Lin Yi chuckled, raising his hand in greeting to the woman in red. "Ah, it truly is Xiaoyi." The senior brother, recognizing Lin Yi, jumped off his horse, taking 3 strides to reach him. "Aha!" He laughed heartily, raising a large hand to clap Lin Yi on the back affectionately. "Had it not been for my junior sister's reminder, I would have missed you. Xiaoyi, you've grown so tall. It's been years since we last met." Lin Yi stood still, enduring the hearty slaps. He smiled wryly, knowing the caravan remained unchanged, yet the genuine warmth made his heart feel at ease. Upon seeing the woman in red, he recognized her as Yuan Fengming from the Taiping escort agency. As they brushed past each other, Lin Yi refrained from speaking, understanding she was in a hurry, and he did not wish to intrude. To his surprise, Yuan Fengming still remembered the young Taoist from years ago. The Taoist Qingyun had done a favor for the Yuan family, and they were not the type to forget kindness. Meeting Xiao Yi here years later was indeed a stroke of fortune. Dismounting, Yuan Fengming greeted him warmly. This scene filled Lin Yi with excitement. The joy of reuniting with an old acquaintance was palpable in their hearts. The senior brother ordered the caravan to stop for a brief rest, and he, along with the junior sister, accompanied Lin Yi under the tree to relax, sharing water and provisions as the 3 engaged in conversation. Yuan Wanzhong of the Taiping escort agency had suffered a significant blow from the Black Wind stronghold years prior. Though his health was not severely compromised, his vigor had waned. Fortunately, Yuan Wanwu was there to support him, and the agency was generally faring well. Yuan Fengming had married the senior brother, and they were now on their way to Qin City. Concerned for her husband, she had come along. The meticulous thoughts of a woman complemented the senior brother's robust and unyielding nature. Yuan's family was deeply moved upon hearing of the ascension of the esteemed Qingyun Taoist. Later, they learned that the Xianyuan temple had become desolate, and they were unaware of Xiao Yi's whereabouts. Their serendipitous reunion today filled the couple with immense joy. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the Xianyuan temple now housed 2 Taoists, one elderly and one young. Lin Yi recounted his circumstances over the past few years, and the couple felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Lin Yi had found relatives after 3 years of mourning. Yet, when Lin Yi expressed his desire to travel the world, their hearts grew heavy with concern for his future. Where will Xiao Yi go? If he chooses not to pursue the Tao, why not join our escort agency? I assure you, there will be food on your plate, Chehai exclaimed. While Yuan Fengming gazed at Lin Yi with genuine care. Faced with their sincerity, Lin Yi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before shaking it and responding earnestly. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Che. In my youth, I followed my master, who imparted to me the wisdom that the world is filled with extraordinary talents and unprecedented tales. Thus, after my master's departure, I longed to explore the world and witness its wonders. For instance, after studying rudimentary skills with my master for a few days, I developed a curiosity for the supreme martial arts of the realm. I have heard tales of the vastness of the Eastern Sea and wish to someday experience its shores. Should I find myself without a destination, I shall surely seek out Brother Che and Sister Yuan, as I am confident you would provide me with sustenance." Xiao Yi's aspirations are lofty. I am truly impressed, Yuan Fengming remarked, admiring Lin Yi's determined yet calm demeanor. The Eastern Sea lies thousands of miles from here. But let us not dwell on that for now. It is said that most formidable martial artists hail from the Heavenly Dragon sect, the most prestigious sect in the martial world, with Jiulong Mountain regarded as a sacred site. Xiao Yi could venture there to broaden his horizons. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. The Heavenly Dragon sect was not far from Qin City, allowing him to accompany them on his journey. However, Chehai said cheerfully, scratching his head in thought, "I have heard that entering the Heavenly Dragon sect is exceedingly difficult, and Xiao Yi is somewhat older. That is of no concern. I do not wish to join the Heavenly Dragon sect, merely to gain experience," Lin Yi reassured, noting Chehai's earnest tone. "How proficient is Xiao Yi in martial arts now? Would you care to spar with me, brother?" Chehai chuckled, lifting himself gracefully into the air. "Brother Che, please spare me. My meager skills are hardly worth mentioning," Lin Yi quickly interjected, grinning as he grasped Che Hai's arm. Che Hai dismissed the concern with a hearty laugh, while Yuan Fengming also smiled, saying, to gain experience at a major sect does not necessarily require one to join. There may be other avenues to explore. We can deliberate once we reach Qin City. For now, let Xiaoyi accompany us. Apologies for the trouble I may cause to Sister Yuan and Brother Che. Linny replied with a nod and a smile. Haha, Xiaoyi need not be so formal. Brothers, let us be off, Che Hai declared, waving his hand to signal the group to commence their journey. The group tidied up and set forth once more, with Che Hai and his wife leading the way, while 2 mounted escorts followed closely behind. The convoy consisted of 4 large carts, and Linny occupied a seat in the last cart. The driver, a young man named Erguzi, appeared to be in his 20s, with a dark complexion, robust physique, and an amiable disposition. Linny sat sideways at the front of the cart, observing Erguzi as he skillfully cracked the whip and occasionally exchanged light-hearted banter, making the journey quite pleasant. As the sun dipped low in the west, casting a golden glow across the horizon, a gray-blue city wall emerged before them. It was evening, and the convoy finally arrived at the city of Xiping. The county town spanned approximately 4 to 5 li, surrounded by towering gray walls. As the convoy entered the city, Linny curiously examined the bustling entrance. The gate was wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carts to pass, with a continuous flow of people entering and exiting. Once inside, the streets were illuminated with lanterns, and the atmosphere became vibrant and lively. The convoy navigated through the streets, eventually stopping at a somewhat secluded area in front of a large courtyard, where numerous individuals emerged to assist in ushering the carts and horses into the yard. Linny learned from Erguzi that this was the Xiping branch of the Taiping Escort Agency, as indicated by the lanterns at the entrance. Joining the others, Linny helped unload the horses and equipment, and soon was beckoned by Che Hai to enter a spacious room. Inside, several wooden tables were laid out, adorned with a plentiful array of dishes, revealing that this was the dining area for the group. Linny took a seat at a table invited by Yuan Fengming, and upon noticing Yuan Fengming's gesture of politeness, he did not hesitate to partake in the generous meal before him. The wine jugs on the table were presumably a promise made by Che Hai during the day. Curiously, the members of the escort agency appeared to disregard the wine, instead focusing on their hearty meals, leaving Linny bemused. After dinner, Linny shared a room with Erguzi. The other side of the courtyard housed the sleeping quarters for the group. Erguzi, familiar with Linny as a friend of the escort leader, guided him to a room and then promptly fell asleep, evidently exhausted from a day of travel. Linny closed the door behind him. The room was modest, containing 2 beds, and Erguzi had already succumbed to gentle snores. Unfamiliar with the county town, Linny feared disturbing his companion and decided against venturing out. He extinguished the oil lamp and lay down fully clothed. Faint sounds of merriment drifted in from a distance, making sleep elusive. His curiosity piqued. He gradually extended his consciousness outside, beyond the courtyard. In the yard, large carts were parked, with a stable not far off. At the entrance, 2 armed guards stood vigil, clearly the escort's sentinels. In the corner of the courtyard, a figure could be discerned among the branches of a large tree. Linny scrutinized the scene, recognizing the figure's relaxed demeanor and attire mirrored that of the guards at the gate, leading him to understand that this individual, along with the guards, shared the responsibility of safeguarding the premises. Should any intruders attempt to breach the wall, they would undoubtedly be detected by the watchful observer in the tree. Linny silently praised the escort for their vigilance and preparedness. On the main road outside the courtyard, traffic flowed incessantly, with the distant sounds of revelry emanating from taverns and tea-houses, where diverse patrons congregated, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. After practicing the refining spirit mirror, Linny found that his consciousness enveloped a radius of nearly a li, wondering where Mr. Su's acquaintance had acquired such a technique. His studies of the Xiantian heart method had mentioned the benefits of a powerful consciousness, yet did not elaborate on how to enhance it. Previously, he had believed that only through cultivation could one and Dapao's consciousness grow, but the refining spirit mirror offered him an alternative path, a significant opportunity indeed. As he surveyed his surroundings, boredom began to settle in when he spotted 2 figures in a shadowy corner, whispering conspiratorially while casting glances towards the Taiping Escort Agency. Their hushed tones rendered their conversation inaudible from such a distance, but Linny's curiosity compelled him to scrutinize their appearances with his consciousness. One was short and stout, bearing a cautious expression, while the other was lean and dark, his features betraying a cunning nature. Moments later, the 2 parted ways. Linny withdrew his consciousness, instinctively sensing that these individuals were not of good character. The next day, on the occasion of the spring festival, Lin Yi extended his New Year greetings to his friends. Early the following morning, after freshening up and sharing a simple breakfast with the others, Lin Yi assisted in harnessing the horses. He believed that he could not simply enjoy free lodging and meals without contributing. Once the carts exited the courtyard, he noticed 2 additional carts had joined the convoy, bringing their numbers to over 20. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai exchanged greetings with Lin Yi before attending to their tasks. He remained with Guzi as the grand procession made its way out of the city. Seated atop the cart, Lin Yi observed the dawn breaking, the streets gradually filling with pedestrians, and realized that the convoy was heading east. He pondered how many gates the Xiping County town possessed, suspecting they were exiting through a different one. Before long, the convoy arrived at the city gate. Lin Yi, seated at the front of the cart, idly compared the differences between this gate and the others. As the caravan exited the city gates, he glanced back, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. He recalled what Guzi had mentioned yesterday. Xiping was still 400 miles from Qin City. Judging by the pace of the caravan, it would take several more days to reach their destination. Lin Yi pondered this. Little did he expect that after traveling a mere 10 miles from the city, the caravan would halt before a ferry. When he inquired about the reason, he learned that the mountainous terrain leading to Qin City was treacherous, and transporting goods by water would be significantly more convenient. The ferry was situated upstream on the Qin River, which stretches for thousands of miles, traversing multiple states and counties of the Shan Kingdom with an expansive basin. This river is a vital waterway in the northwest of the Shan. As it flows through Xiping, the river is about 10 zhang wide, with a gentle current. However, approaching Qin City, there are several dangerous rapids that require experienced boatmen to navigate safely. How could one know these things without venturing outside? To travel 1,000 miles is to understand the affairs of the world. What kind of beginning would this journey by boat bring? Standing at the dock, watching the water flow languidly eastward, Lin Yi's emotions surged and fell like the tides. Xiaoyi, what? And Appos? That's wrong. Never been on a boat before? Hiki. Che Hai laughed heartily as he approached, giving Lin Yi and Appos shoulder a hearty slap. Lin Yi turned and shook his head with a wry smile. It's my first time traveling far, let alone being on a boat. He did not take offense at Che Hai's boisterous gesture. His physical form had changed significantly since his rigorous training. His meridians and body were far more resilient than one could imagine. Noticing Lin Yi standing still, Che Hai sensed something unusual but dismissed it with a hearty laugh. There is a unique joy in sailing. He then went to assist others in loading the boats, with many hands from the escort agency working in unison. The goods were swiftly loaded onto 2 open wooden boats. Each boat measured about 4 zhang long and 1 zhang wide, and after they were loaded, there was still ample space for more than 10 individuals. The escort agency left a few people to tend to the vehicles and horses, while the remaining 15 or 16 individuals split into 2 boats. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the boatmen offered incense and sacrifices before the 2 wooden vessels gradually departed from the shore, proceeding eastward. Both banks were adorned with towering mountains, steep cliffs, and an unbroken chain of peaks as the Qin River meandered majestically onward. As the boats sailed through the water, the scene was as picturesque as a painting. On either side of the Qin River, Lin Yi beheld the magnificent peaks rising sharply, the trees standing tall, the autumn colors painting the landscape, and the occasional calls of birds and monkeys echoing through the valleys. The boatman at the front, wielding a long pole, gently tapped the water's surface, his robust voice rising in a mountain song that resonated across the water, floating on the river yet not sinking, swimming through the clear and murky waters without strife. How can one drift aimlessly with their entire being? Only with a lingering heart can one preserve their essence. The enchanting landscape, coupled with the simple mountain song, stirred one's spirit. The 2 boats maintained a distance of 7 to 8 zhang apart, moving in a staggered formation. Che Hai and Yuan Fengming had initially invited Lin Yi to share a boat with them, but Lin Yi instinctively declined. Perhaps it was not a bad thing to travel separately from the couple. On his boat, there were 7 individuals, along with 2 boatmen managing the front and rear. The remaining passengers either stood or sat comfortably. Guzi reclined against a pile of goods, free from the fatigue of driving, contentedly stretching his legs while admiring the scenic banks. Although it was Lin Yi's first boat ride, he found everything novel and intriguing. Yet he stood alone at the bow, silently gazing ahead. The figure of Yuan Fengming in her striking red attire was like a splash of color in a landscape painting. Che Hai stood at the front of the boat, animatedly gesturing and laughing with the others. Lin Yi, brother, come sit with us. Lin Yi turned back, smiled at Guzi, and moved to his side. Noticing the bamboo sail folded beneath the mast, he leaned against it and sat on the deck. Traveling downstream like this is quite swift. It must be much smoother than the overland route. Lin Yi remarked casually. Guzi, with his toes tapping, hands cradling his head, replied with a smile, the journey from Siping to Qin City is 400 miles. The overland route involves climbing mountains and crossing valleys. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. But on the Qin River, flowing downstream, with no need to raise sails or paddle, we can reach Qin City in just a day and a night. Wouldn't you say that's smooth? He chuckled, and seeing Lin nod, he continued, however, it and Oppos, it's not entirely without its challenges. You see, there are bandits on the mountains and thieves on the roads, and naturally, there are water bandits as well. Beyond the water bandits, there are even sects like the Pai Gang that govern the waterways. They have their own rules, which makes for easier negotiations. However, water bandits are a different matter entirely. Lin Yi and Oppos, as curiosity piqued, if the Pai Gang controls the waterways, why do water bandits still exist? Guzi shook his head, recognizing that despite Lin Yi's calm demeanor, he was utterly unfamiliar with the ways of the underworld. He shifted slightly, adopting a posture he deemed comfortable, and spoke in the tone of an experienced hand. There are countless rivers in the world. How could the Pai Gang monopolize them all? Not to mention the numerous other water sects like the Songhai Gang. However, the section of the Qin River near the Pai Gang is relatively close, and people tend to show them some respect. After all, no one wishes to offend an underworld faction lightly. Yet, with the Qin River stretching for thousands of miles and branching into countless tributaries, the traffic of boats is immense, and the goods being transported are often coveted, attracting the attention of those with ill intent. These individuals, whether a handful or dozens, band together to rob passing vessels. These rogues are skilled in aquatic combat. Bold and fierce, appearing and disappearing without a trace, rob and then vanish, hiding away afterward. The Pai Gang is helpless against them and can only turn a blind eye. Thus, it seems that passing vessels must rely on their own fortune. Lin Yi mused, observing the increasingly turbulent waters of the Qin River. Guzi reassured him. Even if the water becomes rapid, should we encounter any obstacles, we could simply crash through them. The speed of the boat is formidable, even if they intercept us. They won't be able to catch up. I've traveled this water route twice before, both times filled with surprises but ultimately safe. There's no need for you to worry. Perhaps I am indeed being overly cautious. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. It's wise to have a cautious mindset when venturing outside. Guzi chuckled. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, yet he internally questioned the validity of Guzi's reassurances. Could it truly be that they could neither be intercepted nor pursued? As the afternoon wore on, the river narrowed slightly, and the speed of the boats increased considerably. After chatting with Guzi for a while and nibbling on some provisions, Lin Yi settled at the front of the boat, watching the boatmen skillfully navigate. The boatman at the front stood barefoot, firmly planted on the bow, deftly tapping the water with his long pole, ensuring the vessel always moved forward. The other boatman mirrored his actions, and the two worked in perfect harmony. An hour later, Lin Yi felt the boat's speed surge by another 20%, the roaring sound of the rushing water resonating as the scenery on both banks rapidly retreated. The lead boatman suddenly shouted, "We're approaching the rapids." His voice boomed like a thunderclap, sending a jolt of anxiety through the passengers. The boatman at the rear echoed loudly, his voice reverberating in the valley. The atmosphere aboard grew tense. Guzi, leaning against the cargo, wrapped a rope around himself for safety. Noticing Lin Yi glance back, he called out, "Brother, there's a dangerous rapid ahead. Be cautious not to be thrown overboard." He gestured with the rope for emphasis, seeing the others grip tightly to anything they could hold on to. Lin Yi understood Guzi's warning was not to be taken lightly. He positioned himself near the mast at the bow, peering ahead. A few miles ahead, the river suddenly narrowed to a width of 5 or 6 zhang, with several large stones jutting out, leaving only a 2 zhang gap between them. The boatman's toes gripped the deck firmly, his copper-toned limbs taut with tension, yet he exhibited no signs of panic, earning Lin Yi's silent admiration. The roar of the water intensified, swirling violently as it transformed into a torrent, the waves crashing upwards like a silver dragon soaring, roaring incessantly. In an instant, they had covered several miles, and the lead boat was hurtling straight toward the gap between the large stones, closely followed by the second boat. As the first boat was about to pass through the narrow opening, a sudden calamity struck. A log came crashing down from behind the boulders. As the two boats sailed, the atmosphere grew tense, and before anyone could utter a cry of alarm, a resonant thud echoed as a log cascaded down, striking the vessel. The forward ship surged ahead like a galloping steed, swiftly vanishing from sight, with a distant scream faintly resonating in the air. The suddenness of the log and Apos' descent and the rapid speed of the boats left the onlookers no time to react. The subsequent vessel arrived in quick succession, offering no respite. The passengers felt the vessel shudder beneath their feet, the bow abruptly lifting as the entire ship leapt into the air with a deafening roar. A dense mist of water enveloped them, yet Lin Yi remained steadfast, rooted to the deck. The helmsman was flung skyward. His cries abruptly cut off as Lin Yi's outstretched arm seized him firmly. With a resounding thud, the wooden boat landed back upon the water. Splash after splash. People from the vessel plunged into the depths, their cries echoing around. Erguzi's face turned a ghastly yellow as he stared, dazed, at the unfolding chaos. Among all aboard, only he and Lin Yi remained on the ship. A revelation struck him. Everyone else had been thrown overboard. Drenched and disoriented, he wiped his face, unable to discern whether it was sweat or river water, and finally registered that Lin Yi was gripping a flailing individual. That meant the rest of their companions had been cast into the water. Had it not been for the rope securing him, Erguzi would have shared their fate. The torrent surged violently, easing only after a mile or so, revealing a wide expanse of water. Without the helmsman's guidance, the ship tilted awkwardly, grounding itself a mere 3 to 4 yards from the shore. The majority of the crew had fallen into the water, splashing frantically. Just as Erguzi began to feel fortunate, horror gripped him anew as he spotted several small boats encircling from either side of the shore, each carrying a dozen or so fierce-looking individuals, brandishing weapons and shouting excitedly. Those who had fallen overboard found no chance to evade as they were mercilessly struck down. The glint of blades flashed ominously, and a scream pierced the air, the water instantly stained a vivid red. Erguzi felt a chill spread through him, his heart sinking. Gritting his teeth, he exhaled sharply, tore away the rope binding him, drew a steel knife, and dashed towards the edge of the boat. He understood that the waters surrounding the ship were filled with those who had fallen, and if these assailants reached them, survival would be impossible. In his frantic rush, he stumbled and nearly toppled overboard, just as 2 more fell to the blade in the water. At that moment, their vessel drifted downstream, having outpaced the grounded ship, leaving the fallen behind. 2 small boats aggressively approached, their weapons gleaming ominously, causing Erguzi and Apos' heart to plummet. It was evident that this gang had planned their ambush meticulously, laying traps near the rocks and attacking those who had fallen into the water. Realizing his own inadequate swimming skills and the bleakness of escape, despair washed over him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was equally anxious as they neared the boulder. He had sensed something amiss lurking just beyond it. Although he had recognized the log and Apos' descent, there was no time for action, leaving him at the mercy of fate. Feeling inconceivably small and powerless against the forces of nature, he was filled with an indignant resolve. The assailants were evidently ruthless water bandits, swiftly dispatching the fallen crew. 2 small boats had already surrounded the grounded vessel, clashing weapons ringing out as the 2 sides engaged in combat. As their ship drifted further, Lin Yi realized that hesitation would lead to further casualties. He released the helmsman, grasped a long pole, and with all his strength, thrust it into the water. The ship sank momentarily before surging forward, gracefully approaching the stranded vessel like a feather on the wind. He had watched the helmsman maneuver the ship for long enough to know how to navigate it effectively. The crew behind him, along with their Erguzi, were left speechless. The water bandits aboard the 2 small boats were momentarily stunned, unsure whether the large vessel was exceptionally light or if the young man possessed immense strength. Without time to ponder, they seized the opportunity, eagerly rowing to pursue the retreating ship. At this moment, Che Hai felt utterly disheartened. He had anticipated a smooth journey downstream, but instead found himself ambushed. Having narrowly escaped the log's descent, the helmsman had been struck down, and the fate of the crew was uncertain. Half of their number had been cast into the river, and the large boat collided with a shallow area, the crew's panic mounting as the bandits encroached. In the face of impending disaster, Che Hai's only solace was the presence of his junior sister. Without her, he might have succumbed to despair. Fury ignited within him, and he bellowed in rage. As the 2 small boats closed in on the large vessel, he glared with bloodshot eyes, brandishing his mountain blade and charging forward. Yuan Foming, equally desperate, bit her lip and followed suit, sword in hand. In the meantime, a small boat lingered behind the water bandits, where a gaunt man wore a smug smile, flanked by several burly companions, weapons at the ready. One bandit, eyes gleaming with greed, clambered onto Che Hai and Apos' boat, but before he could stabilize himself, a blade sliced through the air, cleaving him in 2, blood spraying like a crimson banner. Che Hai, with a shake of his wrist, sent droplets scattering from the iron rings on his blade, laughing maniacally. "Come, let me slay you all swiftly." The exhilaration coursing through him after killing one assailant invigorated him. However, the gaunt man's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with malice as he signaled to his subordinates. Yuan Foming and 2 other bodyguards worked in unison to defend the ship's edge, preventing the bandits from boarding, with only the 4 of them remaining aboard. The others struggled in the water, desperately trying to evade the bandits' blades. Yuan Fingming's forehead glistened with cold sweat as panic gripped her heart. While she and Che Hai could fend for themselves, the fate of the entire escort was at stake. In the past, they had easily dispatched such scoundrels on land. But now, in the water, their movements felt constrained. These bandits, though lacking in martial prowess, were adept in water combat. With each passing moment, the toll on their comrades grew heavier. Just as Yuan Foming felt a surge of urgency, she noticed a bandit creeping towards the ship's edge and swiftly lunged with her sword. Blood blossomed as the blade pierced flesh, accompanied by a howl of pain as the bandit tumbled into the water. A brief sense of relief washed over her, but it was quickly dashed as the fallen bandit clambered back onto a small boat, brandishing his weapon and shouting curses with ferocity. Just as Yuan Fingming's anxiety peaked, a sudden twang of a bowstring echoed ominously. Alarm bells rang in her mind as a powerful force slammed into her side, causing her to sway. And she heard a grunt as an arrow embedded itself in Che Hai's right arm. Another 2 twangs followed, accompanied by cries of anguish as 2 bodyguards fell, struck by arrows. Yuan Foming watched in horror as Che Hai's hand trembled, his mountain blade slipping from his grasp. She cried out, rushing to support him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother," Che Hai gritted his teeth, standing firm despite the pain. Seeing his sister's concern ignited a warmth in his heart, and he reassured her loudly, "Sister, do not worry. I will be fine." He retrieved his blade with his left hand, positioning himself protectively beside Yuan Foming, glaring fiercely at the distant small boats. His heart burned with fury. He had never anticipated that these bandits would wield crossbows. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy for the couple. The gaunt man, flanked by 3 crossbow-wielding bandits, beamed with satisfaction as they prepared to strike. The surrounding bandits, witnessing 3 of the 4 defenders injured, surged forward, their spirits high, clamoring to board the ship. "Do not fret, sister. I shall ensure your safety," Che Hai declared, brandishing his blade and standing resolutely. What is there to fear when standing together, whether in water or fire? Yuan Fingming's brows arched ominously, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with determination as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Che Hai, her tone resolute. Faced with dire circumstances, the 2 cast aside their distractions, intent on a desperate fight. "Who are you, adversary? Pray reveal your name, and let us engage in a battle of life and death." That would be the mark of a true man. Hiding in the shadows and launching covert attacks is the act of a coward. "Bah, what scum!" Che Hai bellowed in fury. The lean, dark figure merely chuckled coldly and waved his hand. The 3 men by his side raised their crossbows once more. Che Hai observed with trepidation, a chill settling in his heart. There was no refuge aboard this vessel. He and his wife were not adept swimmers. Truly, it felt as if heaven offered no path and the earth no escape. With simmering rage, Che Hai positioned himself protectively beside Yuan Foming, brandishing his large blade, fully alert for incoming bolts. Yet, he noticed the water bandits on the small boat suddenly wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes diverted elsewhere. A sense of alarm gripped Che Hai and Yuan Foming as they followed the bandits' line of sight. There, the subsequent large ship, heedless of the 2 smaller vessels in hot pursuit, crashed headlong into the shallows. At the bow, holding a long pole with an air of nonchalance, stood none other than Linny. In a fleeting moment of breath, witnessing Che Hai and his companions ambushed by crossbow bolts, Linny felt a surge of fury ignite within him. With a deft thrust of his pole into the water, he soared high into the air, akin to a hawk swooping down upon its prey, swift as lightning, leaping towards the small boat besieging Che Hai. In midair, Linny swung his pole, creating a cascade of water, and brought it crashing down upon the small vessel. With a resounding thud, the pole shattered, and the small boat disintegrated into a mass of splintered wood. The 2 bandits directly beneath it had no time to evade, their bodies mangled and tumbling into the water. In an instant, the small wooden craft had vanished from sight. Descending gracefully, Linny landed lightly, taking a few airy steps. His figure flickered, and he was already upon another small boat. The 4 or 5 bandits aboard were thrown into a frenzy, scrambling in panic, their cries echoing. After a brief flurry of crimson mist, silence enveloped the scene. Linny stood alone upon the small boat, untouched by a speck of dust, save for the blood staining his steel blade. The river flowed ceaselessly, and those around him seemed to awaken from a dream. Che Hai and Yuan Foming, amidst their astonishment, were filled with immense joy. They were astonished by the prowess of the once young Taoist, who executed his deadly work with such cleanliness and precision. They rejoiced in Lin Yi's presence, believing he could turn their peril into safety. Lin Yi wielded a steel blade, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes, emanating an aura so lethal that it deterred any who dared to look askance. Yet, within his heart, a sense of helplessness emerged. To refrain from taking lives would mean allowing the cycle of violence to persist. Those who respect others will invariably be respected. Those who kill will inevitably be met with death in return. Such is the nature of retribution. Those deserving of death must indeed be dealt with. Lin Yi cast a frigid gaze toward the gaunt man, his icy stare sending chills down the spine. As the man hesitated, Lin Yi lightly tapped the edge of the boat with his foot, suddenly propelling himself upward, soaring 4 to 5 feet into the air. In that moment, his blade crackled ominously, splintering into shards. With a swift motion, he arched his body and, turning backward, launched a flurry of silver light accompanied by a whistling sound, resembling lightning chasing the wind from his hands. The onlookers gasped and looked up in astonishment. Behind him, 2 small boats erupted in cries of distress. Several water bandits, both on the large vessel and still clinging to the small boats, clutched their necks and toppled into the water. Lin Yi, as if unaffected by the chaos, gracefully descended back onto the small boat, his gaze still fixed on the gaunt man, his eyes burning with intensity. The man involuntarily shuddered, his venomous glare fixed upon Lin Yi, his heart seething with rage. His meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted at the last moment by this youth, who seemed like a harbinger of disaster, ruining his grand scheme. "How many informants do you have in Siping, and what are their names?" Lin Yi suddenly inquired. The nearby Che Hai wore a confused expression, while Yuan Fengming beside him nodded subtly, an understanding dawning in her almond-shaped eyes. The gaunt man's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the question. Moments later, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he waved his hand. A series of sharp sounds followed as 3 projectiles shot toward Lin Yi. Seizing the opportunity, the gaunt man leaped toward the shore. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. He swiftly grasped 3 crossbow bolts that had come to hand and hurled them back with precision. The sound of 3 splashes echoed as 3 water bandits, clutching their throats, fell into the depths. The gaunt man, undeterred, landed on the shore, not daring to linger, and fled swiftly, already several yards away. Che Hai and Yuan Fengming watched, their hearts tinged with regret. The gaunt man's boat was merely 2 yards from the shore, indicating his formidable skills. Now, having reached 10 yards away, they could only watch helplessly as he escaped. Before their thoughts could settle, Lin Yi transformed into a gray shadow, effortlessly gliding across the river's surface, directly pursuing the man from behind. In midair, he extended his hand, grasping at nothingness. The man, sensing the impending threat, turned around, his soul nearly leaving his body in sheer fright. He understood all too well that this youth was no ordinary foe, and in his attempt to evade, he had not anticipated that Lin Yi would already be upon him. In a frantic moment, he drew a short sword from his robe and thrust it backward. Lin Yi, intent on capturing him for interrogation to eliminate the internal traitors in Siping and spare the traveling merchants from harm, realized the man was too cunning to be easily caught. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger, channeling his energy into a blade of spirit, which pierced the man's forehead with a swift hiss. The gaunt man felt a thunderous roar in his head, his vision darkening before plunging into an abyss of darkness. His head exploded in a gory display, and he staggered forward before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yi lightly landed on the earth, gazing at the corpse with a deep sigh. Last night, he had sensed the man's treachery as he whispered conspiratorially with another. Upon leaving Siping, he had spotted the short, portly figure lurking by the city gate, which had led him to suspect that trouble awaited on the journey. Though he harbored doubts, he lacked evidence to alert the others. Yet today's abrupt turmoil on the water confirmed that even with precautions, one could hardly guard against such treachery. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi waved his hand, drawing the man's money pouch into his possession, which soon vanished from sight. It was essential to have some silver on hand, a small recompense for the ordeal. The water's surface was in disarray, cries resonating, and the blood of the fallen tainted half the river. Lin Yi stood by the shore, observing the escort's crew attempting to rescue those who had fallen overboard. Fortunately, the water here was not too deep, and the survivors awaited assistance in the shallows. The bandits' small boats proved valuable. 2 boatmen were now assisting in the rescue. Noticing Che Hai and Yuan Fengming scanning the opposite shore, aware of their concern, Lin Yi could not help but smile bitterly. How could he explain the events of the past moments? Approaching the edge of the shore, he understood that he could no longer conceal his abilities. With a gentle push off, his garments billowed as he descended on a Che Hai's boat. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he feigned ignorance, lowering his eyes. Is Brother Che well? He inquired, moving to Che Hai's side. Che Hai, seated on the boat's deck, laughed heartily upon Lin Yi's arrival. You truly are a master of disguise, little E. I am genuinely impressed by your extraordinary skills. Understanding Che Hai's straightforward nature, Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Noticing that the arrows still lodged in Che Hai's arm had not inflicted serious injury, he felt a sense of relief. Brother Che, my Taoist skills are hardly worth mentioning. Let us speak of something else. I must say, I envy the deep affection between you and your wife. Glancing at Lin Yi's smiling face, Yuan Fengming blushed slightly. She cast a sidelong glance at Che Hai and softly remarked, This time, we owe our thanks to little E. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we surely would not have overcome this ordeal. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand dismissively, then pointed to Che Hai's arm. Little E, with your abilities, you could traverse the world. Were it not for my brother's family commitments, I would wish to learn even this rudimentary Taoist skill from you. Che Hai chuckled. His spirits high after the crisis. Is that so? Then aren't you worried about angering Sister Yuan? Lin Yi teased, a grin spreading across his face as he applied pressure to Che Hai's arm. Without warning, the bolt was forced out with a resounding thud onto the deck. Lin Yi deftly pressed a finger on Che Hai's arm to staunch the bleeding. Che Hai's eyes widened in awe, exclaiming, Little E, you are remarkable, no less than the renowned Taoist Qin Yun. Yuan Fengming, applying medicine to his wound, could not help but chide him lightly. Che Hai promptly fell silent. Lin Yi's expression darkened slightly as he exhaled slowly. Ignoring Yuan Fengming's reproach of Che Hai, he gently reassured, Brother Che's arm will be fine. With some rest, he will soon regain his vigor. Now, I shall check on that other boat. With a light laugh at the two, he turned and departed. Yuan Fengming watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, nodding in quiet approval. The two boats lay askew on the water, merely a yard apart. Lin Yi took a graceful step and arrived on Erguzi's boat, where the man was bent over, exerting himself to haul a fallen companion aboard. 4 individuals were missing from the 2 boats, including 1 boatman. The remaining crew appeared drenched, with 2 bearing visible wounds, likely inflicted by the water bandits. Seeing Lin Yi approach, Erguzi grinned while gasping in astonishment. He had been greatly intimidated by Lin Yi moments before, as he had single-handedly taken down the majority of the 20 bandits. From Lin Yi and Appo's initial strike to the bandits' downfall, the entire ordeal had concluded in the blink of an eye. Now, observing the unassuming youth before him, he could not help but feel a mix of admiration and uncertainty. Little E, you're here. Erguzi faltered, unsure of how to express himself. Is your brother all right? Lin Yi gently inquired. Haha, I'm fine. I never expected this, truly. My brother's martial prowess is unfathomable. I'm in awe. Erguzi marveled at Lin Yi's calm demeanor. Feeling even more daunted by his depth, Lin Yi gestured for Erguzi to sit beside him on the deck. Observing the busy crew, he spoke softly. Your escort agency suffered due to a well-planned ambush. Caught off guard, you faced the enemy's strengths with your own weaknesses, resulting in such a dire predicament. I believe that on land, these scoundrels would not stand a chance against you. Erguzi recognized Lin Yi's attempt to console him. He was aware of his own limitations, yet such words were comforting, allowing him to gradually regain his composure and engage in light-hearted banter with Lin Yi. After the members of the escort agency had tidied up, night had already fallen. Lin Yi thought that they would have to spend the night here. Unexpectedly, with a loud shout from Che Hai, the boatman thrust his pole, and the large vessel broke free from the shallows, drifting into the deeper waters. Moving slowly along the current, before long, the speed of the boat became smooth. It turned out they were to travel through the night. Lin Yi harbored questions, which were only clarified when Erguzi mentioned that for the next 100 or 200 miles, there were no dangerous rapids, and the river was wide. As night descended, with the moon shining brightly overhead, the mountains on both banks appeared dark and dense, while the river shimmered with a silvery sheen, making navigation unhindered. However, the fates of the unfortunate few, whose bodies had been swept away by the rapids, remained unknown, and the escort agency could do nothing about it. The 2 boats sailed downstream throughout the night, and the next day, Lin Yi was invited by Che Hai to the front boat. Understanding the risks from the previous vessel's experience, Che Hai was understandably cautious, and Lin Yi did not hesitate to assist. When they encountered treacherous waters again, he took hold of a long pole at the rear of the boat, steering it with remarkable ease. with his feet firmly planted and strength evident in his hands. His effortless control of the vessel earned him newfound respect from the crew. As they continued their journey smoothly, the previously somber mood of the group began to lift. When the water glimmered like gold and the scales of light sparkled, the river suddenly widened to over 20 zhang. Countless sails were fluttering on the water's surface, moving incessantly. Along the banks, houses of varying heights lined up in neat rows. Just as the two boats approached the left bank, a sharp sound of a gong rang out, and a small boat darted out from among the many vessels. A man clad in black gestured before swiftly turning back. The two boats from the escort agency followed suit, gently making their way to the dock. With a puzzled expression, Lin Yi glanced at Yuan Fengming beside him. This dock belonged to the Pai Bang, which governed the river traffic, and all vessels had to comply with their arrangements for docking and unloading goods. Yuan Fengming softly explained, her tone tinged with helplessness. True to her words, as soon as the boats reached the shore, a group of men in black quickly set up a gangway and surged aboard. The members of the escort agency, accustomed to this routine, busily gathered their belongings to disembark, while the men in black hastily transported the cargo ashore. A line of horse-drawn carts was already waiting at the edge of the dock. Che Hai and several of his subordinates busily surveyed the area. And upon seeing the cargo loaded onto the carts, he produced a silver ingot and handed it to the leading man in black. With a wave of his arm and a shout, he led the group away with the carts. Qin City, built by the water, boasted walls a full zhang higher than those of Xiping, stretching over 10 miles in circumference. The imposing characters Qin City adorned the grand city gate. Exuding a solemn aura, the group followed the carts, their heads lowered as they walked. Only Lin Yi appeared spirited, glancing around with curiosity in his eyes. Despite the fatigue from their journey, they swiftly transferred the goods and found an inn to rest. After freshening up, Lin Yi finished dinner with the others but was soon pulled by Erguzi to explore the streets. Just as they stepped out of the inn, they were called to halt by Yuan Fengming. Lin Yi could only smile apologetically, signaling for Erguzi to go ahead while he returned shortly. He wondered what Yuan Jia wanted. Che Hai and Yuan Fengming were holding some gift boxes. Yuan Fengming, glancing at Che Hai, said, "Brother, you go ahead to wait. I will join you shortly." Che Hai readily agreed, laughing and waving to Lin Yi as he strode away. Uncertain of the reason for Yuan Fengming's summons, Lin Yi followed her to a secluded spot by the street, waiting for further explanation. Yuan Fengming scanned the surroundings with her gentle almond-shaped eyes. Noticing Lin Yi silently watching her, she felt a wave of emotion. Before her stood a youth of simple appearance and kind heart, yet at a critical moment. He acted decisively, displaying a martial prowess that flowed like water, graceful and unfathomable, yet striking like a tempest. This was a boy she had known for years. Yet he appeared so profoundly enigmatic, making it hard for her to dismiss him lightly. With a soft sigh, she said, "Little Yi has rendered great favors to me, so I shall not thank you formally. I understand that you possess abilities beyond the ordinary, and our Taiping escort agency does not dare to harbor unrealistic expectations. Your martial arts are formidable, perhaps rivaling the top masters of the martial world. The elders of some major sects possess skills that are legendary. Yet they pale in comparison to what I have witnessed firsthand in you. Only now do I comprehend your desire to travel the world." Yuan Fengming continued. Sister and brother Che have come to realize what there are heavens beyond the heavens truly means. Lin Yi felt a bit overwhelmed by Yuan Fengming's unexpected praise. Unsure of her true meaning, he could only smile in silence. Sister knows that you will be venturing far and wide. This Qin City is merely a temporary stop for you, though the Tianlong sect reigns over the martial world. It is a revered sanctuary in the hearts of martial artists. If you could remain with us, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. However, sects tend to be protective of their own, and it is difficult for outsiders to join. Your extraordinary abilities may even provoke suspicion, even if you were to be accepted. It may not suit you well." Yuan Fengming added, "Sister is scheduled to visit a friend tonight. Perhaps there might be a chance for you to stay a while longer in Qin City, but I wonder what you think. Could you share your thoughts with me so that I may understand your intentions?" Listening quietly to Yuan Fengming, Lin Yi felt deeply moved. After witnessing his skills, the couple bore no suspicion or wariness, nor did they press him with questions, dispelling the worries he had harbored. Yet, he realized that their concern for him was profound, and they were considering his well-being so thoughtfully. Their visit to a friend was likely primarily for his sake, reflecting a trust, understanding, and support from them. Lin Yi and Apos, as heart warned. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Sister and brother Che and Apos, as kindness towards me, I shall remember always. As for the Tianlong sect, my curiosity is but a fleeting thought. To have a place to rest in Qin City would suffice for me. Sister knows that I will venture further afield in the future. For now, this is merely a temporary arrangement. I hope you will not feel too burdened. Otherwise, it would contradict my own wishes. Lin Yi did not reject Yuan Fengming's goodwill. The couple had already resolved to proceed in this manner, and to flatly refuse would not be the way of a gentleman. Seeing Lin Yi speak so lightly and with a calm demeanor, Yuan Fengming nodded. Feeling a sense of relief, I understand. Little Yi, go ahead and explore the streets. With that, she waved goodbye and departed. Guzi had already vanished from sight. Lin Yi stood still for a moment, slightly taken aback. In his awareness, he noticed Guzi, several dozen zhang away, staring foolishly at a woman by the street. A grin spread across Lin Yi's face as he approached. In front of the inn lay a T-junction. Across the street to the north and south was a long street stretching eastward. Lanterns hung on both sides. Resembling a string of pearls, the street bustled with people, bustling to and fro. Food stalls, restaurants, tea houses, and brothels thrived with activity. The sounds of vendors shouting, laughter from the young women, and the lively atmosphere added a touch of extravagance to the hustle and bustle of Qin City. As Lin Yi walked through the streets, it felt as if he were observing a vivid tableau of common life. Although he was amidst it all, his heart felt detached, as if he were merely a spectator or a passing traveler. In this moment, he found clarity. Lin Yi had never contemplated when he had become this way. Yet everything felt so natural. In the cycle of spring's bloom and autumn's decay, in the ebb and flow of flowers, the moonlight, the season, and the world itself seemed to have become spectators as well. Not far ahead, Guzi stood excitedly in front of a building. Lin Yi approached and looked up to see the sign, Wanyue Tower. A few women in revealing clothing were posing at the entrance, giggling incessantly, while Guzi watched with great interest. Lin Yi was surprised to see this side of Guzi. He walked over and lightly patted his shoulder. Hey, brother, you've come. Look at these ladies. They are far better than those from the countryside. So fair and delicate. Guzi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight upon recognizing Lin Yi. Lin Yi said nothing, casting a sidelong glance. Guzi felt a twinge of guilt and quickly chuckled. The last time I visited Qin City, it was during the day, and I didn't see anything. Who knew the ladies would only come out at night? Heh. So, shouldn't we go in? Lin Yi feigned urgency. No, brother Lin, this is the man's intoxicating lure, a treasure trove of allure. I still need to save money for my mother to find me a wife. Besides, I'm just waiting for you, after all. Heh. Guzi immediately adopted an innocent demeanor. Lin Yi shook his head, unable to suppress his amusement. Visiting Qin City isn't easy. This experience is quite enlightening. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Guzi draped an arm over Lin Yi's shoulder, momentarily forgetting the enigmatic figure that had intrigued him. At that moment, the two appeared as genuine brothers. Look over there, the one in red. See that round-faced beauty? TSK. Her features are truly striking. Guzi remained captivated, offering his opinions. Lin Yi, however, was unbothered, smiling as he leaned next to Guzi. Yet, his gaze was clear and serene, starkly contrasting with Guzi's sparkling eyes. Acknowledging Guzi's patience in waiting, Lin Yi decided it was time to leave. Suddenly, a man's laughter erupted from within, sounding like a creaking bellows, accompanied by raspy breaths. In an instant, an elderly man with a weathered black face, adorned with wrinkles and a goat-like beard, swaggered out, exuding self-satisfaction. A pale, rotund matron fluttered a pitiful handkerchief, swaying her body behind him like a fly chasing a maggot. I say, Master Mu, you must visit often. The silver screen girl can't seem to get enough of you. A shrill voice rang out, accentuating her pale figure, leaving Guzi with goosebumps. As the old man approached, Guzi hurriedly stepped back. The matron's flattery delighted the elderly man, who wheezed, No need to see me off. I shall come every day. Oh dear. Master Mu is a distinguished guest, a great figure. I must see you off, indeed. The matron's handkerchief fluttered vigorously, and she called out sharply. Clear the way for the carriage. You poor wretch, step aside. Guzi observed for a while, realizing these individuals were not to be trifled with. After indulging his eyes, he prudently stepped aside, only to be scolded. Hesitant, Guzi wore an expression of anger and indignation as he glared at the matron. Lin Yi, however, remained calm and still, indifferent to the commotion around him. The matron's makeup trembled with her outburst, falling like petals. A strong scent invaded Lin Yi's senses, causing him to furrow his brow. The elderly man, known as Master Mu, noticed a shabby country youth standing firm, unflinching, and his expression soured with disdain. You little brat. Seeking trouble. Even a good dog wouldn't block the way. Get lost. The matron's eyes bulged with fury, spitting words. She didn't care to investigate Lin Yi's situation and waved her handkerchief, following the elderly man, her plump figure jiggling like rippling water. Lin Yi's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a foul-mouthed matron. Urguzi fumed behind him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, allowing his gaze to regain its clarity. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth as he softly stated, "Once we've seen enough, let us return." With that, he turned to leave. Hey, Brother Lin, just like that? That detestable matron deserves a beating. Urguzi cursed, hastily catching up. Noticing Urguzi's lingering resentment, Lin Yi shook his head. If a dog bites you, do you intend to bite it back? Then I'll just hit it. Urguzi scratched his head, seething. You can't kill it. It'll still bite you, Lin Yi replied, not turning back, his gaze fixed ahead as he spoke coolly. Then I'll kill it. Urguzi mimicked a knife-slicing gesture, gritting his teeth. Then go ahead and kill it, Lin Yi casually remarked. Killing it here? That's probably not feasible. Urguzi followed behind, scratching his head in confusion, his tone laced with helplessness. Lin Yi sighed lightly, saying, Thus, we must retreat. He raised an eyebrow, continuing to admire the street scenery. Urguzi pondered internally, reflecting on how this young man, with astonishing skills, could remain composed in the face of adversity. Upon returning to the inn, Yuan Fengming and Che Hai had already returned and beckoned Lin Yi over. Once seated in Yuan Fengming's room, he presented Lin Yi with a black iron plate, which Lin Yi examined closely. One side displayed a dragon design, while the other bore the character Qin. Confused, he looked to Yuan Fengming and his wife for clarification. Che Hai, equally excited, signaled for Yuan Fengming to explain. Yuan Fengming tucked back a loose strand of hair, smiling as he said, Tonight, the friend we are meeting is Mu Tianqing's nephew, named Qin Buyo. He is the young head of the Longqing escort agency and holds considerable influence in Qin City. Because my peace escort agency once assisted them with a job, and in light of my father's severe injuries from it, we maintained a good relationship. During this visit, we learned from the young head that the Dragon Sect is recruiting disciples every decade. We pretended you were our cousin to seek his assistance. Yuan Fengming spoke with delight as he regarded Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded gently, lost in thought. Yuan Fengming continued, Given the past goodwill, the young head didn't hesitate. The Dragon Sect has two categories for recruitment: inner disciples, who must be under 12 and possess exceptional talents, and outer disciples, who must be under 18 and have a guarantor. Fortunately, the young head agreed to vouch for you as an outer disciple. Che Hai exclaimed jubilantly. This means you can stay at the Dragon Sect. Whether you choose to depart or remain later is entirely up to you. This will enhance your experience of the martial world and broaden your horizons. Yuan Fengming beamed, sharing in the joy of being able to assist Lin Yi. Tomorrow we shall depart, and who knows when we shall meet again. Take care of yourself while you remain here, Yuan Fengming said, handing Lin Yi a package he had received from Che Hai. You'll be traveling upstream by boat, seeking the remains of your lost brothers. Regardless of the outcome, ensure you provide them a proper farewell. Therefore, here are 100 taels of silver. It's not much, but keep it for your daily expenses. I will bring more if I visit again. Lin Yi quickly refused. That won't do. I have enough silver for my needs. However, before he could finish, Che Hai's eyes widened, and before he could speak, Yuan Fengming interjected, Lin Yi, this is a gift from your sister. You can't refuse. Lin Yi was taken aback, secretly contemplating whether Cui would refuse if he offered her something. After a moment of hesitation, he solemnly replied, Since it's from my sister, I shall graciously accept it. Yuan Fengming's eyes grew misty at his response. Che Hai clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Now that's the spirit of a true brother. By the way, you possess formidable skills, so remain cautious to avoid drawing suspicion and harm. The martial world is a place of profit. Never let your guard down. Lin Yi felt a solemnity in his heart. Such words could only come from a true confidant. He stood and respectfully bowed. Sister's words are etched in my heart, and I ask that you and Brother Che do not dwell on this. Let us skip the formalities, for you owe my sister a debt of kindness. Yuan Fengming teased lightly. Tomorrow, take this plate to the Longqing escort agency, and someone will guide you. The sea of cars nearby erupted in laughter. Lin Yi nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. Yuan Fengming and her husband exchanged puzzled glances, their attention fixed on Lin Yi. After a moment, Lin Yi lifted his gaze to them, his expression solemn as he spoke. Little E understands that Sister Yuan and Brother Che have yet to harmonize their energies, their gateways remain unopened. Before Lin E could finish, Che Hai, suddenly enlightened, shook his head with a bitter smile. What Little E speaks of is the realm that martial artists yearn for, attainable only through decades of arduous training. Alas, Brother and Sister Yuan are entangled in worldly affairs, leaving little time to focus on their practice. I fear this life will bring no hope. With a sigh, he concluded his thoughts. Yuan Fengming nodded, her expression revealing a hint of longing as she added, only the foremost masters of the martial world, after decades of relentless effort, might fortuitously reach such an exalted state. Such extraordinary individuals are like elusive dragons in the rivers and lakes, seldom seen. It is said that those who possess such remarkable skills can unleash their true energy into sword and blade, rendering them indestructible. Their lightness of foot allows them to move like a swan, leaving no trace behind. Truly awe-inspiring. Lin Yi mused quietly, believing that the talents he had nurtured, Tianfu and Chui'er, would also become masters of the martial world in due time. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai had spent years traveling, embroiled in constant battles and shedding blood. Yet they had given him a sense of kinship, akin to that of Tianfu and Chui'er. You show me sincerity, and I shall repay it with sincerity. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yi resolved to assist the couple. Sister Yuan, Brother Che, Little E can help you bypass decades of toil, enabling you to practice martial arts with greater efficacy henceforth. In this way, as you traverse the treacherous roads, I shall worry less for your safety. What is Little E saying? Do you possess a miraculous elixir? Che Hai suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing Lin Yi's arm with wide eyes, his face alight with astonishment. Could it be that the legendary feats he had heard of would be encountered in his lifetime? This young man before him was no ordinary youth. Perhaps he truly held the means to transcend the heavens. Yuan Fengming suppressed her doubts, her gaze filled with anticipation. There are no miraculous elixirs. Lin Yi chuckled wryly. These two were far from as simple-minded as Tianfu and Chui'er. He felt it necessary to explain thoroughly. I shall use my own true energy to help you both open your meridians, that is all. Lin Yi explained patiently. Yuan Fengming's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Sister was aware of Little Yi's formidable skills, yet did not know you had such abilities. How can I repay you for this? It is but a trifling effort. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yuan Fengming felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It has been said that in martial arts, there is no second to none. Practitioners are naturally unwilling to fall behind. Yet Lin Yi sincerely wished to grant this couple a fortuitous opportunity. Such a sentiment and kindness were indeed profound. Let us not delay. Allow Little E to try. Lin Yi stated with gravity. The couple nodded repeatedly, no longer their usual calm and composed selves. The enigmatic skills of Lin Yi stirred their hearts, igniting boundless expectations. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai sat cross-legged on the bed, while Lin Yi stood behind them, deep in thought. He summoned 4 small flags, deftly casting them around the room, activating a concealment formation. Then, he extended his hands, channeling his spiritual energy over the couple's Bai point. Since mastering the Duanshan Jian, Lin Yi had become adept at multitasking. He held his breath and concentrated, dividing his consciousness into 2 strands, directing the energy within their bodies from their Bai down through their meridians. Simultaneously, he commanded them, reverse your meridians, allow your breath to flow backward. Having practiced martial arts for many years, Yuan Fengming and her husband possessed robust meridians, making Lin Yi and Appo's task significantly easier compared to Tianfu and Chui and Appo's. An hour later, Lin Yi summoned the small flags back into his grasp, which vanished in an instant. He stood quietly beside them, waiting for them to conclude their practice. Moments later, both opened their eyes simultaneously. Che Hai leapt to his feet, clenched his fist, and struck the air with a resounding thud. The sound echoed within the room, impressive in its force. Haha, I only used a fraction of my strength. Che Hai exclaimed, beaming at Yuan Fengming. Her flushed cheeks could not conceal her excitement. Her almond eyes glimmered as she sighed. I truly feel reborn, with true energy flowing within me. Lin Yi, witnessing their joy, smiled silently. Both possessed unique martial techniques, and with continued cultivation, their true energy would gradually solidify, leading to an inevitable rise in their martial prowess. The following day, Lin Yi did not hasten to the Longqing escort agency. He lingered with the agency's members until they finished lunch, then accompanied them to the docks. Yuan Fengming and Che Hai appeared invigorated, their demeanor markedly different from before, though others remained oblivious. Only the couple and Lin Yi were aware of the changes within. Little E, no need for many words. You are my good brother. Che Hai expressed with emotion. Take care while you're away. Should you return, do not forget to visit sister. Yuan Fingming's voice faltered as tears welled in her eyes. Brother Che, sister Yuan, take care. Lin Yi feigned lightheartedness as he responded. Brother Yi, may the mountains remain unchanged. May the waters flow eternally. Take care. Erguzi shouted, waving his hand. The members of the escort agency waved their goodbyes. Lin Yi smiling as he returned their gestures. The boat gradually pulled away from the shore. Two vessels drifted further into the distance, like fish sinking into vast waters. The mountains on both banks remained steadfast, the sky high and the waters long. Yet, the day of reunion remained uncertain. Lin Yi stood by the shore for a long while, slowly turning back. Along the riverbank, barefooted and shod individuals, clad in coarse cloth or luxurious satin, moved in a ceaseless flow of diverse shapes and forms, young and old alike. Lin Yi strolled leisurely, his gaze casually surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he frowned, yet did not halt his steps. Just then, a hand reached out from behind, pulling at his shoulder with force. Lin Yi stumbled sideways, barely regaining his balance. He turned to face the source, his expression filled with indignation. Before him stood a young man of 17 or 18, dressed in fine garments, his stature imposing. With a hawkish face and wolfish eyes, he radiated an air of disdain. He was accompanied by two attendants. Upon seeing Lin Yi nearly topple, he cackled mockingly. The country bumpkin seemed steady on his feet after all. With that, he sneered and swaggered away, his attendants grinning wickedly. Lin Yi silently watched their retreating figures. Continuing to walk with his head down, the trio ascended the riverbank, where a carriage awaited them. The driver approached to greet them. The young man laughed heartily. I knew grandfather would come to fetch me. His expression was one of triumph as he boarded the carriage with his attendants. Lin Yi raised his head and cast a faint glance at the departing carriage. He paused before a tea stall, coming to a halt. Before long, Lin Yi suddenly turned, gazing coldly at the tea stall. Inside sat several men clad in black. One slender man was discreetly observing Lin Yi. Upon unexpectedly meeting Lin Yi's gaze, he appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features. This man hesitated slightly, then gestured for the others to leave. He turned to Lin Yi and clasped his hands, saying, If an old acquaintance stands before you, how about sharing a cup of tea? You've been staring at me for quite some time. If we are indeed acquaintances, you should recognize me by now. Lin Yi replied expressionlessly, speaking to himself as he stepped into the tea stall. The slender man felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Lin Yi had never truly regarded him, yet had perceived everything around him. Earlier, this man had noticed Lin Yi's familiar face and had been scrutinizing him closely. When Lin Yi was mocked by the young man in fine clothes, he suddenly recalled events from 3 years prior. Seeing Lin Yi nearly knocked over stirred unease within him, doubting whether this youth was indeed the same boy from before. The young man he remembered was certainly not so feeble and vulnerable. As Lin Yi paused before the tea shed, the lean man contemplated averting his gaze, only to find the other turning to fix him with an intense stare, leaving him feeling utterly disconcerted. In that moment, it was as if every facet of his being was laid bare beneath the penetrating scrutiny of the other's gaze. Thus, feeling a lingering trepidation, he hastily dismissed his subordinates and attempted to extend an invitation. Upon seeing Lin Yi step into the tea shed, the lean man clasped his fists and introduced himself, saying, I am Ding Mao. Lin Yi raised his head, scrutinizing Ding Mao for a moment before returning the gesture. I am Lin Yi. Ding Mao felt a wave of relief wash over him, his previously stiff demeanor relaxing considerably. When Lin Yi returned from the dock, though he felt a sense of melancholy, he walked with his head down. Yet the rustling of the surroundings could not escape his notice. He had already perceived Ding Mao observing him from afar within the tea shed, which left Lin Yi slightly taken aback. This man was one of the bandits who had, 3 years prior, coerced his master at Xianren Peak alongside Qian Hu of the Black Wind Gang. The decisiveness with which this individual acted back then had left a lasting impression on him. He had not anticipated encountering him again years later in such a different setting. Lin Yi pondered the reasons behind Ding Mao's presence here, noticing his attire of black clothing, and wondered if he was still affiliated with a gang. While lost in thought, he was also aware of the actions of the well-dressed young man behind him. The dandy's skills were trivial, and with many passing by, Lin Yi deemed it beneath him to engage. For Lin Yi, it simply felt like he was playing the role of a genuine country bumpkin. His master's demise was linked to the Black Wind Gang, and with Qian Hu dead, Lin Yi had not sought further inquiry. The appearance of Ding Mao here suggested he had likely distanced himself from banditry. Though Lin Yi held no fondness for him, he felt no animosity either. My apologies for the abruptness, Ding Mao said, his tone somewhat sluggish. Please, take a seat, Taoist Lin. Lin Yi waved his sleeve lightly, sitting down with composure. You may simply call me Lin Yi. As for being a Taoist, that is a title I have set aside for now. May I inquire about your purpose here? Lin Yi replied casually. Ding Mao rose to brew a cup of tea for Lin Yi. After a long moment of contemplation, he sighed and spoke. I was once a member of a gang, dispatched for official duties. Due to my old acquaintance with Louis Dao of the Black Wind Gang, I lingered there for a time. He paused, observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor before continuing. When turmoil erupted within the Black Wind Gang, I returned to my own. Currently, I hold the position of a steward in the water hall. Seeing a familiar face today, I took the liberty to invite you. I hope you do not take offense. Oh, Hall Master Ding, why do you share this with me? Lin Yi asked, taking a sip from his teacup, speaking lightly. Noticing Ding Mao's discomfort over their seemingly shallow acquaintance, he managed a wry smile and shook his head. During my time with the Black Wind Gang, I was greatly displeased with their actions. My involvement on Xianren Peak was equally compelled by necessity. I feel deep shame for those past indiscretions. Today, in front of an old acquaintance, might I invite you, Brother Lin Yi, to my humble abode so I may express my gratitude? Lin Yi regarded the teacup in his hand, pondering. Although Ding Mao and Apos' words might contain embellishments, there seemed to be unspoken depths to his motivations. The gang wielded considerable influence at the dock, yet Ding Mao did not exhibit arrogance in Lin Yi's presence. His candid invitation and sincere words indicated that he was, in fact, a man of integrity. Ding Mao gazed at Lin Yi with hopeful anticipation, but when Lin Yi raised his head to respond, he said, unfortunately, today is not suitable. Perhaps we can visit another time. Ding Mao felt a twinge of disappointment, yet Lin Yi lifted his teacup, smiling. A simple cup of tea suffices. Ding Mao's thoughts shifted rapidly, and he suddenly appeared joyful as he stood, raising his cup. Brother Lin Yi, your forthrightness is commendable. Let us drink to that. He drained his cup, revealing a broad smile. Lin Yi set down his cup and said, Hall Master Ding, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Very well, Brother Lin Yi. Should you come to the dock in the future, do not hesitate to seek me, Ding Mao replied, retrieving a square bamboo token from his pocket. With solemnity, he said, this is a token for you, Brother Lin Yi. It may prove useful in times to come. Lin Yi accepted the token, noting its purple hue and the weight of it, understanding Ding Mao's intentions. He did not refuse it, placing it in his pocket before bidding farewell and departing. Lin Yi departed from the dock. This Qin Shui dock fell under the jurisdiction of the Pai Gang, while Qin Qing was the domain of the Tianlong sect, with a clear demarcation of power between the two factions. However, the Pai Gang held a considerable amount of trepidation towards the Tianlong sect. When members of the Tianlong sect, or even those from the launching escort agency arrived at the dock, Ding Mao and his companions dared not inquire further. The might of the Tianlong sect was evident. This only heightened Lin Yi's curiosity about the sect he was soon to join. The broadest street in Qincheng lay directly opposite the west gate, and after inquiring with several passers-by, Lin Yi learned that the launching escort agency was located at the eastern end of the street. Proceeding eastward, he crossed an intersection where a river flowed through the city and into the Qin Shui, following a stone bridge over the river. Lin Yi soon arrived at the launching escort agency. The agency faced south, and its entrance bore an imposing presence, reminiscent of the Taiping escort agency he had previously encountered. Yet even more formidable. Two robust men stood guard at the open entrance, deterring any pedestrians from approaching. Two brothers, I am Lin Yi, here to meet with Chief Qin. Lin Yi greeted the two men with a respectful gesture. Upon finishing his words, he produced an iron token. The two men regarded him with impassive expressions, scrutinizing him before one stepped forward, taking the token with a look of surprise and saying, Young brother, follow me. He turned and led the way inside. Lin Yi followed the man through a courtyard and stood before a large room while the man entered to make an announcement. After a short while, he returned and beckoned Lin Yi to enter. Thank you, Lin Yi said, stepping inside. The room was spacious, with bright windows and a clean floor that reflected his silhouette. After walking a few steps, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, I am Lin Yi, seeking an audience with Chief Qin. As he raised his gaze, he saw a man in white seated at the head of the table, smiling gently, while a dark-skinned, wrinkled elder stood beside him. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the elder's expression briefly flickered before returning to neutrality. The man in white held the iron token, chuckling lightly. I am Qin Buyo. You must be the one whom Miss Yuan has implored me to meet, correct? I had no intention of meddling, but Miss Yuan insisted. claiming that her cousin is exceptionally talented and that his father once rendered great service to our launching escort agency. Haha. Having such a remarkable cousin is indeed a blessing for you. The ease with which Qin spoke made it seem as though he were recounting a trivial anecdote. Yet Lin Yi understood that his presence here was due to the earnest request of Yuan Fengming and his wife. While he felt touched by their sincerity, he couldn't help but be put off by Qin Buyo's condescending tone, though he chose not to dwell on it. It was truly ungrateful to disregard the genuine intentions of Yuan Fengming and his wife. When Yuan Fengming introduced Qin Buyo to him, Lin Yi recalled this man. 3 years ago, he had witnessed a confrontation between him and Lu Juhu of the Pai Gang in front of the Taiping Tavern. However, Qin Buyo seemed to have no memory of Lin Yi. It was understandable. A prominent figure such as he would hardly remember a mere country bumpkin he had encountered 3 years prior. The dark-skinned elder was also familiar to Lin Yi, as he had seen him the previous night in front of the Lan Yu building alongside Guzi. It was likely that the elder recognized him as well. After scanning Qin Buyo and the elder, Lin Yi clasped his hands and softly said, "I greet you, Chief Qin. I am but a simple country lad, unremarkable and dull, undeserving of the kind favor bestowed upon me by Sister Yuan and Brother Che. Have you practiced martial arts?" Qin Buyo inquired, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. "My skills are rudimentary, but I possess strength of 200 or 300 pounds, Lin Yi replied, lowering his gaze. Qin Buyo had heard from Yuan Fengming and Che Hai about this cousin and Apos' remarkable abilities, but found the details vague. His curiosity piqued. He wished to see for himself. The youth before him, dressed in tattered garments yet exuding a calm demeanor, perhaps embodied the extraordinary qualities of a countryman. However, Qin Buyo shrugged off any interest in Lin Yi, shaking his head dismissively. "Mu, take this Lin Yi to be settled," Qin Buyo instructed before rising gracefully and turning away. No longer regarding Lin Yi. "Yes, young master," the dark-skinned elder responded respectfully. He then turned and coldly said, "Follow me, kid." Lin Yi smiled faintly but remained silent, trailing behind the steward to a small courtyard. The steward halted and grunted, "You will stay here for now." Watching the steward's retreating figure, Lin Yi scratched his head. The steward's demeanor changed quickly. It was best not to dwell on it. He would simply make himself comfortable here. Before entering the courtyard, he quietly surveyed his surroundings with his spiritual awareness. The courtyard was modest, containing 5 or 6 rooms side by side, partially obscured by several large trees, giving it a compact appearance. Inside, there were 2 individuals and 1 more in a room. Lin Yi stepped inside casually. "Who are you? What do you want?" A booming voice rang out, echoing through the small courtyard. 2 young men, both around 17 or 18 years old, sat at a stone table. The one who had shouted was round-faced and sturdy, while the other had a slender, elongated face and remained silent. The 2 scrutinized Lin Yi with expressions full of questions. "I am Lin Yi, assigned here by the steward," Lin Yi replied politely with a fist salute. After a moment of mutual glance, the 2 stood up. "I am Jiang Fangdi, and this is Dai Yuan Hai. Haha. From now on, we shall look out for one another," the round-faced youth said cheerfully as he clasped his hands. The silent Dai Yuan Hai followed suit, nodding in acknowledgement. After Jiang Fangdi and Apos' introduction, he warmly invited Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, joining them at the stone table for a conversation. After sharing his own background, Jiang Fangdi also introduced Dai Yuan Hai, who remained taciturn, merely offering slight nods of agreement. Both Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuan Hai were descendants of the launching escort agency, as their fathers were escort masters. The children of escort masters with meritorious service could be recommended by the agency to join the Tianlong sect as outer disciples, representing a form of reward or compensation from the agency. Dai Yuan Hai's father had tragically perished during an escort mission several years prior, and his somber demeanor hinted at the weight of that loss. "Let me call you Brother Lin," Jiang Fangdi exclaimed heartily. Aware that he was a year older than Lin Yi, he took pride in saying, "Where do you hail from, Brother Lin?" "You flatter me, Jiang." "I come from Sipin County," Lin Yi replied with a smile. Jiang Fangdi, sociable and open, quickly struck up an amiable rapport with Lin Yi. Through their conversation, Lin Yi gleaned some insights regarding the Tianlong sect. Among the outer disciples, there were various roles, such as caretakers of the gates, cleaners, and gardeners. Tasks deemed beneath the inner disciples were typically assigned to the outer disciples. Nonetheless, the sect also imparted some basic martial arts for the outer disciples to practice, enabling the outstanding ones to receive advanced teachings. Furthermore, these outer disciples had the opportunity to earn a living by working for the escort agency. thus providing an additional means of subsistence. In contrast, the inner disciples were the elite of the sect, dedicated from a young age to mastering the sect's profound martial arts, serving as the backbone of its development and existence. After listening to Jiang Fangdi and Apos' enthusiastic recounting, Lin Yi asked, "Do outer disciples lose their eligibility to become inner disciples?" Jiang Fangdi grimaced and shook his head. "Inner disciples all have masters. What master would want to take on a disciple in their 20s? He then chuckled. However, given the Tianlong sect and Apos' reputation in the martial world, even as an outer disciple, one carries considerable prestige. Joining the Tianlong sect opens boundless prospects. Noticing Lin Yi and Apos' naivety, Jiang Fangdi became even more animated, eagerly sharing tales of the sect and the martial world. In the realm of martial arts, there are 6 revered figures known as the Dragon, the Two Waters, and the Three Mountains. The Heavenly Dragon sect refers to the Tianlong faction. The Two Waters symbolizes the Songhai Gang and the Pai Gang. The Three Mountains denote the 3 sects built upon the mountains, namely the Qishanshenwei Hall, the Gushan Wui sect, and the Baiyun Daoist Temple on Tingyan Peak. Numerous other sects exist, some of which remain obscure due to lack of strength, while others shun fame and fortune, thus remaining hidden in the martial world. The Heavenly Dragon sect has long dominated the realm of martial arts. Within its ranks, there are countless disciples, among whom many talented youths possess formidable martial skills. Additionally, there are elders whose martial prowess is unfathomable, complemented by the legendary divine weapons and elixirs that have long circulated in the martial community. Hence, the Heavenly Dragon sect is regarded as a sacred sanctuary by martial artists. Disciples of the sect don garments of varying colors, symbolizing their respective ranks. Outer disciples wear gray robes, while inner disciples are distinguished by colors: blue, green, red, and purple. Purple is the most prestigious, denoting the sect leader. Red signifies elders. Green is for hall masters or first-generation inner disciples. And blue is the common attire for inner disciples, which further subdivides into 3 ranks. Jiang Fangdi spoke animatedly, his enthusiasm palpable, while Lin Yi maintained a demeanor of humility and focus, allowing Jiang to indulge in his boasting. This garnered Lin a favorable impression from his new companion. In truth, Lin Yi paid little heed to Jiang Fangdi and Apos' discourse on the various sects and their attire. His mind was preoccupied with other matters. Seizing a pause in Jiang's monologue, Lin Yi interjected, "Brother Jiang, your knowledge is truly extensive. Yet, I am curious, why does the Heavenly Dragon sect accept disciples only once every 10 years? The origins of this matter are indeed unknown to most, but fortunate for you. You have asked Jiang," he exclaimed, thumping his chest in self-praise. "Oh, pray, enlighten me, Brother Jiang," Lin Yi urged, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Every 10 years. The Heavenly Dragon sect sends disciples to travel the world. Although the specifics remain elusive, it has become customary for the sect to recruit new disciples prior to these journeys." Jiang Fangdi affirmed confidently. "And where do the traveling disciples go? How long until they return?" Lin Yi inquired eagerly. "Such details are beyond my knowledge, Brother Lin." "Why the sudden interest?" Jiang Fangdi questioned, puzzled. A chill ran through Lin Yi. These were the sect's secrets, and how could Jiang Fangdi possibly know? His keen interest might raise suspicions, prompting him to silently chastise himself. With a composed facade, Lin Yi shook his head, sighing, "I truly envy the talents within those sects. When will we, too, be able to laugh disdainfully at the world?" Brother Lin, such aspirations are commendable. A good man should indeed strive for greatness. Yet, being an outer disciple is no easy feat." Jiang Fangdi chuckled heartily, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder in encouragement. Though Jiang Fangdi appeared open and gregarious, he was not without discernment. One must possess self-awareness. Lin Yi recognized his own naivety, the teachings of his master, the counsel of Mr. Su, and the reminders from Yuan Fengming echoed in his mind, serving as a cautionary guide. Time passed swiftly in conversation, and before long, it was time for dinner. "Greetings, brothers," came a bright voice. A girl of 16 or 17 appeared before the trio. The unexpected presence of a girl did not startle Lin Yi. His senses were acutely aware of the surroundings. However, he could not help but wonder who she was. "This is Miss Su Yu, and this is Lin Yi, who has just arrived. Let us introduce ourselves," Jiang Fangdi boisterously proclaimed, living up to Lin Yi's expectations. Miss Su had a fair complexion, a delicate chin, and striking features. Clad in a beautiful peach-colored dress. Before she could speak, her cheeks flushed pink as she bowed to Lin Yi, saying, "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin." Lin Yi thought to himself. I have yet to become an outer disciple, yet I am already referred to as a senior brother? Nonetheless, with Su Yu's bashful demeanor, did she also aspire to be an outer disciple like himself? He rose to return the greeting, saying, No need for formality, Miss Su. You may call me Lin Yi. Yes, senior brother Lin. Su Yu replied softly, her gaze fixed on her feet. The master of the escort agency brought in the meal, and the four gathered around the stone table to dine. As they ate, Jiang Fangdi continued to chatter, while Su Yu and Dai Yuanhai remained silent, leaving Lin Yi to occasionally chime in. After dinner, the group retreated to their quarters. Lin Yi chose a room to settle in, which was well furnished with a bed, table, and chairs. Jiang Fangdi dropped by to invite him for a stroll, but recalling the stern countenance of the wooden steward, Lin Yi deemed it wiser to decline. He feigned fatigue from the day's exertions and graciously refused his friend's hospitality. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Yi held the wine gourd in his hands. During dinner, Jiang Fangdi had jested about his fondness for alcohol. The gourd, left by his master, was small and purple-yellow, roughly the size of a palm, containing just a pound of wine. Lin Yi uncorked the gourd and took a sip. A warm, invigorating sensation coursed down his throat and into his chest. Feeling a sense of comfort, Lin Yi toyed with the gourd, calming his thoughts. He silently practiced the Xiantian heart method, but his cultivation at the 5th level showed no signs of progress. Yet, he remained hopeful about the 6th level of the heart method. It was said that at this level, one could manipulate spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around themselves, and with deeper mastery, could even create offensive and defensive weapons, known as the Xiantian shield. Sitting in stillness, Lin Yi meticulously contemplated the 6th level's techniques. After a long while, a smile brightened his face. He began to recite the incantation silently, and with a flicker of his consciousness, a white glow enveloped him, flickering in and out of sight. A thin veil of spiritual energy now enveloped Lin Yi, rendering him somewhat ethereal in the dark room, filling the space with an air of mystery. After repeatedly practicing, Lin Yi felt elated. The 6th level's energy shield could only be activated through the 6th level's consciousness, and since his consciousness had already surpassed the 5th level, he was confident it would be similar to the 6th. To his delight, he succeeded in his attempts, though he could not yet create a true Xiantian shield. He felt satisfied to have acquired an additional protective spell. He recited a few more words, and the glow faded as he dismissed the shield. Each time he made progress in his cultivation, Lin Yi experienced immense joy, yet he had no one to share it with. A smile crept onto his lips as he summoned the wine gourd before him, and with a slight thought, he produced a piece of spiritual stone in his hand. Gently pinching it, he broke off a piece the size of a bean and dropped it into the gourd, chuckling to himself as he tossed it aside. The benefits of the divination of the divine were plentiful, and Lin Yi silently praised it before regaining his composure. Calming his mind, he formed hand seals and began to practice the divination of the divine. Within a sea of consciousness, a minuscule golden dragon sword floated, its blade shimmering with a faint golden light. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Jiang Fangdi's booming voice echoed outside. Lin Yi, who had sat quietly through the night, slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows. Jiang Fangdi was incessantly restless. Lin Yi responded, scanning the gourd beside him with his senses and noting no changes. Slightly disappointed, he picked it up and uncorked it. A rich aroma of wine wafted forth, mingled with a hint of spiritual energy. Unable to resist, Lin Yi raised the gourd to his lips and took a sip. A faint trace of spiritual energy surged into his energy sea, coursing through his limbs and bones. The unexpected delight from this unintentional act brought Lin Yi joy, evident in his bright expression. The spiritual stones were too precious to waste. He feared running out. However, using it in this manner, transforming it into spiritual wine for consumption, alleviated his current predicament in cultivation. Good morning, Brother Lin. Jiang Fangdi greeted cheerfully as Lin Yi emerged. You've risen even earlier. Lin Yi replied, his face alight with ease. The wood steward has instructed that today everyone should go out to procure personal items. Jiang Fangdi spoke with a semblance of seriousness, then raised his brow and leaned toward Lin Yi's ear, whispering, First thing tomorrow morning, we shall head to the Tianlong sect. Before Lin Yi could respond, he burst into laughter. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, noticing Dai Yuanhai and Su Yu also exiting the house. Perhaps Jiang Fangdi's laughter was infectious. As smiles graced the faces of both individuals, the group decided to venture out, as Lin Yi was still quite unfamiliar with Qin City. After exchanging pleasantries, just as they were about to set off together, a robust figure, seemingly carried by the wind, swept in, scattering fallen leaves and blocking their path. Following a cackling laugh, a young man in splendid attire appeared before them. "Apologies for keeping you all waiting," he exclaimed. "I, Jin Ke, am late and am truly sorry." "Haha, my apologies." This individual, with a yellow complexion and a lion-like nose, appeared to be around 17 or 18, his face adorned with an arrogant grin, bowing repeatedly to everyone in the courtyard. Before anyone could respond, his eyes gleamed as he fixated on Su Yu, exclaiming, "Ah, there is a beautiful junior sister as well. Allow me to extend my greetings." His gaze roamed over Su Yu, unabashedly appraising her. Su Yu, caught off guard, felt her neck flush with embarrassment. "Who are you? You speak even more than Jiang," Jiang Fangdi remarked, his brow furrowing in discontent. Dai Yuanhai's expression turned slightly frosty, remaining silent, while Lin Yi, too, furrowed his brow lightly. The brazen fellow before them was the same person who had jostled and teased him at the dock. It was puzzling why he had come without followers. Seeing Jiang Fangdi glaring at him, Jin Ke quickly withdrew his gaze from Su Yu, and, with a flattering tone, asked, "What do we call this senior brother?" "I am Jiang Fangdi. This is Dai Yuanhai, and this young lady is Su Yu, and the one behind is Lin Yi." As Jiang Fangdi gestured towards Lin Yi, he shed the pretense he had at the dock. In a calm and composed manner, Lin Yi replied, meeting Jin Ke's gaze with serenity. "Ah, so it is you. The country bumpkin? Haha, this lad is quite amusing." Jin Ke exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Lin Yi, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he asked, "What are you doing here? Could it be that you are also?" Jiang Fangdi, sensing the tension, interjected, "Since brother Jin is one of us, we will surely have plenty of opportunities to bond in the future. Are you also going out today?" Jin Ke's eyes sparkled as he replied, "I heard from my grandfather about several companions residing here. I have yet to visit everyone, so I thought to join you all today." With a quirky smile directed at Lin Yi, he turned and led the way out. Jiang Fangdi chuckled, signaling his companions to follow suit. Lin Yi, feeling unoffended but bemused by the sudden camaraderie, reflected on the vastness of the world. It was large enough to separate one from family, yet small enough to force encounters with loathed individuals. This world, indeed, held a peculiar sense of irony. Jin Ke, belittling Lin Yi's attire, seemed to take pleasure in mocking him. "Very well. Enjoy yourself," Lin Yi thought, forcing a smile as he followed the group out of the courtyard. As they stepped outside, Jin Ke took the lead, turning a corner and exiting the Longqing escort agency through a side door. On the bustling street, Jin Ke invited Su Yu and Jiang Fangdi to walk alongside him, while the three engaged in light-hearted banter. Jin Ke frequently complimented Su Yu, causing the shy young woman to blush deeply, her cheeks a perpetual rosy hue, much to Jin Ke's delight. He was also cautious not to neglect Jiang Fangdi, sharing laughter and jest with him as they walked. Dai Yuanhai remained quietly behind, his expression unchanged. Lin Yi trailed at the rear, hands clasped behind him, observing the scenery around him. Qin City boasted 3 major streets running east to west, a single street running north to south, and numerous alleys connecting all directions. A tributary of the Qin River flowed through the city, spanned by a grand stone arch bridge. Boats bobbed gently on the water, reflecting the sunlight that danced upon the surface. Standing on the bridge, Lin Yi took in the contrasting sights of the shore and the river, both evoking a sense of serenity. Lin Yi had little need for new possessions. His clothes, worn and tattered, had long ceased to bother him. Rather than shopping, he felt more like a mere attendant following Jiang Fangdi and the others. The group primarily consisted of Su Yu acquiring some cosmetics, with Jin Ke scrambling to produce coins. Su Yu, unable to refuse, blushed even more, surrendering to Jin Ke's insistence, who became increasingly animated and exuberant. Qin City was the largest city Lin Yi had ever seen, likely housing over 100,000 souls. The shops lining the streets offered a dazzling array of novel goods, overwhelming the senses. The streets were thronged with people, bustling and lively. As they wandered aimlessly, time flew by, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Jin Ke called out incessantly, insisting on treating everyone to a grand meal. Jiang Fangdi readily agreed. Dai Yuanhai had no objections, and Su Yu, being indecisive, simply went along. Lin Yi shrugged, adopting a non-committal stance, yet thought to himself that one should not refuse a free meal. He followed the others into a bustling restaurant. The establishment was lively, filled to capacity with diners on the first floor, leaving no room to stand. The 5 companions ascended to the second floor, where 2 tables by the window remained vacant. Standing by the window, they enjoyed a splendid view of the river, making it an ideal spot for conviviality. Jin Ku, noticing Lin Yi's arrival, grew even more pleased and remarked, "This restaurant, I presume, is a first for you, Brother Lin? Is it due to Suyu's presence?" he thought. As Jin Ku no longer referred to him as a bumpkin, Lin Yi nodded calmly in affirmation. "Ah, this establishment is called Pinkschwitz. The famed immortal's drunkenness wine is particularly renowned here, and the preparation of river delicacies is unparalleled. Su sister, do savor it later," Jin Ku exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yi. Then turning to Jiang Fangdi, he added, "Today marks our first gathering with Brother Jiang. We must drink heartily." "Haha. I, Jiang, am a straightforward person and drink without hesitation," Jiang Fangdi replied with a hearty laugh. Seated at the head table was Jin Ku, with Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuan at his right, while Siyu sat to Jin Ku and Amp, Appos, S left. Lin Yi took a seat at the lower end, appearing as though he were merely awaiting the meal. In a short while, the food and drinks were served. Jiang Fangdi, not one to hold back, poured wine for everyone, including Suyu, who could not refuse. Lin Yi, however, raised his hand in refusal, his expression resolute. "I have my own wine," he said, gesturing to the gourd he held, offering an apologetic smile to Jiang Fangdi. Jiang Fangdi was perplexed, wondering if Lin Yi would only drink the wine he had brought. The immortal's drunkenness was a famous wine in Qin City, with a single jar costing a tael of silver. Jin Ku, upon noticing, let out a derisive snort. He waved Jiang Fangdi off, saying, "Do not mind him. This Lin brother is satisfied with a bowl of rice. He isn't accustomed to lavish feasts." With that, he chuckled to himself, finding amusement in the situation. Seeing Lin Yi remain unfazed, Jiang Fangdi chose to let it go. Siyu cast a curious glance at Lin Yi, then lowered her head, her neck flushed with crimson. Dai Yuan Hai, in a moment of inadvertence, cast a deep glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, oblivious, picked up his bamboo chopsticks and began to eat heartily, occasionally lifting his gourd for a sip, his demeanor one of utmost contentment. Jin Ku and Jiang Fangdi clinked their cups and exchanged pleasantries, reveling in their camaraderie. Jiang Fangdi invited Lin Yi to join in their drinking, to which Lin Yi responded with a smile, raising the gourd in his hand. Jin Ku had long urged Suyu to drink, but the pretentious demeanor of Lin Yi before him only intensified his disdain. The presence of this rustic youth irked him, and he could no longer contain his irritation, admonishing Lin Yi, "Pray tell, Brother Lin, how much wine can you possibly contain in that mere gourd of yours? Is it not subpar wine? Today, I, Jin, host you. Do you wish to undermine my hospitality?" Lin Yi, surveying the bustling tavern, noticed that the adjacent empty table was now occupied. Just as he pondered this, Jin Ku's taunts reached his ears. "Oh, how could I dare? I am merely unaccustomed to fine wines. Facing such a rare vintage, I find myself apprehensive, fearing that overindulgence might bring shame upon you, Brother Jin." With a smile, Lin Yi retorted, neither soft nor harsh. "Let us dispense with the pretense. I shall drink 3 cups with you, should you decline again. It would be tantamount to insulting me." Jin Ku, intoxicated with both wine and arrogance, glared with bloodshot eyes, a cruel smile playing upon his lips, eager to unleash his pinned-up frustration upon Lin Yi. "Oh, is it merely the desire to drink? This jug cannot contain more than 5 pounds of wine." Lin Yi feigned ignorance, smacking his lips and shaking his head, muttering, "This much is scarcely enough for gargling. You? Very well, I shall provide you with a jug each." Jin Ku seethed, pondering how dare this countryside bumpkin challenge him at the table. Slamming his hand upon the table, he summoned the waiter for more wine. The patrons on the second floor, attracted by the commotion, exchanged curious glances and whispers. As the waiter was about to leave upon Jin Ku's orders, Lin Yi called him back. Jin Ku's expression turned mocking, thinking the rural lad was already showing signs of weakness. Lin Yi smiled at the waiter. "No need for trouble. Just bring 6 jugs at once. That should suffice to spare you the hassle of running back and forth." A hush fell over the upstairs crowd, only to be followed by a buzz of laughter. Jin Ku's fury only intensified, his eyes narrowing with disdain as he regarded Lin Yi with a mixture of pity and anger. Soon after, the waiter returned with 6 jugs of wine. "How fortunate that Brother Jin is treating. It would be remiss of me not to accompany you," Lin Yi declared, lifting a jug, breaking the seal, and gesturing with a smile towards Jin Ku. With that, he positioned himself confidently, grasping the jug with one hand, tilting it back, and in an instant, emptied it as if a rainbow had plunged into water. With a soft clink, he placed the empty jug on the table, wiping his mouth, his demeanor unchanged. Still bearing a faint smile as he addressed Jin Ku, "I offer this toast in respect. Brother Jin, please. Dai Yuanhai and Zhang Fengdi exchanged astonished glances. Linny, amidst laughter, had consumed an entire jug without a hint of inebriation. This divine wine was known for its potency, otherwise, it would not carry such a name. Siyu's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with surprise. Jin Ke's eyes twitched with unease, but he was unwilling to be outdone. Gritting his teeth, he seized a jug from the table, broke the seal, and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. Jin Ke downed his jug, his cheeks flushed, breathing heavily. His gaze fixed on Linny with a predatory intensity. Bravo, Brother Jin. You are truly forthright. I admire that. It is often said that the world is filled with heroes, and who says there are no men among drinkers? Linny clapped in praise, then, scratching his head with a feigned difficulty, added, but if I were to get drunk, who would settle the bill? At these words, Jin Ke's vision blurred. It was one thing for Jin, the young master, to indulge in revelry. But to imply he would skip out on paying was akin to a public slap to his face. Young Master Jin lacked nothing but would never be accused of being short of silver. Gritting his teeth, he shot back, "You country bumpkin. I have more silver than you can imagine." With a loud clap, Jin Ke produced a silver ingot from his cloak and slammed it onto the table. "Bring me another jug." Without waiting for Linny, Jin Ke lifted another jug and drained it. Jiang Fengdi and the others exchanged glances, silently observing Linny. Lin Yi's expression darkened for a moment before he chuckled, addressing the trio, "Do not blame me. It is Brother Jin who insists on drinking. Perhaps someone will need to be carried back shortly, so do not forget." Jiang Fengdi smiled wryly, aware that Lin Yi appeared to be a simpleton. He recognized Jin Ke's bullying, understanding that Lin Yi's patience was being tested, and there was no need to provoke someone of Jin's stature. Yet, the situation was undeniably peculiar. Was Jin Ke ensnaring himself, or was Lin Yi leading him into a trap? Dai Yuanhai remained silent, but his expression hinted at newfound alertness. Siyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, casting a teasing glance at Lin Yi. Unperturbed by their gazes, Lin Yi retained the demeanor of a naive country boy, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Moments later, Jin Ke downed his second jug, his gaze becoming unfocused, his body swaying, no longer able to glare at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, then reached for another jug, pouring it down with a series of satisfying sounds. The wine vanishing into his stomach as the effects of the alcohol dissipated like mist. He tilted the jug, emptying it completely, still appearing as clear-headed as ever, as if he had only just begun drinking. Seeing Jin Ke struggle to focus, Lin Yi smiled. "Brother Jin, you have a remarkable capacity. Care for another?" Jin Ke, speechless and dazed, groped for the jug. Alas, why go through this? Lin Yi sighed softly, breaking open a third jug, not glancing at Jin Ke, and indulging himself. He flipped the jug upside down with a soft clink, placing it on the table. After finishing the third jug, his expression remained unchanged, his gaze clear and perceptive. At this rate, attempting to intoxicate Lin Yi would be a formidable challenge. Reputation is earned, not coerced. Jin Ke's repeated provocations had led to this moment of reckoning. Before Jin Ke could reach for the jug, he crumpled to the ground like a limp rag doll. Siyu gasped softly, while Jiang Fengdi chuckled, "Brother Lin, I never expected you to possess such extraordinary drinking prowess." He stood up to assist Jin Ke. "This Brother Jin has downed 10 jugs and still fell. That is quite an impressive feat. I was anticipating him finishing the third jug." Lin Yi spread his hands, feigning innocence. The onlookers upstairs marveled at Lin Yi and Appo's drinking ability, and the lively atmosphere continued unabated. As the group finished their meal, Dai Yuanhai went to fetch a carriage, while Jiang Fengdi half-supported, half-dragged Jin Ke down the stairs. Lin Yi rose, preparing to follow Siyu when a deep, resonant voice called from behind him. "My good fellow, you have quite the capacity for drink. Would you care to share another cup?" Turning around, Lin Yi saw a robust, red-faced, middle-aged man from the neighboring table, eyeing him with admiration. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi smiled and replied, "I would be delighted to join you, good sir." He grabbed the remaining jug belonging to Jin Ke and made his way over. Siyu glanced back, hesitating to speak, but Lin Yi turned abruptly, smiling, "Please, Miss Su, and Brother Jiang, do go ahead. I shall join you shortly." The latter was busily responding, as the rosy clouds filled the sky and 2 morning stars twinkled above. At the neighboring table sat a man with a round face and keen eyes, smiling brightly at Lin Yi. "I am Lin Yi. Pleased to meet you both." Lin Yi placed the wine jar on the table and clasped his hands in greeting. "Haha, I am Gu Tianshi. This is my brother Li Kai. Please, young brother, take a seat." Gu Tianshi patted his chest and extended his palm towards the round-faced man, laughing heartily. "I must say, Lin brother, Your drinking capacity is remarkable. I admire you. How about we share a few bowls together? With that, Gu Tianshi set 2 large bowls on the table. Very well. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, pouring wine for Gu Tianshi before filling his own bowl. When Lin Yi had approached the neighboring table earlier, he had recognized these 2 men. 3 years ago, he had witnessed an incident at the Taiping restaurant in Taiping town and remembered that Gu Tianshi belonged to the Iron Fist sect, while the round-faced man, Li Kai, belonged to the Iron Spear sect. Why had these men from the martial world come to Qin City? As Lin Yi pondered this, he engaged in a drinking contest with Jin Ke. Now that the 2 had invited him, he was keen to learn more about the martial world. Why not indulge in this opportunity? Gu Tianshi and Lin Yi drank 3 bowls together, both exclaiming how delightful it was. Seeing the young man consume 3 jars of wine and 15 jin without changing color, Gu Tianshi could not help but marvel at his capacity. You're too kind, Gu brother. I merely have a bit of a beer belly and can handle a little more wine, Lin Yi said with a light laugh, raising his bowl. I also toast to brotherly. Aha, Lin brother, you flatter me. Cheers. Li Kai's eyes squinted with a smile as he bowed slightly and drank heartily. May I ask, where do you find your fortune, Lin brother? Li Kai set down his cup, his smile unwavering as he gazed intently at Lin Yi. Indeed. Your accent suggests you're not from around here, Gu Tianshi inquired with curiosity. Lin Yi cast a discerning glance at Li Kai, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, I hail from Sipin County, alone in the world. Currently, I am residing at the Longqing Escort Agency. Oh, the Longqing Escort Agency is quite renowned, Li Kai remarked, his eyes glinting with interest. May I inquire what brings you both to Qin City? Lin Yi asked casually, not allowing Li Kai to elaborate. I've heard from Brother Li that the Tianlong sect is about to recruit disciples. Thus, I came with my brother to observe the excitement. Gu Tianshi candidly replied. Li Kai's brow furrowed momentarily before he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, saying, yes, it is indeed rare. They recruit disciples only once every 10 years. However, the scenery in Qin City is truly splendid, haha. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, Lin Yi reminisced about the rumors in the martial world and the various follies driven by greed. He shook his head inwardly and replied, the high mountains and flowing waters here indeed display remarkable beauty. Lin Yi felt discomfort at Li Kai's tone, though he had a favorable impression of Gu Tianshi and sought an excuse to leave. Yes, such a magnificent view stirs many sects to action. It is an excellent opportunity, Li Kai remarked, his gaze fixed on his wine cup, speaking in a peculiar tone, yet maintaining a smile that concealed something sinister. Lin Yi observed this and felt a stirring within him. However, as a newcomer to Qin City, he surely would not meet their expectations. Dealing with scheming individuals was exhausting. Gu brother, I am still quite naive regarding the martial world and do not grasp many matters. Yet, seeing your impressive demeanor, I assume your sect is renowned in the martial world? A straightforward person's flattery can often deceive, yet such praise from an honest man is pleasing to the ears. Was Lin Yi truly an honest man? Gu Tianshi, impressed by Lin Yi's unpretentious exterior and remarkable drinking ability, felt a sense of affinity. Perhaps those who enjoy wine are inherently similar. Moreover, Lin Yi's discerning words further delighted him. It turned out that the Iron Fist sect and the Iron Spear sect shared a common ancestor, later divided into 2 factions. Gu Tianshi and Li Kai were the respective leaders of these sections. With this connection, it was no wonder the 2 were together, displaying a spirit of rivalry. These 2 sects belonged to the many minor factions within the martial world. To invigorate their sects, they toiled tirelessly, yet the legacy of a sect is fixed. To elevate their standing in the martial world requires their own prowess. However, with shortcuts available through rumored divine weapons and elixirs, they would not miss such opportunities. It seemed that the martial world's turbulence had never ceased. Enhancing personal martial skills is challenging, but elevating a sect status in the martial world is even more arduous. Lin Yi felt sympathy for the plight of their sects, yet upon contemplating the Xianyuan temple, he could not help but feel deeply for the safety of the father and son, Tianfu. After finishing a jar of wine with the 2, Lin Yi took his leave, leaving Li Kai somewhat disheartened. Those within the martial world were well aware of the connection between the Longqing Escort Agency and the Tianlong sect, and Li Kai wished to glean more information from Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi remained tight-lipped, rendering Li Kai's efforts futile. If only Li Kai understood that this rustic lad was more familiar with the Tianlong sect than he was. One could only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. As Lin Yi departed the tavern, he glanced up and noticed a winery by the roadside, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the Qianxiu Fu plaque hanging above the entrance. He stepped inside, and though the proprietor and staff did not recognize him, Lin Yi cheerfully produced silver to purchase 2 large jars of qianqiufu. With the 2 jars he had remaining, he now possessed 40 jin of this exquisite brew, a delightful treat. Arriving at the Longqing escort agency, Lin Yi sought the side entrance he had used earlier. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the sound of galloping hooves approaching. He turned to see 2 women on horseback arriving before the agency. Housekeeper Mu hurriedly emerged from within, his demeanor respectful as he approached them. Lin Yi contemplated silently and smiled at the gatekeeper, but to his surprise, the man shook his head in response. Startled, Lin Yi quickly explained that he resided within and had just stepped out that morning. The gatekeeper remained indifferent, extending his hand with an expressionless face, saying, "Your badge?" Lin Yi's expression soured. He spread his hands and explained, "I did have an iron badge, but I returned it to the young escort leader." The gatekeeper raised his head, dismissively waving his hands, showing no inclination to speak further, indicating that Lin Yi should leave quickly. Seeing this, Lin Yi could only laugh bitterly and shake his head. Turning to walk away, he thought to himself, "What is this? I had no trouble leaving, but now I need a badge to enter?" The housekeeper never mentioned it. I should have asked Jiang Fangdi and the others, but who could have anticipated this? Was he to go to the main entrance, declare his identity, and plead for permission to enter? Forget it. It was best not to trouble himself with their expressions. Lin Yi turned to a corner of the escort agency's wall, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He feigned nonchalance, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. With a subtle hand gesture, he vanished from sight, then sprang lightly over the tall courtyard wall, landing softly within the yard. A faint glow flickered as Lin Yi revealed himself. He did not look up, but made his way toward his quarters. Senior Lin is back. Just before entering the courtyard, he was greeted by Su Yu's bright voice, which prompted Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai to rise upon hearing her call. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, exchanging greetings with Jiang Fangdi and the others. Su Yu, with her bright eyes, clearly appeared to be in good spirits. "Haha, it's wonderful that you are here, Lin brother. We were worried you might drink too much and not return." Jiang Fangdi approached Lin Yi, patting him on the shoulder and chuckling. "You truly have impressive drinking capacity. Even someone as robust as Jin cannot withstand your prowess." "Haha, I'm in awe." Director Jin's robust physique made Lin Yi appear all the more slender in comparison. However, his ability to drink more was hardly a trait worthy of envy, as he merely possessed a wine jar. Lin Yi waved his hand modestly. With a chuckle, Siyu dashed back into the house. Jiang Fangdi laughed heartily. "Haha, I too wish to be a wine jar, but I fear I could not hold much wine." "Brother Lin, you truly have a way with words." Lin Yi, puzzled by Su Yu's laughter, realized that he had indeed played a trick on Director Jin today. Turning to Jiang Fangdi, he inquired, "Brother Jiang, is Director Jin all right?" Jiang Fangdi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "He simply drank too much. A good night's sleep will remedy that." However, Dai Yuanhai frowned slightly at this. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi turned and smiled, asking, "Brother Dai, do you have something to say?" Dai Yuanhai, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before replying. "When we returned, we noticed Butler Mu was quite displeased." "Brother Lin, I trust you are aware of this." Dai Yuanhai's rare willingness to speak and his measured words endeared him to Lin Yi, subtly advising him to be cautious in the future. Offending both Butler Mu and Director Jin would surely lead to troublesome days ahead. Yet, Lin Yi felt somewhat wronged. What had he done to earn such concern from the elder and the younger? One step at a time, he thought. If you provoke me, you better be prepared. The group continued their light-hearted banter in the courtyard until dinner, after which they each returned to their quarters. Lin Yi sat on his bed, several wine jars before him, resembling a street vendor selling wine. Yet, he held a wine gourd, deep in contemplation. With a flick of his finger, a small spirit stone floated from the gourd into his palm. The faint spiritual energy mingled with the aroma of the wine, gradually dissipating into the air. He capped the gourd, ensuring no trace of spiritual energy leaked from it. This gourd was remarkable, capable of containing spiritual energy without dispersing it. A true treasure. Where had his master obtained such an item? Lin Yi gently closed his eyes, reflecting on whether there were any relevant records in the compendium of herbal gatherings or the chronicles of Eastern travels. Eventually, he found a description in the Chronicles of Eastern Travels, detailing a gourd that grows beneath perilous cliffs on an island, taking 100 years to bear fruit. The gourd, purple with yellow hues, was known as the purple gold gourd, favored by immortals. However, the text did not elaborate on its applications. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire his master, such a rare earthly treasure, cultivated over a century. made him ponder where and when his master had acquired it during his travels. Surely, the gourd in his hand was the purple gold gourd. Regardless, anything left behind by his master was undoubtedly precious. He tossed the spirit stone into the gourd, beckoning as a silken stream of sweet brew, akin to a slender silver dragon, flowed from the jar into the gourd. With a flick of his finger, the silver dragon gracefully retreated, and the gourd was now full. After securing the gourd, Lin Yi took a spirit stone, crushed it into several pieces, and added them to the wine jar. He eagerly anticipated the effects this self-crafted spirit wine would have on his cultivation. Having completed the brewing, Lin Yi explored the courtyard with his consciousness before extinguishing the oil lamp. In the stillness of the night, he entered a tranquil meditative state. The following morning, Lin Yi and Jiang Fangdi, accompanied by 2 others, arrived at the front yard of the escort agency. Numerous individuals were gathered there, and Lin Yi observed the surroundings as he trailed behind the others. In front of the hall stood Qin Buyo in white attire. The bowing figure of Butler Mu had a dark complexion, and it was none other than Director Jean, whose spirits appeared less than stellar after a night of drinking. 2 women stood out beside Qin Buyo, exuding an air of distinction, while several escort agency members lingered at a distance. Upon seeing the group approach, Butler Mu respectfully announced, "Young master, everyone has arrived." Qin Buyo surveyed the crowd with a smile, exclaiming, "These individuals are all recommended by our agency to the Tianlong sect. From now on, you shall be members of the Tianlong sect. I hope you will all be diligent and cautious, avoiding any slothfulness." Director Jean led the bowing, while Jiang Fangdi and Lin Yi followed suit. "Cousin, since you are returning today, accompany them on the journey. It will be beneficial for mutual support." Qin Buyo gently instructed the woman in green beside him. The woman in green flashed a charming smile, assuring, "Rest easy, cousin. When you find good cosmetics in Qin City, do not forget to bring some back for me. Sister Sue, let us be off," she added with a playful laugh, taking the hand of the woman in white as they made their way out. Outside the agency's gate, a dozen horses had appeared. The woman in green gracefully leapt onto her horse, her figure lithe and captivating. Butler Mu also mounted a horse with ease, commanding Jiang Fangdi and the others. "1 horse each. Mount up and let us be on our way." 2 escort members armed with weapons swiftly mounted their horses as well. Jiang Fangdi and the others, accustomed to such proceedings, followed suit. Lin Yi stood there, somewhat dazed. Even Suyu, usually shy, appeared gallant atop her horse. In an instant, everyone had mounted, leaving Lin Yi standing alone, glancing around, filled with admiration for those on horseback. Just as Qin Buyo was about to bid farewell, he noticed Lin Yi's awkward stance. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you not on a horse?" Butler Mu barked impatiently. Director Jean, seated atop his horse, twitched his shoulder, a hint of a smile breaking through his pallor. Jiang Fangdi and the others shared expressions of surprise. Is there truly someone in the martial world who cannot ride a horse? Qin Buyo stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, chuckling. "Brother, do you perhaps not know how to ride?" Lin Yi forced an awkward smile, admitting, "I have never ridden before." "Ah, who is this?" You." The woman in green burst into laughter. "My name is Lin Yi. May I ask for your guidance?" He responded casually. "Not that. Aha, you are killing me. You cannot ride. Are you planning to run 200 miles to keep up?" Lin Yi felt a pang of anxiety. Who knew they would be riding? He had grown up watching horses run but had never ridden one himself. If it came to running, he doubted he could keep up with the horses. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not dwell on such thoughts. The Dragon City Escort Agency was truly impressive, producing such a number of horses in an instant. Noticing the various expressions of the onlookers, Butler Mu's patience waned. Lin Yi shook his head vigorously, dismissing his worries, and repeatedly bowed to Qin Buyo and the mounted individuals, saying, "I have never ridden before. Will I be able to learn? I do not know, but I shall give it a try." With that, he approached one of the horses. Butler Mu's dark complexion hardened as he coldly remarked, "Who has the time to wait for you to learn to ride? You might as well practice here first." He forced a smile towards Qin Buyo, stating, "Young master, what do you think?" Jiang Fangdi and Su Yu exchanged anxious glances, silently lamenting that if Lin Yi missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to join the Tianlong sect later. Haha, can one learn to ride in an instant? The green-clad woman continued to laugh. This country bumpkin had surely found the most amusing spectacle during his visit to Qin City. Qin Buyo hesitated, preparing to speak, when he turned to Lin Yi and was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi, mimicking others, grasped the stirrup, pulled on the saddle, and managed to mount the horse. Unbeknownst to him, as he tugged on the reins, the horse began to prance and spin in circles. Lin Yi remained unfazed, gently patting the horse's belly as he murmured, "Steady now. I am Lin Yi. Let me ride for a moment." "Ha! You are killing me." The woman in green could no longer contain herself, and her laughter, akin to silver bells, soared into the air. Among the crowd, apart from the ever-somber housekeeper, everyone else erupted into laughter, the sound of their derision echoing around them. Lin Yi, startled, glanced around, seemingly unaware of the reason behind their mirth. Instead, he wore a relaxed expression and inquired, "Which direction shall we take?" The crowd stared at Lin Yi, puzzled by his words, save for Dai Yuanhai, who offered a slight nod in understanding. Lin Yi, as if oblivious to their gazes, turned to Qin Buyo and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "Young Master Qin, I shall take my leave." With one hand steadying the saddle and the other gently patting the horse's belly, he murmured to himself, "Steed, let us proceed through the eastern gate." The horse, as if comprehending his words, trotted lightly, its hooves echoing softly along the street as it ventured eastward. Lin Yi maintained a casual grip on the saddle, sitting firmly atop the horse. The laughter of the onlookers faltered momentarily, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they absorbed the unfolding scene. "Wait for me. This lad is quite intriguing." The woman in green, her keen eyes sparkling, urged her horse forward to catch up. Qin Buyo, too, was taken aback, pondering whether there truly existed a person capable of conversing with horses. He was enveloped in confusion, thinking perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Lin Yi, experiencing the thrill of horseback riding for the first time, felt an extraordinary sensation. He did not truly understand the language of horses. Rather, as he spoke to the steed, he subtly divided a strand of his consciousness to attempt communication. The soul-capturing technique from the Duan Xinjian was cleverly employed by Lin Yi, enabling a vague understanding between him and the horse through this shared awareness. "Lin Yi, wait for me," the woman in green called out as she hastened to catch up. Lin Yi, his gaze fixed ahead, reveled in the rhythm of the horse's movements, akin to that of a boat gliding on water. "What is it?" He cast a sidelong glance at her, his eyes momentarily flickering to the small sword at her waist. "Teach me how to make the horse understand your words," she implored, her striking features radiating earnestness and curiosity. "Shouldn't that inquiry be directed toward the horse?" "How would I know?" Lin Yi responded with a puzzled expression. "Can the horse understand my words then?" She tilted her head, her brows knitting slightly. Lin Yi, ignoring her, swayed comfortably in the saddle. "How would I know if the horse comprehends?" She pressed further. Lin Yi smiled broadly, replying, "You should be the one to know if the horse listens to you." The woman pouted, her eyes darting about as she pondered the validity of his words. He continued, "In truth, I do not understand how to converse with horses. By some twist of fate, it simply acted upon my words. Perhaps this is what they call a meeting of minds. Haha." Lin Yi sensed that this woman was no ordinary person. She was undoubtedly the same green-clad girl he encountered 3 years prior in Taiping Town, recognizable by the short sword at her waist, an artifact that had previously caught his attention. Having recognized her at the gate of the escort agency just yesterday, he noted how the years had only enhanced her beauty. Being a relative of Qin Buyo, her background remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, it would be wise for him to tread carefully. "Humph." The woman in green, unappreciative of his remarks, scowled and urged her horse ahead, her feelings of annoyance towards Lin Yi rising. His ambiguous words seemed to carry a tone of mockery, perhaps a hint of disrespect. No one had ever dared to address her in such a manner throughout her life. Lin Yi subtly shook his head, deciding it best to maintain distance from her volatile temperament. The group continued to ride on, gradually passing Lin Yi. The housekeeper, treating Lin Yi as if he were invisible, urged 2 escort guards to follow the woman in green. In a short span, they exited the eastern gate of Qin City and sped along the smooth official road heading east. Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai galloped ahead, while Su Yu, with a smile, overtook Lin Yi by several horse lengths. Lin Yi remained unperturbed, trailing leisurely behind them, imitating their grip on the reins. However, the horse seemed displeased, tossing its mane and snorting. Lin Yi had no choice but to let the horse run freely, a remarkable experience indeed to understand the thoughts of his steed. The horse trotted steadily, its spirit magnificent. As the autumn breeze caressed his face, Lin Yi closed his eyes, savoring the moment of unity between man and horse. After riding tirelessly for over 2 hours, the pace of the horses gradually slowed as a few grass huts appeared at the roadside. White-cloth tea banners fluttered in the wind, and wine flags hung crookedly. It appeared to be a roadside establishment selling tea and food. Behind the small shop, a gentle stream trickled, its sound soothing. Seeing the stream, Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder why the Tianlong sect, located southeast of Qin City, had never crossed the river. It had been a long time since he had seen the Qin River, and the only explanation seemed to be that it did not flow directly eastward, but rather southward. As the two attendants noticed the approaching crowd, they bowed deeply from a distance, their faces beaming with smiles to welcome them. "Housekeeper, we are not far from home now. Let us rest for a moment." The woman in green spoke sweetly to the housekeeper. "Miss, your command is most prudent," the housekeeper replied respectfully, before turning serious and gesturing for everyone to dismount. In front of the tea stall, a row of 5 or 6 square tables lined the roadside. Several patrons were engrossed in their meals, likely travelers stopping for a quick bite. The nimble attendants hurried over to lead the horses to drink. Lin Yi leapt down from his horse, affectionately patting its forehead. The horse snorted, swishing its tail as it made its way to the stream. "Brother Lin, it seems you truly have a special bond with this horse." Jiang Fangdi laughed heartily. "Are you suggesting that we brothers lack such a bond?" Lin Yi quipped with a smirk, while his gaze briefly swept over the diners. "See you," her cheeks flushed, bit her lip, her eyes occasionally darting towards Lin Yi, betraying a mix of shyness and amusement. Lin Yi and the trio of Jiang Fangdi maintained a congenial rapport as they gathered around a table. The attendants moved swiftly, soon delivering tea and food to their table. Having traveled for half the day, they were all famished and began to eat heartily. "Brother Lin, do you know who that woman in green is?" Jiang Fangdi inquired, as Lin Yi leisurely tore into a bun. Noticing Su Yu's downcast expression, so different from her demeanor on horseback, he grinned and asked, "Do you know Miss Su?" Su Yu shot a quick glance at Lin Yi and whispered, "She is the cherished jewel of the Tianlong sect's leader, known as Mu Qing'er, a princess of the martial world." Lin Yi responded with a nonchalant "oh," dismissing the peculiar tone in Su Yu's voice. He continued to ponder thoughtfully over the bun in his hands, falling silent. Seeing Lin Yi's demeanor, Su Yu felt an inexplicable unease, which transformed into a playful glare directed at him. At a nearby table, 3 Taoist priests clad in green sat conversing. The elder among them had 3 strands of green beard flowing gracefully across his chest. His complexion was rosy, and his demeanor exuded a serene aura, making it difficult to discern his age. 2 younger priests sat beside him, swords at their backs, handsome and distinguished in appearance. Their complexions differed. One was as pale as jade, while the other had a slightly darker hue. "Master, we must be nearing the Tianlong sect, correct?" the fair-faced priest remarked, eyeing the group of riders approaching. The elder with the long beard nodded slightly, responding, "There are still 30 miles to go." "Could these individuals be headed to the Tianlong sect as well?" inquired the dark-faced priest, surveying the escort team. "Perhaps these individuals belong to the Tianlong sect," the elder mused, stroking his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The 3 priests, clad in their Taoist garb, inspired a sense of goodwill. Their voices were soft, seemingly intentional, yet Lin Yi's keen hearing caught their conversation. The elder's steady breath indicated substantial internal strength. His 2 disciples were also quite formidable. The trio of master and apprentices surely had an intriguing backstory. Lin Yi pondered this in silence as he observed Jin Ku approaching, feigning ignorance while lifting his tea bowl. "Sister Su, have you had enough to eat?" Jin Ku swaggered over, his demeanor exuding satisfaction. His once pale face had regained a healthy hue. Fixated on Su Yu's delicate neck, his eyes filled with a lustrous gleam. Su Yu, appearing somewhat bashful, stood up and greeted, "Hello, Brother Jin. Have Brother Jiang and Brother Dai eaten well?" Jin chuckled at the 2 men, his gaze never leaving Su Yu. The latter exchanged pleasantries with him, while Lin Yi remained seated, holding his tea bowl, an expression of serene indifference on his face. Jin shot a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, irritation bubbling within him, though he restrained his anger. With a smirk, he thought, "This country bumpkin. We shall see how this unfolds." After their meal, the housekeeper Mu produced silver coins to settle the bill and called for everyone to depart. Perhaps due to his lack of horsemanship, Lin Yi lagged behind. The others had grown accustomed to this, unbeknownst to them, while feigning to ride his horse. Lin Yi was deep in thought about the 3 Taoists who had just left. Where had they gone in such haste? What was their purpose at Tianlong sect? Lin Yi often found himself lost in contemplation. When not practicing, he habitually reflected on past encounters and experiences. As he met more people and faced various situations, his thoughts multiplied, leading to profound insights. Gradually, Lin Yi's solitary figure became increasingly lonely, his gaze more erratic, as if different landscapes perpetually flitted through his mind. Yet, he appeared to others as a somewhat foolish lad. In life, as long as one continues to tread the path beneath their feet, growth and transformation remain unceasing. Naturally, Alongside this journey, one must contend with the unknown dangers and obstacles that lie ahead. 10 horses trotted along, covering 5 or 6 miles in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression shifted. His eyes sharpened with alertness, yet he sighed softly and shook his head. Why would anyone heed his warning? Could he still join the Tianlong sect? After a moment's hesitation, he called out, "Brothers Jiang, Dai, and Miss Su, please wait for me." Hearing his voice, the trio, aware of Lin Yi's poor riding skills, slowed their pace, creating distance from the others. Before they could inquire about Lin Yi's urgency, a sudden series of bowstring twangs echoed ahead. In an instant, the anguished whinnies of horses mingled with frantic shouts. The group quickly reined in their steeds, faces filled with shock as they gazed forward. 6 horses lay on the ground, thrashing in distress, arrows embedded in their bodies. From the shadows of the roadside emerged a dozen masked assailants, encircling Mu Qinger and the housekeeper, Mu, along with the 6 others. A few of the black-clad figures raised their arms, and the air was filled with the sounds of chaos and despair. 2 bodyguards fell to the ground, struck by arrows, while Mu, with an arrow protruding from his left arm, staggered, blood seeping from the wound. Jingku, sword in hand, a cold sweat on his brow, appeared pale and shaken. Meanwhile, Mu Qinger and her senior sister stood resolutely side by side, their faces etched with fury. Jiang Fang's shock turned to determination as he gasped sharply, his eyes wide with rage, veins bulging in his neck as he prepared to charge and to rescue them. Lin Yi sensed impending danger. The 6 ahead were armed, surrounded, while the remaining 4, himself included, were unarmed. Regardless of their martial prowess, the masked assailants were all formidable. Charging in headlong might not be prudent. Just as he contemplated intervening, "Stop right there, you little brat. Get lost, or face dire consequences." A commanding voice rang out, imbued with undeniable authority, causing Jiang Fang to hesitate. "I only want Mu Qinger. The rest of you, drop your weapons, or suffer the consequences." The speaker, a gaunt masked man, sounded like an elder. "Who are you to dare provoke us beneath the Tianlong sect? Do you have a death wish?" Mu Qinger, wielding her short sword, glared defiantly, her brows furrowed in anger, exuding an impressive aura befitting the sect leader's daughter. "Huh. What is so unusual about having a death wish? I have indeed tasted that thrill. Surrender your weapons, and I shall ensure your safety." The masked man sneered, intent on capturing Mu Qinger, believing that once he had her, her father, Mu Qianqing, would be forced to comply. The masked man dismissed the young Jiang Fang and his companions, having meticulously planned this operation for a long time. Convinced that capturing the girl was within reach. "To lay hands on my lady, you must first get past me." The housekeeper, disregarding his injury, leapt into action, his sword flashing like lightning aimed at the masked man. Seeing the housekeeper's fierce attack, the masked man calmly responded, "Well met," and leaped to counter, his palm striking the sword's blade. The sword was deflected, leaving the housekeeper vulnerable. The man's skill was astonishing. Lin Yi knew all too well that the housekeeper was outmatched. The housekeeper, realizing his peril, braced himself. But the masked man's palm struck his chest with a resounding crack, the sound of breaking bones echoing ominously. Blood sprayed forth as he was sent reeling. "Housekeeper." Mu Qinger gasped in horror. Jingku rushed to assist the fallen housekeeper, panic etched on his face. From a distance, Lin Yi shook his head. The masked man's prowess was formidable. None of them stood a chance against him. Despite the housekeeper's unappealing demeanor, his loyalty to protect his charge was commendable. After striking a decisive blow, the masked man returned to his stance, as if it were all part of his plan, his hands clasped behind his back. "Little girl, surrender now, or others will die because of you." With grave expressions, Mu Qinger and her sister exchanged glances. The sister nodded, swiftly retrieving a bamboo tube from her robe, squeezing it before tossing it into the air. A fiery signal shot skyward with a sharp whistle. Realizing the significance, the masked man shouted, "Quickly, capture them." He waved his hand, and 4 more figures sprang forth, 2 targeting Su, the sister in white, and 2 rushing towards Mu Qinger. 2 masked men, one wielding a sword, lunged at Mu Qinger's wrist, while the other brandished a knife, advancing from behind. Their coordination was impeccable, sealing off Mu Qinger's escape route. Seeing their fierce techniques, Mu Qinger retreated, her short sword vibrating in her hand, revealing a glimmer of sword light as she swung it backward. The clash of metal rang out, and the masked man, astonished, stared at the hilt of his shattered knife, the blade reduced to fragments. The swordsman froze in disbelief at his missed strike. Just as the sister faced imminent peril, the 2 assailants were momentarily stunned, their movements faltering. "That sword light," murmured the masked men in astonishment. Jiang Fang and his companions felt a surge of excitement. while Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering, can this magical weapon be wielded with internal energy? How is this girl capable of such swordsmanship? No, it is a divine weapon. The masked elder, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, exclaimed with delight. I desire both the person and the sword. He laughed heartily, feigning a lunge towards Mu Qinger. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yi, without a second thought, was ready to intervene. Yet, with a raised eyebrow and a slight smirk, he retracted his intentions. Just as the situation appeared dire, a figure clad in azure suddenly emerged in the arena. The masked elder was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by two more figures. Under the bright daylight, why engage in such underhanded deeds? The elder, with 3 strands of azure beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, was none other than the Taoist from the tea pavilion. As his words resonated, the crowd finally discerned that 3 Taoists had appeared before them. The masked elder's expression shifted rapidly, his heart filled with indecision. I am Zhen Yuanzi of Baiyun Temple, accompanied by my disciples Yuan Qing and Yuan Feng, passing through this area. It seems our meeting is fated. May I inquire if this esteemed individual would be willing to impart some wisdom? The Taoist's gaze was piercing, his demeanor calm, as he ignored the surrounding crowd and focused solely on the masked elder. Humph! What a nuisance! Retreat! The masked elder glared fiercely at the Taoist. With a wave of his hand, a dozen masked individuals swiftly retreated, vanishing in an instant. Such remarkable martial prowess! Jiang Fangdi and Da Yuan gasped in awe. Then Lin Yi quietly remarked, this old Taoist holds quite a reputation. Today, we are fortunate to witness the real deal. However, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, observing the direction in which the masked figures had departed. This group moved like the wind, their commands precise, their actions calculated, a far cry from mere minor sections. Could it be that they truly feared this Taoist? Once the threat had passed, Mu Qinger felt a wave of relief wash over her. She exhaled softly and patted her chest. Earlier, she had been quite frightened, though her outward demeanor had remained composed. A reflection of her pride and the confidence derived from her proximity to the Tianlong sect. Without the protection of her mentors, she had to muster all her courage in a moment of crisis, and naturally, she felt a pang of fear afterward. Thank you, Taoist, for your righteous rescue. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Mu Qinger said graciously, offering a respectful fist salute to Zhen Yuanzi. She also bowed to his 2 disciples behind him. I have met both of you, senior brothers. Zhen Yuanzi, noting Mu Qinger's courteousness and propriety, nodded approvingly. In truth, the old Taoist had done little. Even without his intervention, the fortunate Mu Qinger would have surely turned peril into safety. Smiling, Zhen Yuanzi gestured toward the distance. Indeed, as the Taoist's words fell, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed in the distance, and 5 horses kicked up a cloud of yellow dust as they rushed towards the crowd. Just 5 or 6 zhang away, a loud neigh sounded. The foremost rider, in a crimson robe, leaped into the air, soaring like a great bird gliding through the sky. Approaching Mu Qinger, he folded his arms and descended abruptly. Mu Qinger beamed with joy and called out, Uncle Ming. The man in red landed deftly, his short beard framing a face of strength and command. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze settled on Mu Qinger, filled with affection, before he bellowed angrily. Upon receiving word from my disciple and seeing the fire signal, I hastened here, fearing my dear Qinger was in danger. Indeed, my beloved niece has encountered trouble. Tell uncle. Who is the fool that dares to provoke you? I shall shatter his bones. Another round of neighs erupted as 4 young disciples clad in green dismounted from their horses. With a swift motion, they drew their long swords, calling out to one another with urgency, quickly surrounding Mu Qinger, their eyes scanning the area warily. Jiang Fangdi and Lin Yi were left utterly astonished. With such an imposing display, who would dare to challenge Mu Qinger? Zhen Yuanzi and his 2 disciples maintained a calm demeanor, unsure of how to interject. Uncle Ming, we can discuss the earlier incident later. Let us express gratitude to these 3 Taoists. Mu Qinger, shedding her previous haughtiness, smiled radiantly, leading the man in red towards Zhen Yuanzi and his disciples. Thankfully, the Taoist and Apos' timely intervention allowed me to escape unscathed. Tingyan Peak, Baiyun Temple, and Apos' Zhen Yuanzi, accompanied by my disciples Yuan Qing and Yuan Feng, have come to pay respects to the Tianlong sect. Zhen Yuanzi smiled warmly, offering a fist salute to the man in red. The man in red, startled, quickly composed himself and replied, Ah, it is the esteemed head of Baiyun Temple. Your timely aid has saved many within the Tianlong sect. Please allow me to pay my respects. With that, he bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. From a distance, Lin Yi could not help but admire the old Taoist's clever timing. With just a few well-chosen words, he had secured a significant favor from the Tianlong sect. Even without knowing the true purpose of the three disciples' visit, the Tianlong sect, for the sake of its own reputation, would find it difficult to decline. As the three departed from the tea pavilion, Lin Yi became increasingly vigilant. Throughout their journey, a sense of impending crisis lingered in his mind as he remained alert. Extending his awareness for a mile in every direction, unwilling to show even the slightest negligence. He had already detected the presence of the masked individuals, but he was perplexed to discover that the three disciples were also lurking nearby. Earlier, seeing Mu Qing'er in peril, he had felt a pang of sympathy and, while reluctant to reveal his own capabilities, had been on the verge of using his crossbow for assistance when he noticed the three rushing to the scene. Realizing the situation had changed, it was no surprise that Jin Yuanzi was indeed a living sage, eliciting boundless gratitude from the man in red, known as Ming Shan. This level of cunning and depth of insight left a profound impression on Lin Yi. Such high regard for Elder Ming is unwarranted. The Taoist merely happened upon the situation. Jin Yuanzi humbly replied, gently assisting Ming Shan to his feet. The latter, rising, stated, "This favor shall not go unacknowledged by the Tianlong sect. Please wait a moment. I shall accompany the Taoist to my Jiolong mountain for a visit. Please, Elder Ming, lead the way." Jin Yuanzi gestured modestly. Yuan Qing and Yuan Feng, positioned behind him, felt their admiration for their master deepen. Initially, the three had felt discontented due to their lack of a suitable excuse for visiting Mu Tianqing, yet in an instant, they had become esteemed guests of the Tianlong sect. Such is fate. Meng Shan instructed his 4 green-clad disciples, who promptly set about tending to the injured bodyguards and housekeeper Mu. The Tianlong sect possessed renowned healing herbs, and in a short time, the arrows had been extracted and the wounds bandaged. Despite the housekeeper's severe injuries, he could still rise and move about after receiving treatment, indicating that riding a horse would pose no significant challenge. The efficacy of the healing medicine astonished Lin Yi. Housekeeper Mu, evidently an elder of the Mu family, received Ming Shan's comforting assurances. Overwhelmed with emotion, he expressed his gratitude, a stark contrast to the man Lin Yi had encountered earlier at the Lanwei building. How many faces does one truly possess? Which one is the genuine self? Who are these individuals? Meng Shan inquired, gesturing toward Lin Yi and the others. A hint of impatience in his expression. Mu Qing'er cast a dismissive glance and replied nonchalantly, "They are a few outer disciples sent by housekeeper Mu." Humph. Such timid individuals, hesitating in the face of adversity, are unworthy of any cultivation. Who is this? Meng Shan's impression of Lin Yi and his companions soured. Then he pointed to Jin Ku, who was supporting housekeeper Mu. This is also an outer disciple who came along. Recognizing Jin Ku's identity, Mu Qing'er smiled. The housekeeper remained fearless in a crisis. This young man must not be lacking in merit. Women's thoughts need not be scrutinized. After all, she is a woman and the princess of the Tianlong sect. This young man is indeed commendable. Meng Shan, self-assured in his discernment, regarded Jin Ku with admiration. Jin Ku, taken aback with surprise, hurriedly bowed respectfully. Jin Ku pays his respects to Elder Ming. To serve as an outer disciple of the Tianlong sect is indeed an honor. To be acquainted with an elder of the Tianlong sect is a significant honor. To receive the elder's praise is truly an extraordinary honor. Jin Ku felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed Lin Yi and his companions falter, relishing in their discomfort, yet he felt a pang of sympathy for Su Yu. In the eyes of men, beauty ought not to be reproached. Lin Yi, however, paid little heed to the matter, for he felt no obligation to seek validation from the elder. Jiang Fangdi and his companions sensed the elder's hostile gaze, feeling perplexed about how they had offended him. Often, it is not one's actions that provoke ire, but rather the whims of another. Little did they know that if Lin Yi had not shown compassion at the last moment, their fate would have been far worse. For it was indeed a stroke of fortune that they had not suffered greater injuries. Between gains and losses, who can truly delineate? While one laments losses, should they not also reflect on the greater gains they have achieved? Step aside and let the horses through, Meng Shan commanded Lin Yi and the others. They obediently led the horses forward. Meng Shan surveyed the group and pointed at Su Yu, saying, "You shall ride." He then gestured to the disciples in green, instructing them to walk and escort the incapable outer disciples back to the mountain gate, suggesting they fashion a stretcher to carry the 2 injured escort masters. Once his orders were given, Meng Shan politely gestured to Jin Yuanzi. 6 horses lay wounded, blood pooling around them, their survival in doubt. Including Ming Shan and his 4 companions, there were still 9 horses remaining, with 2 escort masters unable to ride due to their grievous injuries. It meant that 7 would have to walk. Su Yu, being a lady, was treated with care by Ming Shan, who noticed her guilt as she rode away. Frequently glancing back, Lin Yi waved with a smile, signaling that it was of no consequence. As for Jin Ke's character, Lin Yi dismissed him with disdain. Aware that the boy was basking in his own self-importance, the sound of hooves echoed as the riders departed, while those on foot remained, gazing ahead. "What are you staring at? You little rascal, go fetch some sturdy branches." One of the green-clad disciples, agitated by Lin Yi's nonchalance, could hardly contain his frustration. They had come to rescue their fellow disciples, only to find themselves burdened by injury in the company of outer disciples. What a misfortune it was that they would return like this, inviting mockery from their peers. "Still looking? I'm talking to you. Hurry up." Lin Yi glanced around, realizing he had offended again, and quickly replied, "This brother, I shall go at once." "Huh, who are you calling brother? Speak again, and I'll make you regret it." The disciple, irked by Lin Yi, shouted as if he had been gravely insulted. Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion. Was calling someone brother an offense? Jiang Fangdi, sensing the tension, hurriedly smiled at the disciple, pulling Lin Yi away. Upon noticing Dai Yuanhai following closely, Lin Yi, with a hint of frustration, inquired, "Is brother an insult within the Tianlong sect?" Jiang Fangdi, ensuring they were distanced from the green-clad disciples, revealed with a frown, "Brother Lin, you may not realize, but outer disciples hold significant esteem in the eyes of outsiders. However, within the sect, their status is rather lowly. To put it plainly, in the eyes of inner disciples, we are akin to mere attendants in a tavern. Would they ever consider an attendant as a brother?" "Oh, I see." A cold glint flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. He shook his head and chuckled. "I understand now. It matters not. We shall strive for self-improvement henceforth." Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai nodded in agreement, smiling at Lin Yi. "Yet, without a knife, it's quite a challenge to break those branches." Jiang Fangdi complained further. Lin Yi hesitated before suggesting, "I'll gather the branches." "But can you fashion a stretcher?" "Of course." Having spent considerable time at the escort agency, such tasks are trivial, Jiang Fangdi replied with excitement shining in his eyes. "Why do you look at me like that?" Lin Yi shot a glare at Jiang Fangdi. Jiang Fangdi laughed heartily, and Dai Yuanhai shook his head with a smile. "Though Brother Lin may not seem remarkable at first glance, the longer we know you, the more we sense your extraordinary qualities." Jiang Fangdi patted Lin Yi's shoulder as they made their way to the grove. "Your praise is indeed exceptional, but aside from my drinking prowess, there is something I must ask you to keep to yourselves." Lin Yi scrutinized the woods for suitable saplings. "We are not gossips, Brother Lin. What other astonishing talents do you possess?" Jiang Fangdi inquired with curiosity, and Dai Yuanhai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Approaching a small tree, Lin Yi effortlessly uprooted it with a twist, as if it were a mere weed. He then trimmed it down, revealing a smooth, straight staff before the astonished eyes of the 2 companions. "I possess considerable strength, enough to intimidate even Jin Ke." Lin Yi chuckled casually, observing the awe in their expressions. A mixture of surprise and delight without a trace of pretense. He mentally commended himself, recalling Mr. Su's advice about concealing one's true abilities for self-preservation. Until one's goals are achieved, it is wise to remain discreet and low-key, avoiding any semblance of intentional concealment which might breed suspicion. Before Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai could fully recover from their astonishment, Lin Yi had already handed them several sturdy branches, saying, "Let us head back, lest we provoke further ire." "Haha, I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so humorous. This will suffice." Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai gathered up some finer branches as they began their return, under the cold scrutiny of several green-clad disciples. Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai skillfully assembled 2 stretchers, while Lin Yi observed, learning a new skill in the process. After securing the 2 injured escort masters onto the stretchers, Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai lifted one, while Lin Yi, knowing he could not escape, clasped his hands together and asked, "Who will assist me in carrying the stretcher?" "Spare us the honorifics, though your tone lacks the respect it ought to have." The earlier irate disciple sneered at Lin Yi with disdain, turning away with his companions. What a wretched character! Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai sympathized as they bore the stretcher. Lin Yi looked down at the escort master on the stretcher, spreading his hands with a grin. "Do you still require a token?" The injured man, bloodied and pale, was none other than the guard from yesterday. "Hiki, my good fellow, with your legs in such a state, I wouldn't dare carry you." Lin Yi pondered briefly, then secured the injured escort with vines and lifting both him and the stretcher with ease, began walking. He smiled at the escort master as he strode forward. The escort, weighing over 100 pounds, felt as light as a feather in Lin Yi's grasp. He quickly caught up with Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai, who regarded him with astonishment. The escort master, surprised by the strength of the 16 or 17-year-old youth, felt as if he were a child, experiencing no discomfort as he was carried. Yesterday, I felt quite ashamed. But it was my duty. How did you manage to enter the courtyard? The escort master muttered, struggling to articulate. I simply scaled the wall. Lin Yi replied breezily. The escort master smiled bitterly, shaking his head in silence, aware that Lin Yi's words were likely untrue. After walking for a while, the picturesque mountains came into view, their peaks seemingly suspended in the sky. Perhaps noticing Lin Yi's remarkable strength or fearing reprimand from within, a green-clad disciple approached to lend a hand, much to Lin Yi's delight. The scenic beauty is at hand, and they tread lightly beneath their feet. Yet, it took them nearly half an hour to reach the foot of Jiulong Mountain. Several disciples clad in gray had long awaited their arrival, seemingly having received prior instructions to escort the two bodyguards away. Lin Yi lifted his gaze to behold Jiulong Mountain. Under the setting sun, the peaks were enveloped in a golden hue. At the mountain's base and summit, amidst the crevices and cliffs, clouds and mist swirled, resembling a celestial paradise. At the foot of the mountain stood a massive stone archway, inscribed with two grand characters, Tianlong. Beneath the archway stood several individuals, Su Yu Jinku, a middle-aged man in a black robe, and a few gray-clad disciples. Among them, some wielded weapons, likely tasked with guarding the mountain gate. The disciple in blue who had accompanied Lin Yi and the others gestured forward, instructing them to proceed. Su Yu frequently nodded in acknowledgement to Lin Yi and his companions. Standing nearby, Jinku wore a superficial smile, and as they approached, he turned to the man in black and respectfully said, Second uncle, these are the individuals. Jinku then straightened and addressed the three. This is the external affairs manager, Mu Guan. You should greet him without delay. The man in black bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu Guan, though his complexion was fairer, adorned with a short beard, and he appeared younger. Hearing Jinku address him with such familiarity, Lin Yi and the others pondered whether this man was perhaps a brother of Mu Guan. However, as he was the manager, he must be their superior, prompting them to bow respectfully. Mu Guan's expression was impassive, and his gaze, much like Mu Guan's, was inscrutable and cold. Observing their respectful demeanor, he let out a grunt and spoke. Upon entering this mountain gate, you shall become disciples of the Tianlong sect's external affairs. From now on, your lives and fortunes shall be determined by my word. His tone was frigid, instilling a sense of unease. Mu Guan scrutinized them with a cold gaze before continuing. Mu Guan is my elder brother. Those he brings shall be taken care of by me. However, you must obey the orders and not violate the sect's regulations. Otherwise, you shall face punishment or, in severe cases, expulsion from the mountain. Without room for doubt, Mu Guan gestured to a gray-clad youth behind him, saying, Take them to their quarters. He then turned and departed. I am Han Ji, also an external disciple. Please follow me, the gray-clad disciple said amiably, exuding warmth towards the newcomers. The group approached and greeted Han Shixiang before proceeding into the mountain gate. At the foot of Jiulong Mountain, before the Grand Tianlong Hall, a spacious stone-paved area lay flat and orderly, surrounded by 9 thick, coiled dragon pillars that towered majestically. The sound of bells echoed 9 times, lingering in the air. A man in purple with sharp eyebrows and delicate features stood prominently at the forefront, flanked by a woman in green and 4 men in red behind him. This was none other than Mu Tiansheng, the sect leader of Tianlong, along with Mu Qing'er and 4 red-clad elders. On the opposite side of the stone area, Jin Yuanzizi and his 2 disciples bowed in greeting. Jin Yuanzizi of Baiyun Temple, accompanied by my apprentices Yuan Qing and Yuan Feng. Pay our respects to sect leader Mu and the esteemed elders. Mu Tiansheng raised his brows slightly, his demeanor humble as he gestured in return, exclaiming, It is a great honor to receive such esteemed guests. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance to my daughter during her perilous moment. Jin Yuanzizi smiled and waved his hand, displaying modesty. It was but a trivial effort. Sect leader Mu need not concern himself over it. The peaks and clouds of Jiulong Mountain are truly breathtaking, and the Tianlong sect is renowned for its exceptional talents and remarkable prowess. I have long admired this illustrious place and the remarkable individuals it has produced. His words, while lightly brushing over the act of rescue, instead showered praises upon the Tianlong sect, filling the hearts of its members with delight. What do individuals within the Jianghu value most? Is it martial prowess? Loyalty? Neither is correct. What they cherish most is reputation. Disparaging remarks can be equated to loss of face. Fellow practitioners are often rivals, while among literati, disdain is common. Yet martial artists may not share the same sentiment. Bayan Temple, too, holds a prominent reputation in Jianghu, and receiving accolades from powerful peers is a source of pride. Naturally, such pride is only valid when backed by strength. Otherwise, it is akin to a castle built on sand, ephemeral and destined to collapse in an instant. The Tianlong sect, however, possesses both reputation and substance. Everyone relishes kind words, and people are eager to lift the bridal sedan. The faces of the red-clad elders radiated joy, while Mu Tiancheng maintained a calm and composed demeanor, extending his hand with a smile. You honor me with your words. Please, at the foot of Jilong Mountain, not far from the mountain gate, lay a vast estate nestled among the hills, featuring an array of buildings and courtyards, obscured by ancient trees, exuding a solemn atmosphere. Lin Yi, Jiang Fangdi, and Dai Yuanhai, clad in their new garments, exchanged glances. Dressed in gray robes and sturdy cloth boots, the three appeared neat and orderly. Lin Yi examined the hem of his robe, where a small dragon was embroidered, presumably the insignia of the Tianlong sect. He recalled noticing a similar motif on the collars of the Tianlong disciples he had encountered. Ming Fei's dragon shimmered in gold, likely crafted from golden thread. He remembered that Qin Buyo, Mu Guan, and the bodyguards also bore a dragon emblem on their sleeves, albeit in different designs and locations. Hanji approached, holding several wooden tokens, and said, "These are your identity tokens. Keep them safe." Lin Yi fastened his gourd to his waist and leaned in for a closer look. The token, about the size of half a palm, was engraved with his name, with the words Tianlong on the reverse. Presumably, Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai's tokens were similar. Lin Yi took his and hung it at his waist, pleased with the arrangement. Noticing Lin Yi's somewhat awkward demeanor, Hanji kindly advised, "Be cautious. Alcohol is prohibited here." "Haha, there is no need to worry about him. He cannot get drunk," Jiang Fangdi chuckled. Hanji, being a decent person, did not belittle the newcomers. He meticulously explained the sect's rules and the responsibilities of external disciples, along with other pertinent matters. The Tianlong sect's centuries-old legacy was remarkable, with profound internal riches and unparalleled martial arts. Sect leader Mu Tiancheng possessed unfathomable skill, and above him were three esteemed elders, almost mythical figures, whose presence was rarely seen, symbolizing the bedrock of the Tianlong sect. Below the sect leader, the six elders were among the foremost martial artists in Jianghu, with numerous disciples under the leadership of the sect leader and elders, and with the addition of apprentices and inner disciples totaling 400 to 500. The sect's strength was formidable. Besides the young who had yet to complete their training, there remained 200 to 300 inner disciples, all considered top-tier martial artists in Jianghu. Coupled with a dozen or so hall masters, this power was sufficient to command respect among peers. Furthermore, under the jurisdiction of the External Affairs Hall, there were over 2,000 external disciples, including Lin Yi. The External Affairs Hall was further divided into categories such as dining, martial practice, and miscellaneous duties. The dining section was split into provisions and purchasing, while martial practice was divided into training and guarding, with miscellaneous tasks covering agriculture, maintenance, transportation, and more, encompassing a wide array of responsibilities. Listening to Hanji's detailed descriptions left Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai feeling dizzy, and they had no choice but to bear with it alongside Lin Yi. Hanji informed the trio that after dinner, assignments would be allocated by the manager, which caused a flutter of anxiety in Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai. However, upon hearing that the martial practice hall was accessible to all external disciples, with masters available to teach, they felt somewhat reassured. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, believing that once they were part of the Tianlong sect, everything would be manageable. During dinner, the five from the Longqing escort agency gathered at a table. Su Yu, clad in gray, appeared less alluring yet more refined, and upon seeing Lin Yi and the others, her face lit up with joy. She noticed Lin Yi's curious gaze upon her, causing her to lower her head, her neck flushing with color. What was the point of a girl becoming an external disciple? Lin Yi was equally perplexed regarding the sentiments of Jianghu's youth. Jin Ku, brimming with self-importance, wore gray attire but exhibited an air of superiority. This lad was fortunate, as he had a maternal uncle to rely upon wherever he went. Lin Yi, focusing on his meal, chose to ignore Jin Ku and Apos' demeanor. Jin Ku, meanwhile, showered Su with inquiries about her well-being. Fortunately, Su Shimi had a gentle disposition and was not offended, Her flushed cheeks left Jin Xiao's heart in disarray. He displayed a markedly colder demeanor towards Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai, who did not seem to mind. After all, who could say whether they would meet again tomorrow? With over 2,000 outer disciples, each occupied with their own duties, it was impossible to encounter one another regularly. You little brat, just a complete fool. Aside from eating and drinking, what else can you do? I must allow my grandfather to ponder this thoroughly, haha. Jin Ku wore a cold smirk. His disdainful gaze cast sideways. It was a wonder how a country bumpkin could be a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Perhaps he had relied on several generations of fortune to gain the recommendation of the Dragon City Escort Agency. All these feelings stirred within Jin Ku, fueling his resentment. He had thought himself to possess a formidable tolerance for alcohol, yet this country lad turned out to be quite the drinker, ultimately leaving him inebriated. Throughout the journey, he remained in a hazy stupor, unable to find the time to bother the sect leader and Apos' daughter. But now, with a beautiful companion and the opportunity to jest at this little brat, Jin Ku felt an unprecedented sense of ease enveloping him. Lin Yi remained expressionless, his demeanor wooden. Much like a deaf person, solely focused on his meal. Xi regarded Jin Ku with a mix of helplessness and wariness. Yet her eyes occasionally revealed a hint of pity as she discreetly observed Lin Yi. Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with concern for Lin Yi. Each of them harbored different sentiments as they hastily finished their dinner and were led before the steward, Mu. This was a secluded courtyard, where Steward Mu stood surrounded by several others. A lantern hung nearby, casting a dim light that allowed them to discern the outlines of each other's faces. Ah, everyone is here. With a warm chuckle, they focused their attention on him. Including Lin Yi, they were all filled with doubt. Was this truly the same steward they had encountered at the mountain gate? His fair complexion and benign smile seemed worlds apart from the stern figure they had previously known. Jin Ku, however, was not surprised. He respectfully greeted, "Grandfather." The steward smiled and nodded, seemingly indifferent to their expressions. There are rules at the mountain gate. But now that you are all disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect, we must support one another as family. In the outer affairs hall, diligent work will surely lead to accomplishments. I assure you, no one will be treated unfairly here, haha. Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai bowed deeply, while Lin Yi followed suit, bending his head in respect, though he felt a lingering discomfort towards the steward's smile. The two brothers of the Mu family, one dark, the other fair, truly complemented each other. Jin Ku, Jiang Fangdi, Su Yu, and Dai Yuanhai would first undergo trials at the martial arts hall for 6 months. Should their skills prove satisfactory, they could assume the role of mountain patrollers. Thank you, grandfather. Many thanks, Steward Mu. Jiang Fangdi and the others were visibly excited, realizing that the steward was particularly attentive to those recommended by the Dragon City Escort Agency. As practitioners of martial arts, the martial arts hall would undoubtedly be the best place for them to hone their skills. You are Lin Yi? The steward's smile grew even warmer, resembling that of a friendly neighbor. Yes, Lin Yi replied, his gaze lowered. I have heard you are skilled in handling horses. Who told you that? Lin Yi thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. A hint of mockery glimmered in the steward's eyes, yet it did not escape Lin Yi's perception. He could not be bothered to speculate. What was destined to come would inevitably find its way. I suppose so, Lin Yi replied calmly, remaining in place with his head bowed. Make use of your talents. You shall go to the miscellaneous affairs hall. Caring for the horses is also a valuable skill. Yes. The steward, seeing Lin Yi's respectful demeanor, maintained his smile, his voice laced with concern. If you work diligently, there will be rewards from me in due time. Haha. The identity of an outer disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect will surely be a source of pride for your family. Now, go along with the steward. Following the steward in front of him, they turned left and right, walking for the duration of a tea time, with the distinct scent in the air. Lin Yi soon realized their destination. This steward, surnamed Pai, was in his 40s, of medium build, and appeared honest. He glanced back and noted that Lin Yi showed no aversion to the pungent smell of horse manure, maintaining a composed demeanor. Steward Pai could not help but nod in approval, a smile gracing his face. The miscellaneous affairs hall managed numerous tasks, and there were several stewards. Steward Pai exclusively handled matters related to the horses. Pointing to a long row of stables, he smiled at Lin Yi and explained. The outer affairs hall possesses dozens of horses and several large carts, yet there are only a few disciples. Afterward, he cast another glance at Lin Yi, apologetically adding, unfortunately, no one is willing to take on this responsibility. Lin Yi felt relieved. It was no surprise that this filthy and odorous task would deter many. It seemed that the steward's thoughtful arrangement was not without the influence of young Master Jane. That's no problem. Just instruct me on what needs to be done. Lin Yi replied with an easy smile. Seeing Lin Yi's words devoid of pretense, Steward Pai felt even more at ease. What steward? It's merely a title. We are brothers. You can call me Big Brother if you wish. Among the dozens of stewards in the Outer Affairs Hall, he was the only one who was not well liked. This was due to his honest nature and lack of flattery towards Steward Mu. His few disciples were also rather unruly, leaving Steward Pai at a loss. Observing Lin Yi's respectful and humble demeanor, he naturally felt a sense of kinship towards him. These 10 horses will now be under your care, Steward Pai said, gesturing towards the stables. There are several empty rooms. You may choose one for yourself. The other disciples have shunned this place due to its odor and have opted to reside elsewhere. As for the carts, you need not worry about them unless instructed to do so. Steward Pai then pointed ahead, saying you can follow the mountainside to the back mountain. The grass and water there are abundant, a splendid place for exercising the horses. Lin Yi trailed behind Steward Pai, attentively taking mental notes. His daily tasks would primarily involve cleaning the stables, providing water and feed for the horses, and exercising them in the back mountain. Although the work was dirty and the reputation unappealing, it was not overly taxing. After circling the area with Steward Mu, Lin Yi had a clear understanding of his responsibilities. Thank you, Big Brother Pai, for your guidance. Should I encounter any uncertainties in the future, I will seek your counsel. Haha. As long as you don't mind the place, I am already very pleased. I shall fetch bedding and such for you. Simply choose a room and wait. Steward Pai replied before swiftly departing. Lingering before the stables, Lin Yi grimaced at the pungent odor. On one of the peaks of Jilong Mountain, Chiwai Peak stood tall, its majestic cliffs soaring into the clouds. On this autumn night, the summit was enveloped in mist, creating an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. In the dim light, one could vaguely discern a flying eve jutting into the air. This was the renowned scenic spot of Jiolong Lingyun Pavilion. Within Lingyun Pavilion, the flames of the candles flickered brightly. Mu Tiansheng sat in deep contemplation, surveying the 4 elders gathered around him. He spoke. Who could the masked assailant who ambushed Qing'er be? Do any of the elders possess insights? The elders remained silent, their heads bowed. After a while, an elder with keen eyes and a long beard raised his head and spoke gravely. Rumors detrimental to our heavenly dragon sect are proliferating. Many are eyeing our esteemed reputation. Yet few dare to challenge us directly. Mu Tiansheng nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in the elder's words. What Elder Ma stated is indeed accurate. According to Qing'er, one of the masked individuals was an elderly man of exceptional martial prowess, capable of defeating our steward from the Dragon City escort agency with a single move. I believe this matter is closely related to 2 rivers and 3 mountains. A red-faced elder, with heavy brows and an angry expression, proclaimed, if I had arrived a step sooner, I would have captured those filthy scoundrels. Mu Tiansheng and Apos' expression darkened, his eyes filled with fury. The thought of his daughter nearly being harmed ignited his anger. Yet he restrained himself from speaking. This steward was also sent out from our heavenly dragon sect, possessing considerable martial skills. He could easily withdraw from encounters with top-tier martial artists. Thus, we should not underestimate this individual. A calm, soothing voice interjected, belonging to a fair-skinned middle-aged man. Elder Ma slightly nodded. Elder Roan's words are wise. Those whose skills are comparable to ours, especially the older generation, are few in number. Without concrete evidence, we can only remain passive. In the dimness of uncertainty, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Mu Tiansheng, who remained silent and pensive. Elder Ma continued. A few years ago, when our goods were seized, it was discovered that Heir Shui was implicated. Subsequently, our Tianlong sect, with the elders leading the charge, ensured that our goods were transported safely without incident. However, it seems they have altered their tactics. Their recent ambush on Qing'o appears to be a ploy to leverage her against the sect leader and our Tianlong sect. The audacity of these individuals is astonishing, and their timing is equally chilling. They must be aware that our disciples are currently traveling. Elder Rong nodded, adding, this matter has stirred quite a commotion in the martial world. Where there is profit, there is a rush to seize it. The journey our disciples embark upon is fraught with uncertainty. Indeed, the decennial excursions of our disciples are not to be taken lightly. While our sect operates discreetly, it is difficult to evade the watchful eyes of those with ulterior motives. The higher one stands, the more they invite scrutiny. Our Tianlong sect has long held a prominent position, and it is only natural that we attract both admiration and envy from our peers in the martial world. Ming Shan expressed his dissatisfaction. How can our esteemed Tianlong sect tolerate such provocations? Though we are the foremost sect, we are still exposed to the perils of jealousy. The unique techniques and secrets of our sect are its foundation, and we cannot allow them to be sullied by others. This is a common concern among all martial sects, and Tianlong sect need not fret over it. Our disciples' journeys abroad are essential for our sect's enduring strength, and we cannot afford to share our advantages lightly. The vast expanse of the overseas realm does not belong solely to us. However, we alone possess the knowledge to traverse those treacherous waters, having successfully done so multiple times. When many martial sects find their growth stunted due to their inherited limitations, the opportunity to ally with Tianlong sect is highly coveted among the merchants of the martial world. As the premier sect, Tianlong cannot refuse such matters, nor can we afford to do so. If we were to deny our fellow practitioners, we would find ourselves ostracized, isolated, and opposed. Such an outcome is not what Tianlong desires, for being the leading sect would lose all meaning. Yet, to relinquish our hard-earned pathways to success willingly is a bitter pill to swallow. We can only claim that such rumors are baseless and lack substance. However, with our disciples preparing to set forth, the pressure from the martial world mounts, and their tactics grow increasingly unscrupulous, leaving Tianlong in a state of vexation and impotent rage. Without concrete evidence, we cannot recklessly confront our fellow practitioners. At this juncture, the choices available to Tianlong sect are limited. The room fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tiansheng surveyed the elders and declared, "We are aware of the cause and need not rely on evidence. Our Tianlong sect shall not bow down. The journeys of our disciples must proceed without delay." With those words, the elders felt a sense of relief. "We must dispatch additional personnel to patrol the mountains and issue strict orders to all branches to remain vigilant regarding any signs of trouble in the martial world. We must investigate thoroughly and not let our guard down. Preparations for the goods and the selection of disciples must commence promptly." Mu Tiansheng's tone sharpened. His gaze intense as he added, "Should we obtain irrefutable evidence, our Tianlong sect shall not hesitate to strike with thunderous force, intimidating those who lurk in the shadows." "Understood." "Sect leader." The four elders responded in unison. Mu Tiansheng waved his hand, softening his tone. "There is no need for excessive formality. Please take a seat. The prosperity of the sect is inextricably linked to the leadership of the sect leader, and the elders found solace in his wise decisions. Now that Jin Yuanzai has traveled a great distance to be here, I wonder how the elders perceive this? Mu Tiansheng inquired, his eyes sparkling with insight as he awaited their responses. Ming expresses gratitude for Jin Yuanzai's chivalrous act in saving my niece Qing'er. I feel indebted to him. Ming Shan proclaimed with earnestness. Elder Ma, deep in thought, looked at Mu Tiansheng and remarked, "The Qishan Shui Hall and the Gushan Wui sect are both situated in remote areas of the northern and southern frontiers. Only the Baiyun Daoist Temple on Tingyan Peak lies in the heart of the central kingdom. Among the three mountains, Baiyun Temple is closest to our Jiolong mountain. Yet still a considerable distance of 1,000 or 2,000 miles. It is intriguing that Zhang Yuanzai, the master of Baiyun Temple, would forsake his temple and travel such a distance to Jiolong mountain. This Zhang Yuanzai was able to repel masked men, indicating his formidable martial prowess. I would like to spar with him." Elder Guo expressed his eagerness. "Haha, old Guo is itching for a match. How about a friendly competition with Ming?" Ming Shan jested. Elder Guo shot him a stern look, his brows furrowing like mountains as he retorted, "Am I afraid of you? Well, perhaps you two can discuss this later." Elder Rong chuckled warmly, accustomed to their banter. Jin Yuanzai saved Qing'er, and thus our Tianlong sect must acknowledge this favor. However, Qing'er mentioned that she encountered Jin Yuanzai on the way and did not recognize his companions. Therefore, Jin Yuanzai's journey here must have some purpose. Having rendered a favor to us, he likely seeks something in return. This creates a dilemma for our Tianlong sect. But surely, Jin Yuanzai would not impose unreasonable demands upon us, would he? Ming Shan spread his hands, momentarily forgetting his earlier desire to spar with Elder Guo. Elder Ma shook his head, his keen eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. If his request is reasonable, it may not be too burdensome. His words seemed to resonate, garnering agreement among those present. Mu Tiansheng stroked his beard thoughtfully, nodding slightly. In the coming days, Elder Ma shall accompany Jin Yuanzai and ascertain his intentions before we make further plans. As dawn broke, casting light upon the stables at the foot of the mountain, Lenny cheerfully observed the 10 splendid steeds under his care. The fresh fodder he had just provided pleased the horses, who expressed their contentment with satisfied snorts. "Come, have a little more water. From now on, I shall look after you all," Lenny said with a grin, pouring fresh water into the trough. Leaning against a haystack, He relaxed and watched the horses drink, finding joy in the solitude of his duties. His experience at Tianlong sect had been quite satisfactory. The efforts of the steward had inadvertently paved the way for his own contentment, though the surroundings bore an unpleasant odor and appeared somewhat untidy. Lin Yi had risen early to clean his designated area within the courtyard, ensuring it was spotless. The lingering scent was of little consequence. He relished the tranquility of this secluded space, far removed from the other residences of the outer court, where few ventured. These horses were easier to manage than people. Within half an hour, Lin Yi had tidied his living quarters and the stable to perfection. The fodder was readily available, requiring only a stir before being placed in the trough. A mountain stream outside provided ample water to fill the barrels. Before long, Lin Yi found himself at leisure, enjoying the peaceful solitude. "Ah, are you the new junior brother?" A sharp voice rang out. 3 disciples clad in gray approached. Appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age, each looking drowsy and lethargic, Lin Yi sprang to his feet and greeted them with a bow. "Good morning, brothers." The trio, however, showed no regard for formalities, merely glancing around with expressions of curiosity. One disciple, with protruding front teeth and a pockmarked face, slouched as he rubbed his eyes and commented, "Well, this junior brother is quite diligent. Such a clean stable must mean you haven't slept a wink all night. You're full of energy, aren't you? Just wait a couple of months, and you'll be shedding tears for home," another chimed in, his wrinkled gray garb and shifty eyes giving him a slick demeanor. Seeing their banter, Lin Yi chuckled and turned to assess the third individual. "You're also up early, brother." "I'm Xinding." The other party appeared to be prepared, waiting for the two in front to finish their conversation before awkwardly clasping their hands in front of Lin Yi. However, his robust physique stood in stark contrast to his submissive demeanor. "Ah ha ha, I am Hu Wan. Please call me Brother Hu." The grinning disciple gestured towards himself. "I am Wen Luan. Brother, please excuse my formality." Lin Yi acknowledged the 3 senior brothers with a bow. "Truly diligent, brother. I heard you arrived only last night. Did you clean this entire place by yourself?" Wen Luan surveyed the surroundings incessantly. Lin Yi, being new and inexperienced, requested guidance from his senior brothers. Noticing the peculiar expression on Wen Luan's face, Lin Yi felt somewhat perplexed. Hu Wan plopped down onto a haystack, grumbling, "What guidance can I offer? You deserve no such praise. Though your diligence may wane in a few days, still." He gestured around, pointing towards the direction of the stables where the 3 belonged, exclaiming in indignation, "Such a clean stable. It's simply unreasonable. How can your senior brothers endure this?" "Indeed, brother. Your eloquence is commendable, expressing the bond we share," Wen Luan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his small eyes twinkling with mirth. Hu Wan seemed quite pleased, shaking his shoulders as if filled with nostalgia. Lin Yi could only roll his eyes. It turned out these 2 senior brothers were disgruntled that his cleaning made their own side appear more disheveled. However, he could not possibly clean up after them, could he? What sort of people were they? "Brothers, let us wait until my initial zeal fades, shall we?" Lin Yi replied with calm assertiveness. Xinding scratched his head and remarked, "Brother Lin, do you not find this daily routine tedious?" His gaze was earnest, albeit puzzled. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Regardless, this place is clean, not only for the horses, but it also brings me a sense of tranquility." He turned to Xinding. "Do you not agree?" After a brief silence, Xinding looked at Wen Luan and Hu Wan, saying, "What Brother Lin said makes sense. I shall go clean." With that, he walked away. "Hey," Wen Luan exclaimed in haste, "why do you no longer heed your senior brother's words? If your words lack reason, why should I listen?" Xinding retorted without looking back. "What has gotten into this foolish lad, suddenly disregarding everything? Old Hu, say something." Wen Luan stomped his foot in exasperation at Xinding's retreating figure. Hu Wan shot Wen Luan a glance, unsteadily rising from the haystack, and addressed Lin Yi in a peculiar tone. "Brother Lin, you have quite the spirit, asserting your authority over your senior brothers." He grinned mischievously, reaching to pat Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the outstretched hand, repulsed by its unwashed state, with yellowing fingers and dirt-encrusted nails, causing him to frown, remaining motionless and unyielding. Lin Yi allowed Hu Wan's hand to land on his shoulder. Hu Wan, wearing a sly grin, applied pressure, perhaps expecting Lin Yi to fall helplessly to the ground, only to find his hand numbed against Lin Yi's shoulder, as if it were forged of iron. Standing resolutely, Lin Yi softly stated, "I am but a newcomer, unfamiliar with the ways here. However, tidying the courtyard and stables is merely my duty, not an act of defiance against my senior brothers. Since it is just the 4 of us, Why not coexist harmoniously for a more pleasant life? Do you not agree, brothers? A newcomer must listen to his seniors, otherwise. What rules remain? Wen Luan quipped, attempting to assert his dominance. Seeing Lin Yi seemingly plead for mercy, Wen Luan seized the opportunity to kick at his knee. Shinding, straightforward in nature, found himself unable to contend with the eloquence of Hu Wan and Wen Luan. Having grown accustomed to following their lead, he rarely voiced his own opinions. Today, however, Lin Yi's words had ignited a flicker of rebellion within him. Yet, Shinding's strength was considerable, and Hu Wan and Wen Luan dared not resort to brute force, opting instead for verbal persuasion, believing no significant harm would come from their encounter. Over the years, Shinding had remained loyal and obedient. But this new disciple, merely 16 or 17, seemed impervious to intimidation. A little physical threat would surely render him compliant in the future, though both Hu Wan and Wen Luan were tasked with menial duties. They were no strangers to physical training. In the Tianlong sect, every member possessed some martial prowess, though the skill levels varied greatly. When Hu Wan's forceful attempt to intimidate Lin Yi failed, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Luan, then lunged forward, hands reaching for Lin Yi's shoulders. Lin Yi, unwilling to engage in conflict on his very first day at the Tianlong sect, sought to avoid a confrontation. However, their disdainful disregard for his attempts at camaraderie made it clear they did not respect him as their junior. As their hands reached out, Lin Yi remained calm, shifting his shoulders to evade Hu Wan's grasp. He lifted his left foot, targeting Wen Luan's instep, while simultaneously extending his right arm to seize Hu Wan by the neck. Wen Luan, intending to kick Lin Yi down, found his legs suddenly throbbing with pain, causing him to stagger backward with a cry. Before Wen Luan could even settle back onto the ground, Hu Wan was already being yanked off balance by Lin Yi. Crashing down upon Wen Luan, the two fell in a heap, howling in agony, yet Lin Yi held them firmly in place with one arm. Hu Wan, gasping for air, could only roll his eyes and stick out his tongue, struggling to comprehend how he had gone from an aggressor to a victim, unable to utter a sound. Suddenly, Hu Wan felt a release around his neck, allowing him to breathe once more. He hastily rolled away, leaving Wen Luan groaning beneath him. It seemed the fall had taken a toll on Wen Luan, who felt as if his leg was no longer his own. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's strikes had been swift and precise, and he stood aside with a smile, observing the disheveled duo on the ground. Shinding rushed over, wide-eyed, staring incredulously at Lin Yi. The sight of the two clearly defeated disciples left him bewildered. How could Lin Yi still appear unscathed? Brother Shun, I assure you, this is not my doing. Lin Yi shrugged innocently. Shinding turned to the miserable pair on the ground, dismissing any connections to himself. Well, then it seems they simply brought this upon themselves. Brother Wen, did you forget to dry your pants before putting them on? Lin Yi feigned curiosity, pointing towards Wen Luan's trousers. Wen Luan, recovering slightly, quickly covered himself, his face flushed, nearly brought to tears. Brother Lin, it was my fault. I implore your forgiveness. From now on, we shall follow your lead, if that is agreeable. Lin Yi casually shook his head. Brother Wen, your words are misguided. How could I be so ignorant of decorum? Brother Hu, what say you? Hu Wan, still reeling from the earlier encounter, was not fully present. Hearing Lin Yi's casual address, he felt as if he were in a dream, struggling to comprehend. After being called twice, he absent-mindedly nodded, his expression dazed. Sensing something was off, he glanced at Lin Yi, only to see a glint in his eyes that sent a chill down his spine, as if a heavy weight had settled upon him, rendering him frozen and breathless. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, Hu Wan succumbed to the unbearable pressure. His complexion pale and his spirit crushed. In an instant, all that had once sent shivers down their spines vanished without a trace. In a state of bewilderment, beads of sweat trickled down Hu Wan's forehead. He stammered incoherently, repeatedly asserting, "Listen to Lin Shidi. From now on, we shall heed his words." Lin Yi shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "My two senior brothers seem to be in a daze. It would be wise to rest a bit." With that, he subtly gestured to the astonished Shinding, saying softly, "I shall step outside for a moment. I'll leave this in your capable hands, Shin Shi Xiao." Bowing slightly, Lin Yi turned and walked away. Why had this Lin Shidi departed? Shinding found himself somewhat puzzled as he went to assist Wen Luan in rising. His nose twitched, and he muttered incessantly, "What is that smell? I recognize the scent of horse urine. Could it be that when Shi Xiang has wet his trousers?" "Hush, please keep your voice down." Wen Luan glanced around nervously. The surroundings were empty save for the horses and Hu Wan, who sat dazed on the ground. Shinding let out a scoff, nonchalantly declaring, There's no one else here. So what if he wet his pants? Who hasn't he done that before? As when Luan was helped to his feet, he was incensed by Shun Ding's loud remarks, feeling a strong urge to stomp in frustration. Is it common for adults to wet their trousers? His legs betrayed him as Shun Ding released his grip. With a yelp, Wen Luan stumbled a few steps, ultimately leaning against a haystack, groaning incessantly. Hu Wan was likewise assisted to sit on the haystack, yet Shun Ding remained bewildered by Hu Wan's continued stupor. Typically, these two would have been the ones guiding others, filled with ambition yet thwarted in their endeavors. Could it be that a newcomer like Lin Shidi had rendered them foolish? They often claimed to be simpletons, yet they had never truly felt this way. How amusing. Shun Ding realized for the first time that these two were not much superior to himself. Disciples sent by the Tianlong sect to care for the horses were either ill-favored or marginalized, all individuals who had not achieved their aspirations. Aside from the superficial status of being outer sect disciples, they were essentially mere grooms. For those from impoverished backgrounds, this life, free from worry about food and drink, was akin to a dream come true. However, for disciples with loftier ambitions, their spirits were inevitably dampened. Shun Ding, hailing from humble beginnings, felt content with his current circumstances, having work to do, food to eat, and a monthly stipend. Yet Hu Wan and Wen Luan held a different perspective. When they first joined the Tianlong sect, they harbored dreams of mastering martial arts, achieving fame, and bringing glory to their families. However, through mismanagement and the necessity of horse care, they found themselves languishing for over a decade, still confined like horses within the stable. Their hearts brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction. Yet they could only resign themselves to fate, muddling through each day alongside Shun Ding in this bustling equestrian yard, subsisting on a meager existence. Maintaining dozens of horses was no small feat, but Shun Ding's diligence and obedience made him the primary caretaker, responsible for cleaning stalls and feeding. Even so, manpower was insufficient, and thus the steward could only manage 10 horses. It was Lin Yi's arrival that finally allowed Shun Ding to break free and assume the role of a true steward. Whether the steward's affectionate demeanor towards Lin Yi was driven by ulterior motives remains uncertain. Hu Wan and Wen Luan, sharing a common plight, sat together. Finally, a newcomer had arrived in the equestrian yard. With additional hands to share the workload, the two looked forward to more leisurely days. Seeing Lin Yi's industriousness, they felt an affinity for him, yet they realized he could not merely tend to his own area. The notion of sweeping the snow before one's own door was not only contemptible, but also indicative of being unsociable. Thus, they gently sought to enlighten one another. This newcomer, lacking in insight, would need to face a minor reprimand for the sake of harmony in the equestrian yard. Unexpectedly, this mere lad of 16 or 17 years raised his hand and swiftly knocked both of them to the ground. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the martial arts or techniques he employed. Those who intended to strike were instead struck. Left too embarrassed to speak of their humiliation, how could they complain when they didn't even comprehend how they had been bested? Was it not a form of bullying that this strong-willed youth had come to care for the horses? Surely, he must have crossed someone in authority, venting his frustrations in this manner. Today's inexplicable misfortune left Hu Wan and Wen Luan feeling quite aggrieved. Nevertheless, this newcomer did not take advantage of the situation. He was reasonable and not a brutish or unreasonable sort. Perhaps, coexisting with him would not prove to be too difficult after all. Lin Yi paid little heed to the thoughts of the 3 individuals behind him. According to Steward Pai's account from the previous night, those who came to tend to the horses were individuals who had encountered setbacks in the affairs of the outer hall. As long as they did not cross him in the future, he considered the matter closed. There was no deep-seated enmity between them, so why should they be confrontational? The horse courtyard stood near the edge of the outer hall's estate. Beyond the main gate lay a narrow path. To the left, one could discern the route leading to the mountain gate, while to the right, as Steward Pai had mentioned, was likely the path to the back mountain. In this unfamiliar place, Lin Yi felt disoriented, unsure of where to go. As he hesitated, he noticed several individuals approaching the horse courtyard. He stood at the entrance, observing. Among the newcomers was a long-bearded elder clad in red, whose face seemed familiar to Lin Yi. He recalled that this man bore the surname Ma and was unexpectedly an elder of the Tianlong sect. Following him were 3 Taoist priests, the disciples of Zheng Yuanzi, whom Lin Yi also recognized. Upon their arrival at the horse courtyard, Lin Yi felt uncertain about how to proceed. He could only lower his head and bow. Greeting the elder, "Greetings, Elder Ma." Elder Ma, noticing a gray-clad disciple bowing, waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Quickly prepare several horses. This elder is headed to the back mountain." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement and hurried back into the courtyard. Inside, he found that Shen Ding and the others had already vanished. Without time to ponder, he fetched 4 horses from the stables he oversaw and presented them to the 4 individuals waiting outside. Elder Ma paid no attention to Lin Yi, curtly commanding, "Follow along and serve," before mounting his horse alongside the 3 Taoist priests. With no other choice, Lin Yi returned to the courtyard, let out another horse, and mounted it. Trailing behind them, Elder Ma's voice drifted back, "Keep your distance." Lin Yi shrugged, slowed his horse's pace, and allowed the group to distance themselves before following. He mused to himself that being an outer disciple felt akin to being a mere servant, constantly summoned and ordered about. They journeyed along the foot of the mountain for 5 or 6 miles, rounding a small rock face, when a vast valley unfolded before them. Close by, a stream babbled, and lush vegetation flourished. In the distance, steep mountains towered, their cliffs rising dramatically, peaks soaring into the clouds. A waterfall cascaded down from a height, its roar echoing like thunder, harmonizing with the melodious calls of birds. It was truly a paradise, the legendary 9 Dragons' abode, living up to its reputation. Zhen Yuanzi, atop his horse, stroked his beard in appreciation. "Ah, this valley is renowned, known as Wulong." Elder Ma smiled in agreement. Zhen Yuanzi continued. "The peaks of the 9 dragons encircle this place, leveraging the advantages of heaven and earth. When the clouds rise and the waters surge, the sleeping dragon shall soar into the sky. The name Wulong Valley is indeed splendid." Elder Ma remained composed, guiding his horse at a steady pace, pointing to a distant waterfall. This waterfall is called 9 Dragons Waterfall, and below it lies 9 Dragons Pool. As a Taoist, your insights into nature are indeed profound. Behold, the cliffs cradle the dragons. This waterfall plunges 1,000 fathoms, cascading down with a force akin to galloping clouds, resonating like 1,000 thunders, evoking the spirit of the 9 dragons in the pool. Captivating the heart, Zhen Yuanzi seemed lost in sentiment, inspired by the scenery. He continued, "I have practiced for decades, journeying far and wide, seeing the vastness of the sky and the depth of the clouds, reflecting on the insignificance of my own pursuits, contemplating the leisurely dreams of a crane. Thus, seclusion in a confined space yields little wisdom. It is far better to journey 1,000 miles in search of enlightenment." Elder Ma is indeed a kindred spirit. Elder Ma, taken aback by these words, furrowed his brow slightly. The sect leader had instructed him to accompany Zhen Yuanzi to discern the intentions of these 3 individuals. He secretly hoped that they would not broach the subject, allowing him to feign ignorance. Yet, despite his caution, he found himself ensnared. Elder Ma wore a smile. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his hawkish gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, positioned at a distance, appeared indifferent to the group ahead. He leisurely adjusted the saddle and admired the valley scenery, yet his mind whirled with thoughts. Zhen Yuanzi's eloquent remarks seemed laden with hidden meanings, whereas Elder Ma's demeanor was overly cautious, as if he harbored reservations. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with the dialogues among the sect's elders, providing him with deeper insights into the intricacies of the Jianghu. Unbeknownst to Zhen Yuanzi and Elder Ma, the inconspicuous outer disciple in the distance was keenly observing them. Had they realized that their conversation could be overheard from such a distance, their sole intention would likely be to conspire against the seemingly insignificant gray-clad disciple. As they circled the pool, Elder Ma maintained a smile, nodding in agreement with Zhen Yuanzi's praises, yet remained silent for a time. When Zhen Yuanzi, with a knowing look, turned to him, Elder Ma pondered briefly before speaking. "Taoist, not far ahead lies the Baxia Peak, one of the 9 dragons. From here, if we ascend the peak, we can witness the extraordinary spectacle of the 9 dragons amidst the clouds. Furthermore, Elder Meng resides nearby. Shall we pay him a visit for a cup of wine?" Zhen Yuanzi's spirits lifted as he chuckled. "Elder Meng is a generous soul. Your suggestion aligns perfectly with my wishes." Elder Ma gestured towards Lin Yi, then dismounted with Zhen Yuanzi and his disciples, leaving the horses behind. So that was the intention behind having him accompany them. The horse attendants and followers shared the burden. As the group gradually disappeared from sight, Lin Yi dismounted and gazed into the distance. The peaks, shrouded in mist, appeared ethereal, with hidden towers and pavilions that evoked a sense of unattainable mystery. Lin Yi mused that as an outer disciple, he could only dream of exploring those heights. However, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He must investigate to gather more beneficial information, making his journey to the Great Xiao possible. Otherwise, remaining confined in the horse courtyard, passively awaiting fate, would render any potential future as elusive as smoke. After allowing the horses to drink from the pool, Linny mounted once more and turned back. He whistled, and the horses obediently followed. Linny felt a surge of satisfaction, chuckling to himself. Tending to horses was not so bad. The scenery here was delightful, and taking the horses out for a stroll would be quite enjoyable in the future. Upon returning to the horse courtyard, before he could lead the horses back to the stables, Huan rushed over like a gust of wind. A smile plastered across his face. "I say, Lin Shitty, let me take care of these from now on. Come, allow me." Lin Yi recognized that the others were present in the courtyard. Maintaining an awareness of his surroundings had become habitual. However, this Huan seemed like a different person compared to the one he met in the morning. He allowed Huan to snatch the reins from his hands, busily taking charge. "You're back, Shitty. Hee, you must be tired." Wen Luan, limping slightly, approached with a warm smile, his small eyes sparkling. Shinding followed behind, scratching his head in confusion. Just moments ago, when Luan had needed assistance walking, yet now, upon seeing Lin Yi, he was walking unaided. The politeness of the two seniors left Lin Yi feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He spread his hands, elongating his tone, feigning a sense of helplessness. When Luan and Appos, as face flushed, and he hurriedly shook his hands, his demeanor one of bashfulness and unease. Huan joined in, his expression awkward, bowing to Lin Yi. "It's all my brother's fault. We did not treat you well here, Shitty." Seeing the sincerity in their words and realizing they were not merely pretending, Lin Yi put away his smile and said earnestly, "Let us put this matter behind us. I am young and inexperienced, and I appreciate your understanding. I apologize for any missteps." He then bowed deeply to both of them. Lin Yi's magnanimous and humble demeanor eased the tension in their hearts. He continued, "As I am new here, I know little and hope that the three seniors will guide me." Thus, the four disciples of the horse courtyard formally acquainted themselves. Shinding, somewhat baffled by their conversation, felt pleased by the harmony among the brothers, chuckling to himself. Huan and Wen Luan, witnessing Lin Yi's genuine forgiveness and amiable nature, found their fondness for this new brother growing exponentially. Interactions among people often hinge on initial impressions, which can shape preferences and aversions, leading to unexpected outcomes. Huan gathered Lin Yi and the others, and they settled together on a haystack. "Junior brother, have you ridden to the back mountain so early in the morning?" Wen Luan inquired, his small eyes filled with concern. The camaraderie among the brothers was indeed delightful. Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Elder Ma dispatched me to accompany several guests to the back mountain for a leisurely excursion. I merely played the role of a horse attendant." "Your choice of words is amusing. Horse attendant is quite apt, ha. Huan chuckled, shaking his head. "However, Elder Ma holds considerable esteem within our sect, so serving him is indeed an honor." "You speak the truth, brother. I am but an outer disciple, and I harbor no ill feelings," Lin Yi conceded. The back mountain is truly a splendid destination, with cascading waterfalls and deep pools, steep cliffs, and soaring rocks, which has certainly broadened my horizons. He seemed to revel in the experience. When Luan moved closer to Lin Yi, a slight frown furrowing his brow, just as he was about to speak, Lin Yi interrupted him. "Allow me to take a look at your foot." Without heeding Wen Luan's protests, Lin Yi gently lifted his right foot, leaving the shoe intact, and began to lightly tap along the sole, arch, ankle, and calf, his fingers dancing with precision. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi set down Wen Luan's right foot, a playful smile illuminating his face as he asked, "How does it feel now, brother?" Huan and Shinding observed, puzzled by Lin Yi's deft movements. When Luan's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief, though he could not discern Lin Yi's techniques. The sensations in his foot and leg, sharp as needles and warm as fire, flowed through his entire right leg. A simple movement of his limbs made the lingering pain vanish as if by magic. "Thank you, junior brother. I had no idea you were so skilled in the healing arts," Wen Luan exclaimed, eager to rise in gratitude, but Lin Yi gently restrained him. "I cannot claim mastery. It is merely a modest skill for promoting circulation and relieving tension. It is hardly worth mentioning." Wen Luan had been afflicted with blockages in his foot and leg, which Lin Yi had observed and could not ignore, prompting him to extend a helping hand. Huan praised, "Junior brother, your kindness is commendable. It is amusing to think that we once deliberately made things difficult for you, haha. Fortunately, your magnanimity allows you to overlook past grievances." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Lin Yi learned from the mouths of three individuals that the Jiolong peaks, varying in height and steepness, presented a formidable challenge. Only Chiwei, Baxi, Xianzhang, and Jindiao peaks had a gentler landscape, serving as the residence for the Jiolong sect. The remaining 5 peaks were hidden deep within the rugged mountains, shrouded in mist, beyond the reach of human conquest. The distances between the 9 peaks varied. The 4 peaks with inhabitants were relatively close, while the remaining 5 were further apart, scattered over several dozen li, adding a unique charm to the Jiulong sanctum. Chiwei Peak was the residence of the sect leader. Baxi Peak was guarded by several elders. Skinzhong Peak housed the inner disciples, and Jindiao Peak was said to be the secluded retreat of the Grand Elder. Thus, Linyi came to understand that the peak he encountered upon entering the sect was Xianzhong, with Chiwei and Baxi looming behind it. According to the 3 outer disciples were forbidden to set foot on any of these 4 peaks. Curiosity piqued, the trio inquired about Lin Yi's martial prowess. He shook his head, claiming his skills were mediocre, possessing merely a bit of strength. In turn, he asked about their training conditions. It turned out that the martial arts hall of the Outer Affairs Hall allowed outer disciples to practice only the simplest techniques of the Tianlong sect. Only through official duties could one earn the privilege to study more advanced skills. For over a decade, the 3 had endured a dismal situation, limited to practicing only basic martial arts. Can I, as a junior disciple, also learn a couple of sets of introductory martial arts? Linyi inquired. The 3 nodded in affirmation. When Lewin appeared to harbor some reservations and hesitated before saying, "If you wish to go, I shall accompany you after lunch." Though the techniques were rudimentary, it was only natural for newly initiated outer disciples to engage in training. After all, wasn't he that the very purpose of coming to the Tianlong sect? With their thoughtful encouragement, Lin Yi readily agreed. The dining area comprised several large rooms where one could eat at their convenience, but if one arrived late, they would find no food left. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they found Elder Pai had already claimed a table. He looked up, spotting his underlings, and greeted them with a smile. "Old Pai, you're here early," when Lewin chuckled. Observing the clay pot on the table, Huan grinned widely. "We have meat to eat today, Old Pai. Make sure to leave some for the brothers." Shinding nonchalantly took a seat. Elder Pai paid little mind to the 3, waving Lin Yi over with a smile. "Brother, sit down and eat. If you take your time, you won't get any meat." The table was already set with dishes, likely prepared ahead of time by Elder Pai. Lin Yi quickly called out to Elder Pai and took a seat, lifting his bowl. Huan and Wen Lewin eagerly served him braised pork. Lin Yi hurriedly declined with his chopsticks. Elder Pai, astonished, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What is going on here? Why are you 2 acting so strangely? Are you sick? Get out of here. You're the one who's sick. It's only right for senior brothers to take care of a new disciple." When Lewin retorted, feigning seriousness, Huan echoed his sentiments, leaving Elder Pai utterly baffled. Even Shinding, eyeing Lin Yi's bowl enviously, bore no ill will. Elder Pai shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "They say a leopard can't change its spots. I know their true nature too well. 2 senior brothers, I don't particularly fancy mate. There's no need to be so polite. Just act naturally," Lin Yi remarked. Having reached the 5th level of his Xian heart technique, his cravings had diminished significantly, and he had grown averse to greasy foods, indulging only occasionally. Thus, he couldn't quite accept their warm gestures. Instead, he placed the meat into Shinding's bowl, prompting a broad smile from the latter. Shinding genuinely liked Lin Yi, appreciating his kindness. Elder Pai, being humble and without rigid rules, felt a sense of satisfaction despite not understanding why Huan and Wen Lewin were so warm towards Lin Yi. It seemed fortuitous for a newcomer to bond so closely with 2 seemingly lazy individuals. After the meal, the 3 guided Lin Yi to the martial arts hall. Lin Yi looked up, noting the spacious surroundings. In one corner of the courtyard were stone locks and weapon racks. The large hall directly opposite the entrance bore the inscription Martial Arts Hall, flanked by 2 large stone tablets. The ground was compacted yellow earth, solid and flat, not stirring a speck of dust beneath their feet. As they approached the stone tablets, the 3 paused, turning back with smiles to observe Lin Yi. He glanced at them in confusion before focusing on the inscriptions on the tablets. After a short while, he moved to the other tablet, silently contemplating. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, patiently waiting beside him. After a considerable time at the stones, Lin Yi felt a sense of clarity. The inscriptions detailed a set of basic martial arts techniques of the Tianlong sect. One was the Tianlong fist, the other the Jiulong sword technique. The fist techniques included 5 forms: Dragon Gate Point, 2 dragons play with pearls, dragon moves like a tiger, climbing dragon and phoenix, and startling dragon. The sword techniques comprised 9 strikes, all named after dragons: dragon and snake dance, hidden dragon in the abyss, flood dragon plays in water, cloud wandering startling dragon, twin dragons converging, flying dragon riding clouds, startling dragon in the sky, divine dragon in the wilderness, and Jiulong supporting the sky. The names of the techniques were melodious, and the descriptions were clearly etched on the stone tablets. Lin Yi memorized all the names and techniques in one go. However, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, recognizing numerous flaws in the sequences which did not flow seamlessly. Was this truly the entry-level martial art of the Tianlong sect? Unbeknownst to him, with the completion of his spiritual awareness and the advancement of his Xiantian heart technique into the mid-stage of Qi training, his understanding of martial arts had already surpassed the limitations of mundane techniques. Even the most exquisite martial arts could easily reveal their weaknesses to him. He was no longer the novice he had been 3 years prior. Yet, being in the mountains limited his perspective, and this mountain was indeed different from the last. After lunchtime, more disciples gradually filled the martial arts hall. Who is this? Not tending to the horses and coming here instead? A loud voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts as several individuals approached from behind him. Lin Yi turned, surprised to see who might be causing trouble. A slightly dark-skinned, robust figure with bulging eyes glared menacingly at Hu Wan and the others, followed by two companions, one muscular with a broad chest and the other, a yellow-faced fellow. Was Jin Ku, grinning maliciously and making gestures towards Lin Yi. Hu Wan and Wen Luan bowed and greeted Brother Lu, while stepping back cautiously. Shen Ding, fuming but silent, glared at the scene. Seeing the trepidation of his companions towards this brother, Lu piqued Lin Yi's curiosity, prompting him to examine the man. Trouble found him swiftly. Before he could discern the situation, the leading man glared and barked, "You little brat. Hurry back to the stables and stop pretending to understand what S on the stone tablet. Brother is right. We can't allow such filth to taint the martial arts hall." Jin Ke cackled in glee. Uncertain about how to trouble Lin Yi, he found it amusing that the lad had come to him. Jin Ke reveled in the spectacle, eagerly scanning the surroundings for an audience. Hu Wan and his companions sensed danger and quickly attempted to pull Lin Yi away. Lin Yi cast a calm glance at the man before turning to Hu Wan, who was anxiously whispering. Hu Wan and Wen Luan, under pressure, answered in haste. It turned out that Jin Ke's companions were formidable martial artists in the hall, responsible for patrolling and guarding the mountains. One was Lu Shu, nicknamed Six Hands by Wen Luan, known for his unparalleled skills among the disciples of the Outer Affairs Hall, driven solely by greed. One man took advantage of his fellow disciples. The other, named Du Song, was equally skilled in martial arts as Lu Shu, and he had been brought in as a companion for indulgence in food and drink. The two supported one another, and few dared to provoke them within the martial arts hall. Hu Wan, Wen Luan, and Shen Ding had certainly suffered at their hands. Wen Luan had made a firm resolve to accompany Lin Yi to this place, but he had not anticipated encountering these two formidable individuals. Unable to confront them, it seemed wiser to retreat. "Are you deaf? Why don't you leave?" Lu Shu, having received benefits from Jin Ke, was allied with his grandfather's influence. The two shared a mutual disdain for Lin Yi, who was clearly disfavored by Jin Ke. Lu Shu glared at Lin Yi, adopting an aggressive stance, ready to pick a fight. Upon learning the rules of the martial arts hall, Lin Yi gestured for the three not to worry. He turned towards Lu Shu and smiled faintly. "When has this martial arts hall ever prohibited outer disciples from entering? We are all brothers here. Why must you, good sir, bully the weak and insult me?" Lin Yi, nearly of adult stature yet slightly slender, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his feet planted firmly, exuding a casual yet steady demeanor. Seeing this new disciple, unfazed by intimidation and instead reasoning with him, left Lu Shu astonished as he glanced at his companions, questioning whether he had heard correctly. Lu Shu, infuriated, almost laughed, his eyes bulged with disbelief. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Indeed, this is the martial arts hall, but each has their specialty. If you do not tend to your horses properly and come here to waste time, you disrupt our practice. Do you not grasp such a simple truth? You, a mere novice, dare to make noise here. Ha! What nonsense! The entrance to the Tianlong sect is open to all, and there are no rules prohibiting those who care for horses from training in martial arts. Those who tend to horses, grow herbs, wash clothes, or cook are also outer disciples of the Tianlong sect and are no less than anyone else." Lin Yi remained composed and spoke with a calm yet deliberate tone, ensuring every word was clear and reasoned. Hu Wan and the others felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, and onlookers began to express admiration through their glances. The crowd in the courtyard grew thicker. Lu Shu and Appo's expression darkened further. "What, you think you can only talk tough? Allow me to test your skills." He waved his hands, clearing a space for combat. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, he arrogantly scoffed, "Come on, I'm waiting." Jin Ke cackled and stepped aside, while Du Song's expression turned icy as he retreated a few paces. Lu Shu, with a predatory glare, prepared to strike. His mind racing with thoughts of how to punish this insolent horse-tending disciple. The gathered spectators exchanged uncertain glances, watching the unfolding scene. It was indeed a daunting prospect for a new disciple to seek advantage over such an experienced fighter. While the onlookers cheered for Lin Yi's bravery, they couldn't help but worry about his fate. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi smirked and scoffed. "What gives you the right to challenge me?" With that, he pulled Huan and the others to leave. The three, relieved, recognized that avoiding confrontation with Lu Shu was undoubtedly a wise choice. In an instant, silence enveloped the martial arts hall. Everyone, including Lu Shu, watched as Lin Yi and his companions made their way toward the courtyard exit. Moments ago, Lin Yi had argued with confidence, yet now he was retreating, which intrigued the spectators, prompting laughter. Lu Shu's face stiffened, quickly morphing into a sneer as he mocked. So the horse caretaker turns out to be a coward, all talk and no action. Many outer disciples were intimidated by him, and such scenarios were not uncommon. Dusong, maintaining an arrogant silence, had grown accustomed to this scenario, while Jin Ku, begrudgingly, cast a regretful gaze at Lin Yi's retreating figure. "Junior brother, do not take it to heart. Just endure it." When Luan offered a nervous smile in an attempt to console Lin Yi, undeterred, shook his head with a smile. "Why should I concern myself with such trivialities or endure anything?" When Luan blinked in confusion, not quite understanding, Huan chimed in. "Junior brother, your open-mindedness is admirable. That scoundrel Lu Shu is unworthy of engaging with you." "Ha, you overestimate Lin Yi," Lin Yi remarked, aware of his brother's attempts to comfort him. Even Shinding raised his gaze to Lin Yi, inquiring, "Unworthy of what?" Lin Yi, eyes fixed ahead, chuckled softly. "He truly is unworthy." After dinner, Lin Yi politely declined the warm invitation from Huan and Wen Luan, preferring to stay alone in the stable. Shinding offered to join him, but Lin Yi graciously refused, relishing the solitude and wishing to avoid any additional trouble. The cool autumn night was illuminated by a slanted moon, casting a silvery glow over the stable courtyard, yet Lin Yi's quarters remained shrouded in darkness. Inside the dim room, Lin Yi sat cross-legged upon his bed, for small flags were embedded in the corners, forming a covert defensive array that isolated the stable from all outside disturbances, including a faint lingering odor. Lin Yi tilted his head back and sipped a small amount of spirit wine. A trace of ethereal energy from the wine gradually permeated his energy reservoir as he circulated the Shantian heart method, flowing through his limbs. After 9 cycles of cultivation, his spiritual platform became clear and his internal energy surged, expanding his meridians. With each breath, he felt his pores connect with the energies of the heavens and earth, as if the very pulse of the universe intertwined with his own. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance a stark contrast to the inky night. Within a radius of 200 zhang surrounding his small abode, every rustle of the wind and movement of grass was as clear as day to him. To his surprise, within this chaotic stable yard, his cultivation could flourish. Lin Yi's brows lifted in delight, though a bitter smile graced his lips. Without the spirit stones used to brew the spirit wine, all efforts to cultivate would be futile. Though his perception had improved, the Shantian heart method, reliant on the spirit wine, progressed slowly, yet his foundational skills grew increasingly robust. With the spirit wine, he could indeed absorb spiritual energy and continue his training. Counting the days, he realized it had been 7 since arriving at the Tianlong sect. It was time to act upon his thoughts and concerns. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, beckoning the 4 elemental flags back towards him. He then muttered incantations, forming seals, and a faint glow enveloped him, rendering the figure on the bed invisible. Utilizing the invisibility technique, Lin Yi exited his quarters. After pausing for a moment, he leapt into the night air. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the solemn and majestic Jiu Long mountain loomed ahead, its peaks faintly visible in the distance. Lin Yi stood at the mountain-s base, facing Xianzhang Peak. To reach the other peaks, one must traverse this one first. Extending his awareness, he sensed 2 groups of disciples patrolling nearby. These individuals were likely inner disciples, armed and vigilant, yet remarkably agile in the cover of night. Employing the wind-riding technique, Lin Yi gracefully soared over the patrolling disciples, who remained blissfully unaware. Easing Lin Yi's mind considerably, such endeavors were a first for him, while the adage of the brave are emboldened by skill rang true. He felt a blend of anxiety and excitement. Having evaded the 2 groups of patrolling disciples, he continued up the mountain path. 2 peaks emerged in the moonlight, heavy and mysteriously alluring. The taller one to the left was likely Chi Wei Peak, while the one to the right was assumed to be Ba Xia Peak. Resolute, Lin Yi ascended the mountain steps, gliding upward like an ethereal breeze beneath the brilliant moonlight. The guards at Chiwei Peak had clearly increased in number, with pairs and groups of 3 to 5. Along the way, he encountered several patrols, making him cautious. These peaks were uncharted territory for Lin Yi. Since it was his first reconnaissance, he sought only those with structures. Standing before the Tianlong Grand Hall, he surveyed his surroundings, marveling at its imposing grandeur. The imposing stone terrace and towering serpentine pillars left Lin Yi in awe. However, the main hall was desolate, devoid of any presence. He circumvented the hall, venturing towards the summit. In the moonlight, a corner of a flying eave jutted out, vaguely revealing a pavilion, seemingly concealed high on the mountain peak. Could this be the abode of the sect leader? Lin Yi mused inwardly, his divine sense cautiously probing every nook and cranny ahead. He detected several sentry posts lurking behind the cliffs and within the thickets. Each seemed to possess formidable martial prowess, causing him to furrow his brow. This heavenly dragon sect is truly a dragon's lair, a tiger's den, he thought. Who could have foreseen that beneath the serene moonlight lurked such peril at every turn? With unwavering vigilance, Lin Yi stealthily approached the pavilion. Cloud-surpassing pavilion? What an august name. Lin Yi's divine sense instantly enveloped the entire cloud-surpassing pavilion. Are there people inside? Lin Yi's expression flickered. A gentle breeze wafted by, and he glided towards the pavilion, as weightless and silent as a falling leaf, landing upon the flying eaves. 2 figures within the pavilion materialized before him. They were engaged in conversation. One of them, seemingly inadvertently, glanced in Lin Yi's direction. The instant that gaze fell upon him, Lin Yi felt a chill in his heartbeat momentarily suspended. He dared not move an inch, his divine sense locked onto the figures within the pavilion. At the slightest sign of danger, he would swiftly retreat. Seeing the man deep in thought, then shaking his head after a moment, he said to the other, Elder Ma, you have been working hard these past few days. The latter, clad in a crimson robe and sporting a long beard, was none other than Elder Ma, whom Lin Yi recognized. It is my duty, sect leader, Elder Ma replied. But sect leader, just now. Elder Ma had been conversing with sect leader Mu Tiansheng when he noticed the latter's momentary lapse in attention, prompting him to inquire with concern. It's nothing. Perhaps it indapos. It's just old age playing tricks. I had a sudden, inexplicable feeling, as if I were being watched, Mu Tiansheng said with a self-deprecating chuckle. Unbeknownst to Mu Tiansheng, his words sent a jolt through Lin Yi, who was a mere 4 or 5 yards away. A feeling akin to being caught red-handed washed over him. His wind riding technique was extraordinary, unmatched by any mundane martial art. Yet, even so, Mu Tiansheng had sensed his presence. Were it not for the concealment afforded by his invisibility art, his cover would have been blown long ago. Sect leader Mu's perception, or rather, his vigilance, was enough to alarm Lin Yi. He had initially believed that he was treading a path to immortality, and thus did not place much importance on the denizens of the martial world. Over the years, he had encountered many martial artists and had even slain some petty thieves, fostering a sense of disdain. However, masters such as Mu Tiansheng, with their heightened senses and formidable cultivation, were not to be trifled with. The martial world was teeming with extraordinary talents, and his own Xiantian Heart Sutra was only just beginning. It was not yet sufficient to disregard the martial world entirely. Being so close to the 2 men, Lin Yi chided himself for his hubris. He held his breath, focusing his mind, and dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. It is only right that the sect leader, who bears the weight of the heavenly dragon sect's fate and future, remains ever vigilant. However, time flies. And while the sect leader remains hale and hearty, it is we who are growing old. Elder Ma said with a shake of his head and a smile. Oh, my careless words have stirred your sentiments, Elder Ma. Mu Tiansheng paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, before changing the subject. What are true Master Zhen Yuan's true intentions? Has Elder Ma disowned them? Elder Ma stroked his long beard and replied, these past few days, I have accompanied the Master and his 2 disciples, showing them the scenic 9 dragon peaks. Throughout the journey, true Master Zhen Yuan repeatedly emphasized the importance of wandering for those who cultivate the Tao. His unspoken meaning is clear. I had no choice but to avoid the topic. Seeing my reluctance, true Master Zhen Yuan proposed forming an alliance with our heavenly dragon sect. To demonstrate his sincerity, he offered to send his disciples to accompany ours on their travels, sharing weal and woe. True Master Zhen Yuan is truly cunning, leaving me in a quandary. I could only defer, saying that the matter was of great importance and required the deliberation of the sect leader and elders. True Master Zhen Yuan's proposal to forge an alliance is a double-edged sword. First, it is a gesture of goodwill, implying that he will follow our lead in the martial world, while also seeking our sect's protection. Second, he seeks to share in the benefits of our overseas ventures, thereby gaining an opportunity to expand his own sect. On the surface, true Master Zhen Yuan is returning a favor without seeking reward, but his intentions are far from simple. Now that he has come to our door with such an offer, it is difficult to refuse. Having said his piece, Elder Ma wore a troubled expression, shaking his head and sighing softly. Mu Qiansheng scoffed coldly. Returning a favor without seeking reward? Zhen Yuan's ambitions are great indeed. A fine calculation. Mu Qiansheng sat down, tapping his fingers lightly on the wooden table. After a long silence, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "To reject true Master Zhen Yuan's proposal outright would be detrimental to our sect's reputation. Zhen Yuan also underestimates the depth of our heavenly dragon sect's foundation and magnanimity. The vast, boundless ocean is fraught with countless difficulties and perils. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 of our expeditions return safely. Moreover, the sea journey is long and arduous, taking 3 to 5 years to complete. If Zhen Yuan sends his disciples to join us on our travels, they will naturally be under our command. However, the journey is long and uncertain. If anything untoward should happen, they can only resign themselves to fate." As Mu Qiansheng spoke, he gazed out of the pavilion, his chilling gaze blending seamlessly with the deep hues of the night. The hint of coldness in his words sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. Upon hearing this, Elder Ma's hawk-like eyes gleamed, and he nodded in approval. To act in accordance with the circumstances, to control movement with stillness. The sect leader and Apos, S words have illuminated my mind. Mu Qiansheng remained impassive, his gaze distant. He did not take Elder Ma's praise to heart, and continued, "Let the matter be settled thus. Trouble the elder to inform the other elders of my decision. However, the alliance must place certain restrictions on the White Cloud Temple." After a moment's pause, Mu Qiansheng said in an irrefutable tone, "Add these 2 clauses to the alliance. After the alliance is forged, the White Cloud Temple must obey the Heavenly Dragon Sect's commands and must prioritize, respect, and value the Heavenly Dragon Sect above all else. The other clause is that if the other party betrays the alliance and does anything detrimental to our sect, we shall consider them our enemy. Our sect shall then unleash the fury of thunder to eradicate them." The 2 clauses added by Mu Qiansheng were extremely harsh and humiliating to the White Cloud Temple, the other party in the alliance. Of course, if the White Cloud Temple could not bear such humiliation, they could simply refuse to form the alliance, which the Heavenly Dragon Sect would gladly accept. Although it was a case of turning the tables, it was also a direct and confrontational approach. True Master Zhen Yuan of the White Cloud Temple was calculating at every step, but who would emerge as the ultimate victor was still uncertain. These people, with their schemes and machinations, are not easy to deal with, Lin Yi muttered to himself, shaking his head inwardly. Elder Ma rose and obeyed, readily complying with the sect leader's arrangements. The disciples' departure is imminent. How are the preparations progressing? Mu Qiansheng's tone softened. There is still ample time before the 2nd month of the coming year. The selection of disciples for the expedition will follow the usual practice of internal competitions, with the sect leader and elders making the final decision. The competition will be held as scheduled at the beginning of next month. Elder Ma held a high position within the sect and was well versed in these matters. An elder must accompany this expedition. Does Elder Ma have any recommendations for the selection of elders? Mu Qiansheng nodded and continued to inquire. Elder Ma shook his head. "I had the opportunity to go out once 30 years ago, but such opportunities cannot be forced. Elder Shui and Elder Su have yet to emerge from their seclusion. This matter is of great importance and requires the decision of the sect leader and the supreme elder." Elder Ma's words carried a hint of desolation. The experiences of 30 years ago constantly resurfaced in his mind, like a haunting nightmare. They evoked confusion, obsession, terror, and a deep sense of loss and melancholy. Mu Qiansheng also sighed softly and said, "I also venture out once every 20 years. Without climbing a high mountain, one does not know the height of the heavens. Without descending into a deep ravine, one does not know the thickness of the earth. I once thought that standing upon the Heavenly Dragon Sect was enough to look down upon the heroes and survey the world. But upon venturing out to sea, I realized how insignificant I was. Faced with the vast and irresistible forces of nature, one can only accept one's fate. Alas, there exists in this world a cadre of individuals capable of manipulating the very forces of nature, before whom you and I can only shrink in insignificance. Such circumstances, for 2 decades, have weighed heavily upon my heart, leaving me in a state of perpetual melancholy, lamenting the perceived injustice of fate." Elder Ma exhaled deeply, remarking in a measured tone, Fortunately, our sect has persevered with unwavering resolve. Over the past century, 3 of our esteemed grand elders have surmounted the seemingly insurmountable chasm. The sect leader, too, has been favored by fortune, achieving the innate state. He chuckled softly, a sound tinged with desolation and resignation. I, on the other hand, have failed to live up to the sect's expectations, remaining unable to unlock the Xian gate, with no prospect of attaining the innate state. Mu Qiansheng responded. The Yang ancestral Xian gate is bestowed innately, present in all individuals, yet it gradually diminishes with the passage of time. I, too, owe my modest achievements to a fortuitous combination of elixirs acquired from overseas and decades of arduous cultivation. While my abilities may suffice for worldly acclaim, they pale in comparison to the prowess of the 3 grand elders. However, according to the grand elders themselves, they are but novices taking their first tentative steps. Their progress fraught with difficulty, likely to remain stagnant for the remainder of their lives. This is undoubtedly the reason for their return to the sect, their hearts weary of the path ahead. The 3 grand elders have dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the sect, nurturing it with their very essence, bestowing blessings upon future generations, and serving as paragons for us all, the very pillars of our sect. Elder Ma declared with solemnity. Mu Tiansheng raised a questioning eyebrow, then waved his hand dismissively, murmuring, "It is a path to ascend to the heavens, one that only a minuscule fraction can even embark upon, and among those, only a vanishingly small number can traverse it for any significant distance. Let us merely hope that the disciples embarking on this journey possess abundant fortune." Linny, standing silently atop the flying eaves, felt his heart pounding like a tempestuous sea. Elder Ma and the sect leader have both ventured overseas, he mused. I wonder if the place they speak of is the Great Xia Kingdom, or perhaps a region not far removed. The chasm they mentioned that the grand elders have surmounted. Could it refer to the path of cultivation? Does this imply that these 3 elders are cultivators? What is the extent of their cultivation? What techniques do they practice? What spells do they wield? And might they pose a threat to me? Overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts, Lin Yi struggled to regain his composure. As Elder Ma departed, Lin Yi prepared to leave as well, but noticed that sect leader Mu Tiansheng showed no signs of retiring for the night. Instead, he emerged from the Lingyun pavilion and strode outwards. Too many unanswered questions, Lin Yi lamented, his curiosity piqued beyond endurance. The sect leader and Apos' peculiar behavior only intensified his inquisitiveness. He dared not approach too closely, but instead maintained a discreet distance, locking onto Mu Tiansheng with his divine sense, following him surreptitiously. Mu Tiansheng exited the Lingyun pavilion, skirted around the peak, and with a graceful movement, descended from the mountain like a nocturnal owl. Astonished by the sect leader's extraordinary lightness skill, Lin Yi wasted no time in following suit, his movements like a gentle breeze, keeping a considerable distance. The Chiwei Peak towered over 1,000 zhang in height, with the Lingyun pavilion situated 500 or 600 zhang from the base. Mu Tiansheng's movements were fluid and elegant, his toes lightly touching the pines and rocks. Reaching the foot of the peak in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Without pausing, he continued to dash forward. Lin Yi marveled inwardly, realizing that had it not been for his exceptional wind manipulation technique, he would have been unable to keep pace with Mu Tiansheng. The lightness skill of the Tianlong sect was truly remarkable, inspiring both admiration and envy. Mu Tiansheng proceeded for another 5 or 6 li, arriving at the foot of an even taller and steeper peak than Chiwei Peak. He paused briefly, then transformed into a faint silhouette, ascending the mountain. Could this be the Jimao Peak where the Grand Elders reside? Lin Yi wondered. Mu Tiansheng, accustomed to free reign within the Tianlong sect, paid no heed to the patrolling guards, but Lin Yi remained vigilant, trailing him from a distance of 100 zhang. Mu Tiansheng ascended swiftly for 1,000 zhang. Arriving at the entrance of a cave, after bowing respectfully, he stepped inside. Lin Yi halted, refraining from approaching further, and extended his divine sense into the cave, following Mu Tiansheng. However, the instant his divine sense entered the cave, he experienced a slight sensation of stagnation. The cave's interior was Spartan, reminiscent of the cave behind the Immortal's Peak. Seated on a prayer mat was an elderly man clad in black robes. As Mu Tiansheng entered the cave, a trace of surprise flickered across the old man's face, which he quickly masked as he closed his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Yi sensed an unfamiliar divine sense, instantly enveloping the area around the cave, extending 70 or 80 zhang in all directions. As expected, Lin Yi thought, confirming his earlier suspicions. This old man, like myself, has cultivated divine sense. The Grand Elder is a cultivator, a so-called immortal. Lin Yi's heart pounded in his chest, his emotions in turmoil. Could it be that the black-robed elder has detected my presence? He dared not move the wisp of his divine sense that had entered the cave. After a moment, the black-robed elder shook his head and opened his eyes, gazing at Mu Tianqing with a look of suspicion. After a brief contemplation, the black-robed elder extended his hand, summoning 3 small flags that flew into his grasp. He examined them quizzically, then waved his hand again, sending the flags flying towards the cave entrance, where they disappeared into the ground. Lin Yi frowned inwardly at this development, realizing that the sensation of stagnation he had experienced earlier was likely due to a formation at the cave entrance, which had alerted the elder to his presence. He gained a newfound respect for the methods of cultivators. I, too, possess small flag formations, he mused, but I have only used them for concealment and shielding. I must experiment further to determine the true capabilities of the 4 symbols flags. The elder's divine sense could only extend 70 or 80 zhang, far less than his own. Reassured by this, Lin Yi began to observe the elder in detail. The elder's face was covered in a white beard, but his complexion was rosy and delicate, like that of an infant. His eyes were bright and full of life. A faint glow emanated from his body, likely due to the fluctuation of spiritual energy, similar to his own state when he had reached the 4th level of the profound Heaven Heart Sutra. Could this elder's cultivation be at the 4th level of qi refining? Lin Yi wondered. If I were to stand before him, would he be able to discern my identity with his divine sense? At this thought, Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Is it not possible to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the body? At such a distance, his divine sense could only perceive the elder's form, but he could not hear their conversation. Lin Yi considered approaching closer, but hesitated, afraid to move. After setting up the array flags, the elder finally spoke with Mu Tianqing. After a short while, Lin Yi saw the elder pat his waist, revealing a Qin pouch. Suddenly, a small box appeared in the cave. With a flick of the elder's finger, the box lid opened automatically, revealing 100 or 2 spirit stones inside. Lin Yi's eyes burned with envy. If only I had so many spirit stones, he lamented, I wouldn't have to smash them to brew spiritual wine. At this moment, Mu Tianqing had shed his usual air of authority. His expression was respectful as he said to the black-robed elder, the sect has spent 10 years gathering these spirit stones. Please forgive us for the meager offering, Uncle Jiang. His words were tinged with apology. The black-robed elder Jiang shook his head slightly, his voice aged but clear, full of vigor. Tianqing, there is no need to blame yourself. Mortals cannot distinguish spirit stones, so it is already a feat to have gathered so many. I am aware of the efforts you have expended. Whether someone in our sect can embark on the path of immortality is a matter of paramount importance to the 1,000-year prosperity of our Tianlong sect. Unfortunately, the lifespans of the 3 of us are limited. Uncle Jiang will surely live to be 100 years old. Mu Tianqing hastily reassured him, but suddenly realized his blunder and regretted his words. Elder Jiang saw through his thoughts, but waved his hand dismissively, saying, living to be 100 years old is a rare feat in the mortal world, but in the realm of cultivation, it is not worth mentioning. There, people are not ranked by age, but by cultivation level. Elder Jiang chuckled humorlessly, then continued, we can only be considered the lowest of the low. Our aptitude and opportunities inferior. We cannot blame others for this. Mu Tianqing replied solemnly, the 3 uncles are the pillars of our Tianlong sect. From me down, we all revere them as deities. Elder Jiang's eyes gleamed, but he ignored Mu Tianqing's reverence, saying leisurely, this journey is of utmost importance, concerning the future of our sect. Mu Tianqing bowed hastily and said, the disciples sent by the sect this time are all elites among the younger generation. Perhaps someone will be able to enter the gate of immortality. He paused, then added hesitantly, however, according to the uncles, one cannot cultivate without spiritual roots. If the uncles could identify which of our disciples possess spiritual roots, wouldn't that make our efforts much more effective? Elder Jiang stroked his white beard and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, how would I know the intricacies of such matters? It is not just you. Even the 3 of us are quite perplexed. In the immortal sect, only those at the foundation establishment stage can be considered to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. We are merely scratching the surface, not truly initiated. Elder Jiang's tone was slow and melancholic as he sighed. How can one discern whether a person possesses spiritual roots with a mere glance? Only seniors with profound cultivation possess such abilities. Our cultivation is limited. Elder Qiao has cultivated diligently for 30 years and is only at the 2nd level. Elder Zhu has toiled for 50 years, yet he is only at the 5th level. As for this old man, after 50 years of futility, I have only reached the 4th level. Helpless, the three of us returned to our respective homelands decades ago. I have been back for 30 years. And although my cultivation has not increased, who can say it is not a return to my roots? Besides, it can be considered a small contribution to the sect. Alas, old age makes one garrulous. Why am I telling you all this? Naturally, Linny could not hear their conversation in his divine sense. He saw the old man extend his hand to Mu Tianqing, seemingly saying something, and the latter nodded repeatedly with a respectful expression. After they spoke for a while, Mu Tianqing bowed and took his leave. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless and followed Mu Tianqing out of the cave with his divine sense. The old man's eyes flickered as he stared at the cave entrance, lost in thought. Seeing Mu Tianqing walking back, Lin Yi stopped following him and wandered alone under the moonlight. Lin Yi knew very little about the methods of cultivators. It was best to avoid this Golden Crow Peak. Ahead to the left should be Baxia Peak, and to the right was the Chiwei Peak from which he came. The two peaks faced each other, with a wide valley in between. Crossing the valley would lead to the Charter Peak where the disciples resided. Lin Yi hesitated at the foot of the peak before ascending. Charter Peak was not high, and numerous houses dotted the hillside, all silent in the night. Like a specter, he moved silently among them and stopped before a large house. The words Merit Transmission Hall were inscribed above the doorway. In front of the hall, 3 tall stone tablets stood erect. These tablets seemed identical to those in the martial arts hall of the Outer Affairs Hall, and indeed, they were engraved with sword techniques, inner strength cultivation methods, and lightness techniques. Lin Yi's lips curled up as he scrutinized the 3 stone tablets. Lin Yi did not care much for the sect's martial arts manuals. However, Mu Tianqing's lightness skill had changed his mind. He wanted to learn from the Heavenly Dragon sect's lightness skill. But there was nowhere to learn and no one to teach him. Lin Yi naturally did not know where these martial arts manuals were kept. He had the idea to come to Charter Peak to try his luck. After searching back and forth with his divine sense, he did not find any rooms containing books. He thought the manuals must be elsewhere and planned to look for them later, but he inadvertently discovered this Merit Transmission Hall. Lin Yi quickly scanned the sword techniques. This should be a compulsory skill for inner disciples, much more advanced than the sword techniques on the stone tablet in the martial arts hall, but still not comparable to his own profound origin sword technique. He directly ignored the inner strength cultivation method. The 3rd stone tablet contained a lightness skill and footwork called Dragon Flight 9 Transformations. Dragon Flight 9 Transformations, a name with great ambition, piqued Lin Yi's interest. He carefully read it once and memorized it firmly. After reading the stone tablet again, confirming that there were no mistakes, a gentle breeze rose again, and Lin Yi floated down the mountain. Back in his room, after activating the array flag, Lin Yi and Appo's figure appeared on the bed. After calming his mind, he frowned and began to ponder. He had gained a lot tonight, learning some information that he could never have obtained at the carriage courtyard. First of all, he would not concern himself with the upcoming disciple selection meeting at the beginning of next month, as it should have nothing to do with him. The disciple excursion in February of next year was very important to Lin Yi. In any case, he had to find a way to go along. Otherwise, his infiltration here would be meaningless. It would be even more difficult to find the great Xia kingdom alone. What surprised Lin Yi was the confirmation of a crucial fact. The 3 supreme elders were cultivators, although he had not seen the other 2 elders. Since the 3 had equal status and were all supreme elders of the Heavenly Dragon sect, their cultivation should not be too different. The black-robed old man was not young, but his cultivation was only at the 4th level of Qi training. As Mu Tianqing said, they knew that the path to immortality was distant. But because their own aptitude was limited, rather than waiting for their lifespan to end and everything to turn to nothing, they might as well protect the sect to maintain the Heavenly Dragon sect and Appo's supreme status in the martial world. These 3 masters had made a similar choice to the profound origin ancestor of the profound origin temple. After a period of sinking and struggling, they returned to the secular world in disappointment, earning a chance of survival for their descendants. However, what worried Lin Yi was, if his identity was exposed, would these 3 supreme elders allow the existence of another cultivator? Or a cultivator disguised as an outer disciple? A person of unknown origin like himself posed a greater threat to them than any danger. Therefore, in the days to come, he must be cautious in his words and actions. Another discovery enlightened Lin Yi. That was the large number of spirit stones in the black-robed old man's possession. The Heavenly Dragon sect's purpose in purchasing goods from Hetian Kingdom was to search for spirit stones. Since ordinary people could not identify spirit stones, they could only purchase large quantities of exquisite jade stones each time to fool others, and the Supreme Elders would identify them after they returned. As a necessary item for the cultivation world, Spirit stones were essential for the heavenly dragon sect's traveling disciples if they went to the Great Xia Kingdom. The Supreme Elders were so old, but their cultivation was only average, so their demand for spirit stones should not be too great. With this in mind, the rumors of the past and the mysteries in his heart became clear. The half-year was short, giving Lin Yi a sense of urgency. Especially knowing the existence of the three Supreme Elders, he felt an invisible pressure. The lightness skill of Headmaster Mu alone was astonishing, and his martial arts should have reached the pinnacle. It would not be easy to fight such a person to the death. Being prepared for a rainy day is the best way to avoid chaos in times of crisis. Improving one's cultivation is the best preparation for the future. Lin Yi recalled the Dragon Flight 9 transformations he had memorized on the mountain and carefully pondered it in his mind. Dragon Flight 9 transformations, as the name suggests, consisted of 9 kinds of footwork. Lin Yi deduced them step by step in his mind and carefully compared them with Mu Tianqing and Appo's lightness skill. The two were very similar, but not entirely the same. It could be said that Mu Tianqing's lightness skill was derived from Dragon Flight 9 transformations, but it was more advanced than Dragon Flight 9 transformations. Why was this? Lin Yi pondered for a long time, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. The Dragon Flight 9 transformations engraved on the stone tablet was for all inner disciples to practice. After careful consideration, its footwork was simple to learn but lacked sophistication. The footwork was easy to learn but lacked the essence of Dragon Flight 9 transformations. What Mu Tianqing displayed was the real Dragon Flight 9 transformations, while what was on the stone tablet was a simplified set of lightness skills. Such a skill was naturally easy for disciples to learn, but the flaws in its footwork were also more numerous. Lin Yi concentrated and recalled Mu Tianqing's lightness skill, then carefully compared it with the shortcomings in Dragon Flight 9 transformations. He carefully deduced and pondered each move, each stance, and each change. In his sea of consciousness, there seemed to be a small person, gracefully and lightly, practicing Dragon Flight 9 transformations over and over again. Gradually, the small person's figure became as elegant as Mu Tianqing's when he performed his lightness skill, but even more agile and magical. As the eastern dawn rose, Lin Yi, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, curled his lips and revealed a smile. The benefits of a strong divine sense were many. Trying and practicing over and over again in the sea of consciousness was better than doing it in person, achieving twice the result with half the effort. The wind control technique, when used, was as fast as a light swan and as swift as lightning. Flying in the wind was like an immortal, incomparable to secular lightness skills. The footwork and body skills in Dragon Flight 9 transformations had reached the extreme in the secular world. Combining the two, the wind control technique gained the unpredictable strangeness of Dragon Flight 9 transformations. Dragon Flight 9 transformations also broke free from the shackles of the mortal world and gained the agility of the wind control technique. Such an unexpected gain made Lin Yi feel proud. However, what about the three Supreme Elders? The joy on Lin Yi's face gradually faded. The familiar booming voice of Lin Shidi echoed throughout the courtyard. Lin Yi put away the formation flag and stepped out of the house. He saw Jiang Fong, whose countenance was amiable, surveying the stable. Beside him stood Dai Yuanhai and Su Yu. Dai Yuanhai smiled and nodded at Lin Yi. "Greetings, Brother Lin." Su Yu's face flushed when she noticed Lin Yi's presence, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. "Haha, greetings to both brothers and Sister Su. I apologize for the untidiness here." Upon seeing the three, Lin Yi's spirits lifted, and he chuckled warmly. Jiang Fong turned to Lin Yi, patting him on the back with a look of concern. "I've been eager to see you, Shidi, but as we just joined the martial arts hall, we were preoccupied with our training. After hearing that you faced some bullying in the hall, we couldn't rest easy and came to check on you. I hope you won't hold it against us for arriving late." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In such a short time, the three had already regarded him as a friend. He had wondered why he hadn't seen them on that day at the martial arts hall. Yet he hadn't inquired about their whereabouts. Who would have thought that they had been so concerned about him? Deep connections among friends often reveal true feelings in mundane moments. Lin Yi smiled at the three, nodding slightly as he said, "Thank you for your concern. But I am quite well." With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he turned towards the stable and called out, "Would you three like to accompany me for a ride in the back mountain?" "Haha, my good brother, we would be delighted," Jiang Fong exclaimed with a beaming smile. Dai Yuanhai added, "Taking care of horses sounds delightful. Oh, since we lack stable hands here, Dai Shixiao, would you consider helping out?" Lin Yi jested. Dai Yuanhai simply shook his head with a wry smile. After exchanging pleasantries with Steward Pai, Lin Yi, along with Jiang Fong and Dai Yuanhai, led 10 horses toward the back mountain. The morning light was obscured by towering peaks, and the Wulong Valley exuded an air of tranquility. The three were utterly entranced. Suyu, like a child, leapt from her horse, twirling on her toes as she danced through the grass. Occasionally, she would gather a few wildflowers, exclaiming with delight, her voice reminiscent of clear water, bringing this autumn valley to life. As the horses grazed freely, Lin Yi and the other two found a flat stone to sit upon. The valley before them was picturesque, enhanced by their presence, and the three quietly savored the moment. Had it not been for you bringing us here, who would have imagined such beauty in the back mountain? Dai Yuanhai mused, his gaze lingering on the distant peaks and nearby pools, filled with admiration. Haha, in time, you shall all come to know the wonders of the Tianlong sect. Lin Yi replied with a light laugh, gazing at the mountains. Shitty, how did you come to quarrel with Lu Shu a few days ago? Zhang Feng inquired. Lin Yi briefly recounted the events at the martial arts hall. Suyu, now beside them, played with a bouquet of wildflowers, glancing at Lin Yi from the corners of her eyes. I have decided not to return to the martial arts hall. There is no need for you all to worry. Lin Yi genuinely wished to avoid further visits to the hall. Not out of fear of Lu Shu and Jin Ke's harassment, but rather due to his waning interest in the place. If you choose not to go, then we three, having trained in martial arts from a young age, can teach you, Zhang Feng confidently declared. Indeed, those of the martial world often held their skills in high regard, rarely revealing their true prowess. Lin Yi understood this well, recognizing Zhang Feng's sincerity in his offer. Thank you, Xiao. I have seen the steel in front of the martial arts hall. I wonder, how do you and Sister Su perceive the fist and sword techniques? Lin Yi casually inquired. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng exclaimed, though these fist and sword techniques are the foundational skills of the Tianlong sect, they are renowned across the martial world. Our family's martial arts cannot even compare. Lin Yi observed the three of them, chuckling softly. I presume you three have been diligently practicing in seclusion these past few days. Naturally, we've been practicing hard, and within a few days, we can perform the techniques effortlessly. Our master has praised our progress greatly, Zhang Feng boasted. Siyu, however, blushed and quietly added, Master said that if we wish to master these techniques, we must endure 3 to 5 years of diligent practice. Dai Yuanhai then fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, asking, could it be that you wish to learn these fist and sword techniques? I can teach you. Zhang Feng was already on his feet, eager to demonstrate. Lin Yi smiled, silently appraising the three before nodding. Then I shall trouble you, Xiao. The valley, adorned with wild grasses and a flat terrain, proved to be an ideal training ground. Zhang Feng stepped back a few paces, assuming his stance as he began to practice the Tianlong fist. His movements were vigorous and dynamic, exuding an impressive aura. Dai Yuanhai and Siyu watched with admiration, noting the proficiency in Zhang Feng's technique. However, Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. The fist techniques Zhang Feng executed were consistent with those inscribed on the steel, revealing the same flaws. After completing the 5 routes of the fist techniques, Zhang Feng chuckled. Shitty, have you learned a few moves? Shall I demonstrate again? Lin Yi rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Xiao. I am rather dull-witted and cannot recall much. How about I attempt to perform a sequence, and you two can see how it goes? The three eagerly agreed. Lin Yi stepped forward, facing the trio with a calm smile. With a determined expression, he began the first move of the Dragon Gate, slowly unfolding the technique. As he executed the fist techniques, Lin Yi's movements appeared languid, almost as if devoid of strength, giving the impression of an amateur. Yet, as he transitioned through the sequences of the Dragon Play and Dragon Ascension, the three exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Why are you all silent? Brothers and sisters, Su? Lin Yi feigned innocence, having anticipated their reaction. Zhang Feng shook his head in contemplation, while Dai Yuanhai furrowed his brow. Su Yu's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Lin Yi, shimmering with curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she softly remarked, the fist techniques Brother Lin executed were clearly the Tianlong fist. Yet they differ from those demonstrated by Brother Jiang. Initially, I thought it was due to Brother Lin and Appo's inexperience, but the 5 routes flowed seamlessly, as if forged through countless trials. Which of your techniques is superior, then? She trailed off, lost in thought. Could it be that Shitty has mastered a different version of the Tianlong fist? Zhang Feng queried, his expression a mix of bewilderment and suspicion. Noticing Dai Yuanhai wore a similar look, Lin Yi feared that if they continued to speculate, clarity would be lost. Since he had intentionally modified the techniques, there was no need for further concealment. Stop your wild guesses, my friends. The Tianlong fist I demonstrated is derived from the steel at the martial arts hall. Brother Jiang and Appo's technique is not incorrect. The difference lies in my unauthorized adaptations of the fist techniques, Lin Yi explained with a smile. Jiang Fong scratched his head, puzzled. Why does your modified technique flow so effortlessly, seeming superior to mine? These three, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possessed discerning eyes. Otherwise, Lin Yi would not have spoken so candidly. Why should there be distinctions in martial prowess? Lin Yi countered. Inferior techniques are riddled with flaws, while superior techniques possess fewer. Jiang Fong nodded in agreement. What you say is true. By extracting the essence and discarding the dross, one can reduce the flaws in lesser techniques, transforming them into something remarkable. Yet, how easy is that to achieve? Without being a master or a grandmaster, who can discern the flaws in techniques and modify them? Jiang Fong inquired, staring at Lin Yi with a hint of disbelief. Lin Yi hastily waved his hands. Do not look at me like that. I am neither a master nor a grandmaster. I merely happened to notice the flaws in the fist techniques and made slight adjustments. Lin Yi, upon finishing his words, furrowed his brow and gazed at the three individuals with a pained expression, saying, If you wish for me to live peacefully and tend to my horses here, it would be wise for you to choose your words carefully. Otherwise, I shall not be able to remain in the Heavenly Dragon sect. Jiang Fongbi, embracing Lin Yi's shoulders, laughed heartily. We are friends, so you need not worry, junior brother. However, you must not keep your secrets to yourself. How about demonstrating the martial arts again? Dai Yuanhai and Su Yu both displayed expressions of delight. Lin Yi, the junior brother, possessed remarkable abilities and many mysterious qualities. Nevertheless, he was also gentle in nature and worthy of friendship. Moreover, if an outer disciple were to modify martial arts techniques, it would merely serve as a source of amusement if it were to spread. To practice flawless martial arts is indeed a coveted fortune in the martial world. As for how Lin Yi refined and modified the techniques, the three, being astute individuals, would not pry too deeply. In both conduct and action, there exists a balance. Excess or deficiency is undesirable. Lin Yi ceased to feign modesty, performing the martial arts at a brisk pace for the three to observe. Subsequently, he elaborated on the flaws he had discovered and the modifications he had made. The three, devoid of any grievances and seasoned in martial arts, quickly grasped Lin Yi's techniques, which could be described as an enhanced version of the Heavenly Dragon Fist. Jiang Fongdi, after completing 5 forms of the technique, exclaimed in exhilaration. Initially intending to teach Lin Yi, he found himself in the role of a disciple, yet he reaped immense benefits, causing him to laugh heartily. This technique should not be demonstrated publicly. It would be advantageous to utilize it only in combat, where it would be harder to discern. Dai Yuanhai nodded in agreement, and Jiang Fongdi and Su Yu echoed his sentiments. Senior brother, would you like me to demonstrate my swordplay? Su Yu, her neck adorned with a rosy hue, shone like the rising sun over the mountains. She waved the branch in her hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, taking the branch from Su Yu's grasp and demonstrating the swordplay once more. His movements were fluid and effortless, the branch dancing in his hands. Though it appeared casual, the sword techniques were continuous and flawless, leaving no room for error. The three were well versed in the 9-dragon sword technique, and, comparing it to Lin Yi's performance, quickly discerned the subtle differences that rendered the entire technique extraordinary. Having practiced the Xianyuan sword technique for over a decade, Lin Yi excelled in swordplay. With his heightened awareness, his comprehension of the sword techniques transcended common understanding. The flaws within the 9-dragon sword technique, once rectified, were now executed in a manner that was truly exceptional. The trio had originally come to visit Lin Yi, but upon arriving at the back mountain, they were treated to a beautiful landscape and made significant advancements in their martial arts, leaving them profoundly gratified. Lin Yi's seemingly casual guidance was deceptively simple yet remarkably difficult to achieve. The three, having inherited martial traditions and trained since childhood, understood that advancing even slightly in martial arts is no easy feat. It is often likened to ascending to the heavens. After dedicating their lives and exerting their utmost efforts, even minor progress can be elusive. However, this was merely Lin Yi's way of expressing gratitude for their friendship. Junior brother Lin, we are deeply appreciative of your kindness. The trio solemnly addressed Lin Yi after mastering the swordplay. Lin Yi, feigning displeasure, retorted, what is there to it? It was merely a few modified sword techniques. Why must you put on such airs, senior brother Jiang? Dai Yuanhai dismissed the remark with a wry smile, saying, You do not understand the hardships we face, junior brother. Jiang Fangdi and Su Yu's expressions grew somber. It was revealed that their fathers had all been bodyguards. And after achieving some success in martial arts at the Heavenly Dragon sect, they would need to return to support their families. Dai Yuanhai's father had passed away, leaving his mother and siblings relying on him to uphold the family. Jiang Fangdi and Su Yu were slightly better off, yet their paths were not significantly different. The trio's family martial arts were shallow, and they could only rely on the bodyguard agency's recommendations to learn more profound techniques at the Heavenly Dragon sect. They sought a means to survive in the brutal world, both for themselves and their families. The children of the martial world are free-spirited and bold. Yet within this authenticity lies an unshakable dedication. Once they set forth, there is no turning back, only a winding path ahead. And there is but one road. After hearing Dai Yuanhai's words, Linny fell silent. Beneath the blazing sun, the valley was awash with autumn hues. On the lush, carpet-like grassland, horses grazed leisurely. Senior brother, this is for you. In front of Lin Yi, a pair of delicate hands held out a flower crown adorned with red and purple blooms. The fragrance of the flowers mingled with the fresh scent of the grass, invigorating the senses. Cu's sparkling eyes shone as her lips curved into a radiant smile. Gazing at Lin Yi, in the moment their eyes met, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Lin Yi, accustomed to his feelings for Su Yu, accepted the flower crown, exclaiming, "Junior sister Su, you are truly skilled. This wildflower crown is beautifully crafted." Hearing Lin Yi and Appo's praise, Su Yu and Appo's delight was palpable. Her pearly teeth gleamed as her smile widened. Jiang Fangdi teased, "A fine sword for a hero, and flowers for senior brother. Junior sister Su, what about my flowers?" He laughed heartily, extending his hand towards Su Yu. Before she could frown in response, Lin Yi signaled for quiet. "Someone is coming," Lin Yi whispered. "Where?" "I can't see anyone." Jiang Fangdi looked around. While Su Yu and Dai Yuanhai regarded Lin Yi with confusion, the latter pointed towards the valley entrance. Over there, the three followed Lin Yi's indication and gazed into the distance. Indeed, a group of riders approached from the valley entrance. As their familiarity deepened, Jiang Fangdi grew increasingly impressed by Lin Yi. "Junior brother Lin, you are remarkably perceptive." "Is that so? On such a clear day, it is not difficult to see far." Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, walking towards the nearby horses. He whistled softly, and the grazing horses gradually came closer. Before long, the approaching group reached the four of them. There were 5 riders. At the forefront was Mu Qing'er in a green dress, followed by Su Shiji in white, with 3 young men in blue trailing behind. Jiang Fangdi and the others stepped forward to bow respectfully. "Greetings, Miss Mu." "Greetings, Sister Su." Mu Qing'er and Su Shiji. Recognizing the 3 as outer disciples recommended by the Longqing bodyguard agency, nodded in acknowledgement. Following them was a young man in his 20s with a tawny complexion, a straight nose, and piercing eyes. Accompanying him were 2 young disciples in blue. One had a fair complexion and a cheerful demeanor, while the other, with a dark complexion, exuded an air of arrogance. Noticing the outer disciples leisurely tending to their horses, the riders were indifferent, though the darker-skinned young man appeared slightly displeased. Mu Qing'er, on her horse, widened her eyes in excitement, as if she had spotted something amusing. Then, her gaze softened, and she chuckled. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she pouted and huffed. Jiang Fangdi and the others followed Mu Qing'er's gaze and saw Lin Yi casually holding the flower crown, strolling with the horses in tow. The scene was peculiar yet amusing. "What is that?" "Yes, Lin Yi, come here." Mu Qing'er called out sweetly from her horse. Lin Yi had already recognized that it was Mu Qing'er and began to gather the horses to return. This Mu Qing'er could be quite troublesome, so it was best to avoid her. Yet, as fate would have it, he could not escape. With a slight frown, he looked up at her and softly said, "Greetings. Miss Mu, may I inquire what you wish of me?" Mu Qing'er, with a peculiar expression, pointed her whip at Lin Yi and commanded, "Give me the flower crown you hold." Lin Yi was taken aback by her request. He glanced back at Su Yu, who subtly signaled him. Lin Yi pretended not to understand, turning back with a bewildered look at Mu Qing'er. He raised the flower crown and asked, "Why?" The dark-skinned man behind immediately glared with narrowed eyes and shouted loudly, "You little brat, your junior sister asked for your things as a favor to you. How do you speak more? You deserve a beating." The harsh words reached Lin Yi's ears, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. He paid no heed to the reprimand, instead fixating his gaze on Mu Qing and Appo's. Mu Qing and Appo's raised her hand to signal, "Yao Xixiang, please stop. This is my own matter." After speaking, She slightly raised her delicate brows and extended her hand from the horse, proudly asking, "Are you going to give it to me or not?" Lin, whose expression had turned wooden, slowly lifted the flower crown in his hand and murmured to himself, "What one desires must be obtained through rightful means. Since Miss Mu has requested this flower crown, why not give it?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qing'er's charming face suddenly changed. With a flick of her whip, she struck the flower crown in Lin Yi's hand, shattering it into pieces. Seemingly unable to contain her anger, Mu Qing'er raised her chin and scolded in a delicate voice. "Humph! Do you think I cannot take what I want? Do you think I truly cherish your belongings?" Lin Yi stood motionless. The remnants of the flower crown scattered around him like fallen petals. Su Yu and Appo's face did not flush, but her eyes were reddening. Jiang Fangdi and Dai Yuanhai wore astonished expressions, unsure of how to respond to the unfolding scene. Sister Su furrowed her brows, shaking her head in disapproval. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned Yu Shixiang could no longer contain himself and urged his horse forward, declaring loudly, "Sister, do not be angry. Why stoop to the level of this worthless brat? Allow me to teach him a lesson." With that, he swung his whip toward Lin Yi. The dark-clad man behind him attempted to intervene but was too late. While Sister Su was quietly comforting Mu Qing'er, only to turn in surprise at the commotion. Jiang Fangdi and the others stared in disbelief, realizing that this inner sect disciple was truly intent on violence. Lin Yi stood there, arms outstretched, paralyzed in place. The fleeting beauty of nature had withered away like autumn leaves, leaving behind a ground strewn with floral remnants. Why did Mu Qing'er treat him this way? The whip sliced through the air above his head, yet Lin Yi remained unyielding, his gaze momentarily tinged with crimson before quickly returning to clarity. A sharp crack echoed as a purple bruise rose on Lin Yi's cheek. The crowd froze, including Yao Shixiao, who was momentarily stunned, unable to anticipate that this outer sect disciple would stubbornly endure the strike without flinching. Lin Yi's expression remained impassive as he glanced sidelong at Yao Shixiang and calmly addressed Mu Qing'er, "If Miss Mu has no further matters, we shall take our leave." Mu Qing'er bit her lip, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. "You little brat. Dare to take another whip from me." Yao Shixiang's fury intensified as he raised his whip again. "Enough. Stop this at once." A stern voice rang out as the dark-clad man rode forward to stand before Lin Yi. "Second brother." Yao Shixiang reluctantly lowered his whip, but not without casting a fierce glare at Lin Yi. Lin Yi lowered his gaze, as if oblivious to the world around him. "My junior brother and sister have spoken without restraint. I hope you will not take it to heart," the second brother said in a booming voice, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lin Yi raised his gaze slightly to meet the second brother's eyes and shook his head. "I would not dare." The second brother frowned lightly, scrutinizing Lin Yi before producing a small vial from his pocket. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed it to Jiang Fangdi. "This is a healing ointment. It is quite effective." He waved his hand again, commanding, "All right, you all may return now." Jiang Fangdi and the others bowed in acknowledgement, while Lin Yi fell silent, lowering his head to walk away. The three followed closely behind, a sense of unease lingering in the air. Gradually, the group distanced themselves from Mu Qing'er and her entourage. Jiang Fangdi glanced back, took a few steps forward, and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, asking in a hushed tone, "Why didn't you dodge just now?" Lin Yi halted, the whip mark on his face strikingly visible. Dai Yuanhai's expression was filled with concern, while Su Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He looked at Jiang Fangdi, his expression inscrutable, and spoke in a slightly awkward tone, "Why should I dodge?" Jiang Fangdi stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. Su Yu exclaimed, "But you can't just let them hit you like that." Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Lin Yi sighed, knowing that he could not reveal his true thoughts to the three of them. Mu Qing'er was merely acting out of youthful exuberance, and he would let her be. Despite her words and actions filled with humiliation and disdain, he had chosen to endure. He truly found it beneath him to argue with a woman. "Mr. Su had once said, endure what others cannot endure, and accomplish what others cannot accomplish." The Yao disciple was the same one who had insulted him during their encounter in the middle of Tianping town. At that time, he had remained in the shadows, swallowing his pride, unnoticed by anyone. Now, they had forgotten him. Yet when Yao Shixiang struck him without cause, it was almost unbearable. In the dragon sect, aside from the three supreme elders who evoked a sense of caution in him, he truly regarded the others with disdain, especially these inner sect disciples. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi contemplated retaliating, even at the cost of stirring chaos within the dragon sect, merely to quell the anger boiling within him. But what would happen after that? All his plans would be in vain, and he would have to start anew. But how could he begin again? amidst the whirlwind of thoughts. Linny regained his composure just in time, suppressing the surging fury and allowing the whip to land. He even refrained from offering any resistance. The sting of the whip across his face was indeed painful. Yet, sometimes, pain is merely an experience, albeit one forced upon him, and thus unpleasant. Linny gazed into the distance, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of his lips as he softly remarked, "Those who respect others will be respected in turn. Those who harm others will find themselves harmed. Such is the nature of retribution." He hoped that Yao Shixiang would come to this realization as well. Zhang Fangdi, perplexed by Lin Yi's words, shook his head and held up the ointment, saying, "Lin Shitty, you should apply this healing ointment first. Indeed, healing is of utmost importance." "See you chimed in." Linny gently waved his hand, his previously somber expression softening as he replied, "There is no need. It will be fine shortly." "How can that be?" "The bruise." Zhang Fangdi's voice rose in astonishment as he pointed at Lin Yi's cheek. Su Yu and Dai Yuanhai quickly turned to look, and they saw that the once glaring purple bruise had faded into a faint mark, as if a delicate brushstroke had painted an odd hue upon his cheek. Linny, not wishing to return and draw attention from the others, quietly circulated his spiritual energy. His physique was unlike that of ordinary people, with just a bit of energy. The whip mark had healed significantly. Still, he feared startling the trio. Otherwise, even a typical blade would scarcely harm him. This whip mark was trivial, if he truly wished. Who in the mundane world could inflict harm upon him? Having learned some external martial arts in his youth, his flesh was different from that of ordinary people. There was no need for his brothers and sisters to be astonished. Linny dismissed the matter with a wave and mounted his horse. His demeanor lightened as he said to the three, "The scenery here is quite lovely. We shall return another day." The three exchanged glances, initially intending to offer words of comfort to Linny, but they were taken aback as they noticed the bruise on his cheek fading away, and his mood returning to normal. An outer sect disciple who could not learn to endure and compromise would not survive in the dragon sect. Linny's open-mindedness resonated with the three, bringing them a sense of relief. Mu Qing'er rode her horse at a brisk pace to the edge of Jiulong Pond, her lips still pursed in displeasure. She could not fathom why Linny incited such irritation within her. An outer sect disciple, he always presented himself with an air of maturity, speaking neither hurriedly nor slowly, as if he held no regard for anything. Everyone in the sect treated her with kindness, even the elders adored her, let alone the inner sect disciples who flocked to her. Why did this outer sect disciple, a mere horse caretaker, behave as he did? Why? Mu Qing'er shook her head. Linny had not wronged her in any way, so why was she so impulsive? The frustration within her was palpable, and she felt unmistakably angry. As tears welled in Mu Qing and Apos, her eyes, she felt an unprecedented sense of grievance. That Linny and Apos' gaze was utterly detestable. Indeed, when he looked at her, it was as if he regarded a mere horse or some other object, exuding an air of superiority and nonchalance, a dispassionate indifference. Wasn't and Apos, this a manifestation of arrogance? A disciple of horse training, who failed to acknowledge her presence. Mu Qing and Apos, dismounted, fiercely brandishing her riding crop, longing to lash that insolent boy. Yet, before her, a vivid lash mark oscillated, the deep crimson hue strikingly prominent. The countenance beneath it was so cold, and those eyes, like shattered stars, were profound and distant, evoking both heartache and an insurmountable sense of unattainability. The mist of the lake enveloped her, brushing against her hair with a damp caress. Tears cascaded down her jade-like cheeks, cool and tinged with a bittersweet essence. Was it for that distant gaze, or for the fragrant grass beneath her feet? "Junior sister, are you still upset?" Su Shiji approached, gently wrapping an arm around Mu Qing'er, offering quiet comfort. The second senior brother also dismounted and walked over, his laughter resonant. "Haha, how could my dear Qing'er be angry for no reason?" Mu Qing'er quickly dabbed her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she said in a delicate voice, "I was merely contemplating other matters. How could I be vexed for no cause? Who dares to provoke my little junior sister? I shall give him a thrashing." Yao Shixiang strode over. The second senior brother frowned and reproached, "Yao Shitty, do not add to the chaos. You too, you are all from the same sect. Show some restraint." Yao Shixiang chuckled awkwardly, dismissing the reprimand as he tucked away his whip. "I was merely looking out for my little junior sister. An outer disciple who fails to recognize his place deserves a lesson." Yet, Yao Shixiang lacked moderation in his actions, chuckling at the situation. The astute disciple in the blue robe approached, attempting to mediate. "Huang Shitty, you are unaware. I have shown restraint. But that horse training lad was so brazen that he didn't even dodge. What could I do?" Yao Shixiang puffed out his chest, basking in self-satisfaction. The second senior brother observed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yao, you and Huang Jiechi are both pieces of work. One is bullying the weak, while the other is merely reveling in the spectacle. That horse-training disciple isn't cowardly, he is intentionally unyielding. Though the outer disciples vary greatly in quality, they cannot all be judged equally. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing'er's eyes sparkled as she turned her attention elsewhere. Indeed, second senior brother speaks truthfully. Hee. I admire your insight. The one with a fair complexion must be Huang Jiechi, who smiled and flattered in response. Yao Xixiang was the Yao mentioned by the second senior brother, shrugging dismissively. The second senior brother, a formidable martial artist, was known for his magnanimity, treating his fellow disciples with ease. Punishing an outer disciple was hardly a concern, as long as his little junior sister was unharmed. In the warm autumn sun, the courtyard was bathed in light. The stables and haystacks were enveloped in a comforting warmth. Huan and his companions lounged lazily atop a haystack, squinting their eyes like three pampered piglets, occasionally grunting to express their contentment and comfort. What a dull life this is, Wen Luan grumbled. Every day is just eating and sleeping. How could it be any more interesting? Be content. Huan shifted his position, muttering, I've done all the work. Yet I don't find it dull. Shinding voiced his dissatisfaction with Wen Luan's complaints in a gruff tone. Wen Luan kept his eyes closed, curling his lip as he drawled, with all those muscles, you were born to labor. That is what we call making the most of your resources. I am a person, Shinding huffed in indignation. But one cannot fully realize their potential. I, Wen Luan, have wasted my talents. Wen Luan sighed profoundly, slightly opening his eyes to greet the dazzling sunlight. In that haze, the world appeared golden and resplendent, immersing him in a sense of enchantment and longing. Uff, you must be joking. You're all talk and no action, and yet reek of horse urine. Huan's laughter rang out, drawing out the last syllable as if gasping for breath. He lay with his eyes closed, grinning widely, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Suddenly, Wen Luan sat up, glaring. His small eyes were quite round, but they blinked rapidly. The sunlight was indeed blinding. I, Wen Luan, have fallen to such depths. It is truly a stroke of ill fate. If only I could master the profound martial arts of our sect, with my decisive spirit and strategic mind, I would laugh proudly in the world, earning the admiration of all. Wen Luan believed his voice was resonant, his tone solemn, brimming with ambition, expecting to elicit respect. Yet, there was no response from those around him. He turned to see Shinding's mouth twitching, unsure whether he was dreaming of horses mating or mocking him. Meanwhile, Huan's grin, directed skyward, seemed to inhale the essence of the universe, completely disregarding Wen Luan's grandiloquent declarations. Fine. I shall consider my words as a serenade to the horses. This infuriates me. Did you, Shin, not hear me? Wen Luan exclaimed in exasperation, nudging Shinding. His little eyes gleamed with anticipation. Shinding, slow to react, cracked open one eye, scrutinizing Wen Luan briefly before promptly closing it again, grunting. When brother's knowledge and skills are admirable, I hold you in high esteem. Wen Luan's eyes lit up, quickly asking, what about what I just said? Shinding, unhurried, muttered, I didn't understand. Wen Luan, pointing at Shinding and then at Huan, clenched his teeth for a while before letting out a deep sigh. What a misfortune to encounter such unworthy company. He collapsed heavily onto the haystack. I find myself thinking of my wife and child, Huan remarked, ignoring Wen Luan. I should visit home sometime. My nephew must be growing up fast. Shinding added. Huan smacked his lips. My little one will be 7 after this year. Haha. Last time I went home, he was running all over the village. His mother couldn't keep him in check. A smile lingered on Huan's lips. Relishing the memory, you two should also settle down. The sect has no shortage of silver, and you must have saved quite a bit by now. While we may not achieve greatness within the sect, going outside still earns us some respect, Wen Luan remarked, his dissatisfaction unresolved. He scoffed, with my ambitions unfulfilled. How can I think of family? My mother has already arranged a marriage for me, sending word for me to return and wed. It will likely be next year. Shinding seemed invigorated, his eyes slightly opened. The stables felt so familiar and comforting. These days held promise. Time ages us swiftly. I, Wen Luan, have already passed my youth, yet my family remains indifferent to my existence. Thoughts raced through Wen Luan's mind, and seeing Shinding also considering marriage. He couldn't help but lament. Your father has many wives, and your Wen family has numerous descendants. Losing one means little in the grand scheme. Shinding reasoned, feeling justified in his thoughts. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for wanting to marry before Wen Luan, a rare display of warmth in his words. Shen Ding rarely spoke, but when he did, his words could be quite stifling. With a fierce glare at Shen Ding, Wen Luan's small eyes twinkled mischievously. I say, Shen, if you truly intend to marry and take a few months away, I fear old Pai may not approve. Shen Ding, realizing a potential issue, quickly sat up, exclaiming, What then shall I do? Hu Wan grinned, but remained silent. Wen Luan thumped his chest, speaking gallantly, Do not worry, my little brother. Isn't there your elder brother here? Just work diligently, and when the time comes, I, along with brother Hu, will have a word with old Pai. It's merely a trifling matter. Shen Ding scratched his head, perplexed as to why the steward Pai would heed their words. However, having assistance was certainly welcome. Suddenly recalling something, he mentioned, Now that Lin Shidi has arrived, the work in the stables has become much easier. Surely, Steward Pai won't make it difficult for us. Right? Wen Luan was taken aback by the arrival of Lin Shidi, which stirred up Shen Ding's thoughts as well. He smirked and said, Without my two brothers. Do you think you could marry and start a family? Before he could finish, Shen Ding curled his lip and replied, Oh, spare me. My wife was arranged by my mother. Suddenly, Hu Wan recalled Lin Yi, saying, Lin Shidi is quite diligent, isn't he? He set out early this morning to exercise the horse and should be back by now. The banter between Wen Luan and Shen Ding was interrupted, prompting them to glance towards the courtyard gate. The sound of hooves approached, and soon a young lad clad in gray, around 16 or 17, strolled in. The boy had sharp brows and bright eyes, his demeanor refined and his frame slim yet upright, possessing an ethereal quality. Upon seeing the three, a smile crept onto his lips as he lightly said, Greetings, esteemed brothers. Lin Shidi, we were just thinking of you, and here you are. Could it be that you sensed our anxious hearts and arrived in sync with our thoughts? Wen Luan leaped down from the haystack, his face lighting up as he welcomed him. Hu Wan laughed lazily, rising alongside Shen Ding. The newcomer was indeed Lin Yi, returning from his horse exercise. Wen Luan's charming words and warm demeanor made Lin Yi feel a mix of exasperation and fondness. Jiang Fong and the others followed in to help settle the horses before taking their leave. However, as they departed, they couldn't and Appos help but glance at Lin Yi and Appos' cheek, shaking their heads in silence. The deep crimson whip mark had vanished without a trace in such a short span of time, leaving one astounded by Lin Yi's extraordinary external martial arts skills. As Suyu left, she couldn't resist looking back. Upon catching Lin Yi's gaze, she stumbled slightly, her retreating figure resembling that of a startled deer, causing Lin Yi's relaxed expression to falter momentarily. What's wrong with you, Shidi? Did you enjoy exercising the horse? Is the scenery in the valley so captivating that you find it hard to leave? Wen Luan jovially inquired. Lin Yi turned around, nodding with a smile. The valley's beauty is indeed enchanting, a splendid place to ride. We should go together in the future. Hu Wan shook his head and settled back onto the haystack, remarking, No matter how beautiful the scenery, after a decade, it becomes tiresome. If you enjoy it, then you should go by yourself. Wen Luan and Shen Ding nodded in agreement. That's true. I suppose even younger brothers have their days of weariness. Lin Yi reclined alongside the three on the haystack. Just basking in the sun is quite pleasant. Shen Ding stated earnestly. Lin Yi observed the comfort on their faces and casually remarked, Even basking in the sun can become tiresome at times. Perhaps one should dream. Just like Wen Luan, who constantly yearns for a day of glory. Hu Wan grinned broadly. Wen Luan, blushing with indignation, retorted, Don't just mock me. At least I, Wen Luan, can still dream. Hu Wan and Shen Ding chuckled silently. However, Lin Yi appeared pensive, addressing the three. There is nothing wrong with dreaming. Who doesn't cherish their dreams? Aspirations are akin to dreams, igniting passion and determination in us, are they not? Wen Luan suddenly sprang up, embracing Lin Yi, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he sighed. Lin Shidi truly understands me. A kindred spirit. Lin Yi hurriedly pushed Wen Luan away, perplexed by his enthusiasm. Lin Shidi. I, Wen Luan, am a man of unfulfilled talent, lacking a great mentor to guide me in mastering profound martial arts. I am destined to languish in this stable. Filled with lofty ambitions and heroic aspirations, doesn't Lin Shidi know that Tianlong sect is the sacred ground of the martial world, the foremost sect? Lin Yi questioned. Wen Luan, in despair, waved his hand and sighed, The martial skills of outer disciples cannot compare to those of inner disciples. When will I ever rise above? The martial arts in the outer sect are also commendable. I could easily best you. Shen Ding interjected. Wen Luan's face flushed, retorting, You are merely relying on your height and strength to bully me. And what of Lin Shidi, who is slender and has only recently joined? How could he possibly compare to you? Shinding tilted his head, looking inquisitive. When Luan and Apos' expression paled again, he quickly distanced himself from Lin Yi. Spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, Lin Shidi is even stronger than you. How could I stand a chance? I don't believe it. How could Lin Shidi possibly match my strength? Shinding turned to scrutinize Lin Yi, who joined in the laughter, glancing at Shinding with a mischievous grin. Oh. Shin, let it go. You truly cannot compete with Lin Shidi in strength. Observing the playful banter among the three, Lin Yi smiled silently. Shinding shook his head, his eyes glaring at Lin Yi like an ox. After pondering for a moment, he got up and walked toward the large cart beside the haystack. When Luan and Huan snickered behind him, having suffered at Lin Yi's hands before, they were eager to see Shinding make a fool of himself, seeking amusement. Lin Yi discerned the mischief at play but chose not to reveal it, allowing the two to have their fun. Shinding stood before a single yoke cart, feet spread apart, spitting into his palm. Then, he grasped the yoke with both arms, shoulders sinking, and with a grunt, he declared, "Lift." The cart's double wheels rose from the ground. "Bravo!" Huan and Wenluan exclaimed in unison, causing Shinding to beam with pride. Moments later, with a thud, he set the cart down, exhaling deeply, and approached Lin Yi, beaming. "What do you think? Does Lin Shidi find this impressive?" Lin Yi lightly clapped his hands, praising. "That cart must weigh around 300 to 500 pounds. Shin Shi Xiang, your strength is truly admirable. I am in awe." Shinding chuckled with delight, then pointed back at Lin Yi, saying, "Why not give it a try, Lin Shidi?" "Not necessary. I concede. You win." Lin Yi quickly waved his hands with a smile. Shinding, shaking his head, insisted, "That won't do. Now that you know my strength, I still wish to gauge yours." Lin Yi's smile faltered as he turned to Wenluan and Huan, hoping one of them would intervene and diffuse the situation. To his dismay, they merely exchanged mischievous grins and stepped back. Realizing he had been drawn into their little trap, Lin Yi saw Shinding basking in his moment of glory. "Shen Shixiang, I really don't wish to move the cart," Lin Yi said with an exasperated expression. Shinding nodded, speaking in a sympathetic tone. "The cart over there is lighter. Why not try that one?" Lin Yi was left without any irritation toward Shinding and surveyed the surroundings, which were filled with troughs and stone basins. Knowing he had fallen into Wenluan and Huan's scheme, he could not bring himself to lift the heavy cart. Resigned, Lin Yi addressed Shinding. "I shall remain still. If you can make me budge even a little, then I will admit that I am weaker than you." Upon hearing Lin Yi's proposed contest, Wenluan and Huan exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Lin Yi possesses remarkable strength, but surely he wooed and Apos' boast to such an extent. Shinding, confident in his own strength, thought the simpler the challenge, the better. Observing Lin Yi and Apos' slight frame, he chuckled. "That sounds fair. Rest assured, I won and Apos' hurt you." With that, he strode toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood in his place, exuding the same ease as when he had spoken moments before. "Are you ready, junior brother Shin?" Shinding hesitated briefly as he approached Lin Yi. With a slight acknowledgement, Lin Yi nodded to indicate he was prepared. Shinding, perhaps unsure of the situation, extended his right hand to push against Lin Yi's shoulder, intending to merely jostle him and claim victory. However, before his palm could make contact, Shinding found his wrist firmly grasped by Lin Yi. He struggled momentarily, but it felt as though his wrist were encased in iron. He could barely move. Despite his efforts, the grip remained unyielding. Shinding felt a twinge of disbelief. Lin Yi's hand was not particularly large, yet it felt as if it were made of iron, constraining his wrist with an unrelenting force. In frustration, he ceased holding back with his left hand, attempting to pry Lin Yi's grip apart, only to find that his left wrist was similarly ensnared by Lin Yi and Apos' other hand. Shinding and Apos' face flushed crimson, though Lin Yi was slightly shorter than him. This seemingly frail figure stood as steadfast as a rock. The hands that felt like iron encircled his wrists with a grip that was as solid as bronze. Shinding's stubborn temperament ignited. His eyes bulged in disbelief, and he shouted in frustration. He strained his back, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles in his arms twitching with effort. In mere moments, beads of sweat adorned his face, yet there was no sign of escape from Lin Yi's grip. When Luan and Huan exchanged glances, their expressions twitching as they observed the scene, Lin Yi maintained a relaxed demeanor, a smile playing on his lips as he held Shinding's wrists, remaining perfectly still. Shinding's contortions, combined with his comically desperate expression, were far from amusing to Wenluan and Huan. Ding was not one to feign performance, and Lin Yi's display was even more astonishing. When Luan and Hu Wan, both of average martial prowess, felt no shame in being outmatched by Lin Yi. After all, there were countless young martial artists aged 16 or 17 within the inner sect. Yet, to subdue Ding with such ease was akin to an adult bullying a child. What immense strength must that require? Both men were left in awe. At that moment, Ding appeared more disheveled than they had ever been, and they silently rejoiced in their association with Lin Yi. "Senior brother Shen, I will release you now," Lin Yi said, noticing Ding's struggle and feeling a pang of compassion. As Ding looked up, Lin Yi eased his grip. However, Ding, unable to contain his momentum, stumbled backward. In a state of panic, the more he tried to steady himself, the faster he retreated. Seeing this, Lin Yi moved swiftly. Like a shadow, tightening his grip on Ding's arms and gently instructing, "Senior brother Shen, please stand still." At last, Ding regained his composure and found his footing. While Lin Yi had already released his arms, smiling at him, Ding wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at Lin Yi for a long moment before breaking into a sheepish grin. I believe you. Indeed, Senior brother Shen possesses considerable strength." Lin Yi chuckled in response. "Both of you, junior brothers, are exceptionally strong," he added playfully. When Luan and Hu Wan, having regained their senses, chimed in, echoing his sentiments. "Brother Pai has arrived. Is there something you need?" Lin Yi then addressed the entrance with a smile, where Steward Pai was approaching. The three turned to see him coming closer. "You are all here. What brings such joy?" Steward Pai asked, eyeing the group with curiosity. "We were merely sharing some light-hearted banter," Hu Wan replied with a chuckle. "Old Pai, what good news do you bring? You seem quite pleased." When Luan teased, noticing the steward's cheerful expression, the camaraderie among the four was palpable, and Lin Yi's presence had undoubtedly lightened Steward Pai's usual burdens, uplifting his spirits. Steward Pai smiled at them, saying, "I have brought this month's allowances for you. Please remember to come and stamp your handprints later." He produced several pieces of silver from his pocket. "Each of you receives 2 taels per month. Lin Yi, since you have just arrived, I have advanced your share for your convenience." The four expressed their gratitude as they accepted the silver. Steward Pai then added, "There is a small market outside the mountain gate where you can purchase daily necessities. It would be wise to pay a visit when you have the time." As autumn enveloped Jiulong Mountain, its beauty remained unchanged. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the sounds of crickets mingled with the soft rustle of horses, creating an atmosphere of lively serenity. Lin Yi reclined on his bed, slowly opening his eyes. After his daily training, he felt invigorated, rendering sleep somewhat optional. He retrieved the silver coins given by Steward Pai earlier and placed them on the bed. The income for these outer disciples far surpassed that of ordinary laborers. 2 taels of silver could sustain a typical family for 2 to 3 months. Yet, Lin Yi was no longer in the dire straits he had once faced while following his master. His appetite was modest. He could go several days without hunger, feeling no pangs. Was this the essence of transcending mortal desires? Perhaps the true hermit-like quality belonged to those of profound cultivation, like the esteemed Xian Yuanjin Ren, who, after abstaining from food, exuded an ethereal presence. Cultivators draw upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to nourish their inner selves, creating a realm within that starkly contrasts with the mundane lives of commoners. In truth, worldly wealth held little significance for him. Yet he acknowledged the necessity of keeping some silver on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yi touched his chest, where his treasured Qiankuan bag hung around his neck. The old man's Qiankuan bag conveniently rested at his waist, yet Lin Yi preferred to conceal his own. He moved his hand, revealing a small pile of silver coins on the bed, some ingots gifted by Yuan Fengming, and a few scattered coins left over from before. "What is this?" Lin Yi exclaimed, grabbing a pouch, suddenly recalling that it was the spoils of his battle against the bandit by the Qin Shui River. He had carelessly stowed it away in the Qiankuan bag and promptly forgotten about it. Flipping the pouch over, he poured its contents onto his palm, revealing a collection of scattered coins, as expected. With a flick of his finger, the pouch ignited into flames, vanishing into ash in an instant. Such minor spells were seldom used, yet he executed them with ease. Just as Lin Yi intended to gather the coins, something caught his attention, prompting him to reach for an object among the scattered silver. He examined it closely. It appeared to be a piece of tortoise shell, slightly smaller than his palm, worn and frayed at the edges, with a lustrous white hue tinged with earthy yellow, suggesting it was of ancient origin. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yi rubbed the shell in his hands, feeling its uneven texture. Raising it to his eyes, he focused intently. noticing that the surface bore what seemed to be faint inscriptions, difficult to decipher. What could this be? Lin pondered. He extended his consciousness to envelop the shell, gradually penetrating its surface. The shell revealed no peculiarities, merely featuring dozens of archaic characters etched into it, their varying depths hinting at wear over time. The knife-like strokes of the engravings were still discernible. With his mind SI, he could make out the characters, albeit with some damage. Lin meticulously compared the characters, arranging them through repeated examination until he managed to decipher the sequence. The first 3 characters read Gui Ling Yin, forming a phrase that resembled a mantra. Though the subsequent characters were incomplete, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? A martial arts secret manual? The bandit had stored it in the pouch, suggesting it was of some value. However, if it were indeed a treasure or secret, it seemed imprudent to carry it alongside mere coins. Lin Yi's thoughts raced, recalling a lesson from Mr. Su about ancient script, a form of writing largely unreadable by the common folk. Could it be that the bandit had stumbled upon it, unable to discern its value, and thus retained it in the pouch? But what did Gui Ling Yin signify? Was it merely an ordinary relic? Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, contemplating setting the shell aside. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to delve back into the inscriptions. After a considerable time of contemplation, Lin Yi concluded that the later inscriptions indeed formed a mantra. Throughout his years of cultivation, he had become most familiar with various mantras. Among worldly martial arts, there existed the technique of Gui Shi, while cultivators practiced the Tai Chi method during meditation. What, then, is the meaning behind the incantations of turtle spirit concealment? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi made his decision. Though the incantation consists of merely 6 lines, he resolved to experiment with it. The thoughts swirling in his mind could not compare to the experience of personal practice. Surely, it would not harm him. Sitting in a meditative posture, Lin Yi remained in this state for over an hour, and as his eyes sparkled with newfound insight, his lips began to move, reciting the incantation. Before long, Lin Yi began to perceive a change within himself. An ethereal glow enveloped his body, pulsating softly. And as he chanted the turtle spirit concealment incantation, the radiance gradually faded, becoming almost imperceptible. This phenomenon filled Lin Yi with delight. He then focused intently, delving deeper into the meaning of the incantation. After a brief moment, he recited it once more. The aura of spiritual energy surrounding him trembled, dissipating in ripples until it vanished without a trace. Aha! Lin Yi could no longer contain his joy and exhaled deeply. Indeed, turtle spirit concealment proved to be just as he had surmised. Upon encountering the 3 characters, he was reminded of the turtle breathing technique known in the martial world. Although he was unfamiliar with its intricacies, he had heard his master mention it in his youth. The turtle breathing technique is a method employed by martial artists of great prowess, mimicking the slow and prolonged exhalation of a mystical turtle to minimize personal consumption of energy, thus preserving vitality. This method can enhance internal strength and promote longevity, and intriguingly, it allows one to conceal their presence from adversaries. Thus, Lin Yi endeavored to study the incantation in hopes of curbing the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. Although the incantation was incomplete, the Xiantian heart method contained principles of the Xiantian shield and methods for manipulating spiritual energy. Whether turtle spirit concealment aligned with his expectations could only be determined through personal experience. When he recited the incantation for the first time, he used his spiritual perception to observe himself, and indeed, the glow surrounding him had shifted, leaving him both astonished and regretful about the incantation's incompleteness. After another attempt, as he chanted the turtle spirit concealment incantation, he remembered to draw upon his spiritual energy, gathering it into his energy sea. The incantation urged the spiritual energy forth, guiding it gradually from his limbs and bones, weaving it together until it coalesced within the energy sea. After this, Lin Yi observed himself again. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were nowhere to be found, and his aura was entirely akin to that of an ordinary person. A subtle smile graced Lin Yi's face. Although he was unaware of the origins or wonders of this turtle spirit concealment, through his own efforts, he had fashioned a technique to conceal the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. This technique, bearing a hint of unorthodoxy, concealed one's aura. While the turtle breathing technique was accessible to the martial world, Lin Yi could not utilize it. However, this modified turtle spirit concealment served as a unique skill entirely his own. Previously, he had been concerned about being recognized by the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Now, that weight had been lifted from his heart. His master often remarked that man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Could this pieced-together incantation be considered a manifestation of the myriad laws of nature? This unexpected joy filled Lin Yi with a sense of pride. Cultivation is often a solitary endeavor, a solitude devoid of companionship. Yet, the joy of achievement serves as the finest reward. At this moment, Lin Yi was unrestrained and candid, free from the bonds of duty. The term turtle spirit concealment sounded rather unappealing, and given that this technique was a unique creation, he decided to rename it Spirit Concealment Technique. For several consecutive days, Lin Yi remained within the carriage courtyard, refraining from venturing outside. After completing his daily chores, he would bask in the sun alongside Huan and others, sharing laughter and jest. In the evenings, he devoted himself to refining the spirit concealment technique. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had passed since his arrival at the Heavenly Dragon sect. One day, as was his custom, Lin Yi rose early, attended to the horses with fodder, and replenished the water trough. Just as he finished his tasks, when Luan beckoned him out of the courtyard. "Why is it just you?" Lin Yi inquired while walking. The trio usually moved about together, inseparable. When Luan blinked his small eyes, speaking dismissively, "You don't know them? One is saving money to support his family, while the other is saving to marry a wife. Unlike you and me, who are carefree and unburdened." As they conversed, they exited the mountain gate, guided by Luan. Lin Yi walked 4 to 5 miles to a small market situated to the southeast of the mountain gate. The market was modest, stretching no longer than a mile, yet it boasted various taverns and inns. The majority of the patrons were disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect, predominantly clad in gray robes. Occasionally, one might spot inner disciples dressed in blue or green, their demeanor haughty, standing out among the crowd. This place was a settlement for local villagers and the families of the disciples. Although small, the market offered a plethora of goods. With the air of familiarity, when Luan confidently led the way to a shop, he purchased some dried fruits and jerky, wrapping them in a large bundle and cradling it in his arms. Shaking his head, "What a pity there is no jerky made from deer meat. I must hide it well, otherwise those two will sniff it out and devour it in an instant." Lin Yi was surprised to discover when Luan's fondness for snacks. "Come, try this apricot. Thick and sweet. It's quite delicious." While Lin Yi was lost in thought, he noticed when Luan gestured to him, prompting him to decline. "No, thank you. Just a taste is sufficient." Seeing Lin Yi genuinely disinterested in snacks, when Luan ceased his insistence, they found a tea shop, took a table, and asked the attendant for a pot of tea before settling down to rest. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. The tea shop, though labeled as such, was merely a shed. It appeared sufficiently shielded from the elements, with 3 old wooden tables, and only one Luan and Lin Yi as customers. A stove was set outside the shop, a large kettle hissing with steam, with a few teapots and cups scattered nearby. The attendant, a man in his 20s or 30s, was not very tall, but appeared sturdy. When Luan lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and addressed the attendant, "So, your elder is absent today. Where has he gone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the attendant. The attendant seemed uneasy, bowing and saying, "Ah, it seems you are a regular here. No wonder you inquire about my uncle. This is my uncle's shop, but he caught a chill and is resting at home. I am merely here to help for a few days." When Luan popped another piece of dried fruit into his mouth, nodding casually, "I see, haha." The attendant smiled ingratiatingly, and his eyes met Lin Yi's, causing him to flinch slightly, offering a humble smile before turning back to his tasks. Lin Yi scrutinized the attendant's retreating figure for a moment, then slowly lifted his teacup. Just then, a figure flashed past the shop's entrance. The attendant glanced up at the newcomer, but did not approach to greet him, instead lowering his head to focus on his work. The visitor paused, casting a resentful glance at Lin Yi and Wen Luan before turning away and departing. Wen Luan, absorbed in savoring the delicacies, remained oblivious to the presence of the newcomer, while Lin Yi, appearing to drink his tea, seemed equally unaware of the commotion outside. "If only we had come later, we could have indulged in some wine and dishes at the tavern." When Luan refilled Lin Yi's teacup, his expression bright. Curious, Lin Yi looked at Wen Luan and asked, "If we don't return for a meal, shouldn't we at least inform Brother Pai?" Wen Luan shook his head dismissively. "No need, we can return before dark." He then shot Lin Yi a mischievous grin, saying, "If Huan and Shinding knew you, and I were here enjoying wine, they would be utterly envious." After sipping another cup of tea, when Luan's eyes darted around, he considered that wine and food weren't cheap. And since Lin Yi had just received his share of silver, He hadn't bought anything at the market, which didn't seem very generous. Thinking of this, when Luan's enthusiasm waned, and he remarked, however, this makes it seem like we're being inconsiderate. Let us invite them next time. Linny smiled and did not respond. Just then, a person burst into the tea shop with great urgency, prompting both men to look up simultaneously. As I passed by this place earlier, I paid little attention, unaware that my junior brother Lin was present. A sense of foreboding enveloped the air. A figure approached, their face pale and eyes wide with panic. Lin rose slowly, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "What troubles have caused senior brother Jean such alarm?" The newcomer was indeed Jean Ku, his countenance marked by anxiety, as if he harbored deep concerns. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, his expression earnest as he divulged, "This morning, I invited junior sister Sue to enjoy the scenery here and then head to the Eastern market. Unexpectedly, she was bitten by a venomous snake and collapsed to the ground. I have never encountered such a calamity before. What are we to do?" Jean Ku rubbed his hands together, his demeanor frantic. Raising an eyebrow, Lin scrutinized Jean Ku thoughtfully, then remarked, "There are disciples patrolling the mountains near the market. Have you sought their assistance?" "How could I dare to do so? I fear repercussions from the sect," Jean Ku exclaimed. "Is it not fortuitous that I have encountered you? Junior sister Sue lies in the woods, her fate uncertain. What shall we do?" Jean Ku implored, his voice trembling with urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Linny nodded and said, "I shall seek counsel from the sect. You should attend to junior sister Sue. Upon my return, I will bring help. Does that sound agreeable?" Jean Ku appeared frantic and shook his head vigorously. "That won't do. The location where junior sister Sue lies is quite remote and difficult to locate. If you cannot find it upon your arrival, it will be troublesome. Instead, allow me to guide you to her. Then I shall follow your lead." Lin acquiesced. As his words faded, Jean Ku's face lit up with relief. "There is no time to lose. Quickly, follow me, and you too, senior brother one. Come along." When Luan blinked his small eyes, nodding with curiosity. However, Lin raised a hand to halt him, saying, "There is no need for you to come. I can manage alone. Wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, he nodded at Wenluan and stepped outside. Wenluan stood, perplexed, unsure why Linny would not allow him to witness the commotion, and remained still. Jean Ku's eyes twitched slightly, revealing his helplessness. Upon exiting the tea shop, Linny cast a glance at the shopkeeper, stating nonchalantly, "Senior brother, please lead the way." Jean Ku hurriedly complied and dashed ahead. In no time, they arrived at their destination. Alas, today, I am to blame. I have caused great distress to junior sister Sue. Jean Ku lamented as they walked. Why did I not carry her back to the sect? Instead of this tedious journey, we have squandered precious time. Lin walked at a leisurely pace, his tone flat as he seemed to gently remind Jean Ku. Jean Ku appeared flustered, his embarrassment evident. He kept stealing glances at Lin, repeatedly saying, "You speak the truth, but men and women should not be too familiar, and with junior sister Sue unconscious. I dare not move her for fear of causing her harm." Linny maintained an impassive expression and remarked quietly, "Senior brother, you are indeed a person of propriety." As they spoke, the pair left the market and continued for several miles. Gradually, the path disappeared, giving way to rocky terrain and dense underbrush. Linny slowed his pace and inquired, "Senior brother Jean, where exactly is junior sister Sue?" Jean Ku's steps quickened at the question. He paused, turning back with a smile. "We are nearly there. Just beyond this hill." He beckoned Linny eagerly, leading the way up a small rise. Linny followed, and upon cresting the hill, they found a small clearing surrounded by rocks and trees. Jean Ku stood proudly, his chest puffed out, unable to conceal his delight. As Linny approached, Jean Ku cackled. "What do you think of this place, huh?" Lin, seemingly unfazed by Jean Ku's demeanor, nodded slowly. "This spot is indeed secluded. What is your intention in bringing me here?" "Haha, clever boy. You see through my ruse. Had you been so astute from the beginning, perhaps I would have spared you." Jean Ku sneered. "Oh, so it appears today, Lin, you cannot escape your fate?" Lin Yi's voice turned icy. Jean Ku, brimming with pride, paced back and forth, reveling in the capture of his prey. A mere country bumpkin, now recommended by the escort agency to join the Tianlong sect? Were it not for my reservations, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. Today, there is no escape for you." Jean Ku's cruel laughter echoed. Linny nodded silently, looking at Jean Ku with resignation. "This place is merely a few steps from the sect. Are you not concerned about the sect's regulations? Moreover, I came here with you, and others have seen me. Do you truly feel unconcerned?" Jean Ku's expression darkened as he mocked, Look at your pitiful state. If I were to kill you and bury you here, who would care about the whereabouts of a mere horsekeeping disciple? I shall not spare your horsekeeping senior brother either. In the outer affairs hall, do you think they would believe my word or that of a horsekeeping disciple? Lin Yi gazed at Jin Ke with indifference. And after a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. Why do you treat me so? Surely, today's events can reach a peaceful resolution? Jin Ke's countenance morphed into a menacing scowl, his patience waning as he arrogantly declared, how I choose to deal with you is of no concern to you. You only have yourself to blame for incurring my displeasure. However, sparing you is not difficult. Simply swallow this. With that, Jin Ke produced a pill from his robes. Lin Yi frowned. What is that? Jin Ke's tone fluctuated between mirth and despair, his expression inscrutable as he chuckled. This is a fine item indeed, known as the heart-losing pill. Once swallowed, you will become obedient, following my every command. Even if I bid you to harm your own kin, you shall comply without hesitation. Alas, such a precious item, you are indeed fortunate. Lin Yi's gaze turned cold as he shouted, enough. Jin Ke, unfazed by the reprimand, drew a dagger menacingly, growling, you have two options, swallow the pill, or I shall put you to the sword. Lin Yi cast a disdainful glance at Jin Ke. Raising his chin defiantly, everyone, come out now. As Lin Yi's words fell silent, several shadowy figures darted out from the thicket. Jin Ke, however, was not taken aback. Instead, he stared at Lin Yi with astonishment. How could he have sensed the presence of others concealed within the dense foliage? The four figures, clad in black and masked, brandished their weapons, encircling Lin Yi from the corners of the clearing. Humph. Collaborating with Jin could have set a trap for me. Who exactly are you? Lin Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brows furrowed, and his expression frosty. The leading masked figure tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, curiously observing Lin Yi. I did not expect you to detect our presence. That is quite surprising. There are many more things that may astonish you. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the four individuals, the black cloth covering their faces failing to obscure his perception. The masked individual chuckled, finding the arrogant youth before him somewhat interesting. Without even sparing Jin Ke a glance, he casually remarked, he is merely a pawn following orders. It seems that we must intervene to deal with you. Brothers, I will soon take care of this brat. Jin Ke actually bowed to the masked figure. Wearing a humble smile, fixing a cold stare on his adversaries, Lin Yi declared, reveal your origins and intentions regarding my demise. Or perhaps this could be your path to survival. The four masked figures exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Jin Ke, unable to contain himself, also grinned. Yet he furtively glanced at the leader, his expression betraying a hint of fear. You are quite amusing and bold, young one. However, it would be wise for you to swallow the elixir. It will bring you great benefits in the future. Otherwise, this place will become your grave. The leader's eyes glinted with concealed mockery. I bear no grudge against you, yet I have offered you a chance for survival. I dislike coercing others. And I loathe being coerced myself. Today Lin Yi's tone shifted, turning frigid. Since you dare to press me so, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, a brilliant light flickered in his eyes, and the restrained power within him surged forth. In an instant, the four masked individuals and Jin Ke felt a sudden chill in the air. Their hearts racing as if they had plunged into a den of tigers or a dragon's lair. An overwhelming sense of danger filled the five, and their only thought was to escape as far away as possible. The inexplicable sensation left the leader of the masked figures in disbelief. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he lunged forward, his wrist moving deftly, the blade aimed at Lin Yi's throat. Eliminating this youth would require no further thought. He could quell the terror in his heart. The remaining three figures harmoniously advanced, wielding their weapons with deadly precision. One blade cut off Lin Yi's retreat, while another aimed to sever his legs, ensuring that no matter where he moved, he could not evade their lethal strikes. A long sword thrust toward Lin Yi's midsection, promising to draw blood regardless of his movements. The four acted in perfect unison, their strikes ruthless, sealing off all of Lin Yi's escape routes in an instant. They firmly believed that even the most skilled master could not evade their combined assault. Jin Ke, his mouth agape, was both horrified by the prowess of the four and anxious to look away. But in the next moment, Lin Yi's head was severed from his body. The four acted with astonishing speed, yet to Lin Yi, their actions were still discernible in their swiftness. The blade of the masked figure grazed his throat, and Lin Yi let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as needles, his concentrated energy piercing through the air toward his foe. The leader of the masked individuals felt a thunderous roar reverberate in his mind as if struck by lightning. His focus shattered, and his body froze in place. The blade in his hand was effortlessly seized by Lin Yi, who then retaliated with a swift stroke. A spray of warm blood erupted. One of the masked men, who had aimed his sword at Lin Yi's waist, was caught off guard, feeling himself propelled into the air, his decapitated form becoming all too familiar. Just as realization dawned upon him, the darkness of night enveloped him instantly. Ah! Jin Ke's terrified scream echoed as he paled. Discarding his short sword and attempting to flee, the two remaining masked figures, witnessing their comrade's demise, found themselves at a loss as their adversary vanished without a trace. Realizing the peril, they swiftly altered their tactics, enveloping themselves in a swirling dance of blades, retreating hastily. At that moment, they beheld their companion's head floating in midair, the remaining torso standing still, blood gushing forth. The leader, seemingly lost and dazed, stood motionless. The situation shifted dramatically, and the two exchanged alarmed glances, their instincts kicking in as they turned to leap in opposite directions, seeking escape. Humph! Attempting to flee? Too late. A chilling snort resonated, akin to thunder rolling in their ears, instilling fear in them. Startled and shaken, they dared not look back. Casting their weapons behind them in a desperate attempt to distract their pursuer, hoping for even a moment's reprieve to escape with their lives. Their seasoned experience told them that retreating after a failed strike was the only viable means of survival when facing a master of the martial world. The once-mocked youth had long since been discarded from their thoughts. Now, only a harbinger of death loomed behind them. As they fled, their chances of survival increased. Yet who would ultimately emerge unscathed depended solely on luck. Alas, luck, by its very nature, remains elusive and unpredictable. After dispatching one individual with a single stroke, Lin Yi noticed the two attempting to escape and wasted no time pursuing one of them. The man was still desperately fleeing when Lin Yi closed in on him. With a deft flick of his blade, he deflected the oncoming steel, then swiftly struck down, cleaving the man in half with blinding speed. Without even glancing back, Lin Yi gracefully soared through the air, as if transformed into a swift swan, and lunged toward the other. This individual, still clinging to a sliver of hope, leapt several paces away from his original position. He dared not pause, his feet propelling him forward, but suddenly he felt an ominous wind rushing past him. Turning in shock, he beheld a flash of blade light slicing through the air with the force of a tempest, echoing like thunder. How could he possibly outrun it? This strike bore the weight of a storm. Was this truly the technique of a mortal? Suddenly, he felt lighter, and then he was severed in twain. A rain of crimson splattered across the night sky, staining the grass and foliage with vivid splashes. After dispatching his foe, Lin Yi remained suspended in midair, akin to a swift swallow navigating through the trees. With a graceful twist, he landed lightly on the ground, resembling a specter in the daylight, effortlessly collecting lives as he drifted with the wind. Jin Ke's legs turned to jelly, paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The moment he witnessed a head soaring through the air, he had yearned to flee, but his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. As darkness encroached upon his vision, overwhelmed by terror, he could hardly catch his breath before he retched. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Jin Ke, striding directly to the leader of the masked figures, who remained frozen in shock. Lin Yi closed his eyes momentarily, extending his hand to cover the man's forehead. After a brief moment, his eyes flickered with insight, and he regarded the masked figure thoughtfully. Hesitating slightly, he pressed 2 fingers to the man's brow. The masked figure collapsed in response. Not far away, Jin Ke, having turned pale and emptied his stomach, finally managed to stand. Yet he was gripped by an indescribable fear of Lin Yi, unable to resist glancing back. To his horror, he saw Lin Yi eliminate the last of the masked figures. In a state of sheer panic, Jin Ke felt as though all hope had vanished, and he fainted from sheer fright. Lin Yi paid no heed to Jin Ke, rummaging through the 4 individuals before him. With a flick of his fingers, a flame materialized in the air, bursting into several smaller flames that lunged towards the lifeless bodies on the ground. In an instant, the 4 masked figures were reduced to ashes. Among the weapons, one finely crafted longsword, sharp and elegant, was taken by Lin Yi. The remaining 3 steel blades, along with their sheaths, were carelessly cast to the ground, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a few marks on the earth. He stepped lightly, erasing all evidence of his presence. It was only then that Lin Yi approached Jin Ke, his voice low yet commanding. Awaken. Jin Ke felt a sharp pain in his head, akin to being pricked by needles, and gradually regained consciousness. As he rubbed his head and attempted to rise, he caught sight of Lin Yi standing nearby, coldly scrutinizing him. Overcome with fear, Jin Ke collapsed back onto the ground, his complexion turning a sickly yellow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Whether it was due to the bile he had expelled or sheer terror, he trembled, waving his hands in desperate plea. Please, do not kill me. Tell me why I should spare your life. Lin Yi's demeanor remained impassive, intensifying Jin Ku's terror. In a frantic rush, Jin Ku exclaimed, I was coerced into this. To preserve his own life, he recounted every detail of the events leading up to this moment, his words pouring out like bamboo shoots from a tube. It turned out that Jin Ku had leveraged his position as a steward to gain a recommendation from the launching escort agency to join the Tianlong sect. This newfound status filled him with pride, leading him to flaunt his achievements, only to be overheard by those with ulterior motives who subsequently abducted him and forced him to consume the heartless pill. Jin Ku was oblivious to the identities of these individuals. They merely demanded he report everything he knew upon joining the Tianlong sect. The heartless pill was a curious concoction. Those who ingested it appeared physically unscathed and showed no outward signs of change, yet they became utterly compliant, bound to obey their captors. After joining the Tianlong sect, the marketplace became the rendezvous for Jin Ku and his captors. He had visited this place only 2 or 3 times, and as an outer disciple, his knowledge was limited. Fortunately, his captors did not hold this against him, rewarding him each time. Upon encountering Lin Yi at the marketplace, Jin Ku hastily attempted to curry favor with the masked individuals, deceitfully claiming that although Lin Yi was merely a horse-rearing disciple, he frequently interacted with inner disciples and possessed greater knowledge of the sect's affairs. Jin Ku harbored ulterior motives of personal vengeance, believing that if Lin Yi consumed the heartless pill, he would become a puppet under his control. He assured the masked figures that he could subdue this horse-rearing disciple single-handedly. To their dismay, Lin Yi saw through their scheme beforehand. Desperate to save his own skin, Jin Ku spoke in a hurried and disjointed manner. After hastily relaying the details, he prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing, pleading for Lin Yi's mercy. He knew that if word of this incident got out, the Tianlong sect would not spare him. Nor would his grandfather. Lin Yi regarded Jin Ku silently for a long while before softly stating, I can spare your life. From now on, you will play the role of your informant while I remain a mere horseman. We shall go our separate ways. However, Jiang Fangdi, Dai Yuanhai, Su Yu, and several others within the carriage courtyard are my acquaintances. Should they encounter any misfortune, I shall take your life. Your grandfather cannot save you, nor can the masked figures behind you. Do you understand? Overcome with relief, Jin Ku could hardly believe that Lin Yi, whom he had wronged multiple times, would truly let him go, remaining indifferent to his own plight. Thank you for sparing my life. I shall remember this and never forget. Jin Ku fervently bowed several times, eagerly offering the elixir with a face full of obsequiousness, his expression betraying a mixture of gratitude and astonishment at his narrow escape. Observing Jin Ku kneeling before him, Lin Yi shook his head inwardly, extending his hand to draw the elixir into his palm. Without a second glance, he casually tossed it aside, letting the fine powder disperse into the air. Take your short sword. It is time to return, Lin Yi declared before turning on his heel and departing.